rotating ball. How do I do that?
You can't.
If the Earth is a rotating ball, how do I do that?
You can't. It has to be flat for you to go in a straight line.
Well, yeah, regardless, right? That flight path is going to be curved.
Yeah.
For me to stay over that straight line, right? So if I draw a straight line on the globe, if I want to, if the Earth is a rotating ball, how do I do that?
You can't. It has to be flat for you to go in a straight line.
Well, yeah, regardless, right? That flight path is going to be curved.
Yeah.
For me to stay over that straight line, right? So if I draw a straight line on the globe, if I want to, and the globe is spinning, to stay over that straight line, my flight path has to be curved. No one does this in reality. They just take a heading and point in that goddamn direction and fly that way.
Yeah, you look. Airplanes is a great flat Earth. They don't account for curvature. They don't account for rotation. There's no instrument on the plane that accounts for any of that. It's all whether or not you believe they're magically just accounting for it with no evidence.
Adjusting the curvature. Yeah, that's what they bring up.
Yeah, there's that problem, right? Adjusting around the curve because, you know...
I was in a conversation with this guy, and he's like, they just automatically adjust the curvature. Or something like that. I don't even know what the fuck he was talking about.
Well, I mean, their argument would be, well, you stay at a certain level because of, like, the plane flies. So the way an airplane actually flies is the pressure on the wing, right? The aerodynamics of the wing. There's lower pressure above the wing and higher pressure below the wing, right? Because of the way the wing is shaped, and it pulls you up basically. And then, but it's only going to pull you up so far to kind of you're at like pressure equilibrium, and you're going to fly at that elevation. And they say that the atmosphere is curving around the Earth, so you're going to just curve around the Earth at this level, right? At this flight level. The problem with that is you have a velocity vector. That means the plane has a vector it's going in a particular direction. Now, you know, as we know from Newton's laws, right, an object traveling in a straight line will stay traveling in a straight line. Right? So any instantaneous velocity in a direction, to change that direction, you have to do something. It doesn't do it by itself. So in this case, the example QE often uses is Pittsburgh to Atlanta, which is 500 miles. That's 37 miles under the initial velocity vector at Pittsburgh. So you have to keep tipping down, right, to keep changing your direction to get to that 37 miles down from where you started. You just don't magically float there.
Yeah.
Because the plane has this thrust in the engine pushing you in a direction. They even have an indicator. I don't know if you play any flight video games, but there's an indicator. There's a velocity vector indicator. It's the W on the indicator. So wherever that W is pointed is where your plane is pointed.
Don't they actually fly with the nose tilted at like 2 degrees up or something?
Yeah. Then there's that problem, right? The angle. So planes don't actually fly completely level. They have to tilt the wing up. It's called the angle of attack of the wing, because the plane is kind of like water skis. You know what I mean? If you get your skis parallel to the water, you're going to fall on your face. So you kind of have to tilt the skis up a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's how you fly with a wing. You actually have to tilt the plane up a little bit.
That's funny. My brother's actually a pilot, and he doesn't know I'm a flat earther because I know it's just too much for him. But like I sneakily ask him things about, because he's a pilot, so I'll ask him all these things, and it's really funny to hear his answers. Like I'll be like, oh, do flight paths make sense to you? And he's like, no, they make no sense. Like when I'm flying from like Germany to the U.S., I gotta go way up over England in this giant curve, and it's like, oh, interesting, because when it's not a globe map, it's just a straight line. You know, it's fun to talk to people that are actually pilots, and because they're obviously they have no idea. No, they're definitely not accounting for rotation or curvature. They never even thought about it before, right?
Also, in actual like commercial flight, they have international flight routes, right? So they actually have corridors through which planes fly. So you just can't just fly wherever you want across the Atlantic. You have to fly within one of these flight corridors. They're typically, I don't know, I think they're like 10 miles wide or 100 miles wide or whatever. So they have one corridor going east, one corridor going west. So if you want to go from New York to, say, London, you don't just like point your plane at London and go in that direction. You have to fly up into one of these flight corridors, which I think starts around Nova Scotia or Newfoundland or somewhere up there, and fly in this corridor across the Atlantic and then into Europe. And then they have European flight corridors, and then you fly to where you where you want to fly within those. So you can't just like fly around. It's not how it works.
It's like if you're flying a plane and you're like, oh, I'm gonna account for curvature. You're gonna crash the plane into the ground.
Good luck. I mean, but things like a plane is not a measuring instrument, and like, you know, I just try to stay away from like these derivative arguments, right? Oh, the sun does this and the moon does that and airplane this, and because ultimately those are being used within some sort of like conceptual model, right? We can conceive of a model in which the plane is used. They can conceive of a model in which the plane was used. Some third person can think of some other brand new pretzel Earth model and think the plane is used with that, right? And you can construct some, you know, concept in which this is the case. But these are all indirect inferences of some assumption or preconception you already have, right? You're just building off the preconception. You don't need to do that because you can just measure the Earth directly as it is and not have any preconceptions about what it is.
Yeah, it goes back to there's no measurable curvature, there's no measurable rotation. We don't experience any of it. We don't experience any of it in an airplane either.
Yeah, flat Earth is outside. It's not on your television set. It's not on a piece of paper. It's not, you know, it's not on a screen.
Have you guys heard the argument of like vertigo when you go on a sea trip and people get sick because they're having a hard time adjusting on a ship or something like that? I don't.
Seasick. You get seasick because so this happens with car sickness too, because your eyes are telling you you're not in motion, but your ears are saying you are in motion, right? Because you had the vestibular system.
Right.
So the waves are knocking you around, right? But you're on the ship, and relative to you, the ship is not moving. The ship looks like it's stationary, but your ears are going all crazy and say, hey, I'm falling up and down, 20 feet every, 60 seconds. But your eyes are saying, no, everything's cool. And that's what causes seasickness. Or car sickness, right? Because you're in the car, you see the inside of the car, and it don't feel like you're moving. It don't look like you're moving. But your inner ear picks up the motion.
Right.
And it's that disconnection between your eyes and your vestibular system that causes sickness.
Man, what else do we want to talk about? Oh my god.
You want to talk about the vestibular system?
That's what babies suffer from, right? When babies are born, they suffer from that, right? They're still getting used to the motion, and their eyes don't. It's the contrast. That's why they fall over and vomit a lot, right?
Yeah. So there's the other thing. Your eyes will rotate in your skull if you're like tipped over. So if you fell out of a tree at like a 45-degree angle, your eyes will rotate to orient themselves up and down so that they're vertical. You don't consciously do this. It just automatically happens. Your eyes are hooked into your vestibular system.
Right.
And they try and orient your eyes so that they're, vertical, the way you are just as if you're standing up straight. even though your body.
Human body is fucking crazy. That's.
Yeah. I was just joking, by the way. I was mocking a Globo that claimed that's why babies vomit and fall over.
It actually wouldn't surprise me. It, like that system didn't even work yet, right?
Quick pro gaming tip. This is why some gamers are better than others, because some don't realize most amateur gamers look at the rest of the screen, but pro gamers stare directly at the dot. Because you like somehow your vestibular system can pick up on that too, movements in the game and everything if you're really paying attention. That's why sometimes they call it the what's that, the instinct or whatever. Oh, the flow state. But what you're actually doing is you're hyper focused on the one area of the screen that you should be focused on.
I mean, it makes sense. Yeah.
He's talking about first-person shooters, and not like, you know.
Oh, Rainbow Six Siege, bro. I'm just never gonna be good at that game, even if I look at the fucking center of the screen. I'm just gonna be bad. Oh, it's a cope I gotta deal with.
You gotta get used to it. Just try it. You keep your eyes focused on the dot, and you'll learn to follow the dot. And every time you move your joystick, you'll move your eyes with the dot. It's perfect precision.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, you put like a piece of blue tack in the center of the screen. Yeah, right on the crosshairs, you get center, and then yeah, I've heard that.
What you do is you turn off the crosshair. Play like that.
Yeah, turn it off. Yeah.
Why does turning off the crosshair make you play? They just like.
Because you give it, because you can't rely on it as a crutch.
Oh, I see.
So the orientation of the screen relative to your center of vision, right? You get a better, like, we'll call it synchronization, for lack of a better word. You know, you have a better spatial awareness relative to, like, your screen. You know, if you just play like that for a while, obviously it's harder initially, but eventually. It'll improve you a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But I'm more of a visual. You'll notice you're probably like 10% better than you were before you did this exercise.
Dude, I play Minecraft, bro. I'm not more really a first-person shooters kind of guy, but that game is so fucking fun. That's another topic, though. Dude, I gotta go. I'm tired. It was nice talking to you guys, though. Peace out.
All right. Peace out.
Hey, what's everyone up to tonight?
Oh, about 6 feet tall. What are you up to?
I don't even know where to start. I guess just getting my life together. Yeah, that's a good way to. Yeah.
Just say your height, bro.
Come on, oh, my height. I'm super short. Yeah, I'm.
What are you up to? I said 6 feet. You're supposed to say, well, I'm up to 7'2".
I'm literally like 5'4". Yeah, I'm pretty
Jesus
short.
Christ, man.
Well, the reason. I pull it off because I'm Asian, so it works. Yeah, I got it. And plus, you know what? When you know what I say when people are like, "Oh man,"
that didn't sound right.
Well, when people say, "Hey, you're short," you know what I say to that? I say, "Well, so is life. So, how about them apples? You know, how about them apples?"
No, you just tell them short people live longer, which is actually true.
I'm in that club. Man. I'm in that club. I'm under 6 foot.
Well, life is the longest thing we ever experienced, but
it's also short. Yeah, it is a wild concept for sure. But
short is like 6'6" and below. Okay, like you're not.
That's like the bare minimum.
I meant 5'6". 5'6" and below is short because average height is like 5'9". So
yeah.
At least in America. But short people live longer.
It's true.
Longer.
You know what's weird?
Same die quickly. And I mean, maybe that's why girls like tall guys, because they're hoping to get all their shit and they die off.
Facts. Facts on that, dude. That's so crazy you said that. That's funny. Yeah. You know, the solo road is the best road, honestly. and just I think dating is outdated in this society, at least, or maybe it's always been that way.
I'm out of that game, so I have no fucking idea what it is.
No,
I watch it as a passive observer.
Yeah,
I know it's a train wreck.
Keep problem searching, is, mate. You'll find someone, man. Don't worry.
It's not that. It's that you're trying to use a good faith system in a non-good faith current setting of culture.
Facts, everything is.
Not everyone's a prick, man. Not all those women are fuckwits.
It's hard and it's rare, but you'll find one.
I
don't know. I'm not going to count on it. Like, I'm just happy if a girl says something kind to me. That's enough for me now. Like, I don't.
I wouldn't be happy with that.
I mean, I just
want more than that.
Well, right, but the thing is like.
Also, where are you looking for women?
Yeah, that's right.
That's the number one problem.
What lake are you fishing in, brother?
Well, yeah, I'm not even. Okay, I'm not even. All right, so I don't go to the library. Fish. I don't even fish. I just.
Libraries don't exist anymore. I'm kidding.
No, that's true. Where's the library? Come on.
Before I even think about dating someone ever again, is like they have to be willing to have conversation, and a lot of people just can't. That's really what I'm asking for. Is like someone to just have conversations with. And not yell.
How do you know if you're not trying to have conversations with anyone if they can have conversations?
You're looking for a flat Earth girl is what you need.
That facts. No, that's true. No, that's very true. But I'm afraid that like the end of times are. Yeah.
Gotta get rid of India.
We're gonna get the one flat Earth girl that exists and have the flat Earth dating game on the live stream.
Well, I'm almost certain that Lo-Fi Girl isn't a flat earther, so I guess that's out of the picture.
You just missed one, mate. We've got Sydney in here, so she's not here anymore, but she's single. So hit her up, Lo-Fi.
Oh well, my life is so insane. You know what's crazy about discovering flat Earth is that you have to get to like,
too much.
You have to get to a genuine crazy point in your life to get to like actually discuss, because like you have to be full accepting, and a lot of people just, I don't know. It took me.
I think it requires a great sense of loss, whether it's like physical or emotional, to get to that point. Because like someone had mentioned earlier, a lot of flat earthers or people that believe in like flat Earth have gone through like a lot of shit in their lives that most people shouldn't have to deal with, or gone through too much. And we just hit a point, and I think it helps your mind refine and see what is actually necessary in life versus what you want and you enjoy. It says this is what you need to survive, and this is what you're going to do to survive, versus this is what I want in my future.
Yeah. Well, the most fascinating thing about flat Earth is that you just what you see.
Flat Earth is non-bullshit.
Like, what do you
There's
observe?
no fat. There's no fat, there's no sugarcoating, there's no BS to it. It's hey, this is just how raw and how life is. And since you're already in that raw state of life, you're just like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Well, I was talking about flat Earth with coworkers today, and like they take some of the popcorn off the string, but they won't go to the very end. Like
that's all you need. You don't have to give them the whole string. If they take even a single piece of popcorn, that's going to stay with them.
It's so true, because every time I see them, they're like, bro, do you really think that? I'm like, yeah, I do. They're like, why? I'm like, it's not an opinion.
See,
it's
they keep bringing it up, which shows that their interests and that their questioning is there, whether subtly or subconsciously, it's there.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. It's the funniest thing. It's like I'll walk through the door and they're like, bro, do you really think that? It's just like, yeah, let's have this conversation. And then the frustrating thing is that I get yelled at, for talking about flat Earth because they brought it up first. And then it's just like, and then they start talking about Buddhism and Hinduism and like karma and all these random things.
For being a flat earther. You should be
Well, I'll carry the torch. I've had a lot of like, I guess you could say I've been very naive and I've made poor decisions in my life. And I guess if my karma or whatever it is to like help people discover sensibility, then I will take as many tomatoes to the face as possible. I mean, quite literally, I in the Lo-Fi server, there's almost 1 million people in there, and everyone like, ganged up on me, but like in a sense, they're still cool with me. It's the weirdest thing. I think deep down, people know there's truth to it, and by the time everyone kind of wakes up to it, I don't know. It's kind of trendy in a sense, but not.
People don't want to lose their ball.
Yeah, they don't want to lose their balls. Exactly.
It's weird, isn't it? Because like they'd be under the impression that you believe the Earth is flat, right? So, right.
Yeah. Well, they can shit on you. Like I can prove it.
I know, right? But they can shit on you all they like about that, right? Nobody blinks an eyelid, right? But if someone says, "Well, oh yeah, what are you? Oh, I'm a Muslim. I believe in Allah," they're like, "Oh, interesting," and nobody shits on them or anything, like.
Or I believe in aliens or ghosts.
Or I believe in aliens. Yeah, that's acceptable. Yeah.
Or
I've never had a topic.
I saw this documentary. Like.
Yeah.
Right. I've never had a topic get people so angry at me. Like I've actually stopped speaking to me.
That's the cognitive dissonance breaking out.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like it's
subconsciously their mind is connecting A, B, and C, and it sees it, but their active mind does not and is fighting against it. That's how I initially was. Becoming a flat earther, I feel like, is almost like the stages of grief. There's multiple stages. You have like your denial, and then you get to the stage of once your realization is that you're like you just want to share it and spread it. But then after that, you just hit a point of you just feel like you're in a Zen state, man, because you understand what the world is. You understand your place. You understand, the creator, whether you call it whatever you want to be. But
it's so true.
Once you realize what everything is, life is honestly so goddamn simple and easy.
Truth.
Almost everything we have, 95% of the stuff we have is just luxury and bullshit.
That's absolutely true. And what's interesting too is that after discovering flat Earth, you realize that the resources that are within the Earth should be free. Like I was thinking about how insane it was that I paid $2.50 for a bottle of water, and I was thinking about water should be free. And what I mean by that is
Muammar Gaddafi was digging in the desert, and he intended to give all of Africa water and farmland. And look what the UN did. They went and just destroyed everything he had done. He said he had found endless water underneath the land there.
That's the thing. That's subconsciously why I want want everybody to just wake up to it, because then they'd realize that they're shackling themselves.
And that's why I think flat Earth
screws your life up.
That's why flat Earth. If people are like, well, what about let's say hypothetically conspiracies in whatever category, whatever you're interested in. Flat Earth is the most important topic because that is the gateway to everything else. Because if that one thing changes, 95% of everything else has to change.
Yes, and it's so crazy because it's the bias.
Everyone's like, it's like going in a hotel hallway and seeing all these doors. They all look the same. They're all the same size. But at the very end of the hallway, there's a giant golden door with no lock on it. What door are you going through?
Right. The golden one, for sure.
Yo, what's up, Lo-Fi?
Hey, what's good, yo?
What's up?
I'm just pushing through. I do think it's weird. I've never been able to handle hate as much as I can now. I kind of, in a sick way, kind of like it because it's the emotion is so powerful. I've had people say that I need to go see a psychiatrist. I have had people tell me that I have mental illness. I have people say that I'm insane. I've had people tell me that I'm crazy. The list goes on. But never have I ever had no, I've had worse. Never mind. But yeah. But it's cool, though. It's like...
Why would they say that?
Well, because they think I'm spreading, noise. It's not helping, and it's just... Because it's attacking their identity that they didn't even come to their own conclusion with.
No, hold on. That's not what... Why would they say that you thinking the Earth is flat is a mental illness? Mental illness has nothing to do with what you believe.
That's what I'm saying. No,
I believe in ghosts or aliens. That has nothing to do with mental illness. It has nothing. Right. Mental illness, if you look in so there's a diagnostic and statistical manual of psychiatric disorders. I believe in flat Earth is not in there. Okay? That's not in that book for psychiatric disorders. So there's behaviors. There's behaviors that people do, right? And if one of those behaviors they are associating with flat Earth, yeah, that might be an indicator of a psychiatric disorder, but the belief in and of itself has nothing to do with psychiatry or mental illness or anything like that.
No, if they're hitting you with that, they're just ad hominem attacks, and that just shows they can't prove any point or have anything to back up their point of view. So just relish.
Hey, I was right, and hey, I was there too when I believed in the heliocentric model. I would make fun of people because
I was awful.
It was so bad. But you know why?
There's a saying. Do you know what flak is? Do you know what flak is?
What?
Aircraft carrier. Guns that shoot down airplanes. That's called flak.
They use explosive time
There's a saying, you get the most flak when you're over the target.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Mm-hmm. So if people are calling you mentally ill, all sorts of names, you're over the target. You're over the target. Yeah, what you're hitting is hitting. What you're saying is hitting home. And
I'm
what
hitting
they're doing,
for sure.
They're trying to attack you to protect your own psyche.
It's yes. It's like
it's a self-defense mechanism.
Yeah, all you can do is he must be crazy because no, this can't be true. It's like Neo in the he's in the construct of the Matrix with Morpheus. He's like, I don't believe it. Get me out, right? So that's what these guys are doing. They're having a mental breakdown, basically.
Can I jump in?
What are they going to say? That you're delusional or hallucinating?
Yeah, you can jump in.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking to your point there about, on every YouTube video, you've got the box, the dreaded box, right? The context, flat Earth, the ancient, archaic, whatever, right? But you mention ghosts, right? Or you mention aliens, or you mention, search lizard people dressed up as Bigfoot living in a hollow Earth, right? You won't get a box.
No tag.
It's only flat Earth that gets the box, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that goes to the flat comment. That's how you know you're over the freaking target. Right?
Why is the censorship so heavy on such a what appears to be obvious thing that everyone should know?
So blind spot, check this out. We had a person come in here. This is months ago. It's actually recorded. I could actually play it for you guys, but I don't feel like it. He came in, and we asked him, "What do you think about flat Earth?" And he repeated that box verbatim. And we said, "Oh, you read that off of YouTube, And he was like, "No, I've never seen it on YouTube." It literally subliminally programmed him. Without him knowing.
Crazy. Wow.
Yeah, dude. He literally, like, verbatim, dude. Like, word for word.
But yeah, you can type in the most nonsensical, outrageous thing that has no basis in fact, right? Call it misinformation, whatever, right? Type it into YouTube, no box. Type in Earth curvature, there's the box. It's just like so stupid.
That is the sad part about them contextual boxes is that they wouldn't put them there if they didn't actually work.
Here's the other thing. Any moon shit, whether it's moon hoax, not moon hoax, anything, you get a contextual box about Apollo. Because I actually watched something yesterday which was like it's a NASA film, like from the 70s about, it's gross, Skylab and them making a toilet on a zero-G plane. But I even got a contextual box for that. Right, it isn't just like I typed in moon hoax. Had nothing to do with moon hoax. It was shit that actually was the same as their crap, and you still get a contact box. So not only are they trying to fight propaganda, they're trying to reinforce the propaganda simultaneously in people that already believe it.
But even that, the moon hoax, right? That's and look, maybe you guys disagree, but I see that as being flat Earth adjacent. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Versus typing in Bigfoot, right? Or whatever, just Loch Ness monster, right? Or dragons, whatever, fucking unicorns, right?
I just looked up a Bob Lazar interview video, whatever, and it has a text box for Area 51. But I looked up a Bigfoot video, no text box.
I'm upset Loch Ness Monster doesn't have a context box. It means it's not real.
Yeah, that's right. That's how you know it's real. Right?
I'm surprised they don't have a global warming thing. Loch Ness Nessie died from global warming or some stupid shit.
God damn it.
You would think as creative and as sneaky as they are, they would come up with more creative or obvious things like that to just like convince people and knock shit out.
They understand that once people are successfully indoctrinated and it is their identity, They only need to give them here and there nudges in the direction they want them to believe or think, you know. So that's what all these boxes are for.
Yeah, they just need to get boosted.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just looked up a video for global warming. Right, the first result on YouTube. I clicked on it. It's pro global warming, and there's a climate change text box.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And it's pro.
I'm pro global warming. I hate the cold. I'm trying to make it come faster, not slower.
Yeah.
Go for gold in this house.
You know, we're gonna lose all our Australians in here.
You grow more food and create more oxygen at the same time.
Yeah, heaven forbid we're creating more things that plants thrive on.
Let it be warmer. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's 115 sometimes out in the desert.
Well, no, you see, they don't want the world to get warmer because then people would sweat more and that would make people healthier, and we don't want that.
I'm in Texas right now. So I much prefer some global cooling. So,
where do you live?
Well, they say we can all fit into Texas. Sorry, TW.
Yeah. With like what, 1 square acre of land or whatever?
That's fine. It was funny you said Texas because I was right about to say, you know, that global warming is true when it snows in Texas.
Okay,
that happened 3 years ago. Yeah,
I got the stats for you. I got the stats. 171 million acres in Texas, and there's 331 million people in the United States. So everybody moved to Texas and vacated the other 49 states. Everybody would get a half acre.
Whoa.
Yep.
I wonder how much space would be left, though.
Well, it would fill up Texas. Texas doesn't have enough water, but you could vacation in the other 49 states and nobody bother you.
I like that idea. Well, I don't know, man.
Okay, so here's a thought experiment. So let's say every U.S. person lived in Texas, and you could now choose any of the other 49 states to vacation in without anyone or any government being in said vacation spots. What state would you go vacation in? That's the real question.
Florida.
I'm in now because no one would come here.
Just RV around the US. That's what I'd do.
Well, you can already go to Montana without anyone being there.
Yeah, there's already still too many people there with nobody there.
Yeah, but remember, without people there, it's just the land and the sites and the shorelines.
Yeah, honestly, let's say there was nobody, literally, you could just go visit a state, no other people. I'd probably go to California. As crazy as that might sound, but it's pretty damn gorgeous.
Yeah, it is.
There's a handful of gorgeous spots.
I would try to go to the place. I'd try to go to the place that had the least likelihood of highway gangsters, if you know what I mean.
Oh.
Man, I don't want you guys to get too far off topic, but you were talking about the climate change hoax and how they use the context box and stuff like that. But now, every time I think about climate change or whatever, I'm always thinking about how it could be a cover-up for entropy always and ever increasing, because entropy only goes in one direction. And that seems like to be the reason why, if there was a reason for any kind of degradation of the climate, it would be because of the entropy and the second law of thermodynamics.
I don't think they need to cover that up with the average person. The average person doesn't understand it to begin with. I've always known climate change to just be an insidious plot to basically turn humanity against itself.
I think the average person is trying to stay alive, basically.
Yeah, don't forget, it's good. It's a good way of just saying you got to feel down on yourself because look what you're doing.
Well, yeah, there's going to be a life tax soon enough. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Where they want to take it.
I've already accepted the fact that a lot of my opinions I'm going to have to say under my breath because it'll affect my social credit score otherwise. So, anyway, I was bigging you up.
There's already 90% tax.
What do you buy with social credit? That's the thing. I don't understand the social credit score. Like, what good is it?
Always coming.
Do they give me extra money if I have a good score? Like, how does it work?
No, you get to enjoy some freedoms that you used to have that you will no longer have under their new system.
Yeah, it's like this. It's like this, Indio. You want to go on holiday? You're going to book this ticket? Oh, I'm afraid you can't because you said this thing.
You're in the wrong Discord server. I'm sorry. You can't buy that.
Have you seen Black Mirror?
You can't buy this jug of milk, sorry. You can only buy the quart of milk instead of the gallon for having these beliefs.
That Black Mirror?
That's a how-to guide.
Hear you.
The Netflix series?
Yeah. There's a really good episode on Black Mirror. Andy will be able to point you because he's fucking been binging it, I'm sure.
yeah, it's good.
This is like season 3 or something. The social credit one with the lassie trying to get a house and all that, you know?
Yeah.
I'll just tell you from my point of view, I'm not going to comply, so they can fucking kiss my ass.
Yeah, well I mean, it already exists.
Social credit.
Look, dude, I can legit live like a goddamn caveman. I don't need their shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, look,
I'll say what I want.
That's why Owen Benjamin's been like, look, it's not don't comply, it's don't rely.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
You won't be able to get your message out anywhere in you.
Well, I'll just be that screaming guy in the corner then, with a sign that says the end is nigh. I'll just be the nut on it.
I think that's the greatest evil that they've accomplished on us. They've compartmentalized literally every aspect of our lives.
I've already been saying that I'd be the crazy gal on the side of the corner of the street with the sign written on cardboard. The end is not.
Anyway, I was bigging you up in here the other day, Kim. Sharing your channel because I was watching your latest video. Oh my god, it's so good. I don't know. Did you realize that I made that comment about that ain't no Hank Williams song? That was me.
Yeah, that was you. I saw that.
Did you realize it was Shawshank Redemption? Have you seen the Shawshank Redemption? Oh, okay.
No, I don't think so.
The movie quote, yeah.
I've never been a movie guru, and every time. Sorry, my husband's making a lot of noise.
That's okay.
Either the 4-year-old or the grown man.
Yeah. Put him to bed. Like.
Yeah. I forgot. Oh yeah. I've never been one of those that knew all these movies and never really got into watching a bunch of movies, even before I realized people shouldn't be watching a bunch of movies.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, look, the thing is, it's all full of bloody woke bullshit anyway now, and it always was, to be honest. But now it's just more obvious. That's the truth of it. All bloody Marxist propaganda. So it's not the worst.
Shawshank's a pretty wholesome film.
Yeah. They're still pushing the hopium, but yeah, beyond that, it's a pretty good film.
I'd say that's before it got too woke.
I think the opium is within context in that film, you know. Being interesting.
There was like a precipice that we went over where everything got really messed up, but before that we had good movies. Movies were a little bit better.
Yeah, the 90s was good. There's some good movies in the 90s. After that it got pretty useless.
And not to be too much of a kiss ass for the 90s, since I did grow up in it. There were some bad movies in the 90s too that sucked.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yes, the 90s was excellent. We had like the pinnacle of some good shit, the good stuff in the 90s and early 2000s, and then it just went.
That was like the pinnacle of the no filter.
Yeah. Now, if you don't censor yourself, you're cancelled.
What are you saying, Ether? That Mallrats wasn't good?
I did that. Hey, wait a minute. Don't do that so you're saying shit to me.
So what you're saying is...
I hate that. That pisses me off. Stop putting words in my mouth.
That Jordan Peterson one was the best. So what you're saying is, do you remember that interview on Channel 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that one.
So what you're saying is, no, that's not
that
what
sounds like something that. That sounds like something that somebody would say if, like, they are trying to do the sophistry stuff and win an argument.
Yeah, let me just. It's like a preface for. Let me just change exactly what you said and turn it into what I want you to say.
Exactly.
Yeah, sorry I did that to you, mate.
You're good. Okay, this guy responded to what I said. He was talking about evidence. I'm like, you don't have evidence to begin with. I put money on it. And he said, how much money? I said, all of the money in existence. There ain't no evidence for the globe, dude. It doesn't exist. There's no evidence for it.
Proof.
Not at all. No.
Doesn't Ruhif fucking claim to be a multimillionaire?
Mr. Roofy made 6 years ago, in his last year of working, made 8 digits in Australia. So whatever that translates to American dollars, he made at least $10 million in Australian money in the derivatives market in 1 year.
So,
I would probably then
the reason why
the government check his dark web history.
You might not want to brag about that. Yeah, right. You don't used to be a flat earther.
Oh, you're right. He still is a flat earther.
I'm just saying.
He's just playing Glober.
Well, even if you are a Glober, you still live on a flat Earth. So you don't used to be a flat earther.
No.
You are one, whether you know it or not.
Let him have that concept and just simply ask, can you please show any citation or notices of you actually being one in the past?
Oh, God. Used to be one.
This guy is well known. He was.
He did a lot of really good
observations. And
really?
Yeah, but he went back to it. Being a Glober.
Just easier, more convenient to be in the cage.
Oh, I'm getting mixed up with Roofy. My bad.
Yeah, you're getting mixed up.
I know there's range. There's a lot. Yeah, I didn't know about Ruhi.
There's a lot of people mixed up with flames, so it's easy to get them all confused when they act the same.
Isn't that funny how they're all kind of a template with a different name?
Yeah, I was gonna say half the time I can't tell them apart. So
that's because most people in the world aren't even people; they're probably just robots or empty souls.
Citation for that?
My citation would be people's actions and opinions of the general public. Globe Believers, Exhibit A.
No, I think we were talking before. Was it you, Jim, that mentioned about Venus in the sky? Like even so, my wife, who's not a flat earther, doesn't care, looked at it and said, "Is that supposed to be a planet?" And then she said, "Why is it so bright? Do planets have their own light?"
Have you seen the NASA supplied photo of what the sun would look like from Saturn? I don't know if you've seen that or not. How small the sun is from Saturn, over 750 million miles away, and we can look at it, and we can look at it and see it just fine. And it's 750 million miles away, and from Saturn, we're told that it's just a little prick in the sky. Oh my goodness! What a fairy tale! Inverse square law of light out the door right there.
What's the inverse square law of light?
Inverse square law of light, glad you asked.
Mm-hmm.
For example, if you are one place, another place, and you make one half the distance of that, the light will get 4 times brighter. Do that again, it get 4 times brighter. Do it again, it get 4 times brighter. Consequently, if you're within something distance and you double the distance away, it becomes 4 times less light. Double it again, 4 times less light. Double it again, 4 times less light. And so Saturn is 750 million miles away, and we're 90 million. So if you double that to 180, Saturn would be 4 times less, 360 4 times less, and then 720 would be 4 times less. And it's not 4 plus 4 plus 4. And so we wouldn't be able to see Saturn at all, according to the inverse square law of light. And if we went to the moon, 240,000 miles away, and 4 times for every time we halved it, it'd be as bright as the freaking sun, but we don't see that.
And also, mind you, if you believe still that they went to the moon, when they were filming supposedly on the moon should have been almost unable to have been filmed for how bright it should have been by their math.
That's right.
Because technically in their math, the moon is closer to the sun, and therefore it should have been brighter.
But also closer to us, because we're 240,000 miles away. You make that 120,000, then it should be 4 times brighter. You make it 60,000, should be 4 times brighter. You make it 30,000, should be 4 times brighter. And so the time you actually get on there, it has nothing really to do with what the sun's doing. It has your proximity to the moon itself.
But why does it seem to dim when you zoom in?
Oh, sorry. I see. Excuse me. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, why does it seem to dim when you zoom in on it? That's something I've wondered. I'm just studying light at the moment, as an amateur. I don't know a lot, but yeah, go on. Sorry.
It could have to deal with your how much light the telescope is taking in, or in my case, the P1000. Because when I looked at the moon about 3 weeks ago for the first time, and I put it on moon mode, and I clicked it, it actually delayed about 1 second before it clicked. So it was capturing as much light as it could.
Mm.
See what's interesting, these these photos that you see of the Milky Way galaxy taken from Earth, and you see all this brightness.
Thank you for bringing this up.
Those are 20-minute exposures. So when you see a picture of the sky and there's the Milky Way galaxy all lit up, in white or whatever it is, or orange, whatever color, that's a 20-minute exposure. And if you Google 20-minute exposure of Milky Way, it'll tell you right there. It's 20-minute exposure. It's like, great, guys. You left the stupid thing open for, and allow light in for 20 minutes. Obviously, the sky's going to brighten up like that.
Yeah. And a lot of the time, a lot of those NASA photos where you see all these different nebulas and stuff, those are just radiation clouds they've enhanced and visualized for the viewer to see. And they've admitted to this.
Yeah, those pretty pictures we see that NASA.
It's all BS. If you actually look with your eyes,
it's all hands. See that. Exactly. Yep. Even Rob Parks said that when we talked to him a few weeks ago. We asked him about, you can't on the terrestrial take a telescope and look in the sky and see what we see on Facebook or Instagram or whatever, because a lot of times we just see a star that looks like it's in water because it could be in water, but we don't see that. So that they actually do what virology does. They put something under a microscope and they pretend, dream, and imagine. And when they look up into the sky, they pretend, dream, and imagine as well to give you those pretty pictures. Now, here's the fun one. You get an astronomer with a PhD like we did with Professor Parks, and you tell him that face-to-face on a live stream, that what you do is pseudoscience, and when you look into the sky, you pretend, dream, and imagine, and see their reaction. Just do it next time you get a PhD in astronomy. They actually take offense to it.
They consider themselves scientists.
Yeah, they're dreamers, Dave. They're dreamers.
Of course, they take offense to
it. Especially, I assume, hanging out in PhD circles where it's kind of creates this feedback loop. And then if they're around anyone who's not a PhD, it's this like superiority type complex, right?
I got two things for when somebody says they have a PhD. You can tell them they got dumber by degrees, or you can say the longer in school they stayed, the worse it got. What you tell them?
Congratulations, you can memorize a paper better than other people.
You can regurgitate better than somebody else.
PhD, probably horribly dumb.
Gotta use that one.
PhD, probably high on hallucinogenic drugs.
Hey, Beatty, come here.
Oh my goodness. Probably horribly dumb. I gotta remember that one, man. That's cool.
PhD, pass high school with a D.
Pass high school with a D.
I just made this one up. That one up.
Oh my goodness. Too bad we can't find one that says stayed in school too long or something like that. Oh my goodness.
Okay, I got one for you. What's the difference between God and a PhD?
What?
God doesn't think he's a PhD. In other words, PhDs think they're God, though. That one's perfect for the word I won't mention.
Have you ever thought it's odd how they always include it in their name and email signatures and things like that?
It becomes their identity.
I've got people I work with who, it's gotten to the point now where like they got a bachelor's in social sciences or something. I don't even know. And that's even included on their emails and title and things. It's like, what? Public health? Come here.
Public health, my butt.
Yeah, and of course they're 350 pounds. Like, oh, very healthy indeed. Come here, Vidi.
Health director. Like the health minister of Belgium.
Exactly that. That's actually exactly who she is.
I thought for a second there your dog's name was Public Health and you were calling her.
Come here, Public Health.
Come here, Public Health.
Why does your dog look so crappy? Need I say more?
Oh, jeez. You guys are wild. I got a clip for how wild it is up in here sometimes.
It's nothing but a good time.
Y'all are wild. Having said that, wild is putting it nicely. A more fitting word would be savage, but even then, some of you are practically feral.
One of the nicest things they can tell you as a flat earther or a stationary planer when you deal with Globers is he or she's a savage. A warrior is a good word, but when they call you a savage, you know you're doing something. I don't know what you're doing. Something.
Savage is like a next level warrior. Yeah, like you go berserk, and that's
It's not enough that you're a warrior. You far surpass that to something worse.
Yes.
We're savage.
It's almost like you've become a boogeyman to them at that point.
We become a one-man army. Go ahead, Jim.
We kind of become like Mel Gibson and Braveheart, right?
Yes, exactly.
Oh my goodness.
That's when legendary status kicks in.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you've reached a point if you enter a room and like several globe people leave. Is it like, no, I'm good, and they just leave?
I was up at St. Joseph on April 14th. It was toward the evening, and this husband and wife, she had a pretty good sized camera with a huge lens on it. He had one of those little cameras, and he started telling me that, hey, you know what? Coming in June, July, and August, unless you get here real early or real late, you're not going to be able to get on the beach. And it's just like, okay. And so I went to Indiana Dunes at 3:00 this afternoon, and they had the entrance closed because it was just packed. The parking lot was all packed. They couldn't take any more people. And it's like, okay. So I guess I will be going early or late if I want to go to a beach around here, because I guess they do get. Michigan City was even packed. Now you could still get in at 4:00, but their parking lot was pretty packed too.
Yeah. I used to live up in your neck of the woods. I used to live in Plymouth, Indiana. Yeah. I went to high school. Yeah,
that's awesome. I don't want the conversation to go any other way, like backwards, but I just would like to say I'm thankful that things are kind of relatively normal and people are enjoying life and stuff. That's cool. But anyway, back to Flat Earth, because I don't want the conversation to go the other way. I'm just happy people are enjoying life again, and that is cool.
What I want to do is when I set my camera up on the tripod, people tend to notice because it's a weird looking camera. And so what I want to do is I want to take interviews. I want to have 5 or 6 questions, and I want to ask the person off camera, is it okay for me to ask you questions? And I'm going to tell them the questions, because I'm not going to do a hit job on them or anything like that. And I'm going to get them on camera. I'm going to ask them, why do you think you live on the globe? And then I'm going to go, what would it take for you to not believe you live on a ball anymore? And I've got 5 or 6 questions, and obviously I got to get permission for him to do it. But but they're saying it's really packed there during the day now. This is St. Joseph or Warren Dunes or Michigan City or Indiana Dunes, so it could be a target-rich environment.
You don't need permission to film people in public.
Well, I don't want to do an ambush on them. Because obviously it's going to go on YouTube.
It's more of like you want to be courteous, at least asking.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. Just being respectful. Like, I don't know.
And a lot
I like
of times
to walk around the
that
park.
alone is the gateway. If you're courteous and you're respectful and you're just genuine asking people, a lot of times they're more often open into just talking about it.
Another thing is this: a lot of folks are already used to the fact that you may or may not be recorded at any time and could be posted online.
Well, NASA never got permission to film me. Like, you can't see me very well, but I'm there.
they took pictures of my home.
If you're a guy,
sounds like a constitutional infringement to me.
If you're a guy and you go to the beach and all you do is film the scantily clad ladies and you put it online, what are they going to do about it? They're not a thing.
Just call you a creep.
Yeah, call you a creep, exactly.
I would say for any of you guys that are younger, be careful what you talk about. Some of us, like me, don't give a shit anymore. So, I mean, like, I'd welcome them. Like, what are they going to do to me now? I'd almost like welcome a visitor. I always say this shit. One of these days, they probably will come knocking on my door. Listen, you've been talking a lot of shit online, and I don't know what's going to happen.
You've been talking. You're 65. You've been talking about the 20-year-old babes on the beach. You shouldn't do that.
No, I don't. Like Indio said, I'm out of the fucking loop, man. I'm not even freaking. It's not that I couldn't be. I could be in the game if I wanted to. I just don't have the energy anymore. No, I'm out of the loop. I'm just like Indio said earlier. I'm just a passive bystander. I'm not.
You just got to get out to those bingo halls, Sonny.
Oh hell no! I just want I can't mix, man. Look, I'm like a freaking native person. Like, you don't just like take the native out of the woods and take them into a social area. Like, no, I would have to work on that.
What was that about? Taking people out of the woods? What?
Like a native, like an indigenous person that lives out in the wild? Yeah, that's like me.
All right, okay.
I'd have to be re-socialized. But I've done pretty well in the past few months in offices and things like that, which is like astounding because, you know, I was getting quite irate for a while there in certain kind of offices. And that's all I'm going to say about that. I tell you what, if NASA pays me back, or whoever's in charge, I don't know who it is, whoever you are, you're in charge, I'll stop talking shit as soon as I get all my money back. Yeah. The money I paid in my taxes for something I don't believe is true. I want
an agency that was originally developed to explore oceans and then changed their mind after Operation High Jump. Start exploring space. Where'd all my money go? Where'd all our money go?
They think I'm joking too. They think I'm a flat earther and I'm on here joking. No, I'm dead serious. You know who you are. Yeah.
What's the brief synopsis of how they were started as ocean explorers and became space? What was that?
I believe it was in the 1940s. NASA was developed, and it was originally to explore the world's oceans and the depths. And at some point, they went to Antarctica with Admiral Byrd and all that. And then afterwards, they just decided to start exploring space for some reason, instead of continuing or letting us know what happened there.
Both seem
There's
a lot.
Just so many little things that just don't add up. It doesn't matter how small, but it's just like, all right, if you're willing to lie about such a small, tiny thing, like, you're willing to lie about everything.
Yeah. Let's put some links. I turned everybody onto this guy. He's got primary source information from old books going all the way back to the conquest or the conquistadors, whatever you want to call it. Let's see. I'll put a.
I don't mean to interrupt you guys, but I think Ruhif is actually interested in an Unreal.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
A discussion. No, but I'm just asking. Are you guys interested in a discussion with Ruhif? If not, then
absolutely.
Won't worry about it. But yeah, I'm going to jump off. But I'm going to listen in on YouTube.
I think anyone that's willing to come to the table and at least talk, whether they have good or bad intentions, is still a good thing, because at least they're coming to the table.
Yeah, as long as we got an all-round vote. Any objections?
No objections, I don't think.
No,
no objections. All right, I'll unmute.
Whoa. Hello, everyone.
Hey, Ruth.
Hello, welcome, Ruth.
Talk to you guys later.
Thank you. Yes, please.
See you, T-Dub.
Who wants to fight?
What'd you say? That's what? Hey, welcome. I've never spoken to you. How are you doing tonight?
Lovely. You were posting some cell nerve stuff, were you? I think.
Hold on, your accent threw me off. I hate to say that. I talked. Are you British?
Australian.
Australian, like I am.
See, I have some background noise and I'm old, so hold on a second. But go ahead. Go ahead, you guys talk. I was just more interested in listening, but yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, that's all right. Your mic's a bit quiet, Ruth.
All right, hang on. Is that better?
Yeah.
Cool. I will speak into the microphone.
Were you asking who posted what?
Oh, Sonny posted something about celestial navigation about hour and 20 ago, 11:46.
Oh yeah, Sonny's a sailor. So.
Yeah. Has Sonny done celestial navigation?
You'll have to ask him that. I'm not the best person to talk to about celestial navigation.
Yeah, because the diagrams you posted are wrong. They're incorrect.
In what way?
It's not a right angle triangle between the observer, the GP, and the star.
It actually is.
Have you done celestial navigation?
Yes, I have.
Are you able to give a demonstration to us? So if I gave you, or if you took 3 angles, or I gave you 3 angles, can you get your position?
Listen, I did celestial navigation on board a 51-foot ketch that I helped sail from Los Angeles to Martinique, 6,000 miles, when I was 21 years old. So I'm in my 60s. Since I've actually done it that long ago, I've actually refreshed myself more on here because, I was a 21-year-old. It's quite a bit different. And I've actually learned more about what I was doing in here by going back and refreshing myself because I have a lot of life, 4 decades of life in between that period of time, right? I lived on a sailboat for quite a while, my father's boat, during this period when I was sailing and traveling. So, I mean, you could ask me questions, but
yeah,
I know about nautical almanacs. I know what they're used for, and I know those are static numbers in those books.
Oh, not quite. They do change a little bit.
They are. They only change by post-diction. They know how they.
That's already getting bogged down in detail.
Yeah. I don't want to do that either. The bottom line is how the sextant is used.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can talk about that. When you did it when you were 21, did you use psi reduction tables?
All the tables that you need to have. Yeah. I mean, you have the reduction tables, you have adjustments and work things like that. Like I wasn't the skipper, but we worked together, and that was the first time I had ever learned it. I had been sailing since I was 10 years old, starting on the Mississippi River. And so like on the Mississippi and on the West Coast, I didn't do celestial navigation on my father's boat, but I did when I traveled, sure enough. And so me and this guy, we worked together, and we double-checked each other's work, right? Anyway.
Let's get to the point, Ruhif. Like, what are you...
I'm trying not to interrupt. I'm asking... Trying not to interrupt, that's all.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
Kind of asking whether he did the method where he was prepared in advance, saying, like, here are 5 stars that I'm going to try and find at this time, and these are the angles that I should see them at with an assumed position. Was that the method that you used?
Basically, like the way it works is that you do noon shots every day.
Right? Okay, that's a longitude, right. That's not what I'm talking about with celestial navigation, though.
Yeah, so if you like, you definitely would be able to pinpoint where I don't know technical things because I haven't had those books in my hand or the instrument in 40 years. Okay, so it's not like I've been out there yesterday out on the water doing this the whole time. So if you want to nitpick about like reduction tables and things like that, you're talking to the wrong person. I'll tell you that. Okay. But what I do know is that you use right triangles. You zero out at the horizon. That's where your zero is set at.
No, it's not.
You make your elevation. Okay, so it's not.
Correct. There's dip correction.
That's
dip
not
correction.
No, dip. Listen, dip correction is only your height above water. Yes.
Where's the fucking dip? Where's the dip?
Dip
it's below horizontal, right? You understand the horizon is below horizontal.
If you're higher above a horizontal plane, it will. It will.
Yeah.
Just by geometrically, right?
Right.
So you set
so the horizon's not at 0.
You set your horizon at 0. You make the adjustments, for your elevation. Correct.
Right.
Now you can't when you do this process and you get the GP, you have a circle of equal elevation.
Yep.
Yeah. When you do 2 or 3 of those, they cannot have a different elevation. On a curved surface, they would have a different elevation.
You described the process of doing sun meridian passage sites, right? And then maybe a site to Polaris or something.
The moon and Polaris, and double checking. And also, listen, there's a lot of most time when you're sailing, you're near the coast as well. Mm-hmm. And until you go offshore and you're out of sight of land, is only when you're using strictly celestial navigation. But the other time you can be doing the celestial navigation to adjust your dead reckoning position on your chart. And you also use coastal navigation using right triangles laid on their side with known landmarks, beacons, and radio transmissions. Yeah.
Are you experienced in celestial navigation, Rudy?
I have done celestial navigation, and I understand the geometry, and it only works on a globe. Yes.
When have you done celestial navigation?
Last year. I own a theodolite. I can take angles to stars.
Sea?
No, celestial navigation is just the process of converting angles to stars into a position. It doesn't require you to be at sea.
It has to be a horizontal plane because that's where you're traveling along, sir.
Well, we disagree on that, don't we?
The whole point of celestial navigation is to fix your location on a horizontal plane, the one you're traveling on.
No, that's not the point of it.
Yeah, nothing else.
It's to find your position on Earth.
No, it's to find your position on a chart that you put straight lines using parallel rules and a compass to find.
Yeah, they were using celestial navigation before they decided to claim that the Earth was a ball. So how did it work then?
I don't think they were doing this process, given that we knew the Earth was a ball pre-BC.
So they never didn't exist. They never guided by the stars. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
they never sailed by the stars.
The process of taking 3 angles to stars and working out where you are only works on a globe.
So they still navigated by the stars.
Yeah, they didn't know it was a globe. They thought the Earth was flat, bro.
Okay. They were wrong.
Yeah, so what's the difference now?
They were wrong? So tell us how they knew Earth was a globe. How did they know this?
We're talking Eratosthenes?
Oh, really?
Whatever, man.
Okay, so
are we going to go 2 hours of Eratosthenes again?
No, I hope not.
I mean,
we're talking
you're a grown-up adult man, and you're talking to me about something like what the Earth is and if it's round or not with sticks and fucking shadows, bro. Are you joking?
No, I'm not joking. But what we're actually talking about...
This is your technical, intellectual abilities, is using sticks and shadows to determine the shape or size of something that can work on both the flat plane and a curved surface?
It doesn't work on both. We can talk about Eratosthenes if you like, but it doesn't work on both.
Surface.
What do you mean it doesn't work on both?
It doesn't work if you assume that and take for granted that these distances of these objects, or if there are even objects, that you know what those distances are or know what those things are, like the sun. Yeah, if you assume those, then sure.
The only geometry that works for a linear relationship of 60 nautical miles per degree for any celestial object is a globe with distant stars or something.
When you assume the globe in the first place. Yes.
No, it's the only geometry that works. It doesn't work with your right triangle.
You have to assume the globe.
Because you're starting off with fudged numbers in the beginning.
Yeah, you're assuming the globe. All those numbers are assuming the globe in the first place.
No, it doesn't. Yeah. Do we agree that in reality...
Okay, tell us where they come from.
Okay, in reality, you sail away from Polaris, it dips 1 degree, and you've gone 60 miles. So, so what?
Yeah,
that geometry, that ratio only works.
You're saying things don't go from a height down 1 degree due to perspective? Is that what you're arguing?
I'm saying that if you're using a right triangle...
stay at exactly the same height.
No.
If you're on a flat surface, or do things go down as you go away from them, or they move away from you due to perspective?
They drop down. They drop down with a trigonometric relationship, not a linear relationship.
Okay, well, tell us where the numbers came from. Tell us
60 nautical miles per degree.
Yeah, tell us where that came from. Where did that come from?
First Eratosthenes, and then you've got the Greeks as well, the Arabs.
That you haven't proven.
Do you not understand the point of that linear relationship, 69 miles per degree? That geometry...
It comes from the assumption of a spherical ball.
No, it doesn't.
59 miles
Mind you, Aristotle's never really showed up in history or existed till the 60s.
80s.
That's fine. That's fine. Let's go Caliph al-Mamun, 820 AD or something. They did a shitload of measurements to verify 1 degree.
Who measured drop over distance?
Me.
You're going to say you, aren't you?
So you went from Aristophanes to you?
He asked me who's measured drop over distance. I said I have.
So where's your Nobel Prize?
No, you haven't.
Yes,
you assumed drop over distance from a theodolite, which is not designed to pick up drop over distance.
You're just all over the place.
It's designed to measure angles. No, I've been asked a question which changed the topic, right?
Drop over distance.
Okay, so I wrote this in the chat a little while ago. If the Earth is flat, that angle will be X. If the Earth is globe and I've got to take into account drop over distance, then the angle will be Y. All right, can we make some predictions for those angles?
Oh, you can. It's your globe.
Yeah. Well, it's your flat Earth. Can you make a flat Earth prediction?
It's flat.
We don't need to because it measures flat. We just use it as flat.
Show me a flat measurement. What flat measurement are you getting?
Yeah, I'm navigating
on a flat measurement
surface.
Yeah, what is a flat measurement?
And I know, your distance that you traveled, right? Yeah, you have ways of knowing how far. Like on a boat, it's very difficult. Yeah, okay, so you have this dead reckoning, right? But you cannot be traveling on a curved surface and be using right triangles.
Correct.
So show me a triangle. Show me how you get an angle from a curved surface as the adjacent on the triangle, the bottom surface.
First of all, it's not a triangle. That's the point. Not a triangle.
Well, then you're not in celestial navigation. I don't know what you're using.
Yeah,
that's not how it's done.
Yes, it is how it's done. It's not a right triangle.
Doing it yourself.
I'm not lying about doing it. I have a video where I actually go through the process. I have taken angles from my house and verified that the circles of equal altitude do meet at my house. I've given those angles to another person, and he gave me where I lived.
You still don't have drop over distance.
I've measured drop over distance.
No, you didn't.
Well, you can just wave it away, of course. You wouldn't be flat earthers if you didn't just wave away evidence.
Yeah, you're full of shit. You haven't measured drop over distance. You lie. You're lying about it. So show us the information.
Yeah,
sure. What was your distance to the top of the other mountain?
Between 30 and 50 k's, I think. Like that.
And what was the difference in degrees?
Very different in degrees. I'll post a video. 1 sec.
No, just tell me. I'm driving.
There are multiple measurements. Right? I think there are about a dozen measurements in the video. But the first
one... You can just tell me if you want.
Yeah, the one where I actually walk through the maths of it. The flat Earth prediction... So where I was 901 meters elevation.
And where did you get that elevation from? Sea level?
Yes.
Great, sea level.
Right.
the level.
Okay.
Yeah. So what's the difference in angle then? From what are you saying it should be?
Right. So on a flat Earth, I ignored refraction because that will actually hurt your team. The predicted angle was 0.357 for this particular.
You ignored refraction because you can't.
Because what?
Calculate it. That's why.
No, I can.
You can't calculate it. That's why. Oh no, you need a radius.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't need a radius. I don't need a radius to model refraction.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, well, what's the angle difference anyway?
Okay, so
wait, you just pick and choose when you want to use refraction. Yeah?
Oh, it makes it worse for you. Refraction makes it worse.
Come on.
Okay, predicted angle is 0.
Water is what makes it worse. Why are we fucking talking about land? Do you have every datum point of elevation throughout the whole entire range?
Yeah.
Please.
The predicted angle was 0. I
want every single elevation datum.
I've been asked the question 4 times now by Timbo.
I don't give a fuck. Listen, I want every single elevation datum point, like for every yard through the whole distance. How far is the distance?
I've been asked the question 4 times by Timbo. I'm going to answer him. Okay? So the predicted angle on a flat Earth is 0.357. And then the predicted angle on a globe is... Come on. Is 0.248.
What's the error?
Hang on, sorry, incorrect. That was incorrect. Sorry. The expected angle on a globe is 0.233. Sorry, so 0.357 on a.
The difference of how much? Sorry, I'm driving.
0.12 degrees. So an eighth.
0.12 degrees. That's what you're saying. And what's the error in the theodolite over 50 kilometers?
It's a few arc seconds, maybe 5 arc seconds.
So there, it's within error, yeah?
No. 5 arc seconds is...
How much is it out of error? What would the error make it to 5 arc seconds?
5 arc seconds is 0.001 degrees, so 1,000th of a degree.
What's your accuracy on that theodolite over 50 kilometers?
Yeah, 1,000th of a degree.
Come on, man.
What do you mean?
It's a construction instrument.
You're hilarious.
Are you telling me that an angle of less than what was the difference? 0.2 of a degree? 0.0?
1,000th.
1,000th of a degree. Yeah. You're saying that you can determine that through a theodolite over 50 kilometers.
Yes.
You're a dreamer, man.
Do you have a theodolite?
Do you have?
I'm a builder. I'm a licensed builder, mate.
Okay.
Do you have all the elevation data points?
Yep, they're in the video.
Every single one, like per meter. I want like.
What do you mean per meter?
Like that's giving you a lot of leeway.
Ridiculous, man.
Ask one of your surveyors what accuracy their theodolites have.
No, you're using sea level.
Right.
Yeah, sea level is flat, horizontal level. No part higher than another. No part higher or lower than another is what level is.
Timbo, ask one of your surveyors their accuracy on theodolites, total stations.
Over even 200 meters. Yeah, when we do foundations. Of less than a degree.
1,000th of a degree.
That's ridiculous.
Well, again, maybe Google some theodolites and have a look at the accuracy. This is pretty basic stuff.
And
so it's so flat. Yeah. That's how we know it's curved, huh?
I'm asking Timbo to ask one of his surveyors what the angular accuracy is of their theodolites and total stations. He's suggesting that 1,000th of a degree is absurd.
See how far in the weeds we are, folks? Everybody, the whole audience here, everybody that's listening on all the live streams, hear this, how far in the weeds you have gone.
How about I just post?
How far away from the surface of Earth you have gone.
Yeah, 900 meters, yep.
Yeah, no, you're in your
900 meters from sea level. Sorry.
You're in your mind with error rate and like your error correction and your calculations. You're already away from the Earth. You're in imagination already.
I'm using math to make a prediction for what we should measure on a
planet. You're not talking about the surface of Earth anymore.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh, because you're using fucking sea level, which is a real thing, and you're imagining that is a curved surface, and the rest you're all just making up because you're going, I saw this mountain for this distance, and I imagine a globe already, so there we go. We have enough drop here. Thanks. You could do that with any place where you have enough drop, real drop of elevation change. You wouldn't know the difference if someone told you this curved underneath. Like, stupid people are just going to agree with you.
Timbo, can you, later today, Google some theodolites and total stations?
Yeah.
And get some accuracy figures from them.
Go ahead and ignore
It'll be around $5.
Yeah, I've got the operation manual at home.
Yeah, you're cutting out badly.
You're roboting Timbo.
Badly, yeah.
Yeah, well. All right, I'll get back to you on it. But, I know.
It came back in, Timbo. It's probably okay.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm driving back from the beach.
It seems to be like intermittent when it does, but anyway. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'm on the highway in between towns. So.
Can I just read
I'll have a look when I get home. I got the operator's manual at home.
Yeah, so this one, I've just Googled accuracy.
But there's no way that we used over 50 kilometres.
Yes, you do. I mean, you don't. Your job wouldn't require it.
Yeah, of course, but we still get errors.
Yeah, and they're measured in angles. So this, I've just Googled it, right? Leica industrial theodolites are known around the world for being the most accurate with the highest angular accuracy of half an arc second.
Okay, great. So, Ruhif, you're using angles? Do those angles you're using have curved adjacents?
That's a nonsensical question. An angle doesn't have an adjacent.
No, it's right to the fucking point, right to the heart of the matter.
An angle does not have an adjacent. It's not a triangle. It's an angle.
Yeah, and you have an angle from what?
From the observer to two directions.
Oh, and those are straight lines between all of them. That's a fucking angle.
Right, it's not a triangle. It's not a triangle.
Yeah,
it's an angle.
Just draw lines.
No, it's not a triangle. It's not a triangle.
Ridiculous. Yeah, of course it is. If it had 3 points, then it's a triangle.
No. Two directions and a point do not make a triangle.
And you get those elevations of those mountains you're at with sea level,
right?
And a right triangle. Huh?
No, not a right triangle.
Oh, yeah. How do you think they got the elevations of mountains?
Differential leveling.
From a curved surface?
Yes. Differential leveling does not care about this.
It would be a triangle with a curve fucking adjacent, bro.
No, it doesn't. Do you know how differential leveling works?
No, so not.
Do you understand how differential leveling works?
Right triangle. Just like you use a protractor, a sextant.
But there's no triangle.
Yeah. It is.
Can you guys hear me now?
You're still cutting out a bit, but yeah.
It's an elevation
with
angle,
your measurements.
not the horizontal.
With your measurements, what's the difference in so what? Per degree is how many meters from that mountain, from the top of that mountain?
When you say per degree, you mean like what sort of angular size is 1 degree at that distance?
Yeah.
What sort of height? I can not do it, let me have a look. 17, hold on. 17, 28 angular size. So at 1 degree at 32 kilometers it was. So 1 degree at that distance is 558 meters. How long till you're home? Then you can actually talk.
Difference? How many? Yeah, how many? What's the angular size?
Yeah, you cut out for a bit of that.
Is that better now?
That was. Go again.
It's horrible. I'm 30 k's from Melbourne.
Jeez, all right.
And it's still cutting out. Like, let's call it 40 k's from Melbourne.
Yep.
It's still cutting out. But yeah, what's the angular size in meters?
The angular size is not measured in meters.
What does it relate to? So you're saying it's a drop, a difference in this much of a degree. So what does that relate to in meters? Otherwise, it doesn't really matter.
So over this distance, it'll be 7 inches per mile squared. Yeah, so hold on. I'll work that out. 400 times 8. Oops.
No, is this the size that the theodolite's picking up? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, there's...
So you're saying that the dip angle, so the difference from what it should be and the difference from what you're picking up reading is, 0.2 of a degree? Is that correct?
0.1 something.
0.1 something of a degree. So what is that in meters?
So how much drop am I expecting to capture?
Yeah. From 0.1 of a degree, yeah.
Yeah, 1 sec. About 68 meters.
68 meters over 50 kilometers.
This one's over 32 kilometers.
32 kilometers. So 68 meters. And where are we getting these confirmations from height above sea level from?
From differential leveling, which doesn't care about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah. And how do you get that?
How do you do differential leveling?
What's the accuracy in that?
Oh, they tend to be, depending on the class of surveys, but Class A surveys are generally within a couple of millimetres.
Wasn't this in the high desert?
Yeah.
So how far away from the coastline?
Oh, heaps. A few hundred Ks, yeah.
So you got exponential error, yeah?
I don't know.
Got a cumulative error because you got to go from point to point.
No, when they do differential leveling, they go out.
So you're saying these heights are exactly what they tell you they are, because I know that's impossible.
Within a few millimeters, yeah. Depending on the class of survey, yeah.
Come on, man.
Really?
That's ridiculous.
Do you have any surveys on your team?
On my team?
Yeah.
What do you mean on my team? On my building team?
You're a builder, yeah. Do you have surveys on it?
They work with the engineers.
Okay. All right. So there's what's called double run leveling, where they test the accuracy of the auto level, and over a kilometre of 30-metre shots, they have to get within like a millimetre when they close.
Yeah, with guides along the way. Yeah. So they set up guides in between to make sure they're shooting level. Yeah.
What do you mean guides?
Guides to from your theodolite point to the target.
Mm-hmm.
This is in the setup system, yeah. You've got to set up your guides.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by guides.
So you know that your level is level. If you have an auto level, and then you've got to correct it with your manual leveling system too. Yeah.
No, is it?
Yeah, because your auto level's not always level.
No, but you know how to correct it, right?
Yeah, you correct it with guides.
You referring to a 2-peg test?
Look, I only work with it over a couple of 100 meters because that's what it's made for. But
well, theodolites weren't made.
So you're saying over a couple of 100 meters, they can get within 2 millimeters of altitude. Correctly.
The differential leveling, right? You take about maybe even 30 meters. I think the spec for differential leveling. Over 30 meters, you take several of those shots and then close. You come back a kilometer, right? And the accuracy has to be within a millimeter of the closing point.
Over what? Over a kilometer?
Over a kilometer of incremental small shots, right? So you do about 30 setups, and you have to close within a millimeter. That's the required accuracy of an auto level.
Okay.
So if you look up double run leveling.
No, that's all right, man. I'll take you on face value.
All right.
Have you got a screenshot? Have you got any photos looking through the actual theodolite?
In California, or one's just in Sydney here? I can show you.
The one that you took the video doing.
Probably. I would have to search for them though. I can give you stacks through mine. There's some video through the telescope of the theodolite in that YouTube video.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch your video when I get home, I think.
Yep, that'd be lovely. One more view, 5 more cents from NASA.
Oh, you get paid. We get demonetized.
Funny, isn't it?
Jedi, welcome back.
Oh, thank you, mate. How you doing?
Lovely, lovely.
Lovely.
I'm in the mood for a fight, so
I'll be back.
All right, see you.
Cheers, Arnie. Nice one.
Yeah. Thanks, Timbo. We get demonetized because we're so ridiculous, huh?
I actually disagree with the demonetization.
Like Flat Earth is just stupid, huh? Right?
I think you've been lumped in with other conspiracy theorists, like false flag psyops, 9/11, the C word, blah blah blah. I think you've been lumped in with them. I mean, there is overlap, right?
It's just interesting that you say things like that, and obviously we must believe the official narrative with regards to 9/11. It just beggars belief that. Sorry, mate. Sorry, you crack on.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I disagree.
I actually want to ask you about that now. Fucking hell, I'm so sorry. What are your thoughts on 9/11? And I know it's not part of the survey, mate, so just quick.
My brother-in-law is a bit of a conspiracy theorist, and he asked me to look into a few things. Right. He gave me like a list of points to choose from, and I chose. Oh, what were they? One of them was like the F-16s being scrambled from Andrews or something, and how they supposedly were delayed or something like that. This is like a decade ago, but I looked into 3 of these things.
Yeah,
found the explanations quite reasonable, and that's it.
So, Islamic fundamentalists with box cutters took down 3 buildings and hit 2.
Yeah,
according to you, that's fine, man. It's not a point to pick on. It's just interesting for me. That's all.
Yeah. Yep. Planes went into buildings.
Love the way that you said that with complete and utter certainty.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't even want to, but you're making me do it.
Yeah. I know it's a very touchy topic. I want to say something on. You're just like, but I gotta be careful.
Is it on YouTube? Like, are we being broadcast to YouTube? Is that a bad thing if we talk about it?
Some parts of it can or can't be. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Usually, when it comes to names or proper nouns, things like that, you have to be very careful, or they will demonetize you, or just completely strike you. Because then it gets into the realm of slander.
Yeah.
I will say though, with that being said, if a plane hit it you would think the explosion that happened inside the building wouldn't be an equal, ringular explosion around all four sides. You would think it would come out of the hole that was created, and it should be more pronounced from there.
Yeah, I don't have many. I don't have a huge sample size of planes going into buildings to know what to expect.
I will say from just military experience and explosions and being in condensed buildings and things like that and seeing all that, a lot of that just doesn't add up from, again, what you can experiment with and what you can see and observe versus what we're being shown / told.
Jet fuel doesn't melt steel.
Steel beam.
Okay. I'll go into
here's a good question. Do you think governments lie to you, really?
Right, say again?
Do you think governments lie to us?
Oh, of course they do. Yeah. We will differ on the degree, that's all.
Yeah. So that random grey area where you would say they won't lie about this, but they will lie about that. I get you.
Yeah, you'll
go on.
You'll say they lie a lot, and I'll say they lie a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. I still can't get my head around this 2023 and people still believe that fucking story. It's crazy. It's crazy to me.
Oh, don't
Have you
don't
still
even
got
bring up
posting perms, Ruhif?
Say again?
Have you still got posting perms?
I don't have image posting perms, no.
Okay, so what's the channel? What's your channel?
Just Ruhif.
Oh, it's just Ruhif. Okay. All right, sweet.
Someone could give me image posting perms, that would be lovely.
I'm sure it would. I'd like them.
Someone was asking about why we modelled the light ray as a curve. I'm trying to think who that was.
Why is there no parallel rays, but only crepuscular rays?
Sorry to say this, but crepuscular rays are actually parallel. It's just perspective that makes them look the way they do.
Or is it the object's location that's causing it?
Well...
But why is it you have a rebuttal, you have an excuse for everything, but no data to back up why the excuse is true?
Just saying, well, you see them as parallel doesn't make your answer true or correct.
Yeah, you just say it, and that makes it true, right?
Okay. I will bring up photos from the ISS of clouds.
Oh, so you mean the images that have been doctored in Photoshop?
Or you could just look at the ISS for 10 minutes and have a look.
Those aren't photos.
Well, screenshots then. Still shots.
They're not screenshots.
Everything's CGI.
How do we get... Sorry. How do we... And I mean, when I say we, you, how do you deal with the International Space Station footage showing curvature of the Earth and the maths and the heliocentric cultists or scientists saying that you shouldn't see curvature from up there? How do you juxtapose that position?
Right. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Because the maths and they tell you shouldn't see curvature of the Earth in the International Space Station. Like the maths.
You're cutting out.
Mate.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong.
What's the name of that other scientist guy?
So you know better than Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Hold on, what were you saying, Jedi?
I was trying. Oh, yeah. Who's the other quote unquote scientist? Has
Carl
the
Sagan,
observatory?
right?
No, not Carl Sagan. Someone else.
Yeah.
I'll find it. Sorry, guys. Do apologise.
Michio Kaku you're talking about?
No.
Bill Nye?
No. Not one of these guys. Somebody else. No. There's a director of an observatory somewhere as well.
Oh, here we go. So Obvious just posted it. Let's say we are at the elevation of the ISS. They're about 250 miles above the Earth. So if we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at that point looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat. That's incorrect.
Well, you don't even have to do all that. You can just look up the manufacturer for all the cameras and lenses that they use on the ISS and see what kind of lenses are used.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what lens. If the horizon is below eye level, it will necessarily be curved, regardless of
the horizon's never at below eye level. It always rises to meet eye level on height.
Would you like to see hundreds of my measurements? Would you like to see hundreds of my measurements of the horizon below eye level?
Yeah, I'd agree with you as well. The horizon doesn't rise up to your eye level. How could it? Sorry, my friend.
It's your perspective. That's all you can see.
The horizon is measurably below eye level. I've measured it literally hundreds of times.
But it does rise with the observer. It doesn't rise to the eye level, but it does rise when you rise. It rises as well in reality.
No. The higher you get, the bigger the angle is.
It's not... Okay, go ahead.
The higher you get, the bigger that angle is down to the horizon. The gap gets bigger as you get higher.
Okay, and what's the horizon again? Is that now... Sorry, thank you. Is that curvature of the Earth, or is that still an optical phenomenon? What is it now?
It's a refracted horizon, right? The horizon is both in its refracted position and the light is taking a curved path from a physical position to reach your eye.
I'm not debating. I just want to make sure I understand your position correctly.
Yeah. So the horizon, right, is the last drop of water that you can see. It's a physical drop of water that the path that the light takes from that drop of water to your eye is curved. And therefore you see it in its apparent position.
So if the atmospheric conditions were correct and I wanted to play hide and seek with my friend, on one day he could hide behind a hill, and on the other day, if the atmospheric conditions were correct, the hill would appear behind him.
Not behind him, no. No, the hill is in front of you.
Yeah.
No, right, the hill, you're talking about a hill moving, right? That's not what's happening. The droplet of water is not moving. It's a different droplet of water.
Okay. So when we compare this to, say, I don't know, the Black Swan image, for example, where the horizon isn't where it geometrically should be, as in my friend hiding behind the hill, if the atmospheric conditions are correct, the horizon, the top of the hill is going to be pushed backwards.
Yes.
Thus revealing my friend.
It's at a different place, right? It's not one drop of water moving. It's a different drop of water. So when you say the hill is moving, no, the hill's not moving. It's a different hill.
He's now in front of a different hill.
Okay. The hill, whatever it's blocking, I can't think of any other better way to explain it. It's not a hill. It's not like you pick up a hill and move it to a different position. It's just the point at which things start to get blocked is a different place. It's like Taboo Conspiracy says, did the hill just magically get moved 10 miles? No.
But it looks like it did, because with reference to the horizon, that's the curvature of the Earth. The top of the hill, if you will, right? So when we look at the Black Swan observation, that hill is not where it physically should be. It's projected backwards. Right?
Yeah, the horizon is in a different place.
Cool. So it's optical.
It's not the one.
So it's optical then.
If everything you see is optical, are you trying to distinguish it from something physical?
Well, yeah, if it was physical, it would be the curvature of the Earth, wouldn't it?
No, the refracted horizon is physical.
Hold on. Why can't I see things at distance, like a boat, the bottom of it, for example? Is that because there's a curve in the way physical obstruction?
Yes.
So it is physical then?
Yes.
When it's blocking and not.
And it's refracted.
And refracted. So when I can't see the bottom of a ship, for example, what horizon's that? Is that the physical one, or is that the physical one that you've magicked somewhere else?
It's physical. Horizon's always physical.
So that is
trying to make.
You can't have both.
Yeah.
They're not mutually exclusive terms. Physical and optical are not mutually exclusive. Physical and refracted are not mutually exclusive.
So
for the example, you can't have both.
So physical, I can point at it, touch it, pick it up, and throw it. Physical. Optical, only viewable within my eyes, doesn't actually exist on the Earth. As in, I can't go to the horizon.
Well, you can go to the point. So from your observed position, the horizon is at a point.
You can't go
to that point. It's no longer your horizon.
Yeah, exactly. So the horizon is optical because whenever I move, I might think I'm going to the horizon that I once saw, but when I get there, I'm fucking hell. I look around and the horizon's all around me again. So
you can understand that, right?
Yeah, but do you understand that's optical?
No, that's nothing to do with. Let's ignore refraction for a second. Let's say we're in a vacuum, right?
Okay.
And you've got a purely geometric horizon now. Can you go to that horizon?
On what? On a flat surface or a ball? What are you talking about?
On a ball, right? Can you go to that horizon?
I don't know.
Well, if you get there, it's no longer your horizon, right?
Oh, hold on, but when I get there and I look around, I see a different horizon, right?
Yeah, so it's no longer your horizon, but can you go there? I don't know. Depends what you mean by it.
Well, it's not physical, as in I can't go there. It's only viewable through your eyes. It doesn't exist in nature unless you say the horizon's curve of the Earth.
We're looking at water, right? That water is physical. It's a physical thing that you're looking at.
So why doesn't it reflect light from above like a curved surface then?
What do you mean?
You know what a mirror is? A flat surface that reflects light. Why does this water that we're talking about reflect light from above like a mirrored surface? Flat one.
Mirrors can be curved.
Yeah, they can be. Like, we understand what halls of mirrors are, but when they're curved, they distort images. So, like I said, why does the waters of the Earth reflect light from above like a perfectly flat, mirrored surface? You're saying that water... Well, then you're an idiot. Because have you ever looked at water?
Yes.
Awesome. So you notice the reflections upon water. Say, for example, your swimming pool down at your local leisure centre. It's reflecting the lights on the ceiling like a perfectly level mirrored surface, right?
How are you establishing it's perfectly level? Perfectly flat, sorry.
Well, it's reflecting light from above like a perfectly flat mirrored surface, mate. There's no distortion unless you think there is, and I'd like you to take me to it.
All right. How are you distinguishing between a perfectly flat mirror and, let's say, a pool with, I don't know, 1/4 of a millimeter of curvature?
Because a circus mirror makes a distorted image. That's how.
Right. Yeah, how much curvature is in one of those mirrors?
Hold on. When you're in an aeroplane, that's 250 miles towards the horizon, whatever the fuck you think it is. So you've got a 250-mile view out of one side of an aeroplane looking at the waters below. It's a perfectly flat mirrored surface.
Is it?
Yeah, that's how it's reflecting light now, isn't it? Otherwise it would be distorted now, wouldn't it?
How much curvature is in one of those silly mirrors at the circus? A lot.
Don't know. Right? How much curvature is over 250 miles?
Yeah, when you're looking at one point of it, not much. Trying to distinguish it from flat, not very much. How are you distinguishing it from flat?
Because it's an exact mirror image. That's how.
Is it?
That's how.
I'm looking at the images in the chat, right?
Like the Bolivian salt flats, for example.
Right.
So a perfectly flat mirrored surface that reflects the light from above, like a perfectly flat mirrored surface, if it was curved and distorted, then it wouldn't reflect light from above like a perfectly flat mirrored surface, now would it? Because we know what Hall of Mirrors does.
Right. But halls of mirrors have extreme curvature.
Awesome, and so does the Earth, apparently, but we don't observe it because the waters and the salt don't reflect light from above like a curved surface would.
It's got a radius of circumference of 40,000 kilometers. That's very low curvature. How are you distinguishing, like by looking at the ocean, like the reflection, how are you distinguishing between flat and curving at 8 inches per mile squared?
Well, it's not looking curved now, is it?
You can see.
I don't know how to tell the difference.
Hold on.
How are you telling the difference?
Oh, why the fuck are we debating a globe earther that doesn't know the difference between a flat surface and a curved one?
He doesn't know
what the difference is. I'm asking.
Yeah, you don't know the difference. You just admitted it. You don't know the difference between flat and curved. Thank you very much.
I said I'm asking.
It's a waste of time, sunshine. No, you're a waste of time.
How are you telling the difference from these photos between flat and curved?
Fucking looking at it, mate.
We wouldn't ask you, Ruhif. I now know this.
Yeah.
So, have you modelled what a curved surface the size of our globe would look like with these photos?
Yes, see Black Swan.
That's the Black Swan doesn't have a reflection.
Now you're begging the question for a begging the question.
No, you're saying these photos are flat, therefore not curved. right? Therefore, you must say this is not what a curved thing looks like.
Well, you're saying that water bends.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Can you demonstrate that other than in a single droplet or small enough size? Anywhere else in the world?
Curvature. Yeah, I've demonstrated drop over distance.
You're literally going against creation itself, that how water fundamentally behaves in this reality. You guys are literally going against natural law.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, you don't think so, but we know so.
Right, I think gravity is a natural law. You might disagree with that.
It is not.
Gravity has not been proven, and you can't manipulate it, and it never has been manipulated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me.
No, you say that, but you can't prove it.
Go look
again. You're on the quantum eraser train, and it's
Google me when it's been manipulated, please. Do that
again. You're on the really terrible.
Don't say quantum eraser's name again.
Okay, you're on this really bad understanding of what science is.
Hold on. No.
And you think
hold on.
Sorry,
Sonny, do apologize. If you've got a problem with the scientific method, I want you to go and get a reference citations of what you think the scientific method is.
Sure, I will find you many citations where people are saying science doesn't prove things. Then what will you do with those citations?
Well, then I will sorry, Sonny. Sorry. I will try to tell you, probably not them, but you, that science does prove things. That's why it's in the hypothesis called the alternate and the null. You will either way demonstrate one thing to be true. It will either cause the effect or won't cause the effect, therefore demonstrating something to be true. Right?
Well, you've falsified something. You've falsified a positive claim. So do I have to say science doesn't prove positive claims to be true? Is that...
No, science deals with cause and effect relationships, doesn't it?
Okay. But does science prove positive claims to be true?
If I demonstrate something causes something to happen, then what have I demonstrated to be true? That this causes that to happen? Have I demonstrated? What do you mean? If I show you that, for example, heat boils water, for example, right? Then I've demonstrated to you that physically heat boils water, doesn't it?
Okay, so you will apply heat to water.
Yep, and it will boil at 100 degrees.
Yeah, I agree. And
what's the cause of water boiling then?
Oh, I agree. It's heat. I agree. Don't worry, but I don't think it's been proven. Can you write a logical syllogism that proves it?
I can do an experiment where if I apply heat to water, the fucking thing will boil.
I agree that it will.
Awesome. So I've demonstrated, fuck writing, I've demonstrated in the physical natural world, before your very eyes, here's a cup of coffee, that water gets hot when you apply heat to it.
Yep.
Awesome.
My challenge has been out there for years.
Science deals with cause. Don't finish. Science deals with cause and effect. The effect is boiling water. The cause of boiling water is heat. I mean,
I agree it is.
Good. So, being as I've just very quickly just built a hypothesis for you, and in your head's done the experiment because we can boil water, you'll understand that I've just demonstrated something to be true.
Okay, so let me write.
Don't need to fucking talk about anything else then.
Okay, let me write your logical syllogism. All right. If I apply heat to water, then it will boil. I do apply heat to water, it boiled. Therefore, heat causes water to boil. You've just done an affirming the consequent fallacy.
What? What? You do understand that that's literally a hypothesis.
Right? Yeah, if my theory is true.
Yeah. But I've physically demonstrated it to be true. I haven't formulated a logical syllogism falsely, my friend, because I've physically demonstrated it to be true. You do understand that affirming the consequent, although a bad logical argument, doesn't necessarily prove what the person is saying to be false or not. What will demonstrate things to be true is when I physically make you a cup of coffee with boiling hot water, because I applied heat to it, right?
Yeah, I know.
Good. So science proves things then. Fucking idiot.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Write me a logic.
The logic is this. It's a supposition into a cause and effect relationship, independent and dependent variable, right? Now that's science. When we physically test it in an experiment, yeah, that's science too. Have you got a problem with science, Rohit?
No,
Sounds like
I don't.
you do. Well, you do, don't you? So what is science then, mate? What do we answer? What's the question in science?
Yeah, providing explanations for things we see in reality.
Yeah, so and what do we see in reality? When we're dealing with science and the physical...
Some phenomenon.
Yeah, and what's the question about the phenomena in science?
What is the explanation for that phenomenon?
No, what's the cause of the phenomena? Right?
Or the explanation, either way.
Yeah. But we want to physically test what we presume to be the cause in the experiment, don't we?
Right. Do you want me to write a syllogism for you?
No, I don't want you to do fucking anything apart from pay attention, listen, and agree. It's not that we've got a problem with the scientific method. It's you're a fucking idiot and you don't want to use it properly because you think you're on a spinning ball. You want to turn around and say science doesn't prove things. Literally built into the hypothesis. You either will or will not demonstrate something to be true.
Okay, so let's go a little bit abstract. If my hypothesis is true, then I expect to see something in reality when I do my test. Right, I do my test and I do see that in reality. What's my conclusion? Therefore, my hypothesis is true?
Did you vary and manipulate your independent variable to see if it caused the phenomena?
Sure. I applied more or less heat or whatever.
Then there you go. You can try to build and affirm the consequent formal logical fallacy out of it. But like I said to you no less than fucking a minute ago, it's not proof either way, because even formal logical fallacies can be true.
They can be true, but when you say
the way that we demonstrate that is with science.
When you say science proves things,
yeah, one way or the other, I've demonstrated
with logic.
No, it's a physical bloody experiment, mate.
I agree.
We've only built, so we build the hypothesis and test it. That testing it bit, that's the experiment bit.
Right.
Right.
So in what sense are you using the word proof?
Proof? Have I proven that this is causing that to happen?
Yeah, have you?
Or has I proved it hasn't caused it to happen? One way or another, dumb fuck, I've proven something to be true. It either does or doesn't cause it to happen.
Yeah, that's called
Please say again. Okay, so science does and doesn't prove things, right?
It falsifies things, yes.
There you go. Beauty. So science is useful, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I agree.
Awesome. Have you got a scientific experiment that proves your shape of the Earth?
Shape and rotation, sure. Yeah.
Hold on, you just said that science doesn't prove anything. Now you've just tried to give them not science.
My apologies. Okay, it doesn't prove it. I have a scientific experiment.
What is your independent and dependent variable within this experiment? Exactly.
He's trying to falsify flat and motionless, right? Is that what he's doing? Falsifying flat and motionless?
Come on, man. Hold on. He's trying to hypothesis. Hold on. He's trying to give me a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object, not cause and effect. Right? So it's a stupid fucking question. If you knew anything, you'd be able to say science doesn't answer that question. It's not a cause and effect fucking question, Chris. Jedi. That's me, by the way. So when I ask you, that's fine. When I ask you if it's a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object, you should say no. Science only deals with cause and effect. Right?
No, I would say science doesn't prove things, but I have a scientific experiment that is consistent with the Earth being a sphere and rotating.
Excellent. So what's your naturally observed phenomena, something happening?
Yep, sunset.
Sunset. What's the
stars rotating?
Sorry. Sunset. What's the cause of sunset?
My explanation is that the Earth could be that the Earth is a rotating globe.
Awesome. And can you physically test that in an experiment, or are you just doing pseudoscience?
Yes, I can physically test that hypothesis, yes.
Awesome stuff. So you can physically manipulate the rotation of the Earth?
No, that is a very bad understanding of science. I won't mention who you got it from, but that's a very bad understanding of science.
Okay, so being as we're trying to figure out the cause of a phenomenon...
The explanation, yep.
And the cause... that you're going to physically test in an experiment, because if you don't have an experiment, you don't have science. That's what pseudoscience is. If you don't have an experiment.
Right, I have an experiment. So my proposed hypothesis to explain why I see star rotation and sunsets and that sort of thing is that the Earth is a rotating globe. That's my guess. Okay.
Awesome. That's a great guess. Now
I'm going to propose
independent variable, right? That's the independent variable.
No, that's not the
you're going to
experiment yet. We're not at the experiment yet.
But hold on. We need to be building a hypothesis first.
Yeah, my hypothesis is that the Earth's a rotating globe.
Okay, and that's your observed phenomena, is it? Rotating globe?
Rotating stars and sunsets. So I have a guess and go, is it us rotating or is it the sky rotating?
What's your next question?
Sunsets have counter-rotations.
I've got my hypothesis.
I've said this 5 times now.
Right.
What's your next question, being as you've got a phenomena? What's your next question to build your hypothesis?
Right, what could explain this?
What caused that to happen, you fucking idiot?
Well, again, we disagree. Science is in the field of giving explanations for things.
Science is in the field of demonstrating what causes stuff to happen, right?
I disagree.
Oh, that's a problem. You're going to have to go and get a citation.
Well, I disagree. Anyway, so I have my hypothesis.
You don't.
That's my proposed explanation.
What's your independent and dependent variable within your hypothesis?
Okay, we haven't got independent dependent variables in hypotheses. They are in experiments.
Hold on. Scientific method. First step, observe a natural phenomena because we want to build a hypothesis and ask the question, what caused that to happen? Brilliant. We've got our independent and dependent variable. We're now going to test these.
Not in a hypothesis, no.
No, you don't have dependent and independent variables in the hypothesis.
Correct. They are in the experiment.
So what's in the hypothesis then?
It's just your proposed explanation.
Yeah, your supposition into a cause and effect relationship. Cause and effect. Cause, independent variable. Effect, dependent variable.
We will disagree on that.
Well, then you're a fucking idiot.
Okay. Anyway, I have my hypothesis that the Earth is a rotating globe.
That's not a hypothesis. We're literally going to go round and round in circles. No, it isn't. Because of what I've just said. If you don't understand what I've just said, a person who doesn't know the difference between a curved surface and a flat one, then I don't know how to help you.
And can we just, I don't know, Google the word hypothesis and see what it says?
And you can do what the fuck you like, Sunshine.
Okay. I've just Googled it.
Okay, we'll come up with
a supposition or proposed explanation.
Awesome. Into what?
A supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation.
Awesome stuff. The question we're asking in science, what are we looking at?
Say it again.
I'll just read the live stream, mate.
Read the live stream.
While you're doing that, why did you increase in your video? Why did you increase the radius of the Earth due to standard refraction?
That's how you account for it geometrically.
So you've given yourself. So no, not now, but you've given yourself more drop.
No, we model the light ray as a curve, right? The light ray is modeled as a curve. The Earth is modeled.
I'll keep watching, but I just wanted to add that in.
Okay.
I'll get back to you later.
Yeah, we'll have a talk about why 7/6R exists, what it does.
You just increased the Earth's size
to account for the curved light ray. It's a way of making the light straight.
How do you know that was that is the measurement for those conditions that day? Everything.
Yeah.
What do you?
These are all good questions.
You've just given yourself more drop, so that's 68 meters that you measured in that small angle over 32 kilometers should be smaller. Yeah. So we're coming close. Yeah. We're almost close to error now. Almost close to your drop over error.
We're nowhere near us.
Yes, we are.
We're not.
We'll get back to you anyway.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, we'll talk about 7/6R and why it exists, and I'll show you a GeoGebra thing. Where are we at? Yeah, I can cherry pick definitions of hypothesis as well. I can even find citations that say science prove things.
So you disagree that in your experiment, you will be manipulating the independent variable to see if it causes the dependent variable.
No, we haven't got to the experiment yet. We're still in the hypothesis. We haven't got to an experiment.
I'm asking you, do you disagree?
We do manipulate an independent variable in an experiment, yes.
All right. So your hypothesis is if something, then sunsets.
A rotating globe would explain sunsets, yes.
If Earth turned, then sunsets. Is that your hypothesis?
No. My hypothesis isn't a then statement. It's just a supposition. I suppose that the Earth is a rotating globe. All right, it would explain sunsets.
You need to be observing something in nature and then kind of speculating on the cause.
Yes,
having an educated guess at the cause.
Yeah.
Right. So
a sunset.
Your hypothesis. That's part of your. That's supposed to be part of your hypothesis, not just. I think the Earth turns.
Yeah. Would it explain sunsets? Yes, of course it would. So it's a possible explanation. I'm going to
your
test
hypothesis
that
is right. Your hypothesis then is, I see a sunset because I think the Earth is turning.
It's a possible explanation, yes.
Right, so your hypothesis
it's a possible explanation?
If Earth turned, then sunset.
My hypothesis is the Earth is a rotating globe. That's it. That's the hypothesis. Right? If that hypothesis is true, then yes, it would explain sunset. All right. Anyway, the hypothesis is simply Earth is a rotating globe. Now, there are some necessary consequences that flow from that hypothesis if it's true. All right. One of those necessary consequences is centrifugal force. A rotating body has centrifugal force.
We're dealing with the naturally observed phenomenon, We're dealing with the observed natural phenomenon that you observed. That's going to become your dependent variable in the experiment.
No, it's not.
Right?
No.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yes. And your presumed your supposed cause, your presumed cause, right? Earth rotation is going to become your independent variable, which you have to manipulate to see if it causes your dependent variable.
That is a terrible understanding of science, and I'm not going to mention it.
It's written right there. It's citation right there in the live stream voice text for you to read. That's how you do an experiment.
I disagree with that citation.
Oh, then you are wrong. Because your opinion isn't fact. That is fact.
What a paganist.
Very quick question, Ruhif. What's pseudoscience?
So-called science that is put forward as valid science, but doesn't adhere to any sort of rigorous method.
Any rigorous method.
Yeah.
So, being as your hypothesis is just a declaration.
Yep.
And being as you've admitted that we will be manipulating our independent variable, because you're really scooting on the edge of pseudoscience here, Sunshine.
No.
Yeah. Because you said if it doesn't follow a method, I'm pointing this one out. You're not fucking following it.
I'm not following a really bad method.
What, the one that's over 700 years old? Are you serious?
Your opinion and view on bad doesn't make it fact substantial.
Okay, and neither do you just parroting some person that won't be named doesn't make it right either.
Or what I learned...
I'm not parroting anyone. That's common sense. Your opinion on something doesn't make it fact.
This is what I learned at school. In science class. How to build...
Here, I'm parroting my science teacher. Exactly, Jedi.
Fucking hell, man. We learned how to build a hypothesis in literally year 7. Don't know what it fucking is here now. First year at secondary school. It was quite easy. Guess what we did? We boiled fucking water with a Bunsen burner. Yeah.
Right.
But we most definitely learned how to build a hypothesis. What you're saying isn't going to pass you an exam, mate.
If my hypothesis is true, then I expect
it's not a hypothesis, it's just a declaration. Again, it is not a hypothesis, a supposition into a cause and effect a relationship. It's just a declaration based on your belief. I'm still trying to figure out, 1, what the observed phenomena is, and 2, what your presumed cause of it is, and then how you are going to vary and manipulate your presumed cause in the experiment you keep saying that we ain't got to yet. So I'm hoping we're going to fucking get there with the independent and dependent variable properly associated where they fucking should be. Okay. Jesus, you're an idiot, man.
The independent and dependent variables, right, are in the experiment. They are not in the hypothesis.
What are they then?
Independent variable is what you change, and the dependent variable is the effect of that change.
What are they then? In your your sunset idea, what's the dependent and independent variable in the experiment?
Right. If my hypothesis is true, then necessarily there will be centrifugal force. So I'm going to design an experiment that tests...
Dependent and independent variable in your fucking experiment.
Okay, latitude and weight. Latitude and weight. Latitude and weight. You got your answer. Latitude and weight.
Thank you. Latitude and weight. Which one is the phenomena? Which one's the presumed cause?
The phenomenon that I saw was rotating sky and sunset.
So you haven't answered my question. So how dare you turn around to me and say, there you go, there it is, when you haven't even given it to me. You haven't given it to me. You've just literally taken it away from me. I don't need anybody else's help. This is a cunt I'm talking to. You have literally just pissed down my back and told me it's raining sunshine. You've lied to my face within 5
seconds. Lied to you at all.
You have. You've just taken it away. I asked you for it. You said, here it is. And then you took it away again. So I'll ask you again. What is the dependent and independent variable, please, sir?
The independent variable is latitude. The dependent variable is the weight of an object.
Awesome. So which one are you going to vary and manipulate?
The independent variable of latitude.
Awesome. What's latitude?
Your position on Earth. Distance from the equator.
How do you get the equator?
That's the midpoint of the tropics.
How do you get that?
Well, the tropics are where the sun is the furthest north or south that the sun goes. The midpoint of that.
You think it's got something to do with the sun? Oh, shit.
Yes. Of course it does.
How do we get latitude lines?
Well, yeah. Well, they are on a globe, but for sort of what's the word? For diplomacy, they're the midpoint of the tropics.
No, I haven't asked you what they are.
Yeah.
I've asked you how you got them. You don't listen very well, do you?
Polaris of the sun, yeah.
Polaris and the sun. So Polaris, what to do with Polaris?
Yeah, your angle changed by 1 degree per 69 statute miles of latitude. 1 degree.
Yeah, so an angle to a star.
Yeah. Or the sun, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm talking specifically about latitude lines, and that's got to do with Polaris, hasn't it?
So you'll
understand that to get latitude lines, that's elevation angles to Polaris, right?
Right.
Which requires the Earth to be level, because I said the word angle.
No, it doesn't. Oh,
shit.
You think we can't get an elevation angle on a globe? Do you honestly believe that?
How did you get your latitude lines?
Yeah, from angles to the sun or stars, yeah.
Not to star, to Polaris.
Sure, Polaris is fine.
How do you get an angle on a curved surface?
Yeah, you hang a plumb bob.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Make something perpendicular to it. That's one direction. And then the other direction is the direction of the star.
Awesome stuff. Underneath the star, what's that called?
The GP.
Awesome. And what's the angle underneath the star?
Between what 3 points?
Between the floor and the straight line. Because you only need 2 lines. The one down from the star.
Right, so from the star to the GP, right? And what's the other line?
The floor.
Right, but the floor is curved, so what straight line?
Ah. So this is where we got from.
Yeah. You think it's a right angle? It's not.
But it is within celestial navigation. Pretty much every single... Hold on. Pretty much every single depiction, it's a picture, drawing, with crayons for you, shows a box underneath the GP of a star. You know what a box represents, don't you? A square. You know what that represents? That represents 90 degrees, doesn't it? Doesn't it?
Right, so the cherry-picked drawings you've seen...
No, doesn't it? Not cherry-picked. This is how you do celestial navigation. We'll go around this again. Underneath the GP, you've got a 90-degree angle. Haven't. If you're going to say no, I'm just going to kick you out because you're lying.
It's not 90 degrees at the GP to the observer. You can kick me out.
I really need a citation for that, mate. Because you understand that every star's got a GP of 90 degrees, right?
Again, it's not 90 degrees at the GP. I have done celestial navigation. You have not.
So, yes, I have. So underneath the star, there is not 90 degrees, right? How do you get your angle, mate? How far away is the GP, mate? You need to know how far away the GP is, don't you? Especially in the case of Polaris. Yeah, exactly. And what's between the ground position and you so you can get your elevation angle up? What do you do?
A curve is between me and the GP.
That's a bit of a problem then, because you can't measure angles off of curved lines.
Again, you hang a plumb bob, right?
Not hanging a plumb bob when I'm up. It's fucking hell, it's like Groundhog Day. I'm in a ship at sea. I'm in a ship at sea. I've got a sextant.
There,
okay, you're at sea.
Plumb bobs at sea, bro.
Yeah, we're going to be using a sextant in this instance, okay, Ruby?
Okay, I'm getting pretty tired of just being muted 3 seconds in for nothing. So we're at sea. We're using a sextant, right? We know because the Earth is a globe and our height above the water, what the angle will be between horizontal.
They didn't know this 400 years ago.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Okay. Yes, they did. Mute me and I'll go.
Did they use sticks and shadows too? Did they use sticks and shadows out at sea? Yeah. Do they have a nautical sticks and shadow kit?
Yes. Timbo, is he from your country?
Yeah.
I'm really sorry, man. I'm so sorry.
It seems to be going around in circles, and we need this 90-degree angle. I mean, we need this not 90-degree angle. Where's that?
I just don't know. I just don't know. I apologise again. I will not be lied to. I won't be lied to in front of people, and I'm definitely not going to fucking miss it. He gives me stuff and he takes it away from me. He's a slimy cunt.
Independent variable, dependent variable, and then stars, sun, moon spinning overhead.
Just God's sake.
I knew who it was as soon as he came in and started talking. His name changed.
Yeah.
I'll have to speak to him another time because I'm almost home. But that video, I got some issues with his theodolite video too. I'm almost finished watching it. I had to stop when he increased the Earth's radius.
Funny. See, Creation Bears jumped in as well. What's up, Creation?
Hey, what's going on, Jedi? The YouTube chat was saying you snatched his wig, so I just came in and tell you, yeah, the wig got absolutely snatched.
I fucking snatched his wig, chucked it on the floor, stamped on it, pissed on it, set it on fire, and gave it back to him.
Yeah, I can't believe what he was saying about the scientific method. He was just coming up. This is crazy out here. They call us science. He's the science denier.
You got a cold, brother?
No, it's just late where I'm at. I'm sleepy.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. That's a nice way of saying you sound like shit.
Just got a raspy throat as well, but no, I'm good. But yeah, man.
Fucking rude.
Shout out to Jedi. That was a proper wig snatch.
Yeah, shout out to me as well, and apologies to all of you guys. This is the second time I've lost my shit with a fucking person in the last 4 hours. Do apologise, guys.
Shout out to me.
I didn't hear that. I was listening on YouTube. I didn't hear any of that.
Well, I was starting to realise what an angry man you are. I was just thinking about that.
Fuck off. These Australians, Timbo, you need to keep them in fucking check.
That's funny.
Good to hear you go,
I
mate.
actually have to commend you on how calm you stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't hear me the other night yelling on air, did you?
No, I'd like to hear it, though. I'd like to hear somebody else lose that fucking shit, please.
When AJ did it, I had my headphones sitting next to me on the couch. I was chatting away, and then I hear this, and I heard it from 2 seats over. I picked up my headphones and went, "Oh, jeez, you're going off."
Good stuff, AJ. Well done, mate.
You got to sometimes.
Who are you popping off at?
Oh, just a guy going in circles that just wouldn't answer any questions. So
That was Sydney's mate, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And I was just trying to hold him to the same question, and he was trying to talk over me, so I just kept talking over him and saying, no. Who's measured that curvature, man? Who's done it? Because he was saying that the curvature was measured because no one's walked off the edge of the earth or fallen off it.
What a ding-dong.
So I was just trying to hold him to that question, and I just kept going, and eventually he admitted nobody, he couldn't tell us, but then he just spiraled again and went back into circular arguments.
It's always these ridiculous ideas of a flat earth. Oh, how come I don't walk off the edge? I was thinking of maybe coming up with like an opposite day where we come up, just do everything the opposite. Oh, how come we don't like fall off the globe? Like just say ridiculous stuff. They'd be like, "What are you talking about?" Yeah, see, that's a taste of your own medicine. They're always presenting something that we don't believe in. Something that we don't, that's not our position. So in the same way, if we presented something to them, like, this is your position, right? They'd be like, no. So why do you do that to us?
Is that how Ruhif ended? What happened? Did he like spiral out, or he just kept circling back over and over and over again, huh?
Bit of both.
Yeah. I missed that.
Stacking claims like Legos, bro.
Yeah, I missed the last little part. I had to do some vacuuming.
That's all they can do, is they just tell us claims like we've never heard them before. Well, you see, the Earth is a globe. Like, okay, we know that's what you think, dude, but you think just telling us one more time, that's not going to do the trick. You're going to need a little bit more than that. Well, because we do celestial navigation, and because the Earth is curved. Cool story, bro. Like, should I get tucked in bed first? Because
he kept saying you can only use a triangle. Like basically, he's saying you can only use celestial navigation on a globe. Like, where
like it can't work. They're still picking their flat line by doing either their angle or pretending they're measuring from a celestial sphere. They're still, and then they say, no, well, that can't work on a flat Earth. Well, why?
Oh, man. The Jedi called him out. He was like, give me a citation. He went, cricket.
Yeah, it's too bad. It's too bad that they disagree or have an opinion about like how right triangles are used in navigation. Because, like, see, I had to point it out to Ruhif. We're traveling along the horizontal. That's why it's important. That's the only reason. And he went, he had like a freaking glitch in the Matrix right there.
Bro, like, what is his hypothesis? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Oh, well,
Don't. You're giving me PTSD every time.
Know, dude. It was hurting. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. And, like, you know what's crazy, Jedi? He's trying to portray this idea that he's a smart guy. So it's like, okay, some people might listen and seem a little intimidated, but then when you really actually listen to what he's saying, he's freaking retarded. He's so dumb.
He didn't know the difference. He didn't know the difference between flat and curved earlier. Like, a good 10 minutes before he's just fucking.
I'm pretty sure I was in another conversation with Ruhif where he told us he used to be one of the you know that Gladiator game show where you used to go up against the big bodybuilder looking dudes and they'd smack you with the pads and you had to try and get to a certain point?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, he was one of those dudes. He was one of the gladiators.
Wasn't that Zanuck?
Was it Zanuck or him?
Yeah, well, I know for sure it was Zanuck, unless it was both of them.
I thought it was him. I might be completely wrong. I might have messed up, but I.
Sorry, it's
Zanuck
funny
for sure. Yeah, Zanuck for sure was on there.
It's funny that you even said Zanuck, because I've always said that Ruhif has got to be the Australian version of Zanuck, because this Ruhif guy says the same things like Zanuck says. For example, I am the citation. He said that.
No way.
Yeah. So, Ruhif, Zanuck, they could be the same fucking person for all I know. They say the same shit, they act the same way, they have this arrogance about them, and when you ask them anything about their life, they've done everything.
Yeah.
They've been fucking gladiators, been back in fucking time and kicked Jesus' ass, I don't know.
Yeah, man. It's like, what haven't they done? Gee.
I want to grab some citations off them for their 60 nautical miles per degree claim. I want to know if it actually comes out to a clean 60 nautical miles at all latitudes. Because they just say it and they're never challenged on it.
I know.
Crazy.
That's part of the claim stacking, isn't it? Like, they just stack the claims. Oh, we'll just move on to the next one. Oh, is that another Lego? We'll just stack it on top of the last one.
Have you ever seen them provide the distances measured at all these different latitudes? I haven't.
No.
That's what it would be on the sphere, so they just go ahead and say it. But what if we actually try to measure those distances in, like, the far northern latitudes? Is it going to come out to, like, a perfect 60 nautical miles? I don't know. I'd like to just ask them and see what happens.
It's a good question, mate. Sure.
Yeah.
Isn't putting it in degrees just begging the question anyways?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're talking about the declination of Polaris, though, too. They're saying that every time it drops 1 degree on the horizon, that means you've traveled 60 nautical miles away from it. I want to see those measurements. Because it could just be like an average that has practical use within a certain range, kind of like the 9.8 meters per second squared thing. It could be something like that, not something that actually works out perfectly in reality.
Okay. Yeah,
but I don't know. I'm just going to ask them and see what I get.
These characters, man, when I first got into Flat Earth, you start to realize there's a few different characters, right? There's the Flat Earth and the Xanax, the Rumpuses, and all these all these different guys, right? And Jedi said, like, yo, they're arrogant, right? That arrogance, and they can seem a little intimidating. If you really have to just listen to what they're saying, and they're a lot less intimidating than you think. You know what I mean? Don't let the arrogance fool you guys. Just listen how Jedi just sliced through his BS. I had to jump in and listen a little bit, get my popcorn out. That was pretty good. That was really well done from Jedi.
So I just thought I needed to go to sleep and maybe have a cup of coffee. I'm tired.
I'm tired too.
Will you guys correct me if I'm hearing what just happened incorrect? But was he just trying to say that the Earth is a globe? This is hypothesis, and the way he can show that is that your weight changes when you change your location relative to the stars. So he's saying that where you are in relationship to the stars changes your weight. Therefore, it's a globe. Isn't he also saying that? Isn't he also assuming that the latitude lines? These are like newer. That's a new discussion I just listened to. But isn't he also assuming latitude? Go ahead.
No, sorry.
Tell me why you're laughing. Which just seems absurd.
This is so fucking funny.
Inherently, I'm like, are they incapable of just acknowledging that? Okay, latitude lines is also a hypothesis that if we're on a globe, we'll have latitude lines, and that we could map our position to. Anyway, it just seems so simple. Like you ought to be able to see that.
Hypothesis. But then he says that elevation angle required, the elevation angle required can only be done on a curve, which is again a complete lie. Says that that's what proves the globe, that you're doing celestial navigation.
Yeah, the whole thing's a forehead slapper, Kent, because none of it's a hypothesis whatsoever. It's a complete category error. This isn't science. It's like something you could only get away with telling a child, man.
Because
look up there in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. Nope, it's the Earth curving. It's like, wait, what the? No, you're not just gonna pull the rug out from everyone like that. No, hell no.
What's there? Somebody steal man for me. What's their actual argument for when we look at the stars to travel on Earth, and it doesn't work on a flat Earth?
60 nautical miles per degree is their claim and argument.
From a globe projection?
They're also low-key straw man.
How do they always say that? I hear that all the time. You can't navigate.
They assume
what does that have to do with
the apparent
but if you go 60 miles
of the visual location? They assume that because there's a visual drop in the location of Polaris, right,
to the star,
1 degree every 60 nautical miles. They assume that's because they're on a curved surface and that there's no other explanation for it.
Oh yeah, because perspective doesn't exist. Like that's not okay. I got you. That's retarded. I have to say.
Well, they say there's a linear angle distance relationship, right? They say there's a linear angle distance relationship, and that can only be explained by the Earth being a sphere. That's their claim.
Okay.
But I mean, can they show that there's a perfect linear distance angle relationship there? I don't know. That's one of the things I want to ask them next. And also, the sphere itself would just be an inference. Even if that is happening, they're making all these assumptions about what the things in the sky are, how perspective with them should work, therefore, and they're just choosing to interpret the whole thing through this model of the Earth being a sphere, right?
Exactly.
It's an inference. It's not something that's directly demonstrated. It's just their interpretation of what's going on in the sky, if that's even actually what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. They're saying
they have to assume a flat baseline in order to get that linear angle distance relationship or whatever, the angle to the star that they're observing.
Yeah, but then they say that flat baseline is a tangent, right? It's tangent to the curved surface, but then when we look for their tangent point, where's that?
Well, that's begging the question.
Yeah.
I have to know. I want to know. I'll learn a little more about navigation because I understand their argument about the tangent. Like I just conceptually understand it, but I don't know enough about how we actually navigate, what the stars do. I just don't. I'm not knowledgeable enough exactly to boat and do it.
As soon as they say that the baseline is a tangent, right? Yeah, you got to ask them tangent to what? The curved surface, right? So the tangent point would be the geometric horizon, right, that they can never show you. So there's no tangent point, therefore no basis for any claim of a tangent line. Because it has to intersect the curved surface at a point, and that point would be the geometric horizon, and they do not have that, so it all falls apart.
Yeah, it doesn't exist, right? Because it's just wherever it happens to be that makes refraction, it's 7/6 whenever they feel like it, but then whenever we show them it's 10 times that, then it's not anymore.
Yeah, 7/6 doesn't do much for the stuff we show them.
Yeah, I know. They throw that around like it just, no, look, it works perfect.
Well, have you seen the Black Swan, obviously, right?
We show them pictures. It's like, Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're kind of lagging. It's sort of tough to talk to you right now. But 7/6R, that gets the Black Swan horizon to 1.3 miles from 1.2. Doesn't do anything. Because they're just multiplying the radius, right? 7/6 times R times 3959. Well, the effective radius needed for a 10-mile horizon at 1 foot is around 250,000 miles. So 7/6R times 3959 equals 250,000? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know how they use that number as if like it just doesn't make any sense because it's not consistent. There's just what that guy was saying earlier about whatever observation he was showing that was supposedly showing curvature. It's like, how do you know it's 7/6? Does that make any sense?
You can listen to Ruhif.
It could be 10 times that.
His claim is that a standard atmospheric gradient, right, translates to a 7/6R radius. So the standard atmospheric gradient that is measured on Earth, right, when applied to their question-begging radius, right, the radius then would come out to an apparent value of 7/6R times the 3959.
Yeah, I'm following. I get it. It's just I don't know how you could use that reliably when it's been demonstrated that it changes all the time. And what's the point of that number anyway?
They have no measurement of R to be applying any refraction to it in the first place.
Yeah, I get that.
Hey, Ruhif doesn't need R. I just posted what he thinks is going on with refraction.
So I could take the standard. Oh yeah, sorry, I'll check. I mean, I could presuppose that the Earth is a Pringle, right, and take the standard atmospheric gradient and then just project that onto what that Pringle should look like. It's the same thing they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
And I saw that earlier twice.
I like the honest Globers that just say, well, Einstein made a relativity, and that's why we think it's a globe, but we can't really prove it. Like, at least those guys are halfway honest. Density gradient.
So if fraction,
You're breaking up there.
Sorry, is that any better?
It does sound much
better. Saying that. Okay, so if you have refraction, there must be a fraction. So a fraction is less than 1. And then you have a refraction. What does that mean?
Wait, did he change his name to fascists and then just join? Oh my god! Sorry. Go ahead. Go on.
I just that word refraction is kind of it doesn't really resonate. Because you have the word it is the base word is fraction, and you have a refraction. Is that a fraction of the fraction?
Yeah, because if that was the case, then wouldn't you just deal with the fraction then, and not have to worry about the refraction in theory?
In theory, that's what I'm trying to get at.
According to them.
I guess you can go a little further and say it's like fractal. It's a breaking up.
Yeah, we understand the fraction.
It would be the curve. It should be the curve fraction.
So the curve breaks up the plane.
The curve
because we have the base level of a plane, and then the curve is the fractioning of the plane.
So they hijacked Snell's law I believe that's like well, I'm sure he didn't come up with the term, but I believe it has to do with the way light behaves, right? When it goes through a medium, it changes direction. That's all.
Yeah, when it passes through a different medium at an angle, and it has to there has to be an angle of incidence as well.
So as a mental grid, the angle of incidence happens from a plane of incidence. There's a plane, like in all of it, in their refraction model, they actually have to have a horizontal plane to do any of it.
Snell's law is not 7/6R, and Snell's law requires two media, which is a problem.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
This is how you measure the Earth to see that it's flat. The measurement method would have become viral. It would spread. Nothing would be able to stop it.
Yeah.
We would have. What do we have in reality? We have flat Earthers saying that the surface of water in a glass of water looks flat. So Earth must be flat. That is laughable. That is the most ridiculous bullshit ever typed.
They're all a bunch of
Well, or
lunatics,
up there with
man.
it. It's not the most absolutely ridiculous thing.
They're lunatics. Like, they're absolutely insane. Like, these are insane people.
So here's my response. It's called a laser. Maybe you've heard of them. How far can a laser beam be seen from? 50 miles? Whatever the distance is.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a second. I never heard of a laser beam. I thought they used sticks and shells for everything. Okay, go on. Sorry.
No, just Donald C. Anyway, whatever the distance is, it's definitely way farther than the distance used in the laser tests flat earthers have done, because we have very bright laser beams in the footage. We don't see dim beams that barely reach the camera. So the laser could be placed way further across the water from the camera on a flat Earth. Where is this series of tests day after day, shooting a laser beam about 1 meter above water to a camera 1 meter above water at the maximum distance lasers can be seen from? I've not seen this collection. He's been shown this. He just has like globnesia or something, because he's been in the server lots of times. And he's been showing it, and the FE core stuff's been out for years. So, like, what, 5 years now? So, what was that, 20? When did they do it? 2018. Yes, he's seen it. What I have seen in my collection of observations of looking at an island across the ocean, where in about 60 days in a row, now starting from day one, I've seen significant bottom-up obstruction in exactly 100% of my 60 observations. There has been significant bottom-up obstruction. I'm waiting for that one day where there's no bottom-up obstruction as required on a flat Earth with a standard atmosphere. Why have I not gotten that day yet? Also, I know that temperatures inversions can let laser beams bend around the curve of the globe. So just remember what he just said. He's made 60 observations in a row and never had a temperature inversion to bend around the curve to make it look flat. Literally contradicts himself from one paragraph to the other. Anyway, laser tests are not good ways to test for flatness because of this. You need an observation that can only be explained by a flat Earth. I've never come across such an observation. Neither have you. No one has. It's only about as likely as getting struck by lightning while winning every lottery at once. What a psycho, man. So I reply, Wiggles, you've been crushed so many times. You just don't know when to quit. So I quote, I've seen so significant bottom-up obstruction. Go to Sky Breeze channel and look at their test to like this show bottom-up obstruction at 700 feet from the camera and when the horizon should be 2,600 feet away. Explain those. Lasers are fine. Laser tests are done more than 1 meter above the water. They are 10 feet. Weather is measured at both ends. Multiple observations and replicated 3 weeks later. Gold model is off by 100x, which is 2 orders of magnitude. It's off by 100x. So, his response? I had a very long, detailed response, but YouTube deleted my comment. Surely you've heard the response to what you are arguing. Actually, I haven't, but here we go. Sky freeze observations are explained by upward refraction. Upward refraction isn't the cause of bottom-up obstruction every day when you are 10 meters above the water. Even if you think upward refraction is happening 10 meters above the water, we've seen bottom-up obstruction from vantage points in the mountains. On a flat Earth, listen to this, on a flat Earth, that requires the atmosphere to go below absolute zero. Now, you heard what I just said, right? Below absolute zero. There is no below absolute zero. It doesn't exist. Absolute zero actually doesn't exist. Upward refraction on a flat Earth fails as an explanation. Again, where the laser test day after day at the maximum distance the laser can be seen from the cameras, just a few feet off the water. You need to make the test as strong as possible. Don't deal with petty 6 kilometers here on one day and petty 18 kilometers there on one day. Do a proper test. So I said, congratulations, you played yourself. The reason it happens is irrelevant. All that matters is that there is an optical effect that causes you not to see the bottom of a boat as it would appear behind the horizon. That reminds you, how can the horizon be blocking boats if it's not physical and it's only apparent? That makes the entire observation optical, not geometric. So, quote, on a flat Earth, that requires the atmosphere to go below absolute zero. Upward refraction on a flat Earth as it fails as an explanation. Said, yeah, show the math or for your nonsense claim or even a model. It's not upward refraction, it's total internal reflection. I gave him a peer-reviewed paper. Indeed, refraction does not penetrate through the mirage. No, that's a quote from the paper. As far as the laser goes, the results are 2 orders of magnitude different than prediction. This is 41 kilometers, done 7 times, not 15 kilometers. Quote harder. You're a monkey throwing poo. You're a, where the hell? I just lost it. You're a monkey throwing poo, praying for something to stick. Maybe I'll unban you and you can debate me on this. That will be hilarious. The reason that bottom obstruction happens is the thing that we are discussing. I'm telling you that whatever reason, a curved Earth is necessary to explain all the observations. For the absolute zero stuff, the math has been done on this, and you can look it up. The time lapse in my, what the hell to say, notes is a drop of about plus 2 degrees C per meter. Like I told you, that's about 400 degrees C per 2 kilometers. The hell? So at 2 kilometers, the atmosphere would have to be below absolute zero. I'll get the math for you sometime if you cannot find it. And actually, I did find a simple ray tracer spreadsheet I made a while ago. I calculated 0.16 degrees Celsius per meter. Mixed West, more sophisticated ray tracer gives about 13 degrees. Science it out. Quoted on the order of 0.2 degrees C per meter. We can be fairly certain about the lapse rate. Also, these lapse rates are how much colder it gets as you increase in elevation. You're still seeing total internal reflection as the cause of the bottom of obstruction. You need upward refraction on a flat Earth to cause bottom up obstruction. Desert mirages happen because a hot surface causing upward refraction. Just making shit up, dude. Also, trying to get Earth's radius by shining a laser right across the top of water is like measuring the heat in a room by sticking a thermometer in the heater. It's just a really bad way for doing a measurement. You should put the thermometer somewhere in the middle of the room. When you measure the Earth's radius, you should avoid looking through the atmosphere that is just above the surface as much as you can, because refraction is the worst closest to the surface. Another one that thinks you can see farther the lower you get. I'm glad to see flat earths always have classy thoughts and analogies. So, he said all that, dude. Anyway, I go into Mick West, how he came in here with that same shit, and we smacked him around, and how his ray tracer isn't actually a ray tracer, it's just a shit computer program, because he actually goes over it on his YouTube channel about what the code is, and his code is basically doing Snell's law with vectors and assuming that not rays, but like wavefronts. So he's done a mixed wave ray model, which has no physicality to it at all. But regardless, last thing I said, I'm banned. Whenever you want to get smashed, bring your citations for your refraction claims. So that's all I want. Want that dude? Looking for you, Waffles. Where's Waffles? Like Deadpool. Where's Francis? Where's Waffles? Come on, Waffles. Get in here, dude. I'm dragging him into the arena if he comes in here. So I'm going to pop Marina's cherry again, and then whatever. As you can see, I'm fired up, man. That dude annoyed the dude, don't skank my goddamn comments, dude.
Yeah, man, you're on a tear. Keep it going.
Well, dude, man, like, they just get away with it. Like, these 100% flat earthers can just run around and just say whatever, spew just utter nonsense, and they just get away with it. Never held accountable. Never have to answer for what they say. They come in here, they tell lies, and it's just like nothing happens. It's like a joke to them. But they're all pretty much amoral atheists, so like they don't care if they lie. There's no moral consequences. It's just another day of life for them. Yeah, but there will be. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I kind of walk in with the greater men than them at their back, people who actually did stuff in the history, and they walk in with that behind them, like their big brothers standing behind them, even though they don't know anything, they don't know how to fight, they don't know how to do anything, they just, kind of spout off, and they feel powerful because they have a consensus behind it. It's like the, what do you call it? Like big brother consensus standing behind them gives them the unearned bravery or cowardice in reality.
On a different side of life, have you ever tried cooking your hamburgers like on the stovetop, if you have to, but in a pan with leftover bacon grease? It's the best ever.
Same
and
with
the cooked chicken with it. I did last night. Cooked the chicken with the bacon grease, like from my bacon and eggs from previous morning. Same morning. And it was great because I just put it in a big pan and had like 8 drumsticks in there and just let it like simmer with the bacon grease and the chicken grease and all together. And then it made like this gravy all on its own. It was
my son and I do bacon with chicken breasts, avocado sandwiches. You just do the bacon first, crisp it up.
Yeah.
Cook chicken inside of it, throw some avocado on it, maybe a little bit of mayo, and then maybe some lettuce to keep the grease out of the bun. But that's it. It doesn't need much more than that.
So I'm going to move you guys down to the Gordon Ramsay channel. What are you?
Probably get yelled at a little more there.
Okay, I'm going to unmute an idiot sandwich, so hold on, man.
All right, great.
So it's a newbie account created today. His name is I Have Socks On. So definitely not a sock account. He's not even telling us. There's no indication
great.
that your stock account, even with that name, it's not that obvious. Anyway, he says
I like the intro.
Troll server, and he wants us to, I guess, prove that it's not a troll server. So let's see.
Look at it. Look at his avatar.
So you're whatever. So you're unmuted.
Okay,
I have socks on.
We're waiting. I have socks on. Are you there? Calling. Now back to as the hamburger fries. I'm just kidding.
Fried egg and like an inch of bacon grease. It's super hot, dude. Like egg drop soup.
Killer.
And you throw the bacon on top. Freaking toast or bagel or English muffin with like a ton of butter, dude. Just make like a heart attack sandwich.
Runny egg. Keeping the egg a little bit runny at least. I mean the yolk.
Sometimes. Depends on how messy you want to be.
Oh, that gives me a good idea. I should put all the leftover grease with the bones and slow cook it and make a bone broth out of all that. That's a great idea.
So I'll tell you a pro tip for owning a dog. If you have like really like shitty dog food, like the kibble or whatever, just pour bacon grease on it and they'll fucking eat that shit right up. Doesn't matter what it is. You can pour bacon grease on wood chips, the dog will eat it.
I save it too. Like if you run out of butter or something, like you run out of oil, it's the best because it stores really easy in jars and it stays almost forever. It's like really good stuff.
Yeah, if you keep a lid on it, I mean, we used to save it like in a coffee can back in the day.
Huh?
You know how when they had coffee.
Better than pouring it down your sink, you know.
Yeah, they had a bunch of stuff when we were younger, right, Indio? Like a bunch of stuff. I talk about this sometimes about how the technology, all the stuff is no longer used the way it was before or made the way it was. It's all that technology has been destroyed, I guess. And it's a painful process to go back. Isn't it? It's crazy. Sometimes I have to tell people, like, I'm not like claiming like superiority because of age or anything like that. I'm another battered survivor, just like everybody else. And once you're alive long enough and those decades just start flipping by, instead of when the 5 years flip by, those seem to go faster and faster. Then all of a sudden you go, what the hell happened to the last 20 years or 40 years? Right, Indio?
Knees hurt. All of a sudden your knees hurt. You're like, this is just something I have to deal with from now on, you know, just
shoot, crap. Man. Luckily, hopefully you'll get to my age and you can end up calling bullshit on all those pains because for me, they move around all the time. So I have to go, you're just like some kind of trickster. You move around in my body in different places and tell me that it's hurting. And I know it's bullshit because the next few feet, the next few steps, or the next few minutes, whatever, in motion, if I stay busy, then like it moves to another place for no reason. So I suppose that's kind of a disadvantage for me, like an empath, like I sensate everything, like every little minute little feeling, like it's really weird. Sometimes my nerves are on the outside of my skin and it's eerie. So I have to like tone that down. Thus, that's why I'm drinking a Guinness extra stout right now. And you know what? It's a rainy day. It's raining. It was raining earlier. And I was on my bike. It was beautiful with black helicopters going by on the south view of my 8th floor window. I'll just report of this vibrating building. They're doing something weird underground. I swear to God, or either that, or it's Sunny is absolutely mad and Sunny's just feeling all this stuff that isn't really happening. So either one, in my point of view, is just as astonishing.
What part of the world are you at? It's raining right now?
In San Diego.
What?
Yeah, it's raining for the last San Diego. Yeah, it's cold like spring day in San Francisco. It's cold. It's colder and windier and sprinkling like it does in San Francisco a lot.
Yeah, I drove to the airport this morning in San Francisco, and it was raining, but that's not super abnormal. San Diego.
Well, I'll tell you, we've had a very unusual last few months. They don't resemble the California I've witnessed in the last 45 years. I shit you not. It's crazy. Like earlier, we got some rain. Well, we got so much snow. The snowpack was like almost like 200%. So that reduced this drought to like almost nothing at all. Like completely took the drought. Everything has water, and everything grew like 6 feet tall dandelions and daisies and not dandelions. I mean, they're low, but these daisies grow, everywhere. Crazy.
Yeah, it was green because I live up.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It was green all the way through May. Yeah. Normally, like around April, because I live kind of in the hills. The East Bay Hills separates.
Right, I know where that is.
Yeah, and it gets green from maybe late February into April, but it's been green almost.
Yeah.
What's that?
It gets hot as hell though. Like usually this time of year down here, we would have at least had like a couple of 80 and 90 degree days. And then coming up here, we do have June gloom and May gray. So we're in the middle of June gloom. So it does do this. And east of me, it could be totally like hot as hell. And I wouldn't know it unless I look at the news or the weather map, So, but I'm along the coast, so it's socked in gray clouds, dark gray clouds, It looks stormy.
Yeah. That's wild.
And windy, like crazy shit.
But yeah, all the reservoirs are full. Shastle's full for the first time since I've ever seen it. And they lost a lot of water too. Like California didn't make good on any of the billions of dollars they had for water plans. Go figure. And probably a lot of it flushed out, but I think we're still full. But SoCal, still, you guys rely on Lake Powell or Lake?
Yeah, let me look what the high was today. I haven't looked in a long time, so let me just look up the weather. 1 second.
But there's still snow, in Tahoe, a lot of it, tons of it.
Yeah, I bet. And think about going from the Sierras to the Rockies, along each, the eastern facing slopes and then the western facing slopes. How much snow they probably still have.
Yeah, I'm going to be in Salt Lake City in a week. I'm going to see what the Wasatch probably. I mean, they always. I'll be in Park City actually in a week, so I bet there's still.
You're going towards Utah? Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to be in Park City.
Interesting. That's up pretty high, isn't it?
I think so. There's got to be still snow there. I imagine.
So let me make sure I don't burn these hamburgers. But
yeah, there's plenty of snow in Utah still. I live right here, right along the Wasatch Front, and there's lots of snow still.
Oh, really?
Yep.
My dad grew up in East Mill Creek, so I'm gonna go see him over there.
Oh, check it out, San Diego. The high here in San Diego is only 65 degrees. That's low, man. 65 degrees. We're always 72 year round almost. But this is 10 degrees under our normal weather right now.
Yeah, it's cool here too. It's been cool all summer. It's instead of 90, it's 75 or 80. It's been cool all summer.
Yeah.
So far, anyway.
Aren't you in Utah?
Yeah.
Yeah. How cold's it get in the winter?
Well, it depends. This last winter, we had lots of snow. There was 200 and something % of normal. There's still lots of snow on the mountain right now, where it's been flooding. All the rivers and canyons have been really super high flow of water. Still at a really super high flow of water.
Well, I'm just asking, what's the lowest temperature? What's the lowest yearly temperature?
Well, for the summer, for the winter, it'll get 20 below.
Oh shit, yeah. Because you're June, and you're it should be 90. What?
Right. Yeah, but it has maybe been 90 1 or 2 days. It's usually this summer. It's been cool. Stayed in the 80s, high 70s, mid to low 80s, somewhere in there. It's like 80 something degrees right now here.
Like 65 where I live. 63.
Wow. Did you say it's 65 there also?
63, man. 63 degrees.
Like, look how close we are on opposite sides of the continent.
Yeah. But I mean, it doesn't get 90 like regularly here till like the middle of July.
It's 75 degrees here right now.
That's nice.
Yep. Little breezy. Few high clouds, not much, not little cloudiness, not much. But yeah, it's a nice day today. I spent all day at my mom's trimming trees and trimming trees, big, tall, 40-foot tall trees, getting up in a 16-foot ladder and cutting them down with an electric chainsaw on a pole.
Are you like on the Salt Lake Valley side of it, or are you in the Wasatch?
Yeah, I live in Ogden. It's north of Salt Lake, about 30 miles. But yeah, it's on the west side. Yeah,
super nice. Yeah,
I live right below Snow Basin Ski Resort and Powder Mountain Snow Basin, and so when you go to Salt Lake, that's when you get Snowbird, Alta, Brighton, Solitude, and then Park City's on the backside, and Deer Valley, they're on the backside of the mountain. We got a lot of ski resorts. So you're going to Park City, you said?
Heber City. Yeah, my dad lives in West Valley City, but I like staying in Park. No, my dad lives in West Valley City, like basically Salt Lake. What's
right? That? Yeah, it's just on the west side of Salt Lake. That's all West Valley is. It's just the west side of Salt Lake.
Yeah, so I prefer to stay in Park City because there's better food and it's a lot of good walking and obviously it's super nice there.
It's beautiful up there. It's awesome.
Yeah. I usually drive the canyons. I like the Cottonwood Canyons, take my kid and go hiking around there. It's some of the most beautiful scenery you can I guess it's kind of high desert, right?
Well, yeah, it is here in the valleys considered high desert. We're at 4,200 feet elevation.
Yeah, and then when you go in the canyon, like Alta, that's like whatever the bush and the trees, it's just really pretty. Always running water.
Yep. Yeah, I think Alta's about almost 9,500 feet, somewhere around there. Snow Basin's 9,000 feet. The mountains here in front of me are 9,000 feet tall, and the ones in Salt Lake are a little bit bigger, not much.
Yeah, my dad grew up like right along the base, in the 40s and 50s, right along, or 60s maybe. East Mill Creek, I guess it was called, right along the base of the mountains where Highway 80 kind of runs through it now. So he's
I know right where Mill Creek is. Yep.
Yeah. So
it's a nice area.
Yeah, brick houses, just really like a lot of charm, a lot of charm, a lot of old school charm.
Yeah. Yep, that's true. Especially when you get up along along the mountains, if you live on the base of the mountain or up on the hillside just a little bit. Yeah, that's where all the rich folk live, is up on the side of the mountain. And there's a lot of big, huge homes out there. Whatever. Yeah.
Yep. He was at the bottom. His home wasn't. He was at the base of it, But he went. I've been up.
Nice,
I think they call it. What's that?
That's still very nice, though. There. Still,
yeah. Big nice. Lots, like old school trees, full growth trees. Just not a lot of traffic. It's really, really nice. It looks like a 50s neighborhood. When I was driving through it, I was like, oh, this is really cool.
Yep. You're explaining east side of Salt Lake for sure.
So, Godrock, so the people that live in those expensive homes, the rich people homes, what the hell do they do for a living?
Are they
retired, or are they like second homes?
Well, Hill Air Force Base is here. That's one of the biggest employers.
It's an Air Force Base? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So they got contractors and all that stuff. Yeah, they're making bank.
Yep. Yeah, Hill Air Force Base is right here where I live. I'm on the north side of the landing strip, about 2 or 3 miles from it is all. Jets drive you crazy here sometimes. Those F-35s are loud, I'm telling you. They're annoying.
I mean, I live in the path so Mass General Hospital is about, I don't know, quarter of a mile from where I live, but they have an emergency helicopter. You know what I mean? The life flights.
Yeah.
Anytime, day or night, dude, some big ass helicopter will come right over my head.
Oh, jeez.
And land. They don't just like swoop in and land. They sit there and then they hover for like 30 minutes. And because of it's all high rise building, it just echoes everywhere. It's so loud.
Right. Yeah, they got heliports at all the hospitals here, and they got those light flight helicopters on every hospital.
Especially there. Yeah, man. You don't want to take a car, man. You'll be dead in the ambulance.
Yeah. Yeah, Utah's a beautiful state. It really is. And then when you get into southern Utah, there's like Canyonlands and Zions and all these national parks.
Southern Utah is incredible. Like just drive through it. Spend a week driving through it from Bryce Canyon to whatever, and it's so freaking amazing.
I love Bryce Canyon. That place is amazing. I like Zion too. I got a friend that lives just almost right in the Zions National Park. He lives in Hurricane down there. It's a little town, just a little mountain town as you're heading up towards Zion. And then he lives up on the mountain, and Zion is about a mile from his cabin up there. There's a lake that's across from his cabin, and he's always finding arrowheads. He showed me a picture of the palm of his hand. He had a spear arrowhead that went from the tip of his middle finger to his base of his wrist. It was that big, and it was perfect. It was a perfect spearhead he just found. He sends me pictures all the time, make me jealous.
They're made of stone?
Yeah, they're made of like flint, obsidian, and stuff like that. Yeah, they're beautiful. Awesome. He's got like 1,500 of them or something like that. He's got a huge collection. Been collecting them his whole life.
Guess what? When I was younger, in the late 70s, a friend of mine and myself, we drove in his Volkswagen bus, Westphalia camper, all the way from Los Angeles up to Salmon, Idaho, via Las Vegas and out that direction, right? All the way out there. So, like all these places you talk about, Zion National Forest, like I've driven through most of all of that, and Yellowstone as well. And all the way up into the panhandle of Idaho, the primitive area in the panhandle, and the Craghorn,
Bighorn area.
Bighorn Crags. Yeah, the Bighorn Crags. Like they're freaking mad. We were in this place, man. It was July, and there was this snowbank still left in July that looked like it must have been enormous.
Yeah, they got glaciers up here that last all summer long sometimes. Yeah. And they are enormous. We used to go skiing up here on the backside of Francis Peak. We would drive up the canyon. They got really nice, like a highway road that goes right up on top of the mountain. And we would drive up, and on the backside there was a glacier back there. We would build a flip jump, so we'd go up there and do back flips and front flips when we were practicing to become freestyle skiers and that. When I was young, 16, 17, 18 years old. We'd go up there and do jumps on these glaciers and go up there in the summer and do flips all summer long. It was fun, man. I did my first aerial backflip when I was 16 years old.
Radical, man.
Yeah, well,
you freaking hippie, you.
What's that?
I said you hippie, you.
Yeah, I did have hair to my ass at one time. You're right.
Well, you can cut the hair.
Pretty much.
You can cut the hair of a hippie, but I don't think you can take the hippie out of the hair. I don't know how to word that. Great burger. A little hot sauce.
So there's no one else looking for a debate. No action.
A debate on the best barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Shoot.
All Glovers can do good debate anymore. I mean, they just get fast, real fast. They say the stupid shit anymore too. It drives me nuts. I don't know how you guys do it. I really don't.
Well, we take turns. That's how.
Yeah, I've noticed. I'll take a turn every now and then, but not that much anymore. It's just they just drive me crazy, dude. I just want to just get pissed off, and so I just listen. I'll get involved a little bit here and there, but those Glovers just so annoying to me. I mean, it's just after being in it for as many years as I have been now, and it's the Globe is just so stupid. I mean, it is so freaking stupid now. It's so impossible to even exist. It's just ridiculous, and yeah, it's annoying to me to hear people try and make some kind of a case for us living on a wet ball spinning rocket flying through space. Are you kidding me? Really. It violates every law there is, second law of thermodynamics, gas laws. I mean, it breaks every law that you can practically think of to even exist. And so that just proves right there that it can't be true. When you have to break every law that you can think of to have a globe exist. Yeah, right. Like that's happening. Like gas sticks to a ball with a vacuum adjacent to it. It's just stupid. Gravity, refraction.
Yeah, particularly gravity. It's like I just accepted that forever, and now like I don't really. It's obvious. It just sort of solves all the problems that actual science couldn't. So. Like a brilliant invention of the mind.
The thing that drives me nuts is that people like Einstein and what's that idiot, the one that first invented gravity? I can't even remember his name. I get so irritated. Those guys put in their papers. He did his paper on gravity and another body acting on another body at a distance and stuff like that. And they said, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. Don't ascribe my name to it. And what do they do?
Newtonian.
Yeah, Newtonian, yes. Those guys didn't believe it themselves. They said, this stuff's ridiculous. Don't ascribe my name to it. As soon as they died, they did. And said, this is what he said it was. And they've stuck with it ever since. And those guys that made those theories up said they don't even believe in them. So what are these people thinking, man? Come on. It's just so stupid. That's why I said it drives me nuts, because they're just so stupid. I mean, the people that invented all these theories didn't even believe in them themselves. Ridiculous.
Wasn't Galileo he was put in prison, right? And he was held under house arrest for the rest of his life. And then the church decided to take it as their own. Isn't that how it happened?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
I think it's funny that they come out and they say relativity is the most tested and proven and this and that. I'm like, no, the most tested and proven thing is like water leveling, gas pressure needing a container, and there's got to be another one, but like those are the most tested, not relativity. It's not, in fact, it's wrong all the time, from my understanding. When you how big the scale you give it.
What's wrong?
Uh-oh.
The globe. That's what's wrong.
No, he said relativity. What's wrong? It's always wrong. What is it?
I'm sorry. I was quoting someone else. Quoting someone else.
First, it would have to be somewhat coherent for it to be even wrong, correct?
Right.
Yeah. I want to see the coherence.
Yeah, when I was talking about being wrong, I was just talking about the measuring the mass of it being 99% wrong. Measuring the mass of a galaxy.
Wrong. What's that? What's the wrong thing?
I'm not getting into it with you, man. I'm out of my league. You take over.
Oh, I think
we were just talking about the most tested theories of all time, right? They talk about relativity being one of the most tested and proven theories of all time, and I was saying like, no, water leveling and gas pressure needing.
I heard you the first time. Test and improve it. Is it a scientific theory?
I don't know.
It's not.
What's up?
That's the issue. So
I'm just saying what I've heard other people say about it.
Tested and proven scientific theories. Well, it wouldn't have been a scientific theory if it wasn't tested in the first place.
Which makes you wonder, is there anywhere where there's a plain statement of what the theory is? I've never actually looked for it.
You have to go November 1915, and go scare up his paper. And I just want a hypothesis. That's all I want. Just fish out a hypothesis for me from the paper.
Okay, hold on. I'll look for English translation. Sounds speak
doesn't exist. Good luck.
Yo, Indio, it sounds like you're talking from the other side of the room, bro.
Attention on deck.
Eddie, soldier.
It sounds like you're talking from the other side of the room. What the hell is going on in here? Oh, my volume's low.
Shit, man. No, my regular mic got broken, so I'm using an alternative. It doesn't
sound all that bad. That sounds okay. God rockin', we're loving that hot mic you got. Appreciate that.
I don't even know where you think it's coming. I'm sitting in my living room alone with not one thing on, not a TV, not nothing. So if I got a hot mic, well, I don't know what the fuck's where it's coming from, but I'll mute just to make you happy. But I'd like to know where the fuck it's coming from, if you don't mind telling me.
I don't know. It's got to be close to your mic. That is rustling papers or.
There's no. Like I said, I'm sitting here by myself. I'm sitting on my recliner doing absolutely nothing. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What the fuck I'm talking about is that sound that's coming through my earphones and your light popping on your God rockin' every time it does.
Well, all right. Like I said, I'll mute my mic just to make you happy.
There's a sensitivity function inside the sound settings of Discord. Maybe that just needs to be set lower.
Noise suppression. That works. Hit that button. Oh. Yeah. What happened to Miggy? Was that hit and run, Miggy?
No, I'm on the move, but yeah, no, I'm on my phone.
So it's a drive-by.
Basically.
I'm waiting for Wiggles. I don't know.
Wiggles?
Wait, you know who Wiggles
is? He coming back?
Is
he coming back?
I'm waiting for him. I don't know if he's coming back, but I'm waiting. I'm stalking the live stream till that dude shows his face.
Did you hear Donald C's like a recent interaction with us?
No, but I replayed the one with me and you and Wolfgang.
Oh yeah, no, but the recent one, I think Clipcord got it, gave it to me in my DMs. It's funny as shit, dude. You got to hear it.
Oh, he was in here with Helio last night too.
That's the one.
The consistency one. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, no, certainty.
Certainty. That's it. Certainty. I didn't get it.
It's a belly laugher. It's really good.
I don't see as like watching somebody fall down an infinite staircase, man.
This guy didn't know which way was up at the end of that conversation. Like he tied himself up in a knot. Like it was so funny though.
I think is there something wrong with him?
I don't know, man, but I would venture to say that the way he was speaking, he was a little tipsy too, so that didn't help any. But yeah, I mean,
a couple of screws loose, so yeah.
Most of these anti-flat earthers are. I mean,
other than being that's what I was going to say. Other than being an anti-flat earther, is that your question? Is there something? Yeah, there's probably a couple things. Delusional Dunning-Kruger would be one right off the top of my head.
I got a new term for it, a medical term, right? We could get it in the DSM. It's called Terra dysphoria.
Terra dysphoria.
Yeah, terra dysphoria. Yeah,
that's a good one.
What about his claim? He goes, I did this Eratosthenes experiment 20 years ago. And then he says he's been studying physics for 30 years.
Yeah. Yep. Sounds like an experiment to me.
How old is he again?
He said when he did the experiment 20 years ago, he was 20. So if he'd been studying for 30 years, he would have been studying physics since he was 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to get Wiggles in here. By the way, we got some new people in here. I'm looking at my screen, but I can only look briefly because I got to keep my eyes on the road.
Where the hell are you going?
I'm traveling from the big city back to my house.
How long is that going to take?
Seems to be about 45 minutes, give or take.
And then you'll jump on some good mics and a good computer?
Yeah, most like. Well, I don't know. I mean, we got stuff to do today, so.
Better check your damn DMs is one of those things you got to do.
So there's a Mr. X in here that's muted. Want to take a stab at him? Well, first, Wiggles. Cat Skank, a video I had up 3 years ago saying nonsense like, for upward refraction to exist on a flat Earth, you would need a temperature below absolute zero. Yeah,
what?
He actually said that. Yeah, he actually said that. Below absolute zero.
Is it the same Wiggles that we've smoked many years on?
Yes.
Oh, God, what an idiot that dude is.
Yeah, I want to get him in the arena. Like,
so do we have any clips on him, Huey?
Wiggles? I think I got
there's a clip. There's a Nathan Oakley clip, I know. On
There's a toe tag. I think I got a toe tag with him. Let me go check. It's old. Hold on.
I want to make him go away and never come back. I want to humiliate him so bad he'll never show his face again. But I think he's one of those that are like he has no shame, so like you can't actually humiliate them because they don't even know what that is. They can't be humiliated.
Are you gonna take him on? Are you gonna take him on the arena? Because I think that would be a spectacle.
Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah, that's what I want. Because I want that format to keep it on one topic. This stupid refraction horizon. He made 60 observations in a row. Laser tests don't work to measure anything. Yeah, he made a whole bunch of claims, man, in comments, and I want to just slice and dice him.
Yeah, we need to break his will. We haven't broken his will yet. It needs to be broken.
It's too long to play, Miggy. That's almost an hour.
I was gonna say it would have to be long because that's like a beat down per second, man. Every like sentence that comes out of his mouth is retarded.
Mm-hmm.
Is that actually a picture of him?
Lately,
yes.
I've been having them. I've been having them so exhausted in the chat, so I know that we're doing the right thing in here. So I mean, lately, most of these are really exhausted. So I know it's painful for them to actually be in. If we can just shellac him, I think that would be. It brightens my day.
Looks like the love child, like actually like Gene Splice, Professor Dave, and Simon Dan.
All I know is UFC fights are on it, and they're starting any minute. So I'm going to go get the stream that you get them for free, and I'm going to watch the damn fight. So we'll see you guys later.
All right, man. Peace out.
Yep.
Yeah, got rocket.
So, Mr. X, I'm going to unmute Mr. X. Do you know who Mr. X is? Is he worthy of unmute? Like, why is he muted? Does anybody know?
Nope. Shit, is he muted? I don't know. He's got the Chucky doll. When you said let's take a stab at him and he had the Chucky doll avatar, I almost cracked up on that one.
Yeah, Mr. X, never like X Mister. He was the one talking nonsense. I remember him now. Dude, come in here, don't talk nonsense, don't try to play games, and you'll be all right. If you try to do what you did yesterday with your space-time nonsense, man. When I'm trying to tell you,
by all means, talk nonsense.
Well, it's like telling the difference between space, like the concept, right? Like the abstract idea of space versus the abstract versus actual physical space. And then he's acted like I was talking about time, and he did that like 2 times. Like, no, dude, time is an abstraction too. Like, what the hell? They're abstract ideas. But I'll unmute him. See what happens.
Indio, I like when they think they can run around though. It's just it's kind of gets a little bit sporting for me. Gets their hopes up a little bit.
Here's a new one. I don't know if you've noticed this.
It's wild when they do that.
Accidentally found the server. That's a new one. We had a guy in lobby saying he just accidentally hit random keys and ended up on the server.
That's fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
you know that. Like
Discord.gg/flat earth. All those keys are right next to each other, and if you hit it with your fist, they just all get typed out. Yeah.
They slipped, tripped, and fell into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, Mr. X, you're unmuted. Yep. See if you can act normal.
Okay, I'm not high anymore from weed or watching any more sports, so I could act.
That was weed?
Yes.
You're not supposed to eat it.
I was on my phone. I was, betting on FanDuel Sportsbook, watching the game, and trying to concentrate on multiple things at once. And now that's over.
Yeah, but we're not really worried. We're not worried about that. We're worried about how you have some evidence for the Earth being a globe. That's what's more interesting right now.
Oh, I don't. When did I say I had evidence?
Does anybody?
Said that?
You think anybody does?
I don't know. I'm just kind of patting you down right now. See if you have any of that evidence.
Oh, he's checking you for weapons.
He's checking me. What is going on? I just got here. Checking me.
Just consider it a friendly frisk. It's no big deal.
Okay, he can frisk me.
Friendly frisk. He's just
doing a friendly frisk between.
That's okay. He can frisk me down.
He's doing it for both of your protection.
Okay.
Yeah, because this is gonna hurt you more than it's gonna hurt me. Okay, so I mean, we're gonna really figure out whether or not your idea of the Earth being a globe is really real, or if you're just making shit up, right?
I didn't say whether it's real or not.
Okay, so let me ask
you a question. What the fuck is it if it's not?
I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead, Neil.
I'm trying to figure that out. That's why I'm
you
here.
Said that you don't have the evidence. Do you think there's other people out there that have the evidence? Other than you, like scientists,
I don't have any
astronauts, government officials, like pilots, sailors, and all the other nonsense. Do you think that they have the evidence?
I heard no response.
Yeah, you do.
I don't even know where to start.
Mr. X, do you actually believe you're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space?
Look,
a spinning ball.
Yeah, a spinning water pair, because that's what they say it is.
Holding water on its surface, spinning around in the vacuum of space. Do you believe that's where you?
That's pear-shaped.
Does God believe it?
No. What? No, I'm asking you.
Did you just ask if God believes it?
I'm gonna say that's a yes, right? Because of Jesus.
Great.
Christianity doesn't say that, right?
Okay, hold on. That's the answer. Just yes or no.
Hold on, Mr. X. Before you say stupid shit, Flat Earth is not based upon religion. You're just revealing that you don't know anything about Flat Earth or anything like that.
Well, that's why I wanted to come in here. I wanted to come in here so I could be
upon religion. You're not going to hear any religious arguments. We're not going to say God did it or anything like that.
I just want to ask him, what is percentage of belief? What is your percentage 1 to 100? Can you give it a ballpark? Throw it out there.
Percentage
that the Earth is a ball, man.
The Earth is a ball spinning in space. Go.
Based on what? A percent?
Whatever. I don't care.
50.
Whatever. What?
50-50 chance of a coin. Could be a ball, could be flat Earth.
Okay, so you're just teeter-tottering. I get it. Okay, so you're on the fence post. That might cause hemorrhoids eventually.
He has a strong conviction in not taking a position.
Any more pat downs, or am I good?
So,
next person.
Why is it 50% ball? Like, what's the evidence for that?
Oh, I'm here to listen to you guys and help, so you guys could enlighten me more.
We don't. But the problem is, we don't have any burden of proof because the Earth appears flat and motionless to the senses, right? You don't go outside and go, "Oh, that's a giant ball," and I feel like I'm spinning.
Yeah, we're trying to find out your malfunction. That's what's going on here.
What's this group about? No.
We're trying to figure out why you don't trust your senses. Why you don't trust your experience.
Okay.
So if it's 50% ball, that means that at some level, there's a 50% chance that what you experience is actually wrong. So you must have some rational reason for that, right?
Yeah.
Like if I said, "Hey, that's your mom," and you're like, "Oh, I don't know, man. I can't trust my eyes." There's a 50% chance that's not my mom. There'd be a reason, right? You'd be like, "Well, the hair color is different. That's not what her nose looks like," right? So, there'd be a reason. You don't walk like that. My mom don't wear that perfume. There'd be something, right? That's not my dad holding her hand.
So the 50% that you're stuck. Your idea is stuck to thinking that the Earth is a globe. What's keeping you to it? That's what we're asking. What would be your response?
Yeah. What are you backing that 50% with?
Hold on. I was reading something. Ask the question again.
The 50%. First of all, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but you need to stop doing that shit and pay attention.
I have two monitors. I have Fubo.
And we really don't give a fuck about the other shit you're doing, because this is the most important thing right now. All right. So if we have to repeat ourselves, you might find yourself at the business end of a hard mute. You know what I mean?
All right. What?
All right. So the question is, what of the 50% that you believe the Earth is a globe is keeping you to the thinking that it still is? What is it?
Discord.
What?
Discord.
Yeah, Discord is making you stick to the globe?
Oh, shit.
Are you for real?
I'm still stoned.
I don't know.
Still on drugs.
Okay, so fine. So how so? So how is Discord making you stick to the globe 50% belief in? What are you backing that 50% up?
Let's not take that bait. Let's not take that bait.
Very simple.
So let's stay to the rationality for the 50%. Like why is it split? Why aren't you 100% flat Earth? What you experience, what you see, what you feel. Why aren't you 100% that? Something must like when you were a little kid or some other time, because
I was expecting this Discord to be educational.
It will be, but we have to get. What do you mean educational? I just did educate you.
All right. I'm listening then. I'm listening.
Well, did you? Okay, have you ever considered that you've never experienced the Earth as a ball and you've only ever experienced it as flat?
I've experienced it as flat so far, I think.
Yeah. What do you mean so far? You going to space?
No. So
okay,
yeah.
Then forever. You said yeah? How you going to space?
No, I've never been to space.
No, how you propose that you? Why do you think you're going to space? Why do you think that?
No, I said I've been walking on the Earth as it's flat as that I've know of.
Yeah. Is there any prospect that you're ever going to have an experience other than that?
Yeah, but I'm gonna see like the 50%.
I don't know.
Listen, I'm still inquisitive.
You do know
because most of the time I'm just inside.
Can I ask about the 50% again? It's because listen, I'm still curious about this. So, are you saying the Discord made you come 50% away from the globe?
The 50% is
flat Earth.
No. The 50% is I want to listen. I want to be educated more on what could be the 51%.
Sonny, he's not getting it, Sonny.
Oh,
he's
wait.
not gonna get it.
Yeah,
We've
listen.
been to this 3 times. This is the third time you're gonna like restate it, man. He's not gonna get it.
Hold on, listen. We're just trying to get to the bottom of so the 50%. Okay, so you have a 50% belief in the globe. Is there any one thing you can tell us? Any one thing that particularly sways you towards the globe 50% wise?
Evolution. I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Well, wait a minute. It's okay to say you don't know.
I have no idea.
Okay, so that's a good.
These questions are hard.
Just because everybody else is doing it, is that?
Listen,
questions are hard.
Listen, you're being honest.
This is
right
a
now.
weak ass troll, bro.
Hold on, listen.
I just want to hear to listen.
Are you actually gambling with this level of intellectual power?
Yeah, and I'm losing.
No shit, bro.
I lost my money yesterday.
Dude, you're going to be losing your money every goddamn day.
It's a disingenuous troll because what we're asking for is basically what it is, and you're just like, I don't know. Then why the fuck are you saying that it's 50%? No, it's stupid. It's really stupid because you're going, it's 50%. You don't even know what it is. So why the fuck are we entertaining you saying something like that? That you don't even know. So then how are you saying it's 50%?
It has to be
you don't know shit.
Well, yeah.
Well, entertainment could be educational also.
Hold on, sir. How long has he been in the server? Is he new or not?
Yesterday came in.
All right, so check this out. Like, he's not exhibiting any signs different than what everyone else is inflicted with. Young man on the flat Earth side just said that. What did he say about relativity? That there's bad evidence or something, or evidence against it. And QE is like, well, first of all, it would have to be something. So, like, people just say stuff they don't really understand what they're saying. They kind of just pick up, words and arguments or things that seem like arguments, and they just say it because it's the best that they can do. What if he's doing the best that he can? Can we get to showing him some stuff? Because I'd be more comfortable kicking him out if he wasn't listening to us actually showing him something. Because right now he says he has jack shit.
I think that's fair.
I'm trying to figure out.
We were addressing the point of his idea of saying that he's 50% sure that the Earth is a globe. So that's what we're trying to address. And getting to the bottom of that, he says
he doesn't know what that means. People just say,
I know, but
hey,
what I'm saying is
I'm 99% sure it's a meeting.
We didn't know that.
We know that.
Eli, we didn't know that until he said so. Until he finally said, well, I don't know. Like, then it's clear that he doesn't know what he's talking about. At that point, we understood. But before that, we had to ask him like 3 or 4 times, and before we got to this point. You know what I mean? So we didn't know. He didn't know until he stated it just like not even 5 minutes ago.
I think this might be. I think this might be a normal. I think this might be a normal reaction, though. Also, like Eli's saying, I think this is kind of like the normal reaction. People are not like this. Is like a splash of cold, fresh water in their face. Like most people don't get confronted with this. That once it gets you, But I mean,
I think he's either a troll or he's a troll playing stupid, or
okay. I mean,
he's at a very low level of intellect, and we need to like explain it like he's 5.
Right. So listen, either one.
Which one is it, Mr. X? Are you a troll or are you a barely functioning adult?
I'm a functioning adult. I'm just here to listen to your ideas like a podcast and here to be educated.
Okay. What did I tell you? Tell me what I told you.
I'm starting to doubt you now.
No,
Mr.
hold on, Sonny. Tell me what I told you.
You said... Can you repeat that again one more time?
I got to... No, because I did actually say it 3 times, so now tell me what I told you. I said it 3 times already.
Okay, you said...
I started with our...
The burden of proof is not on us, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Why is the burden of proof not on us?
I don't know. I feel pressured.
You are, because you're getting kicked out. Bye.
I don't know why that you'd feel that.
I don't know.
Elijah, he was here yesterday doing the exact same thing.
I don't know. He might have been genuinely moronic.
No,
I wasn't. I don't know. I wasn't convinced, but
to us,
you guys are gonna do what you guys are gonna do.
Yesterday,
wasn't my friend.
No, yeah, I know, Elijah, but yesterday he was doing the exact same thing, except for it was a little worse. And when he came in today, he said, "Oh, I was just stoned yesterday. I didn't mean to do all that stuff." And now he's doing all the exact same stuff.
Kind of trollish.
So he's lying.
Elijah, you should have heard him whining about the Heat Nuggets game yesterday.
Oh my gosh! Well, I don't know.
You know, if that's his material, then come on. If he couldn't tell the Heat were cooked by halftime. Yeah, he was whining because he needed to see the outcome of the game.
Yeah, that was just a troll. Just trying to, like, start the shit. How could I go in there and frustrate and rage those flat earthers? I could record it. I'm going to do it from my Twitch.
I like being that other one for a change, though. Like
I'm gambling.
Because it'll make them talk more, and then you figure more out, as we did, because I heard more on the second time. Once he knew the focus was on him, then he kind of changes like mood a little bit. You could tell. It's a trip. But I don't know, like I'm still willing to give the benefit of the doubt to people that are just actually, you would think they're normal people out there, probably. They actually
you can hear the script he's trying to get to, though. Under that little, you can hear the script he's trying to get to.
Why can't? Yeah, so they can be honest about.
Also, his profile says he's a PGA Tour pro.
Oh, sure. Okay, great. So a flat surface.
That's so about the mentality of those guys.
Golf is played at elevation angles of the ball. Thank you very much.
I asked him if he had to account for Coriolis effect when he hit a golf ball, and he laughed. So he knows what we're talking about. It was the very first thing I said to him when he came in the server.
PGA
he laughed. How does he know what the Coriolis effect is if the dude doesn't know anything? Think about it for a second.
A PGA baller.
Yeah, pro golfers think they're clever, so it's possible they're sitting around the hotel room.
They're like lawyers.
They're like ambulance chasers.
Lawyers chasing ambulances. That's a good fit.
That never shank it. Yep, that's it.
No, they're like the fucking uncle or nephew that always needs to borrow money.
Well, I mean, honestly, if I spent every day on a country club, day and night, and never paid a greens fee, I'd probably be on. Well, I'd be approaching the senior tour, maybe.
After a while, you run out.
Weird. He didn't even try to work that troll at all. He just like came in here like not even trying to work that troll.
Well, that's why I'm saying he probably is on tour, and just another idiot who goes low.
Yeah, low effort troll kick out. That's you gotta put in some effort, and then you might last a little bit longer.
After a while, you sleep with all the hoes on the circuit, and it gets tiring. So.
Golf groupies, what, middle-aged women?
PGA Globers.
Yeah, the only smart guy in the tour eats at Denny's.
Hey, Helio. Somebody just requested that you unban him from the. I don't know why he's banned, but Arwen is asking me in Skype that he's supposedly banned in 24/7.
What the hell? Here? Why would he be banned here?
I have no idea. He just reached out to me.
Arwen. Yeah. Oh, Arwen? Why would he be banned here?
I don't know. He said he's banned.
It could have probably happened.
Hold on.
Yeah, it could have probably happened that a long time ago. Perhaps he got into some wild speculations or something. I don't know. It's just some crossfire.
No, I'm pretty sure he got into some off-topic stuff like that.
Yeah.
What do you call it? The pandemic shit.
He can be very controversial.
I think I'm not positive, but I found like when he was banned, it was banned on.
Could you unban him and then I'll take responsibility for him, and if he fucks up,
ban you.
No, we'll have him shackled to the main.
I'm not positive, but I'm not positive.
It wouldn't be the first time.
It wouldn't be the first time.
I never banned you.
You were shackled to the main nest. What'd you say,
Sonny? Shut the fuck up.
Thanks.
Damn. You trying to get your 10,000 words out right now?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Not really.
Have you ever heard the fable of the tortoise and the hare? Pace yourself, man.
Relax, soldier.
Relax. Did he say relax, soldier?
Yes.
Don't be fucking with my emotions.
I know.
Monkey.
I get it. Okay. Yes, sir. Fuck. Okay. Onward and over land.
Yeah, I'm working on it, Huey.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. I don't even think that. Hold on. That account might not even exist anymore.
He's definitely got an account, but you're talking that. I got you.
Yeah, let me check though. I didn't like look into server settings. I think BattleMod might have banned him, but I'm not positive. That's what it's looking like. It was BattleMod.
I'm thinking that might have been the case.
Arwen must have said his car's better than his or something.
Do you need like his number?
I think I'm looking through the ban list. We got a lot of bans, so it takes a while just to load. 21,816 bans. So Arwen, yeah, he's right here. So I revoked his ban. Now there's a small possibility, because this happens sometimes, that an invite does not work immediately for people that have been banned a while. This is just it will work eventually, but sometimes it happens where it doesn't work. I'm just warning you. So he's like, no, they didn't unban me, because that's happened before.
All right. He said he's going to bed now. He'll come back in another day and try it.
Oh yeah, it'll work then, probably.
Okay.
90% of the time it works, but there's variances.
Okay. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. I'm curious why he was banned.
I bet you it was something off topic, if it was.
There wasn't a
Jason Woodcurve was in it. He's a flat earther in here, and I was trying to get them on topic in the morning time, and he got fucking pissed at me. He was like, "Fucking Miggy, you're the one always." I was like, "What the fuck?" And you're like, "I don't know where he came with his dagger, bro. He just came at me." I'm like, "Whoa, bro, like chill." He's like, "Nah, fuck that, man." I was like, "Oh shit." So I was like, "Fuck you, you're banned." So I banned him. So if he asks you in the DMs, Indio, you know what's up.
What was the topic? Religion?
No, they were talking. It was like they were talking about their intimate like wives, and I don't know what. It was just like it wasn't the topic of the server. So I I was just trying to get I was like, hey guys, can you guys let's bring the topic back? And I guess because I interrupted the conversation or something, he was just all about like bitches and hoes to me. I'm like, bro, chill. Like he didn't, so fuck it. So if he does come back,
that might have been partly my fault.
Exchange operation.
No, I don't.
That might have been partly my fault because I muted him just before you came in and said, "Stop talking about banging your wives on here."
Yeah, yeah.
Do that anyway.
Anyway, yeah, but he got aggressive with me. That's all. Like, fuck it, man. Like,
yeah,
you can talk to the admins when you get back. You know, I don't care if he comes back. I just like, but yeah. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal.
It was a weird conversation though.
I didn't think he was gonna come at me like that, dude. I was pretty astonished by it.
On the next episode of Why Do People Go Sideways?
That's a great hot mic, Elijah. Was that a slow fart? You know, one of those, you know,
That was-
long, like machine
Sounded like a
gun.
death rattle.
It was a machine gun from Call of Duty.
Hell.
Oh, did you guys hear Dell's fucking rant today? I forgot all about this, man. It was funny as shit. He went off on Flat Earth Debate, FED, man. Did you guys listen to that?
No.
No.
Can some?
I do want to listen to it though. So I like Dell's rants. I like. I don't know something about that Scottish accent, freaking in slang, right? Shit that nobody understands except for Scots people, but I find it amusing.
I do too. I love him, man. I like the cut of his jib. If I put it in there, would you play it?
He got nice, colorful words like lick, spittle, and what is the other one?
If I put it in there, will you play it?
What do you go off about Flat Earth Debate? Over.
Yeah, play it.
I have to work and listen to it.
Get some popcorn.
Upward acceleration. Was he on that still?
It's
I don't know
yeah,
why.
but I don't. Yeah, it was that was the reason why, but that wasn't spoken of. Hold on a second. It's not that long. I think it's like.
Looks like Helio Skeptic is the one that banned him.
Arwen. Nice transition.
But it doesn't make sense in a way because it's an old
Arwen was
account.
probably talking about Helios sex change operation back then. Let's see, where's Dell? There he is.
Yeah.
That's what he was talking about?
Helio Skeptic
There you
on a
go.
deleted account.
Ah, shit, my mic got unplugged. I'm sitting here talking. Yeah, Helo Skeptic banned him on a deleted account. So why was Dell
Who's playing it? Somebody play it.
Oh, that'll be like 3 hours, man. His
Oh, yeah.
rants.
No. That's a clip.
Oh, it's a clip.
In the live stream voice text right now. It's 21 after the hour.
Oh, I'll play it. Okay, hold on.
It's pretty fucking funny, man.
Arwen's a fucking imbecile, a two-faced, backstabbing, weak-minded, spineless little fucking vermin. Arwen's part of the crew that just bewilders people and cul-de-sacs them into little fucking camps, going round in circles. Flat Earth Debate episode 4,949 million billion gazillion, where we go over and over the same pish, running in fucking circles, while Nathan Oakley mimics me and acts like he's some sort of fucking messiah. He's a fucking moron. Simple. He should get back to interviewing people, asking them what their favourite colour is, because that's how he started off in the whole flat earth thing. Came in with all the other fucking imbeciles. And then Jim Panda suggested to him that he mimics me, because look, it's getting an audience. Swear and get agitated and blah blah blah. So Nathan Oakley went from, hi, what's your favourite colour? How did you arrive at flat earth? Where are you from? Do you like Patricia Steere as much as I do? Do you like Mark Sargent? Wee, let's hold hands and kumbaya. Wee. To all of a sudden, he tries to be a venom-tongued intellect. He just doesn't cut it. He's a fucking empty, spoiled little fucking rich kid that I see right through, which is why he's not got the cojones to come here and sit in front of me. Because he would get fucking bitch slapped left, right and centre and exposed for the fucking fraud that he actually is. It's about time you've paid attention to this whole facade these fucking imbeciles wheeled out to corral people and misrepresent the whole topic and pull it to pillar to post and separate and divide everybody up into camps. That was their fucking game. That's what they've achieved. And now you see the results of it. People are hand-waving practical reality away and regurgitating mantras that these fucking imbeciles offer to them. Eric Dubai, fucking Nathan Oakley, the whole lot of them. They're fucking idiots.
That's it.
That's pretty funny, man.
What's the over-under?
Damn, he's having a go at Oakley, huh?
Yeah. Do you like Patricia Steere as much as I do?
What about the? Don't you use that? Don't you use that? What's your favourite colour, QE?
Yeah. Yeah. He sounded like Shrek. I lost it, man. I nearly pissed myself when I listened to it.
He does sound like Shrek now I think about it.
And your little bot right there, it's not playing well. It needs a fucking shot in the arm or something.
What do you mean? Came in bad for you?
Yeah, it's been doing that the past couple times.
I'll reset the server because I host the bot so on my own server, so I can just reboot it.
He's a little squirrely.
Hey, QE, what was his reason that he had to go at the panel? Like, what was his, like, what got him his panties in a bunch?
I wasn't really paying any attention, man. I'm sorry. I was just waiting for the rant.
Well, it reminds you of my
it sounds like he's got to be in his. It sounds like he's got to be in his bonnet right now. So
always has a bee in his bonnet, and this is the funny thing. So, Huey, you know who Vortex Puppy is? Yeah.
I don't think so, but go ahead.
He's like, sometimes he goes on Dell's show. He's also Scottish. He's got like a dual degree in math and physics. He's come up with something. He's come up with some good videos. I got him on my channel, but that's not the point. He's actually, that's the funny thing. That guy's buddies with Eric Dubay. He's on the International Flat Earth Society website. Like everybody else gets banned off that website, but he's on there. So I thought it was kind of funny that he's talking shit about Eric Dubay, who he interviewed. They did a stream with Eric Dubay on it. Dell did. Beyond the Imaginary Curve.
Oh, you're talking about that dude that used to broadcast with Dell?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know him. Yeah. What'd you call him?
Vortex Puppy. That's the name of his YouTube channel. That's his handle on the International Flat Earth Society forum. It's a Vortex Puppy.
Oh,
one word.
What's his actual name?
Gavin or something.
Gavin, that's it. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
He hasn't been on Dells. He hasn't been on Dells in a couple years, man. Hasn't he?
The last one I saw was like maybe 6 or 8 months ago, somewhere in there.
Oh, he was on there. Okay. Did they have a falling out or something?
Not that I know of. I don't know.
But you're saying Gavin and Eric are good friends.
Well, I mean, all I know is this: is that Gavin got Eric Dubay to agree to be interviewed by those two on their stream on Beyond the Imaginary Curves channel. So, good friends? I don't know. Acquaintances? Certainly.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, I can hack into their shit and find out their acquaintances if you want.
No, I did. I want to think no.
I don't want to hack into Eric Dubay's folders, man. No way.
No.
It's Pride Month, but I'm not that into it, bro. My God, I want to go off topic right now so bad because, like, well, let's just say this. I live in, I was in downtown Boston, and they had like a citywide LGBTQ plus 2, whatever the acronym is at this point. I don't even know. I lost track. So there's hundreds, if not thousands, it's not even say thousands of people all over the place, dressed in their colors, right? The rainbow colors.
In Boston.
Yes, in Boston. It's a big thing here, man. We're it's Fruit Loops here, man. Total Fruit Loops. Anyway, it was literally like a circus. It was like the circus sideshow met Bocage Falls.
Wow.
If you remember that,
yeah.
Yeah. It was weird, man. I come out of the gym, man. I'm looking across, and it's a 17-year-old boy dressed like a 17-year-old girl. I don't want to see this going out of the gym. She went back in the gym and dropped like a 45-pound plate on my head.
Yeah, I thought you guys from Boston were cool, man.
This is like the most liberal city behind San Francisco.
No way.
Yes. It's Massachusetts, man. It's liberal Massachusetts. We're California East.
Fuck, I never been up that direction.
No, you never will.
I was just under that impression, but because I knew some guys from Boston, but that was back in the day.
Back in the day, homophobia was a sport. Okay.
That's what I figured, man. I knew some tough guys, man, from Boston and shit. You wouldn't want to fuck with them, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. So, like, rolling, those people, that was a sport, man. Robbing them.
Yeah, that's the impression. That's the impression that I got off. But like I said, that was many years ago.
What was like an open, like, less savory character. They openly talked about it. It was like like I said, like just like you would go like arm rob a liquor store or a gas station. If like you didn't have a gun, you would just go into the South End and just roll one of them, and that was like because they always got money. You know what I mean? So
I got a real funny little short story, a little army story about that Boston guy. We were good friends. He was squad leader. We were both squad leaders. He was squad leader, and we felt sorry for our troops one night for our squads because they were just beat, and we decided me and him would pull guard duty. That always sucked, man, pulling guard duty after a long day of friggin' infantry shit. But anyway, we're in the Kahukus. It's a mountain set on the north shore of Hawaii, and it fucking rains like you wouldn't believe on Hawaii. But anyway, they dug trenches. We're in a trench system, and we're walking the trenches. Me and the guy from Boston, and we're loaded, not live ammunition, but just blanks and stuff. But we got Miles gear on, so if you shoot anybody, their Miles gear will go off. Back in the day. But anyway, we're walking, and then all of a sudden the heavens open up, and we're in the trenches, and the trenches start filling up. And it was raining so fucking hard. We were absolutely soaked, tired, miserable, and the trench started filling up. And we were walking the patrol, and we came up to each other, and we're so sorry, right? I was like, we're feeling sorry for ourselves. So what I did was I pointed my M16 at his head. He pointed his at mine, and we both fired and killed ourselves.
That's funny as hell, man.
That's as soon as I hear Boston, I think of him, man. Every single fucking time. I knew you'd like that.
It's suicide, man.
No, but we couldn't do it ourselves. We had to do it to each other.
That's so funny as hell, man.
I never forget it. Never. We felt so sorry for ourselves just to end it. I felt symbolic that fucking day.
Oh, man. There goes the command.
No words were even spoken.
Oh, no, that's real fucking funny. Just eye contact. Like,
that shit made my day. Thanks for that's why when I hear you, it just reminds me of him because he was so fucking cool. I love him. If you're out there, man, you're fucking bee's knees, dude. You know what the sorry thing is? I can't remember his name.
Boston, obviously.
It's just so long ago.
Yeah. All the so back then was like, there's a lot of ethnic, old school neighborhoods, big families, all lived in the same house. Italians, Irish Catholics.
Yeah.
That's all kind of gone. It got gentrified because the real estate prices went so high here, and like the family heads, like their grandparents or whatever, would pass away, and then basically you got like here's a $2 million house. You got 8 kids. Half the kids want to just take the money and run. The other half want to stay there. There was literally a shootout down the street from my house one time over this thing between old people. The mother died, and there was like a 60-year-old and a 58-year-old all having a shootout in the street because one wanted to sell the house, the other one didn't. So yeah, it was pretty crazy. That was like back in '99. So like during the .com bubble, like the real estate prices here went through the roof. Yeah, so like all those old school neighborhoods, right? Portuguese, Italian, Irish, family oriented. Against kind of like this new, cultural, turn of events. I'll put it that way. I'm trying to be diplomatic and not get canceled. So this cultural turn of events, they were like that just was not a thing. But the city eventually just, those close knit neighborhoods, they're all gone, and now it's like foreigners and just random riffraff from all over the world.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. It don't bother me because every day, like if I go walking, I walk for 2 miles. It's like going through the circus, man. It's like walking through an international airport and circus at the same time. It's kind of funny. It's weird. It's hard to describe the experience because I haven't lived in Boston my whole life, so I've been other places. So it's hard to even describe this environment because it's so strange.
Foreign.
Yeah, foreign. It's foreign to any normal experience, I guess.
Where are you originally from?
Well, Vermont.
Okay.
Green Mountains, out where AI is, as a matter of fact.
Huh.
Yep, Green Mountains, rural Vermont. My mother went to school in a one-room schoolhouse.
Huh.
But I met a girl and ended up out here. You know how that goes.
Yep.
She wanted to be near her family. I didn't want to be near mine, so. Well, it's not that I didn't want to be near him. It's just like she won that battle, I guess. You know, if you live in a rural area, it's like a mix of the same like type of people that have all lived kind of like the same experience, right? Because you're usually rural areas have rural areas right next to them, and like any people that live in an urban area, the maximum number that'll be in any like maybe 2 or 3. Here, it's like college kids, you know, lots of college kids mixed with tourists, mixed with people that are from here, mixed with foreigners, mixed with like it's just a mix. People just passing through. People that work in the city, but they live in the sticks, right? So they come into the city, but they don't live here because their job, they can't even afford to live in the city. So they'll live in New Hampshire or Maine or out in Western Massachusetts where it's more rural. So it's a very strange place to live, man. It really is. Like, it's just weird. I don't know how else to describe it. Can't even believe it works, quite honestly. God. Some of it's revolting, though, because, like, so this is the thing that bothers the hell out of me. Not a lot of children. People don't have children. They have dogs. So there's a lot of people that walk around like couples, right? And they're married. They don't have kids. They have a dog. So I live near like a place where everybody goes and walks their dogs. So like, you know, it's instead of kids playing around in the park, it's a bunch of dogs playing around in the park. And that is just, that's like a bad omen in my book.
Sounds like you need to relocate, dude.
Yeah, I know. Before the nukes start flying. But
sounds like it doesn't need nuke.
Yeah, I don't have to live like them. I just watch people, man, and it's amusing. I don't know what I would do in the country, man. Like, I mean, I don't know. I've done it before.
Well, you got the text.
It's like you get to a point where like you have to be constantly like stimulated by like new shit, and like living in the country is kind of like, you know, it's kind of the same all the time. But that's a good thing, right? So like unexpected things don't happen very often. And you actually have time to think and chill and, you know, actually relax. There is no relax here. That's like a foreign word, man. You know, the good, there's always good with the bad and bad with the good, etc. I'm philosophical about it, I guess.
In the terms of that, I live in a remotely rural, like my town only has maybe 15,000 people, and the bigger city about 30 minutes away has maybe 80 or 90. But one thing I have noticed, because I did used to live in Tampa, and that change you're talking about, that stimulus, it's interesting how it happens because it is slower, but it is like a yearly seasonal thing that you notice, and I still at least am amazed by just shit I planted in my yard or out back wherever 10 years ago, and it's, oh wow, look at that. Kind of just, it's a different mindset in total.
Oh yeah, the way we measure that here is like, oh, that whole city block that's gone, and now there's high rises.
There's a hotel, another one. Yeah.
No, here it's condos. Oh, they just ripped down that butcher shop that used to be there that had the bricks that said 1912 on it, and now there's a 5-story freaking condo there with yuppies coming out of it walking their dogs.
A dog. And you mentioned that earlier. I don't know why, but I like to think about, like, what would it be like if you just take someone from 100 years and plant them here? And there's the obvious shit like smartphones, but that one when you said a lot of people walking their dogs, I wonder just how foreign that would be to someone from early 1900s. Just, what the hell is going on?
Just having a dog on a leash.
Do you think people in cities even owned them?
What do you mean?
Like 100 years ago, do you think people even really owned dogs like that in cities?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
It seems like like you said, they have kids, right? Even if they're in a little 2-bedroom apartment or something.
I mean, it's hard to say. I don't really know. I would just be guessing whatever I said.
Fair.
But
Same.
like, you live in the country, right? You don't have to have your dog on a leash, right? You probably have a yard and you got lots of space, right? Dog running around. Not here. You can't let your dog go. Like, that's like, first of all, there's leash laws. Second of all, the animal control will come and snatch your dog up. Third, if those two things don't happen, your dog is going to get run over by something. So it's a totally different thing. Like, I say they have dogs. It isn't like they're just walking their dogs and their dog is running around free.
No.
Fucking chain around its neck, right?
No, they take them to that madhouse of a dog park that anytime I'm near, those things stress me the fuck out for some reason. Like seeing 40 dogs in one small area.
Good thing they can't collaborate.
Yeah, I tend to take mine. I walk mine just to get them out of the yard. I don't have a big yard or space or anything, but just to go out, and I do go at night for that simple reason of getting them to a spot by the lake or this one field and letting them actually run. But same thing of I definitely couldn't just let them off during the day, because there are the people that, I mean, they enforce it. Just citizens enforce it more than the animal control, right? It's like extremely taboo.
If a dog ran around, someone would call animal control and say, hey, there's a dog running around loose.
Yeah.
They would come and take the dog up.
Come get it.
But they wouldn't assume that the person let them go. They would just assume that the dog escaped or something.
Yeah. There's no reason a dog should be running free.
Not around here, man. Get flattened, man. People get flattened. Dog doesn't have a chance.
I feel like I've missed it, but picked up on you're from near Boston or Boston? Is that where you're at?
Yeah. I'm not in Boston. Okay. I live in Cambridge, but I go into Boston every single day, pretty much. So Cambridge is like right across the river. The only thing separating me from Boston is a river. That's it. Okay. Once I go on the other side of the river, and it's not even a wide river. So it's maybe the river, like the walkway between the street I live on and being in Boston is about, 500 yards.
So is it a quick
to Boston Garden? Like if I left right now, I could be there in 7 minutes to Boston Garden.
Probably some river that George Washington supposedly crossed over,
It is a river he crossed over.
I see.
What's the name of it?
It's called the Charles River. So back then, George Washington, he fled the British, the invasion of the British into Boston, and he fled across the Charles River into Cambridge. There's a park. It has a statue of George Washington, or there's a tree and a statue of George Washington. And that tree, underneath that tree, he was made the commander of the Continental Army.
And shortly after, they were starving to death in the freezing cold.
Yes. And then he ran, and then he ran some more, and then he ran, and then he ran. And right when they got suspicious that this guy was on the wrong team, he was like, "Oh, I gotta actually do something now." And that guy, Benedict Arnold, who they said was a traitor, right? Based upon George Washington catching a French spy with papers indicating Benedict Arnold was a traitor and had a secret trial and executed him. This is all true. Everything I'm telling you is true. This is how Benedict Arnold got called the traitor. They were on the Hudson River, their camp. They caught a quote-unquote French spy, and they got his papers, and his papers named Benedict Arnold as a traitor.
Mm-hmm.
They had a secret trial, a wartime, on-the-spot trial in George Washington's tent, and found him guilty of espionage, and then hung him. And of course, those papers don't exist anymore. And Benedict Arnold, hearing this, fled to Europe. But Benedict Arnold, he took Fort Ticonderoga. And he took the cannons at Fort Ticonderoga and dragged them all the way through rural Vermont back in the 1700s, all the way through Massachusetts, all the way through New Hampshire to Boston and set them up on a hill. The hill's right here. I know exactly where it is. There's a hill in Cambridge where they shelled the British in Boston until they left. But he was the traitor. And George Washington, who ran from Massachusetts all the way down to the Potomac, right? And almost killed everybody in the army during the way, right? He ran from New York City. He ran from Boston. He ran from New Jersey. He just ran. He wasn't the traitor. He's the one that fingered the traitor, right? Secretly. And the guy that actually did something, he was said, he's the traitor. I deduced this all on my own, by the way. That Benedict Arnold was not actually a traitor, and it was actually George Washington that was a traitor. Because George Washington was an officer in the British Army.
Think Benedict Arnold could have seen Washington as that, and Washington knew that in a way.
They did compete for being commander of, because Benedict Arnold had his own force. In the Continental Army thing, that might be been written ex post facto, right? They might have gave him some men, right? You're a general of this army. You're going to take the southern part, right, of the colonies. And Benedict Arnold, you're going to take the northern part. And the point of taking Fort Ticonderoga is because cannons, for one, it was nearly impenetrable, and then it let them basically control the Hudson River, right? So back then, the control of the Hudson River was important because of shipping and all that shit, right? So yeah. Fort Ticonderoga is like an impenetrable fortress. He did basically something that was impossible.
Indio, I caught up with Wiggles. I put the message string in live stream.
Oh, word. Crying.
Is Wiggles one of the regulars here or something?
God. Oh my. I'm almost regretting it now after reading that.
That was a conversation because I just popped over into the other server. He wasn't talking. I don't know who he was talking to. I just wanted to give you we're talking about the same person, right?
Yeah. Reading his stuff just makes me like, this person can't be serious. I'm like, why am I feel like I'm slumming it, right? Like, I'm like a Major League Baseball player and some little leaguer talks shit to me and I'm going to go pitch hard fucking strikes at him. Like, you little shit, see if you can take 100-mile-an-hour fastball. You know what I mean? I'm really just wasting my time.
It's Wiggles.
That's an interesting story, though, man. I'd like to hear more about that.
What, Benedict Arnold?
Yeah, because I don't know dick about it. I'm just taking.
Yeah, that's just my theory. Like, not a theory, colloquial theory.
I got you.
Just because of what ended up happening, like the Constitutional Convention was signed in Independence Hall. That was owned by King George at the time they did that, right? And then if you read the Treaty of Peace, that just basically said, and even the Declaration of Independence says, we relinquish all political ties, right? So that's the only thing they actually did. Then the Treaty of Peace says that all the debts owed to the king must be paid, right? Whatever the debts was owed to the king in the colonies must be paid, and that was part of the Treaty of Peace, right? Which was very convenient for the king, right? Because he owned the colonies. So that's deprivation of property, right? Like, it's like you're taking it by eminent domain, so you got to pay him off. So I figured out all this from, there was a case in New Hampshire. So when New Hampshire became a colony, the king reserved the right to be the only person that could start a university there. Massachusetts he had the same rule for Massachusetts, right? Because there was different charters for different colonies, right? Royal letters patent charter for the colony. In New Hampshire is the only place he exercised the right to make the university, and he made the University of Dartmouth, right? So the state of New Hampshire, this is after Revolution, tried to take over Dartmouth. They went to the Supreme Court. It's a case called Woodward versus Dartmouth, right? So Woodward was the governor of the state of of New Hampshire. The court said that because of the Treaty of Peace, he still owns Dartmouth. That's his personal property. Not it's the property of Great Britain, not it's the property of New Hampshire. That it's actually his personal property, and that all his personal property, they can't be taken from him because of the Treaty of Peace. So he owned all the colonies. Think about it. He basically, anything that gets taken he has to be the king or his lineage, whoever's the heir. It has to be as long as that treaty holds, it has to be paid, right? You have to give them fair market value or whatever you want to call it. But they couldn't take the university because they were trying to like replace all the trustees like with their own people and just take over the university. So they failed.
I'm sorry, I failed U.S. history. What the fuck is the Treaty of Peace?
Treaty of Peace is like what was signed after the American Revolution with King George. That's how it ended, with the Treaty of Peace after the Battle of Yorktown, which George Washington fought 6,000 Hessian mercenaries, and who was the general on the other side? General Cornwallis was the British commander on the other side. So they fought at the Battle of Yorktown. Cornwallis surrendered. Treaty of Peace ended up being signed probably months later or whatever. I think Benjamin Franklin went to England and got it signed. And then, but it's a very brief, like it's one paragraph. Basically says something to the effect of, yeah, you won as long as you give me what you owe me for taking my property.
Isn't it the Treaty of Paris?
Well, I mean, yeah, the Treaty of Paris. It's a peace treaty.
Yeah, that solved it for me. Now I know what it is. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Look how it's freaking short, man. Let me see.
I was being facetious.
It's just like a very short. It's like it would fit on one page of a piece of paper, which is very like unusual, right? Like for a peace treaty.
Let's go back to Benedict Arnold.
But well, I mean, because I just deduced this because Benedict Arnold won battles. George Washington ran away.
Who was okay? Go back. What?
You don't know who
Go
Benedict
back.
Arnold was? How far?
Yeah. How far?
Benedict Arnold was a general. He was the subordinate to George Washington. He was right under him.
Okay.
So there was I think there was I remember right. Come on, man. You're like making me remember like 7th grade social studies. Benedict Arnold. I don't know if they had like equal status or one commanded the other. They might have been. They might have had like separate things because there was two kind of like armies, two armies that fought during the Revolution on the American side. There was like a Northern Army, which was commanded by Benedict Arnold, but there was like little subgroups that so there was something called Ethan Allen's Mountain Boys. They kind of roamed Vermont and New Hampshire, and they basically did like guerrilla type warfare, right? Just destroying like anything British or whatever. Because I mean, at that time, there'd been Europeans here for about 200 years, and after a couple of French and Indian wars, like 4 of them. So there were British outposts all over the place. So like, they would hit and run British outposts and all that. But Benedict Arnold was tasked with basically taking from Albany up the Hudson River, up to Fort Ticonderoga. And George Washington was basically supposed to, from what I can gather, protect the East Coast, all right? Virginia, New York, Georgia, whatever, right? There wasn't really enough British troops like in Georgia area to like even matter, right? So what all the British did was basically naval blockade it. Because, there's no people there, really. Anyway, Benedict Arnold, I mean, I'm not an expert on Benedict Arnold. I just know that he won the Battle of Fort Ticonderoga. If I go up the street, there's a plaque on the side of a building that says, this is where the cannons from Fort Ticonderoga were placed during the Battle of Boston and the Siege of Boston, I think they said, and blah, 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 blah. There are also some in Dorchester Heights, but those cannons came from Fort Ticonderoga and they were dragged there. They were the Fort Ticonderoga's cannons. So they were dragged there by Benedict Arnold because Benedict Arnold is the one that won that battle of Fort Ticonderoga. But in that intervening time, right, from the time he won the Battle of Fort Ticonderoga to the time those cannons reached Boston, like I said, George Washington supposedly caught a spy, had a secret trial, and executed the spy, but that spy fingered Benedict Arnold as a traitor. So yeah, real great traitor, doing so well, defeating the British. It doesn't even make sense. Like, right. Why would he even?
He decided to become a traitor because he kept getting passed up on by promotions, even though he was doing a good job. So that's why he left the Continental Army.
Yeah, I'm sure George Washington wrote that too.
Well, you said he was doing a good job, and if he wasn't getting recognition, that's a valid reason.
He was getting recognition. I mean, what does recognition even mean back then? They didn't have social media.
Getting paid more? Yeah, but they have status.
Dude, it's the middle of a war. Like, what's your status? Like, everybody, in 6 months after, there was no, Pony Express, man.
Yeah, you get promoted in the army.
Okay. George Washington decides, I'm going to give Benedict Arnold a promotion. Here, take this letter. He'll be promoted in 6 weeks? When the letter gets there? Think about it. It's not like an urgent thing for anybody that I have to do something right now and betray. Things moved a little bit slower, man.
Yeah, it was over the course of 5 years. For 5 years, he wasn't getting promoted in the military, even though he was doing a good job.
Well, let me ask you this. Don't you find
1775 to 1780.
There's no actual evidence of his... Well, don't you find it suspicious that there's no actual evidence of his betrayal? And the person that would benefit from him betraying was the person that discovered the betrayal and destroyed
his
the
boss?
Killed the person. Yeah, George Washington. George Washington wasn't doing good at the time. How many battles did George Washington win?
I don't know.
1. The last one. The last one. He lost every battle up until the last one. And ran and ran and ran. Almost got everyone killed at Valley Forge. He was in danger of being replaced. Because he was ineffective.
Washington greatly admired Arnold and gave him command of the fort. No, it seemed like they were on good terms, bro.
Sure they were, right until he stabbed him in the back.
Yeah, because he had papers that said he was gonna betray them. Because he was married a loyalist sympathizer. Was kept hanging out with the British.
That's a cool story. Okay.
Who was the wench that Benedict Arnold married?
Peggy Shippen. She was a loyalist sympathizer and a close friend of a British major.
Oh, guilt by association.
No. It was only after they found papers saying that he was planning on... Yeah, the British tried to bribe him and he took the bribe. And then they found out he got bribed because he had receipts of the bribe.
Look. Okay. It's a coded paper alleging to be written by Benedict Arnold. Could you get convicted of treason with this, a document like this?
Well, we have, like, computers now. That's not...
No.
Really, like, nowadays, like...
Don't use paper and pens, man.
If I had a paper that said, I'm gonna bomb the Capitol building, yeah, that's an admission of guilt.
It's a coded message, and you have to authenticate the handwriting. How do you know it's in his handwriting?
It wasn't in his handwriting. It was in a British officer's handwriting. He just had it.
What are you talking about?
The British officer gave him a bribe. Yeah?
They didn't get it on Benedict Arnold. They found it on a French spy, purporting to have bringing it to Benedict Arnold. You not understand that? That there was...
I'm pretty sure they didn't, though.
And they executed that guy. That night. That guy didn't have a trial. That guy had a wartime in the field trial. What do they call it? Military justice, military tribunal, by George Washington and his officers.
All right, I'm just.
I know you just want to hug your dollar bills and stuff and look at George Washington's face and fap, dude. But
I'm not a big George Washington supporter.
Well, you're obviously a Wikipedia supporter.
Yeah.
It's funny how you might as well replace all these things you're talking about with the globe myth. I mean, yeah, who knows, whose powdered wig was more powdery, but yeah, dude, come on.
Like, why is your thing any more right than my thing?
Dude, don't take it so personal. He started it off by saying, hey, maybe Benedict Arnold isn't the traitor. We get the story that he's the traitor because whatever you said was on Wiki, but come on, man. But don't you see it's funny that that's kind of how the globe thing goes, too?
And you also have to think about, you have to understand the legal system, the current law, and how the Constitution, all this shit was created to a degree, right? So the United States, if you read the U.S. Constitution, have you ever read it?
Not exactly.
So have you ever read the bottom? Because the bottom's that's important, right? The bottom where the people signed it, right?
Yeah.
Because that's where it matters, right? The signatures. Because the signatures matter. What does this actually mean, right? The only one that signed it is George Washington. There's other signatures on there, but they were as representatives. And I know you might not know what that means in a legal sense, right? But when you write as something, sign it as an agent, you're not the beneficiary of that. right? If you do you work for a corporation?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you sign something on behalf of the corporation, does it have anything to do with you personally?
So you're saying, so the people who signed it.
Answer the question.
Jeez. Well, it depends.
Does it have anything to do with you personally? If you sign on behalf of the corporation, sign as representative of, Lockheed Martin, does that mean whatever it says on that document can be enforced against you personally, or will it be enforced against Lockheed Martin?
And who made the decision? If I'm like a high-ranking official or the owner, then yeah. But if I'm not,
owner, right? If you have a personal liability, then you're signing it as your personal liability. But I'm talking about there's the people that signed it, right? The states, right? So the state of Massachusetts, they had human beings that represented the state of Massachusetts. They went and they signed the Constitution, signed representative signature as blah blah blah, and there's all these signatures that are on the bottom of the Constitution, except for George Washington's. George Washington didn't sign as a representative. It means something. That means basically when George Washington, they wanted to make him king. Remember that part? People wanted to make George Washington king in the beginning. It's not as innocent as you think. Like I don't know why this myth persists, dude. The founding of America was some innocent act. The Constitution's a great fucking document. I'm not arguing that. The Declaration of Independence is even better. The Articles of Confederation are pretty great themselves too. I don't know why those got abandoned. I'm pretty sure they're still in force because I don't ever remember them being revoked.
They got revoked.
Let me ask you: was the Constitution voted on?
Do you mean by the states or the representatives
by the
of those
people,
states?
The states, whoever, by the people. The people who it applied to. The people of the United States, right? That's what it says. The people of the United States. Was it voted on by the people of the United States?
No.
Okay. So, what do you think that means?
That they didn't have a structured government? So they used a representative system like we use today?
Okay. It's not voted on by the people. So it's actually not the people that the document's about. Who is signed on the document? The states as legal entities, right? So it's the state of Massachusetts. It's a legal entity. State of New Hampshire. It's a legal entity, right? Those are the people of the United States within the meaning of the Constitution. And this isn't my opinion. This is the opinion of the courts. Take up a case called Chisholm versus Georgia. It says no man can sue for breach of the Constitution because no man is a party to it. The states are the parties. So the states start as parties of the Constitution, but there's one naked signature on there, George Washington. Point is that if you look into George Washington, he's not squeaky clean, and there's a lot of such shit that went on back then.
When exactly?
During the American Revolution and immediately after it.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
Independence Hall was owned as a king. They fucking negotiated the Constitution within the king's building, dude. Think about it for a second. Look, say exactly. like think about it like this. Say,
Yeah, North America was never relinquished by King George III.
Say we're at war with Russia, right? Let's go to frickin' the Kremlin, right, and decide like what the peace treaty is, right? We'll write it in the Kremlin. Our terms of surrender, right? So it doesn't jive with either tradition, custom of man. It just doesn't jive. None of this shit makes sense.
Really, and you look at it now, this far, 70, 90 years, 100 years or more. Since like the revolution, 200 years since our revolution, and shortly after with the other revolutions, and then the fall of the czarship,
in Russia and all of that, and then leading up to what the Red Army and all of that stuff. Like, I know what you mean.
So what's the bottom line here?
Bottom line is
we never left the crown.
I would say
we left it politically. Let's put it that way. We left it politically.
Because of previous writs and
the crown doesn't decide who our government is. I guess we kind of get to decide by proxy who the government is to a degree.
But that really doesn't matter because we never left it.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the bottom line.
I think so.
That it was a classic shell game, bait and switch.
Sure was. And America, the land of the free, it was a sacrificial lamb is what it was.
So what you're saying is currently I'm a fishing chipper?
No. No, not really. You're kind of like but you're not a Canadian either, so that's a good part. No, we broke political. I'll read the Declaration of Independence, man. It's what it says, man. We broke political ties. Like when they wrote legal documents back then, they meant what they said. It's very specific. Like you can't just add in your own imagination of what it is, and that's what people do, right?
All right, read it. Everyone, get attention.
Yeah, get it attention. The unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America, when in the course of human events, it becomes, I bet you YouTube deletes this video because I'm reading the Constitution. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another. The political bands. And what
That's the Constitution or the Declaration of
Independence?
Independence?
The Declaration of Independence. That's when they declared independence from England. The independence was political independence. It wasn't because the king owned all the property. It wasn't Great Britain that owned America. It was the king himself as a king, not as because there was the king and there was Parliament, right? The government of England is the Parliament, but the king kind of owns all that shit, right? But on a foreign land, which was America, it's foreign to the the common law of England and all that stuff. He came here, he paid people, right? He formed these parties and these charters and these letters patent, and he claimed the land for himself. And so, everybody here working the land and doing their thing, they're working his land. So
his land.
His land.
Speak. I don't think does he have a Cherokee accent?
No, but he had a big fucking cannon and some guns, man. So
no, it doesn't have one of those. Well, those are Hebrew, Proto-Hebrew, and they practice Ten Commandments, the oldest version known written Proto-Hebrew in North America. Yes, that's right, folks.
So this is my ultimate proof that this is the case. It's the ultimate proof. Something no one has ever heard of. Okay. There's something called a writ of scary facia, right? It means on the face of it. So, remember I was talking about a university? King George reserved the right to himself to be the only one that could start a university in Massachusetts Bay Colony. Then come along this fucktard John Harvard, who started Harvard University, thereby causing a breach of the charter. Okay? How do you enforce a charter in the law? You take something called a writ of scary facie. Now, a charter or a letters patent, right? It's almost like a will, but it's like a living will. So it's happening in real time to people that are alive, right? So whatever's written down, you have to follow it to the letter, right? Black letter law, as they say. So he gave these conditions. So this colony exists under all everything that's written down here has to be followed. Or if you don't do it, I can dissolve the charter. Well, guess what? That's exactly what happened. They took the writ of scary. They took the Massachusetts Bay Charter, the original document. They took it back to England, and Massachusetts Bay Colony was dissolved. Massachusetts didn't even exist at the start of the American Revolution as a political body. It didn't exist. Right? They also tried to do it to Connecticut, But because back then they don't have digital copies and shit. You have to have the original document. So what the government of Connecticut did, they took it and they hid it in an oak tree on Indian land, because still the middle of all Connecticut was still Indian land. So they hid it in an oak tree among the Indians so that nobody could get it and bring it back to England. That oak tree still exists, or some monument to it, and it's called the Charter Oak. Right? So, if it wasn't the king's personal property, how did he dissolve the state of Massachusetts? Okay. How do you dissolve the state of Massachusetts? How do you almost dissolve the state of Connecticut? Because he owned it as his personal property. So, when you take someone's personal property, you have to compensate them. You just don't get it for free. Right? That's how it works. You can't just say, oh, we just that's why they can only break political ties. They can't say, yeah, we're going to steal your property. Because they still needed England for, they would starve to death. They still needed things from England. So they needed some degree of commerce. So the king was really willing to relinquish political control, right? Deciding who the government with, getting rid of the admiralty courts, forcing people to pay in silver coin, all these things, right? Because they were under the admiralty laws, right? In admiralty laws, most of the people in America were, some were natives, but they wanted access to the common law of England, right? The number one selling book at the time was called Blackstone's Commentaries on the Common Law of England. That was the number one selling book of America at the time of the Revolution. Everybody knew what the law was. They wanted the access to the common law, but admiralty courts is like a summary court. You're presumed guilty. Presumed guilty. You have to prove your innocence, right? So they didn't want to live under that. So that was started this whole mess. Plus the debasement of the currency, and there was a whole bunch of, it was a mess on every level, right? So they declared independence. They wanted to govern themselves. That was the point. They wanted to govern themselves. They had They had no say, right? In Parliament or in England, they had no say over their government. How do they resolve disputes? How do they have their courts? How do they have representatives? Who's going to build the roads? All these things. They had no say over how anything was controlled. It was controlled, no taxation without representation. That whole mantra, right? So all that they broke that tie, that policy. Political is just a bigger word for policy. The policies of government. They wanted to be able to enact their own policies of government, but they can't take the land or all the property of the king just because they feel like it. They have
and so the other part is this, that I think that Rome took precedence anyway over there was underlying charters and things until those were ceded over until the British or whatever you want to call it,
we can dig deeper on that with
Conqueror
and shit.
So I think so I think North America and all of that, since the age of discovery, which was in all the top secret things in the world that they kept secret, were the maps, and obviously the navigators knew they were using elevation angles the whole freaking time, back and forth. That's how a lot of these things are known things now.
They didn't even use a sextant.
Exactly. So they just didn't know where they were in longitude, going east and west. But they probably knew this is probably top secret.
Well, honestly, what they would do is they would just hop into the Gulf Stream and float around it and then float back up, because otherwise you're sailing against it.
Yeah. And it was trade back and forth.
Apparently, if you got caught in the circulation, in the center where there was no circulation, good luck with you, man.
There are stories of Cristobal Colon speaking to American indigenous people that had come across the Atlantic from North America in 17.
There's pictures and paintings of Indians in the court. They got Indians from America and brought them to court in England and other European countries. There's paintings of them. They went over there too. It wasn't one way.
Yeah. Well, the Greeks also said they knew there were people, the furthest Indias. There were 3 Indias. That just meant, well, actually, the Ethiopia wasn't there was 3 Ethiopias. So there were the dark-skinned people, and there was the furthest Ethiopia. They knew that was the furthest India. That's why they said it was. They knew it was over there, and they actually knew the people were there. And by the time they got there, when De Soto's people reported back to the crown of Spain, they told them, they said, we have the Canaanites, the Abdamites, the like Amorites, the like all these people. They said these are heathens that were thrown, that left, that fled. They were like the evil people or something, and they deserved to be killed and slaughtered and their lands taken. That was from De Soto.
Okay, so I'm gonna say one more thing about this. Anyone's ever heard of the Office of Management and Budget?
See, we were lied about so many things. They never told us, like, Ethiopia was not a particular place in those days.
That was basically Africa.
Neither was India. Listen, the furthest India. So India wasn't called India. It was called Hindustan.
Hindustan?
It wasn't
That's
India.
racist.
It was called Hindustan. Hindustan. Yeah, that's what it was.
Well, let me say one more thing about the British domination of, the King's domination of America. One more thing. If you look up the Office of Management and Budget, there has to be an OMB number for every government document. So if you look up the 1040, it says U.S.-UK tax treaty. Now, no one's ever been able to decipher what exactly that means, but it means something.
Yeah. There's no actual law.
So I don't know how the mechanics of it actually work at this juncture in time. I just know that there's preceding cases where government of the United States tried to take things that formerly belonged to the King of England, and they failed. The courts ruled that they can't do that. And like how it came to the situation, like I said, my sneaking suspicion is that George Washington was a fucking double agent. He actually was. He was basically. He was there to like. He was. It's
what was the name of it?
You're gonna lose, right? But you're trying to minimize the damage, right? But you can't. What? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, he was a colonel or whatever under the British, so right?
Yeah, he was an officer.
What law or act was that, India? Sorry.
So, Office of Management of Budget, Office of Management and Budget. Every federal document form, every federal form that you have to fill out has to have an OMB number.
Yeah, why is that? It's monetized. That's why. It ends up going like people don't know any about this shit. Like it goes to the Bank of International Settlement through the Wall Street, City of London, and the or Eastern, the Asian markets, right? And it flows through all of those, and it goes to the Bank of International Settlement, and every one of those documents, yes, is processed and is a financial document. Your used car loan, your house payment, your documents, it's all been monetized. And in America's case, you've been sold off with these straw men for cash to mortgage the continuous debt and bankruptcy of this place. So it doesn't surprise me anymore what they're doing. Like anything they can do, are the corporations acting under the act of war? They can do whatever they freaking want. They just don't tell. They don't tell anybody that for decades that's what this happened, and you're under a continuous state of under the War Powers Act. So they treat us as enemy agents.
The war of 1812 was pretty suspicious too. Let's start a war just to burn down the White House or Washington D.C. then leave.
Oh shoot, it's pretty crazy.
That's totally suspicious. A war, they just destroy one city and leave. Let's just destroy the Capitol and go.
Yeah, and also like the idea they tried to put forth with the tea revolt or whatever.
Oh, you mean the what do you call it? The Boston Tea Party?
Yeah, Boston Tea Party. That's right.
That's a total work of fiction.
What the fuck? Like, really? What the hell really happened is still a curiosity. I'm sure to many. It is to me.
Well, the victors get to write the history, so you know how that goes.
So what I was thinking about earlier about this is that it would only take like 50 or 60 years for them to change it. And then how would we know they didn't change it in 50 or 60 years? Just enough that it's off. And then
need to establish the light is bending.
If one way is to isolate one face and then compare it to another in terms of size. So it's like, and then you can increase the number of sides infinitely, and you can make an integral.
No. Just thinking about it in terms of you're going to measure the entire face of a shape is not practical. You can't measure thousands of miles, right? You can measure 10 miles quite comfortably.
But you can with an integral. You can integrate it.
No, that's not measurement. We're talking about physical measurements of the surface.
Okay.
Right? So we would say, let's take 10 miles as an example. Right? So over 10 miles, the globe model makes the prediction that there will be a certain amount of geometric drop from A to B due to curvature. That amount being around 66 feet. Right? So we test our line of sight against that, whether it's line of sight using optics, the distance to the horizon that's predicted based on the curvature, or using something like a high-powered laser to draw a horizontal reference across a body of water and seeing if it can travel across that to the other side and hit a target, or whether it's going to go way over the target because the target's underneath the curvature that's supposed to be there. So you can measure segments and see if it's conforming to that curvature. And eventually, when you measure enough of these segments of varying sizes and you find that there's no curvature, you're forced to come to the conclusion that it's just as it's observed. It's level.
But
the water is level, like we're seeing.
Cyclone, but laser lights bend. Fiber optics are a primary example of that.
The fiber optic is within a cable. We're talking about a laser being shot through the air.
Yeah, that's still with. So the fiber optic reflects because the density of that cable is a certain number, and there's total internal reflection. Now, in this case, your medium is air, but you're traveling through a lot of air, and that's not the only factor that you have to deal with. You know, light is correct. You are correct. Is an electromagnetic, it responds
you've got
to
beam
electromagnetism.
divergence. Yeah, you've got beam spread. You've got the moisture in the air. You've got a whole different number of factors. But we can look at these factors and address them or be aware of them, and still the target should not be hit by the laser on the other side if there is this 60-foot drop between the two and a physical obstruction between the target and the laser. So yeah, lasers can do funny things through great distances, but we can still quantify and control for that to a degree, and we can still decide whether or not this would work on a globe. Like if it was marginal, and you could say, okay, this result could be explained by the spread of the beam because the curvature isn't that much here, that's one thing. But if you increase the distance to the point where those still would allow it to hit the target, and it does hit the target, then you disproven the curve.
So, Cyclone, are you referring to a citation that took into account all of these factors of how light can be manipulated?
Well, there's a bunch of different examples where people have used different types of lasers, and they've accounted for refraction. There's a bunch of different examples of these things being done.
Okay, is there like a link or something?
Right, so if you join the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel, it's discord.gg/Flat Earth. I'm sure someone can send you the link. And then you go down to the additional information section and look under L for laser. Laser Tests is a channel. There's loads of videos in there, and I'm sure some people can post them in the chat here. But yeah, join the server and look at the additional information channel. I'm going to have to pop on mute, but there will be someone else who can pick this up with you.
Okay.
Wait, so what was the contention there? I didn't really follow that.
So he's saying that there is citations and that there is evidence where the guys do take into account all the ways that a laser can be manipulated, and it still was not reading correctly.
Okay, so even controlling for everything but the sphericity of the Earth was. Oh, Yeah, I see.
Allegedly, according to this, I've not seen any citations, but it's, apparently they're on the server. Apparently.
So wait, so the Earth, so controlling for like for moisture in the air, like the air is obviously a non-vacuum.
Apparently,
They're saying the laser hits the target, therefore the Earth isn't a globe.
It does not hit the target, allegedly.
Wait, but if the Earth was a globe, wouldn't you expect it to not hit the target? So the flat earther should be claiming that the laser does hit the target, right?
That's a good point. Maybe cycle.
Yeah. This is what we're saying. So from point A to point B over 10 miles, they tell us there's a 60-plus foot of drop. So if you were to shoot the laser should be flying way above the target. You should be looking up and seeing the laser because it's going over this curve. But if you hit the target, then your laser has not been obstructed by a curve, and you've just drawn a horizontal line across this lake. That's what I'm talking about.
So in the study, they hit the target though?
And SpongeBob, I was saying, if you look under L, under the channels that you were looking at earlier, there's a channel on laser tests, and you can see a bunch of these different demonstrations.
So, Cyclone, did they hit the target?
Yeah, these lasers are hitting targets exceeding the limits of the globe.
Oh, but if it hits the target, then you could just say it bended because of other reasons. I thought this was not hitting the target.
No, if it wasn't hit, it would. If the globe was real and there was curvature, it could not hit the target, but it does hit the target.
Yeah,
meaning that there is no obstruction due to curvature.
Well, you could say that maybe if there's a lot of moisture in the air,
you can't.
You
could say a lot of things. You couldn't demonstrate it. You couldn't show us a laser bending downwards in air. You would also be assuming the curvature that you're claiming it's bending around because you've got no measurement of it. This is what we're trying to demonstrate.
Yeah, you would be assuming it. Yeah, you'd be looking for a justification.
Hold on. Yes, you can make a laser bend downwards in air. Actually, I think there's a YouTube video that's like very popular, has like several million views, where a guy just bends laser light with water. It's just like a
so not in the air.
So not in the air then.
Yeah, we're talking about moisture in the air, though.
Yeah, and that's moisture.
The Earth is flat. Someone argue me about it. Let's go.
Huh?
Listen. Yes, there are people who have done videos where they've filled a fish tank full of sugar and water to create a medium where the laser will bend through. That is not air. You cannot provide a demonstration of a laser in air bending downwards at a rate of around 8 inches per mile squared to match the globe model, which is what you would need to claim that our laser is bending around that curve that you've never observed or measured.
So in pure water, would it be more than 8 inches per mile squared?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
If the medium is pure water, could you expect that the laser would bend enough to bend around the curvature of the Earth and hit the target?
When would you be doing
water?
Yeah, you're shooting through air, not water. You're not going underwater.
No, but I'm just saying. I'm just wondering what's the actual. What's the refractory like? How much is it?
Well, if you want to know, get a laser, shine it through some water, see what you come up with.
Well, hold on, Cyclo. Can we admit that air is a combination of atoms, and one of the molecules in air is certainly water, H2O.
You've got moisture in the air. Yes, that does not mean a laser is bending around the globe. That is a totally different argument. See, this is what they try and do with refraction. They try and speak in very general terms about light and say, well, because light is traveling through air, it means it can do this magical thing that has never been demonstrated. It's not the same thing. It's a begging the question fallacy. You're not bending a laser downwards in air. You're not curving around 60 feet of curve. I mean, people as well, when they've done some of these, have taken wide shots of them, and the lasers are just going straight. They're not observing them curving around anything. So if you disagree, if you can show us a laser test where this laser is bending around a curve of Earth and we can see that, then feel free, present it. But that doesn't exist.
Okay,
But also, Cyclone-
so I just looked it up. So liquid water has a refractory index of 1.3, but humid air can have a refractory index above 1, but I guess it would be less than 1.3. So I guess the question is, how much more refractive is humid air?
But also Cyclone, this totally negates. This is a completely separate conversation. But refraction or the light can bend not only because of refraction, but also electromagnetism has an effect.
Okay, what's your point?
Okay, well, so then it doesn't necessarily have to be that it's refraction. It could be the electromagnetic.
Right. Well, you currently you don't have anything happening to anything unless you've got a demonstration.
You don't think light can bend because of electromagnetism?
But saying light can bend is not the same as saying a laser is bending over 60 foot of curved water to hit a target on the other side of the curve. Those are different claims, you understand?
I just think light can bend for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah. So exactly, this is what I was talking about. So you'll make this big assertion and then claim that it can make any distance of measurement of observation or laser test possible because light bends. It's retarded.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: is that if you're gonna go do the metrics, if you're gonna get down to the metrics, we're gonna have to do some math. But I tried to tell you about integrals. You didn't want to do the integrals, and
yeah, okay. So I don't know. Present your case. Can you even present the math? What would the conditions have to be in order to make these lasers bend around the curve at the rate that they're hitting the targets?
I don't know.
I mean, this is your claim.
Well, this
is your claim. So you've got something. We can dismiss it.
It probably a lot, and it could be gravity.
Yeah, well, people have checked these things, and no, there's no refraction ever recorded that can account for what would be needed to do some of the things that we're observing in these observations. The distances we're seeing, the lasers, the distances lasers are being shot. You've got no evidence that refraction exists that accounts for any of that. You've just got the vague words, light can bend.
No, but those are three different methods. We talked about refraction, we talked about electromagnetism, and now what about gravity? Like, black holes can bend light.
Oh, black holes. So, yeah, now you're going to go into the realm of fantasy for things you've never experienced or observed to explain why the laser is hitting the target.
Okay, do you think gravity cannot affect light? Let's start there.
Yes, I think gravity does not affect light.
This is another topic. How are you defining gravity, for starters?
The force that pulls anything with mass together.
Right, so it hasn't been considered a force for over 100 years. So you're already out of date with what they're claiming gravity even is.
Well, it's called the fundamental force, isn't it?
No. Gravity, as far as Einstein conceptualized it, is the uneven distribution of mass in the universe causing bending and warping space-time. Right? It's not mass attracts mass. That's Newtonian, which was thrown out when Einstein came up with his theory. So, no, the laser is not hitting the target across the lake because of Einstein's concept of bending, warping space-time.
Yeah, but do we have to follow Einstein's one theory? There were other theories out there, weren't there?
Well, yeah, and also the orthodoxy is still that gravity is a fundamental force.
We prefer reality. I mean, if you're going to talk about bendy, warpy space-time, something you've never observed and that was merely conceptualized in Einstein's mind, we're no longer dealing with
You're
reality.
the one that's talking about bending, warping space-time. I'm just saying that two objects with mass...
Yeah, but this is because you don't understand what you mean when you say gravity. But you're the one that said gravity, which in this mainstream notion is the bending and warping of space-time. So yeah, you might not understand that.
I will admit, you are diving into a very deep rabbit hole if you want to talk about the origins of gravity, but you and I can agree...
No, I don't.
You and I can agree that the effects of gravity are real, correct?
No.
I can agree that when you drop your phone, it falls to the ground.
The effects of what he calls gravity, at least.
Yeah. So there's a difference between the effect of what we're observing and the cause of that thing falling.
Okay,
right?
fine.
So,
Forget the cause. Forget the cause, and just look at the effects.
Right. So you're now seeing a laser that's hitting a target that should be behind Earth curve, and your response is, well, if I drop my phone and it goes down, that means the light can bend around a ball. That's non sequitur nonsense.
Well, hold on. Why can't light do that? Why not?
Right. Well, what's your evidence for it?
So like black holes have a lot of gravity and can bend.
Your fucking so your imagination is the reason why light can bend.
Yeah. Remember SpongeBob? Remember SpongeBob earlier when I said they'll start talking about things that are not in their reality? This is an example of one. So this guy's gone from the laser hits the target at a distance that's impossible on the globe. But if I drop my phone and it falls down, and I assume or imagine this concept of a black hole that bends light around, then I could reasonably argue that this light from the laser is bending around a curve that I've never experienced or observed. That's how many levels of fallacy is required to do the mental gymnastics to try and explain why a laser hits a target 10 miles away.
I'm not sure. I don't think that the consensus of modern science is even that the Earth's gravity is strong enough to have a significant effect on a laser.
Yeah, exactly. It's not. No one's claiming this. Again, this is Discord Globy off into the weeds about a subject that he's never really looked into, just trying to argue, rather than asking questions
how do you define significant?
Which was sensible.
I guess significant for the purposes of this discussion.
See, SpongeBob, you'll get a lot out of it because you ask good questions without some kind of emotional attachment to your belief, whereas this guy, because he's attached to his belief, is not able to think logically, and he's saying,
"Whoa, hey, there's no need for a personal attack."
No, it's the truth.
Sorry, I'm not trying to
logically.
This is impassionate. Sorry, this is impassionate. You are thinking of
Where's the illogical part?
Because you said you called upon dropping your phone, which is what we agreed you're actually talking about. It's all you can experience when it comes to gravity. An object might fall. Therefore, black holes, a cartoon you've been shown, light bending around a black hole. Therefore, the laser can bend around the curve that you have no evidence for.
Okay, very well. Okay. I'll give you another example. No black hole. Okay, so
we could just look this up. It's an empirical question, right? How much is the purported effect of gravity on, say, a laser beam? I'm playing a game, so I'm not going to do it. But I mean,
no, you can't look it up because gravity doesn't affect light.
I'm saying the purported effect.
If he wants to make that argument, that will be on him to evidence. So he would have to look that up, provide the citation, provide the demonstration. But I think he's already realized that's a silly argument and he wants to move on.
Okay, well, no. So, to my understanding, light is certainly affected by gravity. And I'll give you I'll walk you down through the logic. So, first of all, let's agree. Do you agree that electrons have mass?
Listen, if you're claiming that light is being affected by what you are calling gravity, and again, are you talking about the bending and warping of space-time now?
Sure.
Right, so your claim is light is being bent by the bending and warping of space-time. Just prove that. Your proof has nothing to do with asking me questions. Present your evidence for that claim.
Okay, so then,
first you're going to need to establish the light is bending, and then you're going to need to establish that bending is caused by something called the bending and warping of space-time. I don't know how you're going to do that, but feel free.
What if I say no to the first part and then we continue on?
No to which part? The provide evidence part.
Let's say it's not the bending and warping, and then continue on.
Well, then you're saying light is bending due to something I can't define.
Well, yeah. So I'll explain it. So you ready?
Well, don't explain it. Get your evidence, but feel free if it requires an explanation.
Okay. So first, do we agree that electrons have mass?
My agreement has nothing to do with your evidence. Please get to your evidence.
That's fine. I'm just trying to.
My opinion is not evidence in favor of you or against you. You've made a claim that light is doing something, show us.
Well, you might.
No
You might.
question to me.
Light does not have mass. No.
Well, you might disagree with his fundamental scientific presuppositions, right? I mean, because you believe that.
Well,
most
then
of it's
he
like a
can
false
present
narrative.
them. Well, then he can present his views, and we will then respond to them. His views have nothing to do with my understanding or belief on things. You understand?
Okay, so yeah, so let me walk you down through the logic. Okay, so first of all, I do believe that electrons have mass, and I want to confirm that with you because this is how I'm going to show you that light also has mass. And
okay, so let's take it one claim at a time. You're claiming an electron has mass. So what's your evidence for that?
Okay, so like if you weigh elements with like ICP-MS, or if you weigh isotopes,
how are you defining an electron?
The negatively charged particle that revolves around the nucleus of an atom.
Okay, where is that being quantified, measured, or observed, and then weighed to give you this mass that you're claiming?
Yeah, I want to know how you know it's spinning around something.
With orbitals? You talking about Schrodinger's equation now?
Schrodinger's equation. Come on, bro.
Well, Schrodinger is the one that has developed the most recent model for the electron orbitals, SPD.
You're saying this thing has mass. You're saying this thing has mass. We've asked you to quantify this thing, show us this thing, and then show us how you know it has mass.
Okay, first I'm asking you if you agree with me. Do you disagree? Is this where the first break is?
Does your evidence rely on my agreeing with you without evidence?
I'm just because if you end up agreeing, then I say all of this for nothing. I'm sure I
agreeing with what? You haven't been able to show us the first step, which is you claim this thing has mass. You haven't been able to show us this thing or its mass.
Cyclone. I'm sure I could find a way to show you and all the proof. My current understanding is they use ICP-MS to measure the weights of the weights of different isotopes and their electrons and their masses.
Okay, well that's what you would need to do for your argument, since that's how you founded your argument.
Okay, so
you would need to then prove that.
Cyclone, I'm just trying.
We're not going to be able to
go
prove
down the logic thing, and I'm just trying to see if you can get past this initial hurdle. If you disagree that electrons even exist,
logic.
Like say so.
Okay. So far, you have not proven this premise, so no, I don't believe it. Now, what else? Does that destroy your entire argument?
Well, your disbelief doesn't destroy his argument. I mean, there are things within the scope of a Discord conversation. There are things that we're not going to be able to demonstrate.
If I don't accept the assumption, because he's made that assumption at the beginning of his argument, so if that assumption, if we don't just assume that because he hasn't provided any evidence for it, does his argument still hold, or does it rely on this assumption being true that he hasn't evidence?
So if you don't assume that, yeah, it's fair enough. If you don't assume that, then he can't continue.
Right. Well, I'm not going to assume something. Right. Well, I'm not going to assume something that he's provided zero evidence for. Okay? Is that fair?
I'm just saying, to his credit, we can't demonstrate that right here and now. I mean,
right. But no. But listen. He has made the claim. It is he who has to provide the evidence. Saying, well, we haven't disproven it. We don't need to disprove it. He hasn't evidenced anything. It's called hits and razor. A claim made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. There's no obligation on us here.
Cyclone,
He's making a claim.
Cyclone, what we're trying to tell you is that I can go put together a report for you on how electrons are measured. Now, I'm trying to figure out if I need to do that with you in the first place. Because if I don't need to do that, and you already believe electrons exist, then we can move on. But I'm asking you to argue in good faith right now, do you think electrons don't exist?
I've yet to see you provide any evidence for your claim so far. No. And you saying I could provide the evidence, I don't believe that either. Because if you did have evidence, you would have just presented it. I'm not saying that you personally have to go and do this, and you know that's not why I'm asking you. You could show us someone else.
I have a couple of experiments off the top of my head. Well, Cyclone, I have a couple.
The first premise of your argument relies on this notion that you have a thing which you can prove to have mass, demonstrate that, and then you can proceed. If you can't, then you don't have that.
Okay, so you disagree
your argument has to be done without that.
Well, you're at an impasse because the examples that you're going to provide refraction are not going to be accepted by him. Just like the pictures that we have of the alleged sphere Earth is not going to be accepted by him.
This
Right?
has nothing to do with refraction. No, this has nothing to do with.
No,
he hasn't got to refraction.
No, I'm saying his name.
A model. He's talking about a model.
I wasn't referencing refraction. I'm addressing him.
An electron. This is what he's talking about. He's talking about electrons. He's talking about a model that he's had presented to him in a textbook, and he's saying, I know that this electron in this model that I've been shown has a mass. He doesn't know how he knows that or why he thinks that. This is just what he's heard, which is why I'm exposing this by saying, okay, what actual evidence do you have for that? And he's saying, well, I could provide you evidence for that, but instead I'm just going to ask you to believe me. And if you don't, then I won't continue.
Well, he's showing you that it's been demonstrated by an ICPS machine, but if he showed you like documentation of that, you wouldn't accept that.
He's shown that light has been analyzed.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's rewind a little bit. So, Cyclone, I am telling you that if you don't believe in electrons, I can have that discussion with you with evidence. I did mention ICP-MS. I can talk about the Gold-Rutherford experiment that tells you that atoms are mostly empty space and they use the cathode ray. And we could talk about all the other experiments that they did. But that's kind of a different that's going down a different rabbit hole. Because I'm trying to show you logically is that if you do believe that electrons have mass, there is a logical pathway towards seeing.
No, this is not logic, my friend. This is not logic, my friend. This is a story that you've been told about gravity, which we've already established you got wrong. It's not about mass attracting mass. So you already don't understand that. And then you are linking that to another. I know you would, because you haven't actually researched the current definition of gravity, apparently.
You don't have to
You're also linking that to another story. Listen. You are linking your lack of understanding about gravity with this story you've heard about electrons based on a model you've been shown, and based on a number of claims about machines that I would guess that you don't work with, you've never used. You probably don't fully understand. I'm not claiming that I do, but I'm assuming that you don't either.
Hey, whoa!
And then you're piling those on top of
putting
each
the
other.
equation once or twice and like years ago.
Yeah. I mean, you could calculate Superman's top speed. That doesn't make it real. So just having a calculation isn't evidence of your claim. You are ascribing physical properties to things that you've never physically experienced, weighed, measured, observed, or detected. You're ascribing physical properties to glory.
No, that's false.
The bending and warping of space-time, the electrons. You've got no experience of these in the physical world.
Hold on. Yes, I do. That's not.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Broad assumptions.
Okay, show me your experience of an electron in the physical world.
Okay, you ever use like a battery?
An assumption. Yes, exactly. See, you ascribe this concept of electrons to something like a battery, and you fallaciously think that's a concretism in your head because you're picturing this model of an electron and an atom. When you look at a battery, you're saying that is me experiencing the electron in the model. Fallacious nonsense.
Okay, well,
See,
Cyclone,
you need to think logically. You're the one who keeps saying logic. You're the one who keeps saying logic. You are using none, and I am demonstrating very clearly how you are not thinking.
I will tell you. Cyclone, I can tell you, and I can explain to you how a battery works and how we use chemistry to understand where
you could
electrons
tell me all these things. You could tell me how a battery works. Very good. That is not physical experience with an electron.
Huh?
That's not your physical experience or quantification of an electron. This would be a model that you've applied to your
but you can measure
understanding of a battery.
But you can measure it.
You can measure one electron. And then
Are you kidding me? Yes, we can. We can measure electrons.
Okay, and then you weigh its mass.
Yeah, with a different machinery, you can count electrons with a potential.
Okay. Show me how you've isolated an electron and then you've weighed its mass for your argument.
Okay, are you ready to go down this rabbit hole? This is.
Yeah. Let's hear the story.
Okay,
let's hear the story.
I'm pulling up MS Paint right now, and I'm
Here we go. MS Paint, the foundation of any good scientific proof.
Well, I mean, do you want me to draw it to you? You want me to explain it to you? What am I going to do?
Wow. Okay. So it can only be an explanation or a drawing from your imagination. Is that what you're telling me?
What? No. You're asking me. Look, Cyclone. I'm willing to go down that route, but first, I would like a genuine answer
It's your
from you.
imagination.
I would like a
It's
genuine
your
answer from
imagination.
you.
man.
Oh, hold on, Cyclone. I'd like a genuine answer from you. Do you believe electrons exist? Is the answer yes or no?
Why are you so obsessed with my beliefs? What do my beliefs have to do with your understanding of the
you and
real
I
world?
are having a conversation.
See, this
here,
gets
and
away. See, this is what gives it away. This is
I'm
what
trying to
gives it
convince
away,
you
right?
of what I
Hold
think
on.
is real.
Yes, you're trying to convince me of your beliefs. I understand. No, I am not convinced by your beliefs. And the very fact that you're posting it in that way shows us that it is a belief. Do you believe in gravity? Do you believe in an electron? It's a belief. I don't believe the grass is green. I experienced that. I have knowledge of it. Do you believe in gravity?
That's
Do you
still
believe
a
in the
belief.
electron?
You observe
It's
it
a
with your
belief.
senses. You observe it
It's
with
a
your
belief,
senses.
yes. And now this guy's going to
You
say
can
the
believe
green
a true
grass
fact,
is a
right?
belief. Oh, here we go. First year philosophy kicks in. We believe, you can believing the grass is green is the same as believing in electrons and gravity.
No,
bending,
Cyclone, it's about believing your eyes. Your measurement instrument in this case is your eyes.
believing
and
your eyes. Yeah.
No,
So
what if your eyes are? What if your eyes aren't working
what did you
correctly? Who
use?
knows? But look, that's a different
Yeah,
conversation. So far, you
Yeah,
do
yeah.
not believe in electrons. Am I correct in that?
I don't believe anything that you're saying right now, no.
Okay, so you don't believe in electrons.
Start from there. So provide me the evidence for your electrons and how you weighed them for mass.
Okay,
And if you can't, then it's confirmed you're full of shit.
so if I
Don't
I
ask
don't
me a
explain to
question.
you, if I don't
Present
explain to
your
you,
evidence.
okay,
Present your
Cyclone,
evidence. I don't want an explanation. No, I don't want an explanation. I want the evidence. Something empirical. A scientific experiment. An observation. What have you got? I don't want an explanation from your ass. I don't want an MS Paint drawing from your ass. I want something concrete, verifiable.
Okay,
You
so
understand?
you want a scholarly article that says electrons exist.
How do they quantify? What experiment did they do? So that's what you're saying. So you don't actually know this. Now you're going to an article that someone else tells you.
I'm telling you, I will explain. But as soon as I tell you, I'll explain. You're like, no, you don't want explanations. You just want.
Because
you
you'll
want
just
someone
tell
else
the
to do the
story you've been
experiment.
told.
I told you,
Yeah,
I'm willing to
you
draw
will
it on
retell
MS
the
Paint. I will
story.
show you how the battery works, and I'll show you how you can measure electrons. You don't even want to. You don't even want me to draw it.
Wow.
Would you like me to
So
draw
you've
it?
never seen an
Cyclone.
electron. Never seen an electron. You've never measured it. You've never weighed it for mass.
Cyclone,
So your
would you
entire
like me to
premise
tell you
is
how
wrong.
I have personally done it?
You've never measured. You've never seen an electron. You're a liar.
Okay, I'll show you then. Here we go.
Okay. Go and draw your electron in MS Paint and then explain how that proves that you've seen an electron. That'll be good.
First, I'll draw a battery.
Oh, wow. I've seen a battery. Now what? I didn't
Okay,
see electrons.
Well, can you see my screen?
No, I can't. I'm driving at the moment.
Oh, what? Okay, well,
you can draw it for other people. Everyone in here loves the Globe cartoons. Draw it for them. They can describe it to me.
okay. Well, I want to make sure that the audience is engaged. You're like the only person talking. Maybe Redwan or Redwen. Can you see my screen?
I'll
No,
watch.
I'm not over there. I'm just listening.
He's
Well,
trying to get you booted from the channel, by the way.
How come? I'm about to draw how you can
Why
measure
would I
electrons.
get him booted when all I have to do is click on his name and get rid of him?
Who said we're trying to get him booted? Who said
No,
that?
look at the chat. He says boot this Joker.
Who said that?
Who said
Oh no,
that?
that's someone else. That's Reckoner. Never mind.
So yeah, don't interject with nonsense, please.
Yeah, come on. We're trying to have a good conversation.
He's silent though. Yeah, he's a lurker who just wants someone who disagrees with him to be booted. This guy in chat.
Well, really, this is really going nowhere because if we remember, this is way off into the weeds because this is apparently this guy's attempt to explain why the laser is hitting targets that are impossible on the globe. He's currently in MS Paint trying to draw an electron that he's never seen to disprove the laser test.
But you have to appreciate the fact that per his worldview, you wouldn't even be able to physically see it, right? Now you might reject it on that basis, but you have to appreciate that fact.
I'm drawing.
No. But I don't appreciate that he's trying to say that something he's never experienced is what disproves these lasers hitting targets.
Well, no, in his view, he has experienced it, but he has the
what
model.
Are you talking about? No, he hasn't. He's saying he's experienced the battery.
No, but in his view, electrons are part of the physical world.
I'm trying to show you,
so
man.
He applies the concept. He applies the concept of electrons to a battery that he actually sees, and he makes the fallacious leap to say that the concept of electrons that I've applied means it's a physical concretism that I have directly observed. This is how illogical the man's brain is, and this is still miles away from the laser that hits the bloody target, which is what's actually being discussed. He's not even close to discussing the laser. He's in MS Paint drawing cartoons of concepts.
Okay. Well, okay, again, but per his worldview, and I'm sure I hope you understand at least what he's proposing, right? Which is that the world is made up by a bunch of tiny electrons that are too small to see. So you have to appreciate the fact that he wouldn't be able to physically demonstrate that they exist anyway. It would have to be an explanation.
Yeah, I'm letting him go through the process of making that realization himself, because some people have too much hubris where they actually do genuinely think they experience electrons until they go through the physical act of actually trying to demonstrate it before they come to the realization that you have, which is that they're not something we physically experience. They're a conceptual model.
No,
there you go.
If they're real, if they are real, you physically experience them, but it can't be demonstrated that what you're experiencing is due to the electrons.
Right. The very fact that you have to say if they are real means that they're not being dealt with on the level that we're talking about, which is in reality.
Like, are you experiencing your spleen right now?
Wow.
I mean, it exists, but
yeah, it's part of my body.
Okay, so Cyclone, can you take 2 seconds just to look at my screen for like 2 seconds?
It can be, but it's not right now.
Yeah, but it can be. The electron never can.
Well, that's not. Well, that's where the empirical disagreement is.
Oh, that's where the empirical is. He now showing us the empirical evidence of it? Is he?
Well, Well, he's talked about ICP-MS machines though, but so in his view, it can be demonstrated.
Cyclone, please just take a look at my screen. I've drawn.
No, I can't look at my screen. I've already told you.
Okay, well, I've drawn how a battery works, which has an anode and a cathode. And the whole idea is that metals are oxidized at the anode and they recombine at the cathode. Now, what does that mean? The lithium inside of your lithium-ion batteries, an electron is ripped off of the lithium metal. The lithium metal moves through the electrolyte, which is this yellow part here, and then goes to the cathode and intercalates at the cathode. That's
okay. Could you show me the electron? Show me the electron?
Yes, I will. Just hold on. So the electron then follows the pathway of a circuit so that it can get to the other side of the battery because it wants to recombine with the lithium metal.
Okay, show me that. Show me that electron traveling.
As it's going through the circuit, you can measure its presence not only with a voltmeter but also an ammeter, and there are very expensive machines called potentiostats that can measure picoamps even.
Well, he doesn't care about the expensive machine because you can't show him an electron on your webcam or something.
But you can tell singular charges.
No. Well, how did you see it? What machine did you use to see the electron?
A Gamery potentiostat. 3000.
Okay, what did it look like?
It's a box that has a lot of advanced circuitry in it.
Oh, an electron is a box that has a lot of advanced
No, that's the machine he used, obviously.
Oh, so what did the electron look like? Because that's the thing you're talking about.
Are you want like the color of an electron? I don't know what the color.
I don't think it has a color, right?
What color was it? Well, yeah. What color was it when you saw it?
I don't know the color of an electron.
What's the color of a neutron star?
What did it look like? What did it look like?
I don't know what it looks like, but I know it exists.
Oh, okay. So then you don't know what it looks like. You didn't actually see an electron then. No?
Sounds like the curve of the Earth. You don't have to see it to know it exists. You can feel it.
Okay, so you didn't see it. Right, finally we've got there. Something you have not seen after just talking for 30 minutes about how you do see electrons. Okay, so you don't see it.
You can measure it.
How did you weigh it? Okay, so you didn't see it. How did you weigh its mass?
Okay, well, that's with ICP-MS. That's a different machine.
Okay, so how did you do that? What did you do?
So that basically vaporizes particles, and then it's captured on a small sensor, and then the sensor is affected,
okay.
and then the sensor changes its charge, or it changes its there's a small.
Wait. This electron thing isn't fruitful. I think we should get back to the meat and potatoes, which is how does the laser overcome the physical obstructions that should be present to reach the destination? Are you affirmatively claiming that is due to gravity, or what's causing that?
I think I think that it could be a combination of the three. It could be gravity, electromagnetism, and moisture in the air causing reflection or refraction.
What you were saying, what it could be, but you are affirmatively claiming that it is gravity, because otherwise this whole explanation of gravity is just useless.
Gravity could be one of the explanations. I do think that.
Well, it better be something, or the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it better be something, guy. Come on, help SpongeBob out. He's looking. Look, why is the laser hitting the target?
And so, anyways, once you move past the fact that electrons exist, you'll also find out that electrons can have different masses, and there's all kinds of different other subatomic particles. But you'll also learn that if you study photovoltaic cells or solar cells, that photons are emitted as electrons change energy states, and their masses change as well. And so when there's a mass change, there's basically an equal mass change on the other side of the reaction due to the laws of conservation of mass. It's not like mass just comes out of nowhere according to these science principles and rules and stuff like that. So those particles, those photons, they are affected.
Okay, that's the argument?
Yes.
Okay, SpongeBob, was that convincing?
Well, I have to. I'm looking for an explanation as to why the laser would hit the target, right? So I'm willing to accept.
Evidence. He gave you a lot of cool stories. Did he not just? He just listed a bunch of cool stories, a bunch of things he's never experienced. The photons, the electrons. Again, he will just say, well, I've never seen these, but that's what the scientists are saying, and that's what this machine does that I've never experienced or used. Therefore, the laser is bending down around the curve that I have no evidence.
Hold on, Cyclone, you can't presume so hard. I've used those machines.
All right, you're out there weighing electrons in real life and watching photons split off. That's what you're doing in real life, is it? Cool story,
I've done
bro.
it a couple times.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
I listed the machine, like...
Oh, you said the machine, so therefore it must be true. Cool story, bro. I mean, you're just talking about concepts. You just piled on like 4 concepts that you have no evidence for, and said, therefore, the laser can bend around the curve that I also have no evidence for.
What do you mean I have no evidence?
To be fair,
all the batteries that power your phone work this way.
The laser hitting the target hasn't been demonstrated, though.
Look in the lasers channel. I told you. There's a load of videos. There's countless videos. You go and watch them, right? And so now batteries mean that the laser's bending around a curve that they have no evidence for. Makes sense. Logic. I'm glad we followed the logic and stuck strictly to logic there. If I can tell a cool story about why a light might bend around a curve, that means it is, and the Earth's a globe. No evidence required.
Isn't the whole point of a scientific experiment is you got to isolate the variable?
Yeah, which you've never done with gravity.
Well, yes, that's the thing is that
Never done with any of those things.
In those experiments you're talking about.
Well, this isn't a scientific experiment. This isn't a scientific experiment. That's the wrong word to use. A laser test across a lake is not a scientific experiment. Right?
Why not?
It's an observation with a laser.
Why can't it be a scientific experiment? You can make a hypothesis and then go measure.
Well, because scientific experiments aren't dealing with surface shape and grade. They're dealing with cause and effect relationships. in the natural world. So you're already in a category error.
No, they don't.
A scientific method experiment is not measuring a floor. This is a measurement.
Scientific
It's not
method
an
is you
experiment.
make a hypothesis, you say if something happens, then this could happen. That doesn't imply causality. It could.
Yes, you're looking to establish a cause of an effect. If this happens, then this happens. That's exactly what you just said.
Could.
Yeah, it might not, but what you're looking for is a causal relationship. You might not have the right cause, but what you're doing is trying to adjudicate cause and effect, not measurement of a surface. You want to measure your table, you don't say, well, time to do some scientific experiments. So anyway, non sequitur, the laser hits the target, the globe is a lie. GG's.
Why don't he talk us through the scientific method of gravity then in his world? Point by point. Step one, observation of a natural phenomena.
Okay. So I'm watching this video. Okay, so if you have a distance of 10 miles, then the curvature would be, according to this, 67 feet. Yeah, so then you shouldn't be able to see the laser at all.
What if the Earth is just a lot bigger than than the models?
Well, that's what that's what I've posed before, but
How do you measure curved sea level?
How do you measure a curve at sea level?
How do you measure the curved sea level?
That's a good question.
Can you answer the question?
I don't know. I don't have any experience measuring sea level.
Does anyone have experience doing it?
I know about batteries, but I don't know about the sea levels.
You like batteries?
I only just know about them.
Interesting. What do you know about batteries?
Oh man, you weren't here for the entire explanation, were you?
I missed it. Can you just tell how do batteries show globe Earth?
Okay, so basically a redox reaction tells you that there are these particles called electrons. And then if these particles called electrons exist, you can see how they behave, and then based on how they behave, you can also talk about how photons behave, and that kind of fucks with their experiment. That's the TLDR.
Reduction or reductive oxidation reaction is what you mean?
Redox reactions, reduction oxidation reactions.
Yes. And the basic principles of that is oxidation, reduction, and redox pair, right?
Correct.
Okay,
And
so if you have 10 miles distance to the object with an eyesight level of 6 feet and 3-mile distance to horizon, then the obscured object is 33 feet. What is distance to horizon? Horizon.
What is the horizon?
Doesn't the horizon move though?
Does it?
What is it? What is it?
Oh, horizon is like where the part of the Earth where the sun will be setting.
What, sorry?
All right, sorry. I'm just trying to use this calculator to determine to verify this experiment. Like how much curvature would there be? The Earth is curved.
Yeah, you're doing it right. Right? The distance to the horizon would be the geometric curve of that Earth you can no longer see beyond. The hidden height would be the amount that the target is hidden by, of curve, physical water in this case. So unless they're saying we're shooting through 30 feet of physical water to come out the other side, which isn't what's observed at all, then the globe, there's no curve. No curve, no globe.
Why are you laughing?
No curve, no globe.
Well, no shit. Well, obviously, if there's no curve, then it's... What do we call something that lacks a curve?
Well, there's no curve at sea level, is there?
Depends on who you ask.
No, it's pretty level, mate. Out at sea.
There's nervous laughter is very common.
Oh, okay, I see. The reason that this doesn't make sense is because this calculator uses the horizon is a globe concept.
Yeah. No, the geometric horizon. The horizon is just the visible line between the sea and the sky, or the land and the sky, right? Which is optical. It's the limit of our view, depending on what optic we're using, the atmo conditions of the day. But on the globe model, they claim it's a physical curve that boats are going over and that buildings are being obstructed by. That's the difference.
So I'm
and what
using
these tests show.
So I'm using an Earth curvature calculator to see if you should be able to see the laser as per the experiment in the laser channel. But there's something called distance to horizon. But
Yeah,
that's
but
but
the Earth
based on
shows
this
calculator.
calculations, that figure would be used in a way that presupposes the Earth is round.
Yeah, the curve calculators are to calculate the curvature of the globe, which many assume is true. So yes, they are assuming a globe.
And they're
So that's
refining
what's being
definitions.
compared to.
Yeah, and they're
We're
refining
comparing.
definitions.
Wait.
That's the whole purpose.
This is what we're doing.
I just don't understand the
comparing
distance to
reality.
horizon. I guess it's like it's a geometric concept.
Well, they've changed the definition of the horizon, mate. The horizon's never been a physical location ever, except for in a made-up model, which is a
say
lie.
you're standing on the top of the ball. Say you're standing on top of the ball, and you draw a line from your eyes, the point of the ball that you can no longer see beyond, like a basketball. That's your physical horizon, if you're thinking in a globe terms, right? So it's a geometric distance away from you, depending on the size of that ball, right? So if you're at 6 foot, they'll tell you the horizon, the curve of the ball that you wouldn't be able to see beyond, will be about 3 miles, right? That's the geometric globe horizon, which they're now claiming
Do
to
you need
never
a
have believed.
simpler Would you like a simpler explanation?
No, it's not. I understand what you're saying. I'm looking at the models, but it's just that this Earth curvature calculator I'm using, it seems like the distance to the distance to horizon variable isn't necessary.
Okay, let me give you the basic principles, right? So we have 3 variables: d, distance; r, radius; h, height. Okay. So the d is the distance to the horizon. The r will be the radius of the Earth, which is like 6,300 kilometers or whatever it is, and h is the height observer above sea level. So the distance to the horizon will be the farthest point we can see where the sky appears to meet the Earth's surface when we look out from a particular elevation, right? So the distance determined by the curvature of the Earth and the height of the observer's eyes above ground level. So the idea behind calculating the distance would rely on a geometric principle applied by this formula, right? So if we say, for example, Earth is a perfect sphere for the sake of the calculations, the most commonly used formula would be d equals radius horizon squared. We times it, and we understand how far we should practically be able to see.
Yeah. So I get that. So in other
Sure.
words, if the curvature of the Earth is constant, and let's say you're always 6 feet tall, then the distance to horizon from your perspective would always be the same.
Well, it's like this.
Which is why this calculator doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
But
if
anyway,
there was a curve with a radius of 3959, the distance to that horizon could be no more than 1.22 times the observer's height in feet.
The square root of the observer's height in feet. Yeah, that's a max distance. So it could appear closer than that if there's like fog, or depending on the conditions, it might appear closer, but it shouldn't be able to appear further because there's not supposed to be any more geometric surface there. It's supposed to have curved down and away over a body of water, right? So that's what the calculator is telling you. So yeah, for a 6 foot observer, you should be seeing it max 3 miles. It should be roughly consistent with that. But if you see it much further than that, then you have a problem, because then the geometry is not doing what it's physically supposed to be doing. Now, the Globers will now say the horizon can be any distance. It's all optical, but it's still curving at 3 miles. But we're just
Because of,
seeing
like,
a mirage
light or something?
beyond 3 miles.
Do you have your
Yeah, because
calculator in front of you,
light bends.
SpongeBob?
You'll say light bends, so everything beyond 3 miles is a mirage. It just looks perfectly like it would do if it was there on a flat surface. That's their new code. That's as far as the argument has got to. The Globers now
SpongeBob.
saying everything is a mirage.
Yeah, SpongeBob, do you have your calculator there?
Yeah.
Let's try this. Do you have a height and radius option
Okay,
there?
actually, okay. No, I was misunderstanding it. Yeah, if you put in the eyesight level, it automatically
Okay, let's
calculates
try
the
this.
distance to the horizon. So that makes sense.
Put the height of 10 meters in your calculator.
Yeah.
And is there a radius option? What are you putting for radius?
No, it's just this is the dimensions of the
using the globe
spheroid are
radius.
fixed. The dimensions of the sphere are fixed. It's for the Earth.
Okay, so you just put in the height?
Yeah.
Okay, if you put in 10 meters, what's the answer?
3.87
3.87 what?
miles to the horizon.
That doesn't seem accurate.
You got in 10 feet, not 10 meters. It sounds like.
Probably, yeah.
I said 10 feet. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. What's 10 meters in feet? 10 meters in feet. Do 33 feet.
So 7.01. 7.03 distance.
That sounds a bit better. So if you are 10 meters high in elevation, you should see about 11 kilometers out. So if we divide that by, for example, 3 or 3.3, which is a tall person, you should roughly be seeing about 3.5 kilometers out at most. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, this calculator was just confusing, but you get it. Because I was like, wouldn't the distance to the horizon be fixed based on your height if the curvature is constant? But it's just the calculator is designed in a confusing way.
Of course not. Your height is a
Yeah,
variable.
there's a bunch of different calculators. Yeah, someone should post the black swan. Just a good opportunity to explain the black swan.
Yeah. So the variable refers to observer. So if you're standing at sea level, height will be 0, right? Because horizon distance will be 0. Because if you're at surface level, that would be like 0, right? If you stand on a cliff or a tower 10 meters above your sea level, then you'd get your 11-kilometer distance. But sea level is usually 0. At a sea level of 0 at surface, your observer should be, I don't freaking know, not that much.
Someone in the chat posted the black swan image, by the way. Let's just quickly go through this with him to really put the nail in the coffin.
Any questions so far, SpongeBob?
So I'm messing with this calculator. What did you say?
Any questions so far?
No. I understand the globe model.
Let's do the black swan because we're perfectly on topic to give you an example of what we're talking about here that's very clear and easy to understand. Can someone post in the chat the black swan?
I don't have access to it. If anyone else does.
Well, I know there's someone listening who's got the black swan at their fingertips.
I feel like you silly Jerry has it.
Come on, boys, help out here. Just seal the deal. Don't drop the ball now.
Do you know what the black swan is, SpongeBob?
Is this about like things being allegedly obscured by the curvature of the Earth, like a black swan swimming or something?
Not necessarily.
Or is that like that's a ship? I guess.
It's not actually a bird swimming, no. Where is the black swan? Let me find it. Is it in the server? You guys have too many channels on the Flat Earth server.
Yeah, we do. Too much information out there.
How am I meant to find this black swan?
Is it about Samuel Robothman?
No, it's about
listen. Right, I'm gonna post it.
The Bedford level experiment.
The Flat Earth team have let me down. Here we go. Right. So look in the chat, SpongeBob. See this image I'm showing you?
Let's see. Okay.
There's
Is that like an
two
oil rig?
rigs. Yeah. So these are fixed platforms. So they're a known distance away from shore. Public information. So we can use these as distance markers. So from the observer height, which you can see, I think 8 foot in this one, and it gives you like a 3.5 mile horizon. But we can see that the furthest oil rig is over 10 miles away, and we see the horizon beyond it, right?
Okay.
So the horizon is beyond 10 miles. The geometric horizon is supposed to be at 3.5. So those rigs are supposed to be being obscured by a horizon.
Or you shouldn't
right?
see it sticking out of the water.
Yeah, you should
see it
the
sticking out of the horizon.
Yeah, you should see the horizon in front of them,
Yeah.
but we're seeing it behind them. And now, if you run the numbers on this, if that horizon that we see beyond them is a curve, it changes the radius from like 3,959 miles to over 250,000 miles. Like, it's massively off. So if the Earth is just a bigger ball and it's 250,000 miles in radius, that's like as big a conspiracy as the flat Earth is. So we're splitting hairs at that
You have
point.
to use water, and I think honestly that you would have to use the water because the topography of any given area could account for or.
Yeah, so this water should be curving to the point where the horizon, the curve, is in front of these rigs, but it's not. So the bottoms of those rigs are supposed to be behind the curve, physically obstructed. Now the Globers are saying those are being refracted, miraged in front of a physical curve that they're actually behind. Do you understand? Like, that's crazy. Like, it's like saying that there's a guy who's behind a wall, and the wall covers him up to his waist, 10 miles away. But because of the conditions of the air, we can see the guy's legs in front of the wall.
Well, why doesn't
Like,
the bottom of a ship appear refracted in front of the horizon?
Right. So, well,
shouldn't that happen?
Well, it's like them saying it's the ship that we see in front of the horizon is actually behind the horizon. Yeah, it's saying it's on the other side of the curve from where we're seeing it. They're saying it's like a mirage effect. But you understand that just looking at it, this doesn't match the calculators, the numbers. Reality.
Yeah,
does
I mean,
not
assuming
agree.
those figures are correct, which I'm too
Yeah,
tired to verify at this point.
Yeah. Well, listen, we're just showing you things that you can then go and do yourself, right? These principles, once you understand them, are pretty simple. You know where the calculators are, so you can test this yourself. But we're just giving you some very clear examples. And yeah, you can go check all these numbers, do all that. You should. Don't take our word for it. But you understand the problem. When we're observing the natural world, it's not matching the globe model. Do you see what we're saying?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Good. Well, thank you for your questions today. You've been like the best Glober in ages. So I didn't say you're a Glober. You're just a person.
You know, identity
A
is
good
the
guy.
strongest force in the human psychology, so probably shouldn't call
Okay, well,
me a
there you
Glober.
go. Well, there you go. And that's why they try and make this whole flat Earth thing an identity thing. They say flat Earther, this group, like it's an identity. We're just people going out and looking at the horizon. All backgrounds, all ages, all beliefs, right? But they're trying to make us think that it's flat Earth versus globe Earth when it's not. It's us people on Earth, all of us, have a vested interest in understanding as best we can the truth about where we are, what our situation actually is. But they're trying to divide it. They're trying to make it seem like it's globers against flat earthers. No, we all have a shared interest in trying to figure out what our situation is. So yeah, you're right to highlight that psychology point.
Well, if you talk to the average person who believes in a globe, and I'm not suggesting that the Earth is flat, but if you talk to the average person who believes that the Earth is a globe, and you say, you know, that the Earth is flat, that person will be incredulous, even though that person doesn't have any of the scientific knowledge necessary to demonstrate. Let's assume the Earth is round. That person doesn't even have enough scientific knowledge to prove that or to demonstrate that themselves, but they'll still be like indignant that someone else believes the Earth is flat.
Of course, because it's part of their identity. They've absorbed this idea that they understand that the Earth is a globe and they know how big it is, they know how old it is, they know how it got here. This is all tied into their identity now. They think they have this knowledge, and so in a way it defines and shapes the way they think and act and all these things. So it's a massive thing for some people because you're like pulling the rug out from under them and telling them, hey, listen, you don't know shit. That's kind of the reality that you have to face up to when you start to realize that reality is showing us it is not the ball we've been told. We don't know shit. We're trying to figure it out. But it's not the ball.
It's not a
yeah,
ball.
I'm going to drop off, but good chat.
Sorry,
good
what
chat
difference
today.
did it make? Our technology seems to work, right? I wish we
Well, the technology does work, so someone must be, like having some secret knowledge that they're employing to make shit work, I guess.
No, that's a conspiracy, right? You don't have anything to back that up.
Here you go, SpongeBob. Here's a good example of an upset Glober for you. Grimm's been coming here for months, very upset, so you'll see it live in action.
Because he said, first of all, I don't agree with you, but it's because this guy said we have a shared interest, in knowing the truth or whatever. But why? It doesn't matter for our technology.
Yeah. See, Grimm doesn't want to know. Grimm doesn't care about truth.
Why don't you
To him,
address me?
it doesn't really matter.
Why are you talking in third person about me?
I'm not talking to third person. I'm addressing you, Grimm, you moron. You're claiming that truth doesn't matter because I said we have a shared interest in understanding the truth of our situation. That's the case, and you're saying why should we care? That's fine, Grimm. You don't care about the truth. That's why you come in here and make a fool of yourself every time because we do. That's what we're talking about. If you don't care about the truth,
we shall see.
for you.
I'm just asking why are we interested in knowing the
Yeah, because we're curious and caring about the truth. You don't want to know the truth about reality. That's up to you. Continue living in your fantasy globe. That's
Why are
perfectly
you
fine.
so hostile, man? What happened?
It's not hostility. Listen, that's just the way it is, Grim. If it sounds hostile, then
Well, you're
that's
just
a you
gaslighting
problem.
me,
I'm not
Saying that-
gaslighting you. This is just the psychology of it. We've spoken to you for long enough to know, Grim. Like you're not
Hello,
coming with
Grim.
any arguments or evidence for a globe. You come in saying shit like, "Oh, they found that most flat earthers are virgins," or some low key dumb shit like that. Don't pretend you're in this for some philosophical or actually integrity filled discussion. You're just here to talk shit because you have nothing for the globe. Prove me wrong. Present your best globe evidence.
You guys are serious, are you?
Yeah, you can't be serious.
Prove me wrong. Present your best globe evidence.
Oh God, no. You don't really believe the Earth is flat, do you? I mean, seriously, you really believe the Earth is flat?
We can't do
Really?
it. We can't do it. We can't present our globe evidence. It's on TV. What more do you need?
Does he really believe that, or is he just saying that?
He believes the Earth is really flat. Yes.
No, it's not a belief. Go outside, bro.
No,
You ever been
reality, man. Don't you? Have you ever been in reality before? Have you ever
Well,
seen a curve? Have you ever seen a curved Earth in reality?
I believe true things. Otherwise, they wouldn't be true from my perspective. So yes,
Yeah.
that's belief.
Do you guys believe the grass is green and the sky is
do.
blue?
I do.
Yeah.
Flat
Well, you
Earth.
observe it. So good for
So
you.
where does the sun go at night?
Your mom's house.
Where does it go?
No, that's like my point. I keep bringing this up every fucking day. My friend
Where
from
do you think the
Japan.
sun goes? Do you
He
think the
always
sun goes
quotes me
beneath
when
your
he
feet?
cannot see the sun anymore.
Yeah, does it go beneath your feet? Is that what you think?
I wonder where does it go on a flat Earth? Why does it get dark?
So you agree the sun is going somewhere?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, that's
Well,
their
I see the
model.
sun moving.
That's a geocentric model, right? The sun
I
is
see the
moving.
sun moving. Yeah, I agree with
Well,
you. The
kidding.
sun's moving
Where is it moving?
through the sky, east to west, usually.
So on a flat plane, where does the sun go to create darkness?
Well, it's going to another part of Earth, obviously.
Moving away from you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's moving away.
Yeah.
Hello,
It's not staying, it's not staying over the top of you, is it?
You never notice the sun moves away and then it gets dark? What's wrong with you?
See, the Globies talk some shit, but then realize that they don't even know what the sun is
Sun
doing.
moves away and then it comes back. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Very good.
Kind of like a
Paying
yo-yo.
attention. Kind of like you experience in real life, where you see the sun moving east to west and then coming back.
You guys
The next
aren't for
day.
real. You guys aren't for real. You can't be.
Yeah, observable reality is not
why
for
we're
real.
not for
No,
real?
definitely not.
What's the issue? I'm confused here.
The issue is that the flat earther kind of is saying that there is like a limit of how far light rays can travel, kind of something like that. You know, if the
Oh,
sun is too
wow.
far away, the light rays don't reach you anymore. Something like that, right? Is that what you're saying?
So wait, so are you posing that you don't that you cease to see the sun because of the angular what's it called again? The angular limit of what's it called?
Well, he didn't specify it. That's what it sounded like.
So how do you explain Alaska being
Angular resolution
months out
limit,
of
is
the
that
year?
why?
Well, again, multiple things as to why we see how far we see and why we see the things the way we do. Perspective, the conditions of the air, the conditions that the light has to travel through. Because over a distance, yeah, light has an extinction point. That's not even debated. And traveling through the medium of air,
Well, that's
it's not
that's not
transparent.
debated.
No, light has an extinction point in
It's
air.
not.
Look it up.
I thought it. Oh, in air, sure, yeah.
Yeah, which is the medium that we're dealing with. That's reality. So yeah, through air, the sun's light does not travel forever. There's an extinction point. So yeah, night and day, the sun is moving just as you've always observed. The ground is not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. That's a cartoon.
Of course, they
Anyway.
would probably say that the extinction point is so far from its origin, such that the sun would have to be moving like 10 million miles across the plane of the Earth, such so like for you no
Well,
longer
talk
to
is
see it.
cheap. They can say anything they want. We're interested in the evidence. Anyway, I'm going on mute for a bit. So, who other flat earthers have we got here?
But so, anyways, they might agree with the extinction point, but they wouldn't agree where it is, like what that point actually is.
No, they would say that the ground is spinning 1,000 miles an hour and they're falling over backwards, and that's what's making them see the sun go down. That's what they would say. If they actually understood their own religion, they'd say they're spinning backwards at 1,000 miles an hour, and that's why they see what they do. But then we'd ask them, okay, who measured that spin? No one. Okay, so we just have an observation of the sun moving. Anyway, someone on the flat earth side better be here to pick this up. Who's here?
You guys are kidding. You gotta be kidding.
Yeah, I'll take
You guys saying you guys have got to be kidding isn't actually an answer.
I don't need an answer. You need to show how the Earth is flat. Because
Well, how could the Earth be?
Dude.
Yeah, how could the Earth be flat if Superman flew around the Earth?
Yeah, really.
That is the best point you guys have made all day.
There's no way.
Superman couldn't have flown around the Earth to save Lois
This guy's
Lane.
having a meltdown, everybody. I just want you to hear this. Reality Man has been slapped in the face with reality.
Ironic, right?
So how long does it take to drive from here to Egypt?
That would
On a
actually be a
flat
good
plane?
flat earther's name. In reality, I like that.
It's not possible to drive over water, bro. Did you know that?
Yeah. Oh, that's right. The water gets in the way, doesn't it?
No, I forgot we have cars that float on water.
Yeah. So we got all this water on a flat plane.
Yeah, 72% according to you.
Is the water not flat? Am I missing something?
Have you ever been to a beach in your life?
Sure.
What does the water look like?
As far as I can see, it appears to be flat, but I know that I can't see around the 25,000 mile circumference. So
prove it.
Prove what?
Prove
Prove the curve that you just mentioned.
You proved that it's flat, and I believe you.
I don't need to. You just said you look at a lake and you see it's flat.
From my perspective, it is. I didn't say it was flat. I said
From whose perspective is it curved?
I would have to probably be about 2,000 feet tall to see the curve of the Earth. I can't see it from my vantage point.
No, you'd
So how
actually,
high do you
according to
need
the
to be?
Red Bull thingy, you
Because
actually would have to be more than like 10,000 feet tall to see it.
2,000 feet's not that high, bro. My drone can go 2,000 feet.
Yeah, you'd
I'm
have to be taller than
6'6".
that.
I can't see the curve of the Earth. I'm not tall enough.
My freaking paper drone can go up 600 meters. It's not a paper, but it's, I mean, it's a cheap drone. I paid a couple grand
Show
for.
me a flat Earth, and I'll believe it. And then that'll be the end of that.
When can we see the
won't even
curve?
have to
How
talk
high?
about it. We can stop talking about this very quickly. Just show me a flat Earth, and I'll believe it right away.
Well, you have to appreciate that per their model, you can't show something that like a picture can't encompass the entire Earth.
Mathematically and scientifically speaking, the Earth is not flat.
What? Send a satellite up and take a picture. Why can't you just do
If
that?
you do the maths, even the ancient Greeks knew that the Earth was not flat. If you do the mathematics, it's not flat.
So they wouldn't be able to capture the entire Earth, and then
You
you
guys
would
are
look at that
talking a
picture,
lot. You're saying all
and then
the
say
things.
from that perspective, it's the Earth appears flat just because it's
Yeah,
not high
okay.
enough
You're
up.
talking a lot, but you're not saying anything. You guys
So you
just
want
said we could.
calculations? You want to see the calculations?
Yeah, show me the maths that show the Earth is curved, and then show me a photo.
Happily.
The numbers show Earth is curves, but we can't see it, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if you.
Not you,
if
bro.
Yeah, well, you didn't understand what I was saying either.
I'm ignoring you, dude, because you're just talking.
Listen. I'll
Z
set the
code.
calculations that the Earth is not flat.
Put it in side chat.
Side chat. It's the voice chat one, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
But per the flat earthers, you can't. I don't think you guys believe you can take a picture of the Earth anyway, right?
Of course you can. We have
Of its entirety.
Why not? We take pictures of everything else.
I take photos all the time. Doesn't show a curve though.
But can you take a picture of the Earth in its entirety?
Physically,
Send a satellite up in space.
Huh? Yes or no?
Send a satellite to space and turn the camera around. What's so hard about that?
But it would just be another impasse because, from the flat Earth perspective, you would send up a thing and it would take a picture that doesn't include the entire Earth, and then the round earthers would say, oh, that the Earth just appears flat because it's not high enough off the ground.
Well,
Listen,
go
we
up
went
high
through
enough
this
so you can take
earlier
a picture of the
when you
entire planet.
SpongeBob. Listen, you could any height that anyone can get to in the public with a drone, with a plane, will only see flat. Unless you use a fisheye lens, which we went
No, I'm
through.
saying
earlier.
that's where the round earther would just say, oh, you're not high enough.
Well,
yeah, but remember, that's as high as
Of
they can
course you're
go.
not high
So
enough.
what they're then talking about is unfalsifiable, unverifiable images and stories that they've been shown, which aren't evidence.
I would like to, if I
You're
may.
denying physics. You're denying basic physics.
No, all the physics works on a flat motionless plane, my friend.
Physically, a flat Earth is impossible. It's impossible physically.
Yeah,
Cool
so
story,
gravity?
If I
You're
may add
denying
to
math. You're denying physics.
No, hold
you're
on.
denying
Are you
If I
saying
may
it's
add
because
to
of
the gentleman's
gravity?
point.
Hold on,
If I may add to the gentleman's point, let's not forget too. Hold on. Let's not forget too, right? To add on to the gentleman's point before, that you understand that we have not really measured layers like the mesosphere, right? We know the troposphere, but the mesosphere.
You ain't measured shit. You ain't measured curve. You can't measure curve of the ground, let alone any of these other fantasy ideas.
I'm not saying curvature. I'm talking about just general observations. Like it's impossible. We can't. We don't have a way to do it.
I would
Yeah,
posit.
so we can't observe or measure any curvature, but the Earth is a ball because.
I'm not making the argument for the globetards. I'm making the argument for you. I was adding on to your point.
I would posit
I love you guys. I love you guys.
I love you too.
Please
Give me a
don't get
kiss.
rid of this channel.
No, we won't.
You guys are awesome. Do not get rid of this channel. I love it.
Yeah, bro.
Why would the channel go anywhere? We're the largest channel on the largest server on Discord.
Yeah, I think statistically the Flat Earth VC has like the most population like out of all the guest VCs.
It is the entertaining one.
Well, it's a 24/7
This channel
channel,
is
so
not
that
going anywhere anytime soon.
Okay, reality.
I hope not.
Reality
Well,
man, listen. You're being streamed live and recorded with your mental breakdown, so we're having a good time with you.
Okay, that's cool.
Is this on Twitch? Where can I find this?
On YouTube.
YouTube?
I just want you guys to take a
Can somebody
picture of
link
a
it in
flat
chat?
Earth for me, and that'll do it. You'll convince me immediately.
I
First
would
off,
pause
all
it.
you have to do is prove you live on a ball, and we'll shut the room down.
Oh, for fuck.
I have a question for flat earthers. Can I see mathematically proving that a flat earth is true? May I see
How do you
any
measure
evidence?
flat, bro?
Yeah, the radius of the flat Earth is 0. That's now, what is it?
What facts do you have to back that the earth is flat?
Observation.
Radius equals 0.
So you're saying observation and
You asked for mathematics.
Yes, I did.
You asked for maths, we said 0. You asked for evidence, we said observation. Anything else you want to ask?
Nah, I'm good.
Thanks for your time, buddy. Also, on top of the whole, we'll shut down channel down if you prove there's a globe. I'm giving anyone that can prove it's a globe nitro as well. So if anyone's free nitro, all we have to do is prove it's a globe.
Wow, that's something nice.
It is.
So how do you explain weather? Why doesn't it snow everywhere it wants?
He wants to talk about weather and snow.
Yeah, well, explain why that doesn't happen though.
Wind blows things around. Have you ever been outside in your life, dude?
Oh, shit. Wall facer, mate. You're chewing on something.
Indeed, I am. Yes. Sorry, I should mute myself.
That is okay, sir. You guys like my little banner? I'm going to post it inside chat. It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Nice.
And post a full photo. There we go.
Yeah.
How beautiful is that?
Picture?
Oh shit. It's pretty beautiful. It's a real map.
Got to be an AI.
It was AI, yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. I also like the Nitro giveaway for Globe Earth Proof. That's a good little fishing hook.
And you should be for each globe proof. You should tell them so it's unlimited.
It is unlimited. As many nitros as you guys desire. All we have to do is travel out to Globe.
Now, how can anybody pass that up?
That'll be easy. Come on, guys. Who's wanting their first Nitro?
Reality wants Nitro.
It gets cut out.
You're still there, my friend.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Just be a bit more accurate.
Accurate.
You going for that? You going for that Nitro, Reality Man?
Nitro?
Yeah, there's a Nitro on offer if you can prove the globe.
Oh, a free Nitro if I prove the globe?
Yeah.
Sounds pretty simple, doesn't it?
I don't need to prove the globe. That's a scientific consensus.
Why does it always revolve to I don't need to prove it, but you guys are dumb though? How's that
Scientific consensus.
Yeah. Can you show me a single? Can you show me a single textbook that says science is consensus and not about empirical evidence?
You show me a peer-reviewed paper that says the Earth is flat now, and I'll agree.
So you trust the peer review process? That's consensus.
Yeah, show me one that says the Earth is flat, and I'll agree with you.
Peer review doesn't determine what truth is.
Well, do you have
Appealing
one?
to consensus. Appealing to consensus is a logical fallacy, Reality Man.
Could be.
Logical fallacies aren't going to get you a Nitro.
I don't believe it is a fallacy in this case because we've shown that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, well that's what we're interested in. The showing Earth is a globe part.
Yeah,
show us it's a globe.
I don't know. Have you ever heard of NASA?
Oh, you got pictures. Hold on, I got pictures too, brother.
Wait.
You got pictures of a flat Earth?
It's an expert opinion.
Who has pictures of a flat Earth?
Hold on.
I have 6 gorillion pictures.
You said you were going to show us globe proof.
Go to NASA.com and you'll see a round ball.
NASA.com. Oh, NASA.com doesn't work. It says .gov. Is that right?
.gov.
Oh,
.edu.
Okay, so we have to go to the
whatever.
government website. We have to go to the government website to get proof
Check
that
it
the Earth
out.
is a globe. Is that right?
Here, check out
Yeah,
my
if you
picture,
want
bro.
You can see
Is it
pictures
round?
too.
Okay.
Look at space
So the
shuttle
government
missions.
says so. Okay. So it's true because the government said so, right? Reality Man.
No, not because they say so, but you can weigh that with everything else.
With everything else, what else is there?
So all you're asking for is a
Do
photo
your
that shows
research.
it's flat, right?
I've done my research. There is nothing else. It's just a story from the government.
Well, okay. Well, if that's what you really believe, then I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, please prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. What else is the
No, I don't
evidence?
have to prove you wrong. You showed me
Other
a
than
picture of a flat Earth, and I believe you.
well, just other than NASA, what's the best evidence for the globe?
The globe itself.
All right. How? Here's another way to approach it. Okay. How can I experience the globe? What do I have to do to see it or obtain knowledge of it? Firsthand, direct knowledge.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and post flat Earth proof in the chat. Go ahead and look. Here it is.
This is what happens when you.
Thanks.
When you,
So again, what do I have to do to experience the globe? I want to know the globe. How do I do that?
Maybe you can get a ride on Falcon Heavy, and you can see it when you get up there.
Have you done that?
No, I'm not worried about
So
it. I'm
you
saying
haven't
it's a
done that.
globe.
You don't know it's a globe.
No, you said you wanted to experience it, so.
This is.
Yeah. Well,
this
how do
is
you know
what
that's going to give
happens
me the
when-
globe experience? Have
This
you
is
done
what
it?
happens when you try to
You should get up high enough,
sell
I'd imagine.
people on things that they don't want. I don't even know why.
No, he wants the nitro. He wants his nitro.
What's that got to do with us?
Because it's up for grabs. One of the mods in the server is putting up nitro for every globe proof.
Ask Elon Musk to give you a free ride on Falcon Heavy, and you should get up high enough to where you can look back down at the planet.
Oh,
And take
this is
pictures
not.
with your
This
shiny
is
new
not gonna
iPhone.
get you. This is not gonna get you a nitro, bro.
Okay.
That's what I said.
That's what I've always wanted to.
We have a black flat earther.
I want a flat nitro.
What's wrong
I
with
mean,
this
because
guy?
the thing is, like, when
Are
I
you a black flat
realize
earther?
that someone doesn't want
SpongeBob, chill.
like what I
You do.
have, it's kind of sad because number one, they need it, and number two, they don't know that they need it. Like when
I
I
like you
hear
guys.
someone say the pictures on the website is all I need, I'm like, damn, they're at step one, homie. Like,
Oh, this dude is at step one too. When he came in, he was just like, this is insane. This is crazy. He was all spiraling right away.
I think his bigotry makes him step zero, to be honest.
That's the other guy, SpongeBob.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's step zero due to being a bigot.
How am I a bigot?
There's a black fella earther? Shut up.
Yeah, that's what you're saying, kid.
To be fair, I spoke to SpongeBob for a while earlier, and he was chill, and he was having the conversation. I think someone's. I don't know what that other comment just was. Don't do that. but-
If the implication is that flat earthers are stupid, and then I'm surprised that a black person's a flat earther, would that mean that I'm assuming black people are smarter than average?
Bro, what are you talking
How is that
about?
bigoted? That makes no
Why,
sense.
why is he so irrelevant out here?
He tried doing this earlier with race and smart. Remember?
Yeah, SpongeBob, go back to just concentrating on the Earth, like we were talking about earlier. Reality Man's trying to get a nitro. Let's see how it goes.
Oh, that's right. It did say that when I hit join to just get a free nitro. I forgot about that.
Fantastic.
Which one of the mods is offering free nitro? Can I make like a text message that I can spam periodically to advertise?
There's this link if you want to post it. I'll put it in side chat for you.
Cool, man.
It's I am if you're not looking, by the way.
Oh, okay. Good on you, brother.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
he said it's unlimited for all the globe proofs. Each person can just stack their nitros.
Theoretically, you can have it forever. That link in side chat. Just post the banner that they join and everything.
That is great.
Is David Weiss still offering 3 Bitcoin? Does he still send people to us? Because that's what he does. He sends everybody to us to try to get the 3 Bitcoin, and we're the ones that do the debates.
Because he knows they're not going to get past anybody over here.
Yeah, we are the Flat Earth Illuminati, I guess.
We're going to decide who gets if they get the Bitcoin
Flat
or
Earth
not.
Illuminati. That's cool. Love you guys.
Dude, like, I can fuck up a normie's day in like 10 minutes. Like the power that you have when you really can disrupt someone's life and you just choose not to. That's some real Morpheus shit right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause it's not like I'm gonna be like, ooh, look at the ice ring. Ooh, look. No.
If I invite you guys to a Halloween party, would you show up?
God, that's what I'm gonna show you, bro. Like, nah. Like, I'm gonna. Don't let an eclipse. Don't let a lunar eclipse, happen to be coming. Oh, yeah.
I hope this channel stays here forever. You guys are delicious.
Talk about.
You guys are delicious.
Dude, you're fucking spiraling so bad. We've been here almost 9 months. #1 room since.
I got
No,
pictures.
I'm new to Discord. That's why I say that.
That's okay. This room's not going anywhere. Thanks for your
Good.
advice.
I hope not.
Well, whether
you guys are delicious.
whether it does or doesn't,
it better not.
Because these guys, like, we're never gonna forget what we know, and we're never gonna stop being influential. If Discord isn't here for us, then it just doesn't bring you to the people who are influential, which would be bad for y'all. But I mean, to be able to have a conversation with somebody like Radwin, you never get that kind of conversation again. It's not the same conversation as the dude trying to tell you about ancient aliens and shit. Like, our conversations hit hard. Like, it's a haymaker showing someone that the horizon.
The beauty of the internet, you get everything.
What do you mean by the horizon? I'm glad you asked.
This guy thinks you have to go on the internet to see the Earth is flat.
No, I just go right to the beach. I just go right to the beach. I pull out Google Earth, and that's all I need pretty much.
You know how Google Earth works?
So how high would I have to be to see the pyramid?
with an elevation angle profile?
Can you guys do the math
like that?
Yeah, so
Can you guys do the math?
it's a flat elevation profile.
Yeah. So if you look at it as an aerial photography, so it generates a GIS data onto a 3D globe. So it's actually just it's a virtual reality pretty much. It uses superimposition of images. So they take photos, aerial photos, satellite imagery allegedly, and they collect a bunch of data and they process these images and they render a 3D map. So it's not actually based off reality. It's based off a concept. It's crazy.
Hey, reality man, whoever measured the Earth, dude? Do you know?
Who measured it?
Yeah.
I don't know. 12,000 years ago, didn't the Greeks figure out that the Earth was round?
12,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Wasn't it round then?
Hey, bro, do you know how big the Earth is? Like, do you know what the radius is or the diameter?
Yeah, it's like isn't it 22,000 miles around or something like that?
Oh my God, bro!
Like, you come in here and you want to argue out of ignorance, man. It's not a winning recipe, bro.
Okay, what's the circumference of the Earth?
It's 3959 radius miles.
No, I said what's the circumference?
Or sorry, 3959.
24,900 on average.
That's miles, right? Around?
Yeah, 24,900. So if I were to ask you how fast Earth is spinning in 1 hour at the equator, what is your answer?
I don't know. What is it?
Wow.
You can't do basic math, bro. It's just over 1,000 miles per hour.
Sure, I can do basic math, but I'm not here to be quizzed. What is this?
24 hours in a day, 24,000 miles circumference.
We get it, bro. You have a belief, blind faith. We understand.
No, I think that's on you guys' end. You have the blind.
Not really, bro. You're in here being all ignorant and shit. You don't know nothing about what you live on, and you're speaking like you're an expert.
No, I'm no expert.
I was a globe earther 3 years ago. What do you think of that?
I want you guys to tell me something. How high would I have to be to see the pyramids from where I'm at? I'm in the southern part of the United States. How high would I have to be to see the pyramids?
Let me ask you this question in the face of that. Say you're in one town, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then over in the other town, it's raining.
Okay.
You think you're gonna have visibility through that town?
Probably not. Let me guess. You're going to say something about refraction, right?
Did I?
I'm asking you. Is that going to...
No, I said what I said. So obviously, the weather is different in other places. The odds that you're going to get a straight shot from, I don't know, New York to Italy is there's no chance.
Okay, well let's do a hypothetical.
Second of all, with distance, the air gets opaque. You know why? Because it isn't just air in the air. There's all types of particulates. So when you say, I wonder how high I would have to be to see something, you have to take into account all of the air in the way.
How far away do I have to be to see the pyramid on a good day?
I'll tell you what Wikipedia says about atmospheric extinction, right? And they say that due to Rayleigh scattering, the farthest you could see is about 298 kilometers. And this is because, and this is also why the sky appears to be blue. It's because longer wavelengths refract less but diffract faster. So the first wavelength to go is going to be your oranges and reds, and you go all the way through the color spectrum until you end up with blue, and blue is the last one to diffract.
Mount Everest is the highest point in the world, right?
Bro, he's not listening. So there's this Casper Swan thing, you know. So
no, I'm just saying that's the highest point in the world, correct?
He's not listening at all. He's just waiting for us to stop so that he can just continue.
No, I heard what he said. No, he's talking about the weather.
So this is why the haze in the distance is blue, right? You can't see through that. And Eli brought up the particulates. So you have light scattering in all these different directions. You can't see forever because you're seeing through a medium, a very complex medium that's dynamic and cyclical.
I understand that. I wanted to pose a hypothetical. On a good day, let's say the weather was
in reality, you can't see forever.
Sure.
And it's not due to curvature.
So even on a good day, I still wouldn't be able to see the pyramids. Is that what you're telling me?
In reality, yeah, you can't see the curve. Nobody can. Nobody can see it in infrared. Listen, I've got a really good paper. It's by the military. They sent out military surveyors with the Naval Research Lab. And you know what they tried to do? They tried to find Earth curvature using infrared emitters and infrared theodolites. And so they set up emitters behind where they thought Earth curvature should be. And when they went to go peer at the emitters through their telescopes, they could see them and they couldn't figure out why. They called the whole situation cursed in their papers. This is called NATO Sapphire, SAPPHIRE, NATO Sapphire trials, where they set up observation points along the Chesapeake Bay, and they could not find curvature. So you can Google that if you're interested, or I can provide papers to you in DMs later if you're interested, but something tells me you don't really care.
Well, if I didn't care, I'd tell you, but...
Okay. Well, I mean, you're not onboarding what we're saying.
I'm listening to everything you're saying. I just don't agree with you. That's all. But
we have to tell us why you don't agree, though, right?
What is so disagreeable so far?
What's to agree about what he just said about that study, bro? How do you disagree with that?
I'm not disagreeing with what he said. I'm disagreeing with the fact that he thinks the Earth is flat. That's what I'm disagreeing with.
All right, well, NATO can't find curvature with high-end infrared equipment and military surveyors, so
Why
what
don't
am I
you guys
supposed to
present your
think?
evidence to the scientific community? When are you going to do that?
They presented this to the scientific community, and they're not
what'd they
saying
say?
anything. They're
they're
not
not
saying
saying
anything, so that's why we're picking up the torch and we're saying something.
It's sad. It's sad. Like people will really sign up to be security for people who will take the resources of a town from the people. Like people will sign up for that job. As a matter of fact, there's a movie about a guy who couldn't get a job and he ends up getting a job in figuring out how to get this company's workers fired. And it's called
I'll be
Inhuman
right back, guys. I'm sorry.
Resources. It's called Inhuman Resources. And it's like, yeah, that's just a movie, but people are really like that, man. Like, it's crazy. It's like, I wonder how many people in the Matrix actually want to be free. Like, because people can lie. People can lie and lie and lie. But if we really had to all, as a society, sit down and go, okay, this is the truth, I wonder how many people would just straight up go, all right, I don't accept it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Because how could we be sitting here giving this man this information and he's like, yeah, well, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about in general. Just I don't know how. It's like, well, that's a non sequitur then. And number two, that is a little bigoted when you can only see a group for, their title versus what they're saying. You just have this blind, unwavering. I don't know, man. Scary.
Okay, so we're gonna ping the event in the announcements, see if we can get a bit more people in here. Maybe get a wider crowd. There we go. Is he still here? Reality Man, how are you? Tell me, what would it take to change your perspective? Like, what are you holding on to for dear life? Reality Man?
Yeah, he said he was going away AFK for a minute.
Ah, okay.
He already told us. A picture of it.
We have pictures. Every picture we have is flat. Except, like, the obviously fake ones.
When it really comes down to it, that's all they have, though, is those pictures, man. We can blow apart every other argument. And we can blow those pictures apart, too.
Any more curious dwellers?
Wait, can I address the challenge for a second? Well, I have a question. Do you want proof that it is necessarily true that the Earth is a globe, or do you want something something showing that it's probably a sphere?
No, I need observations. I need to know for a fact that it is a sphere. I don't want someone giving me some Pythagoras theorem hypothetical that entails it could be a sphere. I need to actually know for a fact it is a sphere.
Fact.
Yes,
and the fact would be
obviously.
something in the world, right? The way the world is.
Yeah, like an observation would be good.
Well, this is how it is. So, well, first there needs to be a claim, and there is. So that's the problem. There's a geometric claim. So, actually, all we need. Okay, that's the claim. What's the evidence? Because the claim itself can't be the evidence.
Well, he just said observation would be good enough.
Well,
I
evidence.
mean,
So evidence and then an
he told you
observation
what
to
he
prove it,
told
right?
you, and I told you what I told you. I don't know. Pick one.
Yeah. So my standard would be evidence and then an observation of that evidence would be good. Something convincing. That'd be nice. We'll keep it simple. Just
Make a
convince
claim
me.
and back it up, man.
Yeah, just convince us. Or me. Or the rest of us.
What's your best evidence that you live on a globe, man?
Not going so well for you guys, is it?
Can anyone here prove that the Earth is flat?
What do you
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
You go on establishment. Keep talking.
Oh, well, did you see a ship go over the horizon?
Yeah, I said yeah. I said yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you're wrong. It's a globe.
Okay.
Nice. You got us, bro.
Okay.
Wait, if I tell you I get a free nitro, is that correct?
Well, I don't need you
Yeah,
to
but
tell me. I need you to show me, bro.
yeah, but don't you think you need to restart? Because you asked me if I had evidence, and I said yes, and then you said, "Well, you're wrong." I didn't even show you anything.
Okay, well, would you like to go first, or would you like me to go first?
Me telling you the truth isn't going to get you a free nitro, my boy. So go ahead and give it your best shot. Hit me with your best shot.
Okay, babe.
Go ahead, buddy.
Okay, so if we see a ship going over the horizon, it's the hull that disappears first, followed by the mast. Now, I think what this indicates is that the surface of the Earth curves away from the observer.
You want to take that one, Elijah?
Sorry, I'm doing other things as well. My bad. Give me a minute.
Can you repeat that establishment just one more time? Establishment?
Yeah. So when we see a ship go over the horizon, the hull will disappear first, and then although we'll still be able to see the mast, the structure on top of it, right?
Okay, this is a really, really nice diversion that you're trying to use here. But the whole point is that the point he was making to you is the horizon is an apparent phenomenon. It's not a physical object in the way that stupid dumb ballers like yourself would say that it is. So that was just an example. You could maybe go from that to understanding what we're saying about the sun being a possibly. Okay, bye.
And he ran. Yeah, I was going to ask him if rainbows triggered him. There's no way that could be the case.
Well, that's light, isn't it? Maybe rainbows can cast a shadow. Then maybe he'll concede.
Yeah, the whole horizon thing, he was looking for a way out, I guess. But that whole him getting triggered by that derailed everything after that point. It's like, whoa, bro.
He's really losing it. This is like the same thing they all do. It's so cringe. They come in, at first they're like, oh, I just have some questions. I've never really heard about this before. I don't really know what flat earthers think. And they act like they're sort of open. And then they come back the next day after they Googled all their copes. And then it just goes on and on from there. They just get worse and worse.
Well, yeah, and his act today was he had this grand math. So here I'm envisioning this giant unveiling of a chalkboard with a curtain, and then as the conversation went on, he started hiding parts of it. No, I don't want to talk about this part of it was, he had a grand presentation, and then it just kind of, I don't know, a bad startup presentation. He ran from the board. He started destroying the evidence, right? And he didn't want to talk about it.
No.
Is he still here?
He ran.
Yeah,
and he also said you need a shadow to do trigonometry.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I explained this to a blind man, how do you explain trigonometry to him?
Hey, I did the math on that straw man that you guys asked for.
Oh, what you come up with?
Well, it's impossible to work on the flat earth that I strawman you with.
Da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
I mean, the best example were overall the Santa Claus, and what did he say also?
Yeah, he's like, well, you guys believe in Santa Claus. I don't know. He tried to say that we believe in fairy tales.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was about explaining something to a 5-year-old, and then he gave those examples. Yeah, in which I came in and said, they are also a lie, both of them. I mean, talking about abusing a child, right? If we want to go that way, but either way, it comes to a principle either way.
That's what he's here advocating for, lying to kids.
I don't hope so. Is he sometimes here around, or is he just coming by, or?
He's been coping regularly lately.
Okay.
He's a new anti-flat.
All right, another one in the shoes.
Yep. Another foot soldier for the globe.
Yeah, someone made a good meme in the meme competition in the other server. I'll go get it. And about it was pretty good. But yeah, it's a parade.
Was the coffee one?
No, it was the Globe Warriors, keyboard warriors marching in. I'm going to go screenshot it.
Oh yeah, I got it. What does a guy call that in a musical? Basically, guides musicians. No, not componist. Or I mean, I guess you know what I mean. It's basically they basically follow the bass line.
Pawns.
Yeah. They basically follow
Conductor.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What's happening, gents? I just got here. There's a lot of people in here. What did I miss?
What's
going
good?
on? How do you, man? What did I miss?
Everybody was talking about you.
If you are talking about is Earth flat, a plane of reference to everything that we know of, or not? Of course, it has to be, because you cannot.
This isn't going to last long.
What's good, Johnny?
I'm telling you, you cannot have up and down without reference to a plane of reference.
I know that. I was just wondering what the latest. I understand that. I was just wondering what the latest convo was, because it was dead silent, and I figured maybe that was the
something that was apparent.
Hey,
Knuckenfut's back with his usual copes.
Alrighty, let's see what happens next.
But let's stop. What I was talking about, what is plane of reference, so people understand, the audience understand what it's about.
Do you think you could just start like a Johnny B, like just a Johnny B channel where you go down there and just start preaching it? Because this is supposed to be like a room where people talk to each other.
Okay.
Yeah, try that.
You're afraid. You're afraid to.
Oh yeah, I'm deathly terrified. Yeah.
You're afraid. You're terrified.
Johnny, start a Johnny B radio. I think that rings very well. Might do well.
Yeah, everything can happen. Everything can happen. And so fast Donald Trump will be a president, he will join me to USA, United States of America, and I will make career there also, because that's the land of the free and illegal.
Yeah, nobody was talking about that.
And here we go.
But anyways, what are you talking about then?
What?
I don't know anymore.
You're absolutely out of your mind. You don't know what you're thinking
I've lost
about. You don't know what you're talking about. And because the Earth is flat and you're not living on a spinning globe. Oh,
anyhow, maybe we could ask
you.
John X why he thinks he lives on a spinning globe.
Yep. What is a spinning globe? Think about it. How
I can feel it every day.
how stupid it
I can feel
Go
the
ahead, John.
rotation. I mean, can't you feel the rotation?
No. Can you?
I think so.
I mean, I can feel it when I've drunk a lot, you know.
Yeah. You just got to drink and you can feel it.
You think you can feel the rotation of the Earth?
After a couple Jack Daniels?
Oh,
Maybe.
okay. So not seriously then.
Hey-o.
I mean, all you got to do is go to the southern regions of the globe, right? And look at the constellations.
Okay. So all we need to do is affirm the consequent. Awesome.
Do what now?
It's a form of logical fallacy. So it's called affirming the consequent. So if P then Q, Q therefore P. If P, the Earth, is a spinning ball, then when I go to Q, south of the equator, and look up, I see different stars. When I go south of the equator, Q, and look up and see different stars, that means P, the Earth's a spinning ball.
Well,
it's the same as me saying.
Why are you making it into an equation? It's not an equation.
It's not an equation. It's a formal logical fallacy. The form is expressed in if P then Q, Q therefore P. It's a logical form of reasoning that's fallacious in this instance. I could say to you, I am full P, therefore Q. Sorry.
Well, it's just one piece of evidence, though.
Yeah, but is it really evidence?
Yeah, I think so.
Because you go to a different location and look up and there's different things in the sky. You think that the Earth has to be a sphere to do that.
How else would that happen?
You could just have a flat surface and walk to different locations and look up and see different things in the sky based on your location relative to them.
No, not.
Yeah. You do it all the time. Yeah, you do it all the time.
You sound like you're from the States.
You stand underneath one light source, go for a walk, and then stand underneath a different light source. Look up and you see something different. It's not the same light anymore.
Yeah, but we know that the constellations, like all across the northern hemisphere, are the same. Like from America to China.
The constellations run between the tropics, so over the equator. There are different stars below the constellations that you can see south, and different constellations north of the 12 constellations.
Well, yeah,
it's tropic. What are you talking about? You see different
stars. What I said is absolutely true, right?
Yes, you can go to different places on the Earth. We'll define this as south of the equator being the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, and we will see different stars when we look up. Doesn't mean the surface that you're standing on is curved.
Yeah, but do you agree that the constellations? I think you're talking. You referenced the would it be the equatorial plane? Along that plane, right? If you're north or south of it, they are consistent, right?
Yes, I agreed to that 2 minutes ago. Doesn't mean the surface you're standing on is curved.
Okay, so how come when you travel from California to New York, they don't change?
Because you're still north of the equator.
So what causes that?
You understand that the stars move from east to west, right?
No, they don't move from east to west. The Earth spins.
Oh, okay. So the Earth spins. We observe the stars move from east to west. You're saying that that's the Earth spinning. Have you got a measurement of that spin?
A measurement?
Yeah.
You mean like the 24 hours in the day?
No, to show that it's actually the Earth that's the thing in motion and not the stars that we see move.
Yeah, because
it could be either, right? Relativity. You could be moving and they could be stationary, or they could be moving and you could be stationary, or everything's moving. How do you prove one from the other?
Well, you can observe it visually, right?
We end up with the same idea. It is either they are moving and we are stationary, or we are moving and they are stationary, or everything is moving. So stop pointing up at the sky and say, well, we see them move. Well, no shit. That's the question we're trying to answer. Now we want to know which one out of the three is happening. Is it the
Okay,
Earth?
well,
Is it the Stars? Is it all of
you're very compelling, but we just have to acknowledge that, like, I'm giving you, I'm doing you a favor because I'm not
Really?
talking about like all of the satellites and space shuttle
Do me a
images
favour,
that we yeah.
do me a favour.
Yeah, exactly. So we have to assume all the evidence we do have is fake, right?
We don't need to do all of this. If you want to do me a favour, do me a big one and give me a measurement of the curvature of the Earth. Drop over distance, deviation from horizontal. Can you do that? You'd be really doing me a favour. And everyone else, and we can all fuck off home.
A measurement?
Yeah, to show that the surface that you're standing on is curved.
I mean, they measured the Earth in Egypt and Greece thousands of years ago.
What did they do?
All you need is two. What they did is they had two obelisks separated by a predetermined distance that you plug into the equation, and you can determine by the length of their shadows and using time as well. You can determine how large the Earth is.
You can time as well. Both the observations were done at the same time because of the sun's location above the Earth. You've got two sticks. It's actually a well in the stick, but we'll go with your two sticks. One of the sticks is directly underneath the sun. The other stick isn't directly underneath the sun. It's 500 miles or stades away. These are the 3 points of your triangle. Triangle has three straight sides because you want to measure the angle of the shadow. You're going to draw the hypotenuse from the end of the shadow to the top of the stick.
Okay,
and
obviously.
measure the angle at the top of the stick.
Obviously, you're well studied in this, right?
That's a flat Earth measurement.
So let's just say all of this is.
Right, does want to talk about it. He wants to prove.
Wait, hold on.
Just prove.
Let's say this is. Oh, Jesus. Let's say this is all.
Bro, can you try your best to listen to what is being said instead of trying to overtalk the guy that is replying to you? Just try to listen and concentrate on what's being said.
The Earth is flat with that measurement. Angles, straight sides, the distance between the two sticks, horizontal distance, the lines from the sun to the stick, the hypotenuse from the sun to the stick. It's a triangle, it's trigonometry. It's measured an angle, two straight sides. There's no curvature here.
Okay, so let's say I take all that at face value. It's true, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the motive here?
Oh, I don't know, mate. Fucking hell.
I mean, is every single government controlled by an entity that doesn't want us to know the shape of the Earth?
Let me ask you a question back to that. We're very simple folk. Like Jedi laid out to you, we're just talking about elevation angle and measurement. Now, in this case, I guess it was put to you that there's actually no curvature, no measured curvature anywhere. So you provided something that you knew as much as you did, and you had something put back to you. Now, that's very simple to me. One claim, there's curvature. Okay, well, anyone can find out whether that's true or not. Seems like pretty much most of us have. To you, you don't know that, but it is something that you can go do. And so to ask about the motivations or why people aren't accepting this, why people are taking this information and somehow manipulating it in the minds of others to come to whatever false conclusion. That's a really complicated conversation by people who are probably historians and statistical analysts and people who follow trends, and I don't think that's any of us. We're just talking about the very simple fact that there's no measurable curvature anywhere, and it doesn't take a conspiracy theorist to figure that out. And figure out, like I just don't get when we show people that there's no measured curvature. They want to know why people have done this, that, and the. We obviously don't know, but what we do know is what we can validate.
Well,
So I don't know
he's
why
not
people go
saying
on to like.
he isn't saying there isn't curvature. He's saying that it's the equations would be the same as if there weren't like it's indistinguishable. That's what he's saying.
That's not what he said. He said you have an angle. You have whatever angle was taken with the sun directly above you at 90 degrees, and then you have somewhere else. Now, as far as that's concerned, it's just two straight lines. Where does
Well,
the
no,
ball?
you're measuring like the distance, the difference in the distance uh of the sun to that ruler to each ruler. Basically, you're measuring the difference of the distance to each ruler from the sun, and you can see
Yeah,
there's a difference
using a flat
because
Earth.
they're like
That's
they're like
using a flat Earth. That's the part that you're missing.
What distance is
No.
he talking about? What distance?
No. Well, why are you saying no before Jedi? What do you mean no? What does that mean?
I don't know why you're saying it's using a flat Earth. Why are you saying that?
Which distance are you talking about? The distance between the two sticks in Syene and Alexandria. That 500. Yeah, that's 500 miles. That's a straight line distance to start with. Second of all, you're going to need this straight line because you're measuring angles. The other line that you're getting is from the sun to the top of the stick, and when it then casts a shadow. You're then going to draw the hypotenuse for the top of the stick to where it meets the end of the shadow and measure that angle there. That's 7.2 degrees. It's a flat Earth measurement, dude. It's an angle.
No, and then you can essentially plug those numbers in and determine the circumference of the Earth.
Also, when we imagine that we're on the outside of a protractor and we move the orientation of the stick so they meet at a point because of the deviation of 7 degrees because of the shadow. You're saying that it's the shadow, the light that's coming in parallel. So even though you're not underneath the sun is still coming in parallel in Syene, even though you're measuring an angle to it because it's not above you anymore. You're saying the light's coming in parallel, both sticks are meeting at the center of the Earth, and you're going to turn that 500-mile distance into a curved distance because you're standing on the outside of a protractor. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, because even though the sun is coming in at the same angle, the Earth is curved. Therefore, the ruler has a longer shadow because
You
of
gotta
the curve of the Earth.
understand. You gotta understand something here. when you were asked for measurement, this is what you've given. Okay, so let me just point out to you. You're begging the question. You understand that?
Yeah, you are too, though.
No, we're not.
No, I didn't make a claim.
You haven't changed your measurements to mean something else.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not making any assumption. Like so, and I don't know why you feel like you have to defend yourself. Like this religion isn't yours. Like we're saying stuff that's really simple. So again, the retort that
explain to me then.
earlier when you said no, and now when you're saying, well, I'm begging the question, but so are you. Well, first of all, you're begging the question because we asked you for a measurement, and you're saying these flat Earth measurements. Once you do what you do with them, you can assume and determine how much curvature there is there. Where am I begging the question? With my verbiage, what did I say that was begging the question?
Because you said you basically assumed that the Earth is flat when you said that the measurements just show the Earth is flat, basically. But
No. Listen to my words carefully. An elevation angle measurement is a measurement of something vertically off of a horizontal plane. Now, you can tell me that that's wrong or right. That's not begging the question. That's someone doing something in reality, called a measurement, not called a calculation. It's not called a let me determine what this means. I'm just telling you what it is. I don't
Well,
see begging
explain
the
to me.
question there at all.
Explain to me
Beyond
how.
explaining something else, I didn't
I'm
beg
trying
the
to ask you a
question, but
question now.
but you got to address the fact that you told me I'm begging the question. No, I'm not, but you are.
Yeah, because when you talked about the measurements, you said that they prove the Earth is flat,
No, I
and
didn't.
it's like you have
No, I
to
didn't.
show, you have to
No, I
explain
didn't.
that.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so whatever. So now I want
Yeah,
to
I
ask
didn't
you
say that.
a different. I want to ask you a different question now, right?
Well, why you want to ask me a different question? Moving.
Because what do you want to argue about? What you said?
Well, we're not arguing about what I said. There's no measurable curvature anywhere. That's the point.
Okay, so explain to me how when they did this experiment with the obelisk in Egypt, how
It's not an
does that
experiment.
work? It was an experiment.
No, an experiment is when you are, investigating the physical and natural world, and you haven't observed phenomena that you're studying, and you're trying to determine what the independent variable is being the cause of this phenomena. That wasn't that.
Well, yeah, they wanted to investigate the
No, they
movement
already
of the
assumed
sun.
that. Yeah, it was already an assumption that the Earth was a sphere. They just wanted to see how big. But the point is, that, yeah, because they
It
were
was still
begging the
an
question.
experiment. Okay, well, how does this phenomenon happen with the different lengths and shadows if the
It
Earth
doesn't
isn't
matter.
round?
It doesn't matter because the bottom line is that you've been told the bill of goods that you've been given was given to you off the back of a begging the question fallacy.
Okay, can
I'm not. I'm
anyone
not a.
answer that
I'm not.
question or?
Yeah, but you're not. You're not understanding that I'm telling you point blank. There's no measurable curvature anywhere. Nothing else is really relevant unless
Well,
I'm lying about that.
I
If I'm lying about
just
that,
told
that's
you.
something that has to be validated.
I told you about the experiment they did, and you're just saying that if it was on a flat Earth, you would see the same thing.
Well, I mean, that's what Carl
So
Sagan said.
now
That's what Carl Sagan said.
I don't care what he says.
Don't talk past. Don't talk past the conversation you're trying to have.
You're the one not answering questions.
No, I am answering questions because
No, you said you don't care. You don't want to answer.
It's irrelevant to the fact that there's no measurable curvature anywhere.
Okay, so again, you're not answering questions. So, like, if it's true that this phenomenon of the different lengths and shadows
that's not measurable curvature
can be explained with a flat
that's
Earth,
not measurable
then
curvature.
how do you
That's
explain
not
the path?
measurable curvature.
How do you explain the path of the sun?
It was your claim to begin with. I'm not explaining that because I didn't make the
Okay,
claim using the sun.
all right, so you don't want to answer any questions. I got it.
No, I'm just listen. You're not gonna interrupt and say, "Okay, so you're not gonna answer any question." That's passive aggressive, disrespectful, and I am answering questions.
Well, why would we need to explain the path of the sun anyway?
No, don't ask him that. We didn't make a claim about that. But when he was challenged on measurable curvature, he talked about this thing that's actually not measurable curvature.
It is measurable curvature.
No, it's not. No, it's not measurable curvature. What it is shadow angle measurements that they interpret as something that will give them a conclusion as to how big the Earth is. Then you can figure out what the curvature is.
And gentlemen,
that's
if
not
I
what
may,
we're asking for.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's not. Yeah, I don't want any more interruptions. Just so you know, because I'm trying to change the tone of the conversation.
By all means, go ahead.
That's not what we're asking for. Nobody's going to tell me that I'm not answering questions. Well, the questions you want me to answer have to do with your premise being flawed, which I did respond to. But you're being non-responsive about that. Let's not confuse the public.
there's some dead air here, if I may add. Johnny, you got to understand that this supposed measurement of curvature, okay, like Eli just said, they're measuring shadow lengths, okay, and then they have to assume a set of other variables are what they assume it to be. They have to assume that they're true in order to impute some degree of curvature if they assume that the ground is actually curving. And they also have to assume, let me finish. And they have to assume the distance to the sun is as far as they assume it, right? Because if the sun is far, right, as the sun's distance to us approaches infinity, now of course it's not infinite, but the degree to which it does get further and further away, the degree to which the more parallel the light rays actually hit us. So they have to assume that to be the case in order to actually go through with the set. Go ahead.
Oh, one more thing. Sorry. Quick sign there. My bad. Go on.
No, that's it. That's all I got. Please continue.
Yeah, he's not really being responsive to, because basically what you're explaining in a more detailed way is that no, they just made a load of assumptions and they beg the question to anybody who's carrying this argument. And he said in response to that, you're begging the question too. It's not like he's saying they're not doing that. But the bottom line is no one here begged the question though. He's wrong. But I mean, let's just focus on, well, then you're begging the question too, instead of the fact that you gave us an argument where there are a load of assumptions in it. One of those things, though, the thing that's not there is the actual measurement that we asked about.
So what they actually measured, they didn't actually have to measure the distance to the sun. They didn't do that. What they measured
because it was an assumption.
the angle of the
an assumption. Right,
so you don't have
an assumption.
No,
Johnny,
they didn't have to. That was not a part of
Johnny.
the calculation, sir.
Johnny, you're right. I didn't say they measured the distance to the sun. I said they have to assume it to be the case that it is far in order to allow themselves the next assumption, right? That if the ground is curving, right, we get parallel light rays, and then they go on with their stuff about, the light rays are coming in parallel, and the ground is curving. Therefore, our angles, our shadow lengths are actually something that's happening on a ball.
Okay, so do you believe the Earth is flat?
I know it's measured flat, sir.
Oh, okay. So explain how this.
No. You basically interrupted him, which he's telling you the same thing I was telling you to answer more questions. No. Yeah, you don't. When a person presents a flawed argument and they're caught, everyone in here needs to just recognize that they don't get to ask you more questions because you weren't the person that made the claim. If he wanted to know about how the Earth was flat, guess what? He'd ask you for a flat Earth argument, and then he would be quiet while he's listening to your answer. But that's not what's happening here right now, is it?
You're right about that. He's trying to reverse the burden. So you can, Johnny, or John X, you can continue with Eli. I didn't want to interrupt and go off on a tangent. I just wanted to clarify something because it did seem as if what Eli said to you didn't get through. So I tried to reword a bit of it to make something more clear. So if that's good, then you guys can continue. I have nothing further to say.
Okay. So you don't have to assume that the rays of the sun are coming in parallel because it's evident, it's self-evident that if you have a artificial light source, the shadows converge. But if you anytime you have shadows from the sun, no matter what distance they are parallel, no matter where the fuck you're at.
Really?
That's not true at all. That's why we have time zones. What the hell are you talking about?
Are you? Time zones don't have anything to do with like light coming.
Oh, really? So you're telling me that a sundial, I don't know, a few hundred miles east of me is going to have the same parallel shadow as I do?
Yes.
Holy shit. So it's 1 o'clock, 500 miles east?
That's not what time zones are. Time zones are basically like the height of the sun. So like,
yeah, the angular height of the sun to give a different shadow to tell you whether it's zenith or not.
They're still parallel. The shadows. Think
They're
about
not
it.
parallel shadows, you dumb fuck.
Explain how they're not.
Dude, you realize a sundial 500 miles east of me is going to have a different angle of shadow than it does where I'm at right now? You want to know why? Because the angular relationship is different. You want to know why? Because the shadows aren't parallel. What the hell's the matter with you?
You mean it's a longer shadow? Is that what you mean?
It's a different angle.
Proof.
What?
Do you have
John, do you know what John, do you know what parallel means?
I just disagree.
No, you disagree with time zone because you asked him to explain. He just explained it with a sundial, and you said proof. That the proof is in the fact that it's not the same time to the left and right of you.
It's not the same time. What does that have to do with shadows?
If it's not
because we get our times from the sun, dude. This is
Okay,
useless.
think about it. Imagine a obelisk. No, you gotta let me respond, right? You gotta let me speak.
It's not about responding.
If he
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, it's not about. I'm not here to have some sort of intellectual masturbation conversation. This is about objective conversation. Well, it's about objective facts. Did someone say this or didn't they say that? Is their position this or isn't it that? Can this be validated? Can it not be validated? Man, you're trying to say
And
the
to be
sun
clear,
rays are
John,
parallel. There's zero evidence of parallel sun rays. Period.
I just want to verify something. John, do you know what parallel means? Because you asked
I don't
a
get it.
question.
He doesn't want to get it. That's the thing. Like,
Oh, am I muted or what?
You were.
I went through like at least 3 simple things, and you know what happens like when you speak to let me not make it a woman. When you speak to a liberal, right? And it's like supposed to
What
be
are you talking?
simple, and then all of a sudden, like you're in this complex conversation about absolutely nothing. Like that's what keeps happening every time you try to condense and make something simple, have a simple question answered, it just turns into all this. Weird.
Yeah, John, the reason why I asked you if you know what parallel means is because you asked a question earlier about lengths of the shadow. Okay, that has nothing to do with parallelism.
Yeah, parallel are 2 lines that if they go forever, they never intersect.
Right, they never intersect. That's right. So that and the way that they don't intersect is by diverging. Okay, this is an angular thing. So when the light rays come in parallel, okay, but you have divergent shadows, that means the light is not coming in parallel. So the assumption that it was, okay.
Can you show me that, like 2 converging shadows from sunlight?
Sir,
I don't think you can show me that.
Check this out. Check this out. Right, just to demonstrate what I'm talking about. If you have a ceiling lamp, right, put something right under it, like a beer bottle, if you're so inclined. Okay, then put another one off 6 feet away, still within the illumination of that lamp. Okay, on the first one, you're going to see no shadow, assuming you put it directly under it. And the other one, you're going to see a little shadow on it, depending on how far you put it, depending on how high the thing is. Right? Are you saying that the floor is curved?
No, I agree with you. But a ceiling fan is
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I can imagine that because that's how it works with a ceiling fan. But with the sun, it works completely differently. Because it's so far.
Well, there you go. So this is the underlying assumption that
It's not an assumption. We can see it. It's demonstrable.
Sir. Okay. it's a relationship between the distance of the thing, okay, and the distance between the light and the things, okay, number one, and the distance between the things themselves, okay. So if you assume that the sun is 93 million miles away, okay, you're going to get one outcome. If you assume it's a quadrillion miles away, you're going to get another outcome of a slightly different shadow length and stuff like that, depending on the distances of the things themselves. The trees, the obelisks, the wells, whatever the fuck. If you assume it's closer, while maintaining the distances between the sticks or the wells or whatever, you're going to get a different outcome. Okay. Plus, if you assume that the ground is of a different orientation and shape and all that stuff, you're going to get a different outcome. So in this example with Eratosthenes and the sticks and shadows and stuff, okay, all he has in that little observation there, the only things that are controlled for are the distances, because he knows them supposedly, and that's another thing because he's estimating, okay, and then the lengths of the shadows themselves when the light is above one of them and not directly above the other.
That GIF isn't accurate though in the comments, right?
What GIF?
I don't know if you were referring to that, but
I'm not referring to shit. I'm referring to the reality of the experiment that has been spoken about and discussed 1,000-fold in these rooms.
Well, can you show me converging shadows from sunlight? Then I'll admit I'm wrong.
Yeah, sundials. That's all I need to tell you.
That's a good one.
Oh, sundials.
If you draw the line back to something, you will create some sort of triangular.
They have like high altitude cloud footage where the shadows are divergent. Maybe you just haven't seen enough, and so you're skeptical of what we're saying. And I mean, can't really cast skepticism in. So, I mean, if this is your argument, and it leads you to skepticism, at best, then I don't know what you want to say about that. I mean, I'm sure you don't even know that you could do the same thing with the moon. So is the moon 93 million miles away or infinitely far away with parallel moon rays?
Yeah, it's far enough.
That's where it's coming from.
It's far as fuck, actually.
Yeah, but according to the geometry and the that you work out from the size of the moon and the distance to me and the distance to the Earth, that's a hell no.
And John,
and it's like ignorantly you're gonna push back anything. I mean, I guess you don't know about to support something you vaguely know about, and that's crazy to me.
Oh,
I don't know why.
I'm 100% correct.
Okay, well, then go somewhere else. It's 2024. You know, this conversation has been happening for over a decade. Actually, it's been happening forever. So it's like, if you're this staunch in your belief, why are you here?
Well, I was hoping you could convince me.
No,
like, if you have
I don't want to convince anyone of anything.
And John, John, think about it. Okay, you just said two contradictory things. If you are 100% correct in your thinking, how could anybody convince you? Even if we did show you something that was ironclad, you wouldn't even accept it, right? Because you're correct, right?
No, because when you see evidence that something points one way, then you should believe in that evidence. If you don't see any contradictory evidence to it, then
so why are you here? So the question is, given that, and that's what you believe, why are you here?
That's a different question than he asked me.
He wants to
contradict. That's the question that I asked you, but that's the question. His question to you was led from the non sequitur you tried to give me.
He wants to
contradict. I was just listening for about. I was just listening for about 15 minutes, and John, you haven't been correct about anything you've said. It doesn't even sound like you know what you're saying.
No.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you said, it's apparent that the sun's rays are parallel, when it's the exact opposite that we actually see in reality. Crepuscular rays. You heard of those? You see
Give me.
divergent sun rays. So not
Look at
parallel sun
my
rays.
fucking photo, man. Look at my photo. I took that 2 weeks ago. Okay.
You did a
All
photo.
those parallel.
So yeah, your entire argument falls apart there. Not to mention the fact that you're in here arguing that the Earth is a ball because of a story of a guy in the BCs looking at shadows already shows you that you're toast. If that's what you've
Well,
got,
obviously,
you're toast.
in your photo, like if you have an obstruction and you're only allowing
Just look
us
divergent.
basically like light. The light is taking the only angle it can, and so it's
Oh,
basically
right. So
an
not
optical illusion.
parallel then. Oh, it's an optical illusion. Yeah, reality is an optical illusion, and the Earth is a globe because you saw it on TV. 200 IQ, John.
I'm just trying to explain the science to you. Okay.
You're not explaining any science. You're just denying reality now. So those sun rays are not parallel, are they?
No
You know what?
science.
Obviously, light is coming in
Not
at,
parallel.
at different angles, but when you take the
Alright, so not
totality,
parallel then.
when you
Not
take the
parallel then.
totality of if you don't obscure any of the light, it's gonna have an effect such
So
that
the light rays coming into
a 90-degree.
weren't parallel then.
Well, it's only if you obscure like the totality of the light.
Do you think we can measure angles to the sun?
Do you think I can measure what?
Do you think we measure angles to the sun above the horizon? Right, 2 degrees above the horizon, 45 degrees above the horizon,
Yeah.
90 degrees at your zenith. These are all
exactly
in relation to a horizontal, right?
Correct.
Good. So this horizontal is the plane of the Earth, determined by the horizon and your altitude above it. So you measure the angle to the sun, like Aristophanes did, and like we seem to be trying to do here, just by measuring the angles. It's when you're begging the question, you say the light rays are parallel. That's not what we observe, and that's not how we measure the angles to the sun. We measure the angles to the sun and the stars in a very simple way. An elevation above the horizon, requiring the position between the horizon and you to be horizontal, and the distance between you and the ground position of that object, the sun or the star where it's directly above at its zenith, that has to be a horizontal line. This is how we navigate. This is how we do cartography, because we can do the same things with lighthouses and mountains, taking horizontal distances between the two and vertical angles up to the two. So we can determine the distance, we can determine the height, we can determine where we are in relation to these objects. We measure angles to. All of these angles require mean sea level to be a horizontal datum. Horizontal, not curved.
Right.
So we measure the Earth flat. What you do after that, when you start begging the question, no, it's a ball, and we can measure it like this, that's up to you. But the first thing we do is measure angles. Flat, straight, sides.
Okay. I just posted some pics in chat. I think this proves my point if you look at it.
Well, that shit is goofy as fuck, man. You think you're on that thing? He's goofy, man.
You see that black area, the space bit? You see that, right?
Yeah. Space bit, yeah.
Yeah. You know the gas that we've got? Why isn't that doing what gas always does and expand into the space?
Because of gravity. The same reason, some of it does go into space and some of it doesn't. I'm assuming. It's like the atmosphere is like what? How thick? Like 30 miles?
Bigger.
Yeah, so it's just like the ocean, like some of it is like being lost to the surface, I guess, like to the water cycle.
You know what gas pressure is? You know what gas pressure is?
So we're speaking.
Oh, sure.
This
Sorry, somebody trying to talk in the background. He's up.
Is it really low? Really low?
Yeah, a little bit better there. Try again.
You also got to remember we have
I'm
like
just saying that like the problem with the world is the people that are trying to solve problems and look at things objectively end up busy talking to people who aren't like worried about that. Like, and that's what I'm like. It'd been so cool if this was a genuine person. I don't know if he's not. I don't know if he's being disingenuous. Let me take that back. It'd have been so cool if this was a person who is actually willing to be skeptical, because once he realized that, well, okay, here's my argument. Okay, well, you pointed to me that it's not. You see what I'm saying? Like, I just don't understand continuing to talk to him. We've already exposed that he's not here for the information we have.
I
He
think
just
you're
wants a
just
set of
afraid.
questions. Right. I'm afraid because he has a set of questions that if I answer them, which they're Malcolm questions, I already pointed out, that's going to win the conversation. Like this is some sort of game
No.
when children are being lied to today.
Yeah, about the flat Earth.
That's what I'm saying. But like everybody in here is like, how come we can't get better content from real, like better people?
I'm a real guy.
Yeah, but you don't know enough, and you're a blockhead. So it's like you really don't.
Yeah, if that's what you have to say to make yourself feel big, to help your ego,
All right.
go right ahead.
How about this, John? Can you recite back to us anything that you asked us that we could not answer?
Yeah, explain the
Okay,
path
what?
of the suns. Explain the path of the sun. That would also be in alignment with the Erastus experiment.
Okay, so what did we say? What did we answer to you when you posed that question that was faulty or erroneous?
No one answered that question.
What the fuck? Are you retarded, sir? 3 people answered that question. 3 people answered that question already.
No.
No.
The path of
My
the sun. No one explained. You guys said this is why we don't want to answer.
Well, the sun wiggles between the tropics from the equator.
It wiggles between. And how far is it away?
The different tropics. It wiggles between it, and we can observe this. And this is what the ancient Greeks observed. They
How far
observed
is it
a
away?
geocentric reality.
How far
where
is
the
what
sun-
away?
The sun.
We don't know.
What type of question is that? The point is it wiggles between the tropics.
That's important.
We can observe this, and this is what the Greeks observed, like you just brought up.
Because depending on how far it is away, the rays from the sun will be parallel.
Oh,
if it's close.
That's important. So how far away is the sun? And get a
93
citation.
million. 93 million miles.
Okay, get a citation, and how do we know that?
NASA.gov.
No, how do they know that?
It's all trigonometry. What do you mean?
Yeah,
No, it's not. It is trigonometry, and I know the Jedi said what he said to you, but are there any assumptions there?
Yeah.
You do have to make some assumptions, but then you do other experiments, right? So like you can look at eclipses, you can look at other.
I didn't ask you about any of that.
Well, you need to know.
I didn't ask you about any of that because looking at eclipses is going to tell you. So this is the type of Kamala Harris type shit that people get tired of.
I'm a Trump supporter.
Yeah, but you still act like Kamala Harris. Second of all, if you're a Trump supporter, you're still stuck in the paradigm that has people stuck on stupid. Because you think it's a good idea to say, well, if I can get this, I don't really have to worry about, for example, genocide. Because that's not my problem. Yeah, well, guess what? That's easy as fuck.
Yeah, John X.
Bottom line, the bottom line is you're stuck in a situation where you really believe that everything is legitimate, and you haven't actually looked at the premise and thought, maybe this is wrong.
Do you have to be so mean about it?
I mean, I guess the truth is mean. I didn't curse at you. I didn't come at your person. I didn't tell anybody to take you out. I didn't do any of the type. You know,
You guys
I
are
really don't.
honestly. I've been doing some reflection, and I think you might be right. I think I haven't done any of this math myself.
I don't believe you.
All right, John, we'll go do your stuff. Go do some reflection. Maybe come back another time.
I want to be like you.
I thought you were done, Eli. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, I am.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say, John, if you're sincere in what you're saying, take some time to to chew on what we're giving you here. If you have any other questions, come back. Maybe with a more level head or clear head there, and we can work out the differences. Because to be honest, man, we've answered everything you've thrown at us. Okay, you seem to have hand waved a lot of it. It does appear that not everything got through, which is fine. It can be a lot. Okay, but you can always go back to YouTube and listen back to what we're saying. If anything is unclear there, it's all recorded. All right, it's a public stream, and yeah, we can review some shit if and when you choose to do so.
Thank you so much.
E3.
Third floor going up. Fourth floor.
So that sort of ended well. How long were you guys going out with this guy? Oh wait, no, he came in here while I was here. Never mind.
Yeah, he started with Earth spin. It was Earth spins after bottles of Jack. That was his entry.
Mick,
Right.
I see your profile picture is God Rays. You know, I was driving the other day and the most
What was that?
bizarre God Rays. Your profile picture is a God Ray. So the other day I was driving and there was the most bizarre God Rays. I'm talking, 2 different angles coming out from where the sun was between the clouds. And it's so obviously a local sun that can give that angle off, right?
It would seem so, man. Like I was at a friend's house. I was at a friend's house on his rooftop. He's got a little terrace there, and there were no clouds. Beautiful day, and then all of a sudden the clouds came out and this appeared. I was like, "Oh shit!" I'd
Well,
take
you
a
know
shot of
those
it.
rays that go between the clouds, they're called God rays. And I was seeing that, but the rays diverging different directions, right? It's clearly a local sun.
It does seem like that, man. It really does.
That's
Now,
what
the
it
only
is.
the only underlying assumption is that the clouds are not having any sort of refractive effect on it. Now, I don't think that's the case. I haven't been presented any evidence to suggest that's the case. But that's what people come in here and make and claim. You know, oh, it
You know
only
what's
looks
so
like that
funny?
because of the clouds. You know, other than that, if they're coming in straight, you know, you can.
You know what
That's
time
wrong.
zones are, right? You know
No, but
how
that's
if you,
wrong.
pardon me,
No,
if
that's
you don't have a
wrong.
clock and you don't know the time,
Wrong.
and you want to know the time, how do you know it? It's by the
Well,
positioning of the sun. So if the
yeah, of course.
sun is at its apex in the sky, according to you, then it's midday. So isn't it
Yeah, it's
funny?
right
That's
about
how
the.
time zones work. It's according to an
Understood.
apex. So the
The
sun works
speakerphone here,
in
but
both
I'm trying
as
to
to a
stop you
pattern.
guys. I don't want to have to mute you, my brother, because I know you hear
Go
me,
ahead.
right?
Well, you're the one talking over
Go ahead.
me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know, yeah, but I'm a moderator though. Are you a
Please.
moderator? Okay, I didn't think you were. Yeah,
Me, no.
no, that's wrong. That's wrong. So when flat earthers come in here and they say things that are wrong, you know, somebody's got to point it out.
Please go ahead.
And
What did I oversee? Sir?
so, yeah, you said that the only thing to consider is the refraction and blah blah blah. Well, actually, no, that goes beyond the fact that most people conclude that the rays look the way they do because of a sun that's physically locally close. And some people even try to use those rays to determine how far, which we all know we can't do that. So the bottom line is when you say this phenomena proves that the sun is local, no, it's no. We know that the sun is not 93 million miles away because that just hasn't been validated. You don't have to go beyond
So
that
what are you
making
going to
claims
say?
of a local sun because dig this. Here's the thing about, you know, what the light does through the clouds. If you can project a light into the clouds, it's going to do the same thing.
So what's your point?
That if you have a
You're taking the
projected
piss.
light versus a physical light, which is
Well, I
the
agree with
underlying
you that the
assumption,
light is
if a
obviously
physically.
projected. Of course, it's projected.
No, when I say projected, I mean like
We live in a holographic reality.
when I say projected, I mean like you could have you ever see, I'm trying to think of something that could.
Now you're goofy, bro. You're goofy.
No, because if what I'm saying is ridiculous, then people thinking that the sun is literally in the clouds because that's the way it looks, right? That would make sense, right? But some of us go, no, that's ridiculous. But I know that there are uh, effects that cause that. I can do that with light in other scenarios. Now, I'm vague about that, not to point out that I can make claims about it. What I'm saying is the answer is not just, oh, there's the sun in the clouds, because that's what it is. We knew it was local. That's absurd.
Right. And to be clear, I didn't intend
I know
to.
you're not saying that, but I'm saying most people run with the premise of, well, I see the rays, God rays, as the other guy called it, which is cool because it is. That's what that, I mean. You know, give him respect, whatever. But like the bottom line is, most people say, look at that. Let me go do some trigonometry on that. Or they say, well, logically, let me just conclude that the sun is up there somewhere. Like some other, like a lamp on my ceiling. But like the other gentleman tried to point out, the luminary bodies above our head don't work exactly like the lights that we have above our heads in buildings. It is kind of different.
Agreed. Totally agree. Yeah, you can triangulate the sun, and if you try to, you do get a figure that is seemingly out of our reach there. Like, what was it, 3,000 miles or something like that? Now, I wouldn't make the claim that it is indeed 3,000 miles, given what you're talking about there. But even if you did go with that, discounting any sort of other variable at play, 3,000 miles or 4,000 miles is staunchly different than 93 million, right? So if we grant that as a baseline, right, as faulty as it is and as simple as it is, anywhere between 93 million miles and
But it's not a baseline, right?
miles.
Because it's not a baseline because a baseline can't be a point.
I'm sorry?
It can't be a baseline because a baseline can't be a point. So what I mean by that is, okay, so you have this observation and you've done some trigonometry, this location. Well, you can't do anything else because the moment you do anything else, you're going to end up in fallacy land.
So are you saying 3,000 miles, 4,000 miles baseline or
It's
3,000?
a claim that you can't validate. Like,
Oh, of
because
course.
once you make that claim, you can't do anything outside of what you've already done to validate it because you end up in fallacy.
Yeah, agreed. Everything in this department so far, as I've understood, is all guesswork. It's all estimation. That's all it is.
Do I have to understand that the sun is not local, Elijah? The sun is just general. It's illuminating all the surface, all the on one time, not local. Because the meaning of the word local, it means that the sun will illuminate that flat surface in just one location at the time, not general. Because you are, what I understand from you now, you're trying to tell us that the sun, the light from the sun is general, not local.
No, I'm not telling you anything.
Okay, thank you. So it means that Vano didn't say
You're
any
welcome.
shit wrong.
You're welcome, but you can't even define local though, because when we say local, it's not a general space. Well, generally,
Eliminate one
right?
location at a time.
You're gonna get muted real fast, bro.
Okay, don't get
Okay,
triggered very fast.
I'm responding, so don't talk.
No. Don't respond to and tell me because you.
All right. Well, you're gonna get muted then.
No.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm
told
definitely
me
not
that I
doing
don't
that.
know.
Right, that's cool, but I'm not doing that. Bottom line is, he hasn't even defined local because what the fuck is he talking about? It's daylight in New York. I'm sure it's daylight somewhere else. So when we play with these words like general versus local, you don't even have anything to put into any parameters. But again, that's like kind of a weird flipping of the burden, just so you can say local in a false dichotomy between local and general. No, that's whack as fuck. You don't need to do that. To know that the claim about the sun rays being parallel is a false claim. Why? Well, because they've laid out the epistemology for how you can know, and we've determined it's BS. That's it. There's nothing left to do.
Yeah, you're right about
that. I already know that the sun lights some parts of the land and some parts it doesn't. We already know that. We've seen it. You can Google the Alaskan cruise where the guy looks to the left. It's completely pitch dark, pitch black. You can look to the right. It's still daylight. There's nothing special about that anymore in 2024. But you got these people who want to create these arguments. We don't need that to prove that the earth is not a globe. Stop trying to help out in that way. We don't need to enter a false dichotomy to show the other retards that this isn't what we thought it was.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that, Elijah. You're right on the fact that if there's no curvature on the ground, that's basically all you really need. You know, the rest of it is just, icing on the cake if someone does want to choose to venture down that speculation rabbit hole.
I mean,
Right.
that's non sequitur because I didn't even say that. I didn't say you can't do that.
No. I was just saying, like, I was trying to add on, like, I thought I understood you say, like, we don't even need to go down the line trying to, for example, measure the sun. Forgive me if I
we don't need to come to false conclusions when we create false dichotomies to say, well, it's not that, so it's this other thing I just made up.
Oh, granted. Yeah, I was
That's
just adding
what I'm
on.
saying.
I get that. Yeah, attributing the figures to them. It's. I think personally, it's a fruitless endeavor. I got you, man. I got you.
I mean, people think. I mean, like, I don't know what they think. They intention, but all I heard was one guy, really have a passive aggressive attitude towards me, telling him there's no curvature. Like what he's saying is make that. Like, I don't get it. Then we move on to these other people who are like, for whatever reason, I'm trying to point out, like, hey, no, actually, you're reaching these conclusions fallaciously. It's not even about a debate at this point. This is where you're going wrong. And now, you guys raised, question, or you guys said something, and I had a rebuttal for it. Now,
That's okay.
at least you were cool enough to hear it out. If you would have said no, that doesn't make sense because X, Y, Z, I would have had a rebuttal. One of us would have stopped eventually. But when people get all mad and upset, like the other guy there, it's like because he has an agenda for conversation. I mean, sometimes it's that deep. Sometimes my girl wants to argue for 3 hours, not because she's trying to take over the world in some global world group, but because that's just the type of shit that humans do.
Yeah,
it's not that deep.
Yeah, argue just for the sake of arguing.
Not that deep, I promise.
Yo, give me cam perms. I'm gonna prove the Earth is flat. I'm gonna prove it.
It's okay, bro.
Prove it with my cam.
No, but I just don't understand. Is there any globers here? Because I want to ask them one question. So
yes, sir.
according to them and their physics, if the Earth was to change 1% speed or tilt or nothing like this, right? And they say that magnetic fields of the Earth switches all the time, right? But if the Earth was to change speed, even a slight fraction, everything on the Earth would be destroyed, okay? And this has never happened in the history of time. The only evidence of things we have tectonically is, tectonic movement and movement within the Earth. We're not looking at something being exploded because the Earth changed its speed. The Earth is not moving, okay? The Earth is absolutely not moving. Think about this. What's below us? The ground. What's the ground? It means grounded. It's a negative charge, right? The Earth is grounded.
Well, when you say right, it sounds like you look for validation there. I mean,
I'm not
those
talking
two
to you,
things. You
what, you
talking
have
to
a
the
problem
room,
with
bro?
the Earth being a negative charge. You know what a tortal field is?
I'm
I'm explaining the fight of science to you.
I reset myself. I did reset. Did I sound adversarial just then?
Man, you're goofy as fuck. I don't even want to talk to you.
Well, you don't have any permission to speak when I'm in here. Oh well.
You kind of sounded like you were making sense until that goofy as fuck statement. And
Like
until then, you were okay.
All I was going to point out was, okay, well, I can understand when something is grounded, and I also understand that we have a ground. But like when you start saying that, when you start using that as headway for this means this, that's where I have to stop you. It's not because I want to be problematic. It's the same shit me, Sonny, every one of us have been doing since we got here. Why? Because these things matter. The way we have conversation and the things that people say matter because we've been lied to. So it's not going to all of a sudden not matter because a flat earther is proposing something. Like, if you take a pause when you're asking me to give you my consent on what you're saying or my agreement on what you're saying, when you're saying, right? And I go, well, let me clear up some details there because I can't say right. Like, and then you get, and then you just get all upset. Like, no. If somebody goes right and I go, well, not right, what's wrong with that? Shouldn't the person go, where do you disagree? Where can I answer a question for you? What exactly do you know, right? That's the natural way.
It sounded to me like the only reason, or at the time that you got triggered, was simply when Elijah said he reset, and all of a sudden you start going off on personalities. So if you could just do away with the personality ideas and just stick with the principles of the topic, I think you were doing okay. As far as okay, the Earth's not moving. We're grounded. Okay, continue on from there. But let's leave the personality problem aside.
I don't know, because typically what I see is like, I deal with what you call agitators on a daily basis. Because that's just the way life is, right? You got these agitators. The shit could be super simple, but then there's just these agitators for whatever reason. And I don't think they like me because I just spot them out real fast. I don't have to accuse you or really be mean or get out of my character. It's like, no, at some point, one of us is going to look ridiculous, and it's not me. I don't even know what he's still doing in here. I muted you, but you're not welcome. Because who needs that kind of attitude?
Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing. I mean, he was actually mentioning it. Yeah, talking about people that argue for the sake of argument, and then he started doing the exact same thing he had just mentioned, and that you were both talking about.
So I was the one who
girlfriend situation. She doesn't argue.
No, that's another guy.
Yeah, so that wasn't me. I was the one who added on arguing for the sake of arguing. It was what was his name? Vanya?
Oh, okay, I see. Vanu Deliverance. Yeah, Vanu.
Yeah. Just to be clear, I think Eli and I are cool there. It was the other people who were coming in and like trying to add on to something that I was saying and fluff it up. And then Eli came in and tried to clear the air, and then they went at it. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, it makes sense, because I didn't mean to, draw any conclusions that were unfounded there, right? And then everything that just happened in the last 15 minutes happened. Me kind of just be like, oh shit, what the fuck did I say? It was done, bro. I think. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
So was that you, Mike? Was that you, Mike? Was that you, Mike? That was mentioning the Earth being grounded, or was that Vanu Deliverance?
That was Vanu.
Yeah, that was Vanu, and I thought he had a good point once he was there, but once you came in and you said arguing for the sake of arguing, and then Elijah came in again, and then he just made this random statement towards Elijah, which sounded just like out of.
Towards me. I mean, he claimed that he wasn't talking to me. So, I mean, I tend to try to believe what people say as much as they say. But he said he wasn't talking to me, and I'm like, yo, the whole room, you didn't address anything specifically. You didn't ask. You weren't asking a question. It's not like he was asking a question, but he asked for validation when he said right. And to me, at that point, all I was going to point out was, well, I know what it means to be grounded. I know what it means to have something grounded. And I know that Earth has a ground. When you start talking about this negative, I'm not telling you what you're saying is wrong. I'm saying there are two non sequiturs there. How are you going to put them together? There's nothing wrong with me asking you that, right? If I'm not shooting your shit down. But it sounds like he didn't like that I was about to question that. What's the problem? Because apparently there are a lot of people who think that we're trying to lord over the conversation. But every time I try to have a conversation, that happens to me. When someone's trying to defend a certain this or a certain that, and I say, okay, well, have the conversation with me. It always gets to this point where they get like that because I'm just saying, well, you're asking for a point of agreement here, and I don't agree just yet. Why the? Well, I don't. It's the agreement police. And again, this is the same shit that the Democrats do. Hey, guess what? It's the same shit that the Republicans do. Hey, guess what? As human beings, with us being the currency, we have to agree on shit. So there's nothing with coming to agreement. But bitch, if you ask me if we agree and I don't, we got to stop there and address that. That's all. Let's just address it. I'm not telling you that what you're saying is wrong. Let's just address it before you ask me if I agree, right? I'm crazy. That's too much.
Yeah. There's no need to take it too far as that goes. If someone's just agreeing, like being over defensive, is not the correct response for someone wanting to address the topic.
Like he's still here. I'm curious why. I'm gonna unmute him. Maybe he's trying to worm his way back into your good graces.
My brother, why are you having such a hard go at me? I was really just here to talk about the topic at hand, okay? Can we just let it go? Please.
Sure.
Well, now it's over. I swear you were carrying on that for like 20 minutes, my brother.
When I said sure, that was me on.
I think we can actually bypass the concern trolling altogether and just go on with the topic. You know, I think there
That's
was a
what I
good
was
topic
trying
on the
to look.
floor. So,
Exactly.
Van Nu, you had a good topic. So, you mentioned two things about grounded and then about motion. So, I think we could parse these two separate things out and have a discussion along those lines. I think that's all Elijah was trying to point out.
What was this? You said rounded and motion. Say it again.
Well, you mentioned that the Earth is grounded, and then you
Yeah.
mentioned also that
There we go.
Earth is not in motion. So those are two separate things, and I think that's the two things that Elijah was speaking to as far as being non sequiturs. If they're used together in the same statement, or if you're trying to prove one with the other, they're two separate things. I think maybe that's where the confusion occurred.
Well, there's no confusion. So where's the confusion there?
Yes,
Is it the Earth
Sonny,
is more dense and has
yes,
a
Sonny, that's
density because
exactly to cut you off, but yes, that's exactly what played out and what I meant.
okay. Yeah, that's amazing. So the Earth is more dense and the Earth is grounded. That's why we have a negative charge with the Earth. That's what the Earth ground and grounded is synonymous, okay? Ask any electrician. This is how the Earth works. Density. This is what gravity allegedly is, according to they have
Well,
rubbish theories.
the density is due to the nature of somewhere at the bottom of it all is Earth negatively chargedness or something.
That's what I just said. So the Earth is grounded, negative charge.
You agree with that, Sonny?
Well, that's the fact. It's not exactly something you agree with.
Well, I don't know that because I'm not an electrician.
I know you
So
don't know
forgive
that.
my. So
You don't
forgive
know a
my
lot of
ignorance.
things.
I would say that.
You said, hold on. He said, I know you don't know that. You don't know a lot of things. He asked me to move
I'm
on.
joking.
I thought he did, right? No, see, like this is the shit. Like this is the shit I'm talking about. Like I was totally cool. He said, let's move on. That's what I was doing. Like so, when you say something, I'm just in my ignorance. I'm asking. No. And he's like, I know you don't know. Well, you don't know me. What are you doing? I can do it. That's a woman's body at a party that causes people to die when you guys get into it. Because all you do is just cause unnecessary tension. And that's gay as fuck. So the earth is negatively charged. That's a fact. I'm just trying to get the facts straight by someone who's not going to be condescending.
If I may, yeah, I think I've understood that. Yeah, the Earth is negatively charged, and in electronics and stuff, or in any sort of diagram about some sort of device, when you plug it in, there's the positive, the negative, then the neutral, right? Well, we have 3 plugs, for example. It's because that neutral one is going into the ground. right? They call it neutral because it has nothing to do with the circuit in question, right? Your power outlet and your lamp, let's say. But the reason why it goes into the ground, it's called neutral, is because the ground attracts whatever's left over in the circuit should there be a surge of whatnot. So the positive current that does surge or whatever would be attracted to the ground, right? The excess positive goes into the negative ground, so to speak. That's my understanding to a certain degree.
Now, whether I look into that or not, very good at remembering, I might just say it's too friendly. Imagine the difference between me repeating what you said versus what the other asked. Like,
Yeah.
thank you for telling me what I was.
No problem.
Oh, people, what's the topic in here? Wanna tell me? What's the topic in here?
Yeah, same as it always is.
But what is the argument?
We're looking for globe evidence.
I've never heard about it.
Yeah, didn't think so.
So what is it then?
Either incredibly elusive or non-existent.
What is globe evidence? Yeah, it's, we don't know. We haven't seen any.
I don't understand the word. Can you repeat what we don't see?
Evidence of a globe, Earth.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, let me get ball busters is going. Check y'all later. So I guess let me go ahead and unmute this guy. But I mean, point of caution, I think he's poisoned. I don't trust him.
Man, if you want to talk about the Earth, let's talk about it. Oh, what's there to take away? You want to talk about the science? No. You don't know, if you don't want to know the truth, that's fine. Yeah, I'll mute Necros, mate. Yeah, Necros,
Oh
legend.
my God. You don't
How you doing,
know.
mate?
I think the only person in the world that I hate so much is Elijah, because it's the person that just want to talk. He
Yeah,
doesn't
definitely.
understand any shit. He's just a flat earther because he
Awesome.
Come on, Necros, you don't have to go there.
No, 100%, man. That shit was crazy. I couldn't get a word in.
Bro, Elijah's fine. Okay. I like Elijah. Okay. And a lot of people in here do too.
That's
When you get on his
completely
bad
fine.
side, man, he will reveal itself
Like, good
himself.
for you. That's fine.
Just
Know what
don't
I mean?
say shit and he won't point it out in a way that you don't seem to appreciate. That's all.
Literally, no one cares, bro. it's, it's like
Yeah?
freaking drama
Well,
for the sake of it.
Well, dude,
well,
you
come on.
agreed to move on from it 15 minutes ago, and you're carrying on. So you care. Let's just move
Oh,
along.
so I'm the problem now.
Yeah, you said it. So moving on.
So the idea is, Mike, whether someone accepts that this fact or not, the sun is local. You see the sun just locally. You can't see the sun all the time, because when the sun changes its location above the surface, you want to be able to see it. The light coming from the sun also is just local. You can't see that light coming from the sun forever. It will just turn red, the lowest frequency of the light, then it will just disappear and it will turn dark night. Sun is local, whether someone accept that and mute me if I correct him when he just was arguing about that fact. I tried to correct him just politely and he muted me and he started talking about us for 20 minutes. No one asked him to stop and no one tried to correct him, to tell him just, oh yeah, correct, the sun is just local, you can't see the sun forever, it won't eliminate this surface of earth all the time, just at one time, in one time. No, it will be just locally. That's why we have day and night. Not accepting that, muting me and start to just say something nonsense. No, it's not acceptable at all. Yeah, we can argue about that for the whole night, but just mute me and have that feeling that you want something. No, it's not a win. You didn't convince me that the sun is not local at all. I wasn't convinced. You said that you were, Mike. I don't know why you were convinced that the sun is not local, that the light coming from the sun is not local. So who would accept that thing? I felt that it was just to make him feel good, just to not continue shouting out for nothing. And you said that, yeah, I agree with you, but it wasn't your real intention. It wasn't intentional. You didn't agree with that because you know that the sun is local. Can't be something else. The reality is telling us 24 hour by 24 hours, day by day, that it's not local. Now, the sun is not above me, and I don't see the sun, and I don't see any light coming from the sun. It's night. It's just 8 p.m. now. And it's already dark here in Morocco. Sun is local or not. Or the mute is the wind. No, it never will be. Never ask to be a moderator. Don't need that mute. My argument can stand me. And I posted a video about the grounding, the discharge.
Oh, that was crazy.
Hello, fellow flat earthers.
Hi.
Awesome.
What's up?
Why is the Earth flat?
Because there's always room.
Why is Earth flat? Why not?
Wouldn't you fall off the edge? Or how does that work?
Yes. Well, if there's an edge there, the problem with the globe is there's two edges that are unexplained in the globe model. So it's typical for globes to come in and go, "Where's the edge?" Like it means anything.
What are the globe edges, like the poles?
Well, you have the geometric edge, which we don't have, and there's also the edge of the expanding universe, which is obviously, of course, horse shit. Yeah, so no wonder the globers come in and go, where's the edge? Because you don't have an edge. And then you claim another edge of the universe expanding into a expanding vacuum at the speed of light. So they're your claims. Can you back them up?
Well, honestly,
Take
I'm just
your
curious how the
edge.
flat Earth works. Like, I don't really have
Take
any claims to defend.
responsibility for your
I'm
own
an
edge.
open mind right here. I'm a canvas to be painted.
Okay, cool.
Like, I'm curious on the flat Earth model. I imagine that if I went to like the edge of the flat part, right? Like, would I walk and I'd go to the other like end of the, like if it's a piece of paper, would I loop back around to the other side, or can you jump off the flat Earth? Like, how does that work? You know, is there an ice wall? I heard about an ice wall.
These are all stupid questions. You know, they don't go anywhere. They're completely.
They're not digging in the.
They're unanswerable questions.
Well, why are they unanswerable? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm not asking it right. I could share my screen and do like a paint drawing, maybe to tell you.
Yeah,
what I'm
but like, how? Given that Antarctica's so cold and no one goes there, and it's like off limits.
Mm-hmm.
So how would anyone know where an edge is?
Well, someone's
Apart
been out
from-
there. People have been out there, right?
Right. Probably.
So someone saw it at least, right? They might be lying to you. You say, right? Like they probably believe that globe lie, but like they have seen it.
I don't know.
We're not dealing with
I don't
that.
know.
So,
like, is the answer that you guys just like don't know, or we don't know? Like, I don't know. Like the flat Earth community doesn't
Don't
know.
know. Because that's not what flat Earth is about.
Okay, all right. Then I may be misunderstanding. What is flat Earth about?
Earth is about what we can observably and demonstrably find out about the geometry, surface geometry.
Okay.
Not about the extent, how far it extends, or how deep it goes, or what it looks like in its entirety. It's just simply about the surface geometry. That's it.
Don't you want to know the answer to those questions though? Like, what does the edge look like?
Sure.
All that
I'd
stuff.
like $1 million too.
So you think you'll never know the answer to those questions?
Possibly.
Like, I'm just wondering how it works. Like, we're taking what we can observe, and you have extrapolated it into it's flat. I'm like, that's great. You know, that's great rationale. But then that begs the question, you know, about the edge and things like that. That's kind of what I'm asking. There's got to be at least a hypothetical solution to like maybe the edge of this flat Earth, right? Like an ice wall. That's been like a solution to that hypothetical.
Yeah, I was wondering that.
An
as
ice
well.
wall.
How can you how can you say something's flat and then at the same time say you don't know where the edge is?
Yeah, you can, you know, because it's so large and I don't know and I haven't been there and I don't know those questions. I don't know the answers to those questions. That's all. That's all as simply as
But you do know it's flat, right? You at least know that much.
Yeah, we know that the surface of liquid at rest is flat, yeah.
Wait, the surface of liquid? Is Earth a liquid or I'm missing the argument?
Yeah, the surface of liquid at rest is flat, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Horizontal level.
So is it like, what does that mean? Does that prove the Earth's flat, or is it because Earth is a liquid? Then
Well, how does that? How do you have horizontally distributed bodies of water on a globe?
Oh, like an ocean or something? How do oceans exist?
Yeah.
Things
Sea
like that.
level, right? Yeah. All elevation changes are going to be with respect to sea level.
It's like when you pour water on a plate, you know, it stays there, but if you hold an orange up and pour water on it, it just falls right off, you know. So why hasn't that happened to Earth?
That's not my argument. That's not my argument. I'm just saying, like, Archimedes' postulates are that you know, that every the surface of any body of liquid would be the partial surface of a sphere. But if we can demonstrate that the surface of liquid is horizontal, then we don't need to accept that postulate. Well, if someone can demonstrate to us that it actually is, the surface of liquid is curving.
I mean, hasn't it been demonstrated? Can't you like buy a telescope and a boat and kind of prove it?
No. What do you mean? I don't understand.
Or like not even a telescope, like binoculars. Like when you go to the ocean, like the beach, and you like look out into the ocean, you kind of stop seeing eventually. It just cuts off like at the horizon. But if you were to get a boat and then go like maybe a mile inward, you can see more now of the horizon. But if it was totally flat, you'd just be able to see like the entire ocean to, you know, the next continent over, right? What's cutting it off?
Why would you? Why would you when you can't see that far?
Well, you can. If we can't see that far, then like why how are we able to observe like, you know, a galaxy, you know, 200 light years away or something?
You don't know how far away that thing is. You don't know what it is.
We don't know how far galaxies in space are away?
No.
So, okay, like, are the scientists, like, what, are they lying or what's, like, I'm just kind of like, how do they get that number then?
They'll tell you themselves that...
Like astronomers, like, right, when they do all the math and whatnot.
Yeah,
is it just like a lie? Or?
They're guessing. They don't know. They don't know. They tell you they don't know.
Is it like a random guess or...
what
do you think? Like, is it a random guess or?
Dude, yeah, the cosmic ladder, cosmic distance ladder, has its roots in the radius of the Earth. You know, nobody's measured that. It's extrapolated from certain observations that are made. So it's an inference. What do you say? It's not direct measurement, it's indirect. Like, oh yeah, these shadow angles tell me that if I was on a ball, and then it must have a circumference of X, so it must have a radius of Y, right? No, sorry, measure that shit directly, please.
I know the word you're looking for, and I can't remember it myself now. It's like a deduction versus a something else. Reduction, right? Deduction versus reduction. Is that maybe the word you were talking about?
Induction?
There's induction, reduction, I don't know, whatever. Anyway. Okay, so you could put like a buoy out, like you could be sitting on the beach and put like a big bright buoy out in the ocean, and you could just keep pushing that, you know, put a motor on it and have it keep going away until you can't see it anymore. And you could use a simple instrument to track how far it went from the beach to how far it went out before you stopped seeing it, right? So if in your model, if the Earth is flat, then that buoy, how far it traveled out before you stopped seeing it, would be the distance at which your vision like cuts off, because it's flat. So theoretically, you should be able to see from one continent to the next over the ocean, but you can't because you, like you said, you stop seeing, right? You can only see so far because your vision stops, like cuts off at that point.
Yeah. There's optical limitations, right?
Is the optical limitation like your own eyes, or is it something else?
Yeah, your own eyes. Yeah, it's because you've got to take into account a few things like angular resolution, right? So there's going to be a point at which an object gets so far away and appears so small to you that you can't resolve it. You can't distinguish the difference.
What about binoculars? Like
that and the surface
binoculars
that it's sitting on. So even sections of the surface, right? You can see only a certain section of the surface before sections of the surface become indistinguishable from each other. So, like, it seems to be roughly, for a 6-foot observer, around about 3 miles of surface. That's roughly what we can see. But sometimes we see further. Like, if we use optical aids, we can see further.
Sure.
More of the surface because you open up that angular view. You know, you widen the angle at which you're seeing things, but you've also got to take into account weather conditions and air conditions, things like that. You're seeing through a lot of air, right?
So if we, but so say you use like the most powerful set of binoculars there is to be offered on Earth, right? You know, you spend like, you know, $50,000 on a set of binoculars. So there's no limitation in your own eyeballs, right? Maybe the air stuff you just said, that's fair, weather conditions, right? But the binoculars, you know, your eyes aren't the only limit anymore. And you pick a good day of weather, or as best as you can find, like reasonably on Earth, right? And you do this whole buoy experiment, and about, you know, you could say maybe like 100 miles or 200 miles, whatever, it cuts off, you can't see anymore. That's purporting that basically that experiment is saying that like that's the max limitation that we can see of pretty much anything of any distance away, or close to it, which would mean that like the galaxies we've observed in the sky based on that are only at most that far away. So like the galaxy next to us would only be at most 200, 500, whatever miles away. Does that follow? Is that fair, or am I mixing your argument up?
I don't know what the galaxies are, man. I don't know what they are.
Well, they're just other stars
how
and
far-
planets and stuff like that.
But no, I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know what they are. No.
Okay,
either.
well, there's something,
Just
right?
tell-
I mean,
tell
all
the
right, they're
story-
not. You
tell
don't
the
know what they
story.
are, but there's something, right?
Yeah, there's light. There's light in the sky.
It's light. Yeah, it's just light. So those galaxies of, we'll just say light, you would say from the experiment we've done are at most, like theoretically in this experiment, if we were able to do the experiment, would be at most that far away, like 200 or whatever, when the buoy disappeared. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
It's not really analogous because you're looking up instead of across a surface. You know, there's going to be different. If it's going to be, you know, trying to resolve something from a certain angle. You know.
Mm-hmm. I guess the whole point of this conversation, or this point, is to try to understand like how far you think we're able to see in general. How far away are we able to see? Because you know, if the Earth is flat and we're able to see,
we're seeing a lot further. Look, let me put it this way: with optical aids, we're able to see across the surface much further than would be allowed by the claimed surface geometry of a globe Earth. So that's what sort of gets people into this, and you know, then they start looking into more of the globe claims and comparing it with what they can observe and measure in reality, and find out that's not adding up. For example, the distance to the horizon, right? Well, you know, you made the example, you know, like pushing a boat or a buoy out as far as it can go before it starts becoming unresolvable from view. We were always told the only reason for that happening is because of the curvature of the Earth. That's the only reason why you can't see a ship once it gets far enough away from you, right? It's gone over the curve. You can't see it anymore. People getting out there with telescopes and high-powered cameras and zooming in and after they couldn't see the boat anymore and going, oh shit, it's still there. And it's supposed to be at, you know, like so many miles away, and I'm at this observer height. Now let's put that against the you know, the calculations of the globe Earth. Oh shit, I'm not supposed to be able to see that boat at all. That sort of thing. And distance to the horizon, we're told, you know, that there's a limit at a point where you know, the surface is going to curve away and down, and you can't see any more of the surface, and that will form the horizon, right? And that's the thing that boats are going past. We've got observations where the horizon's observed way beyond the geometric limitations of a sphere Earth with the claimed dimensions.
okay, so you're like what you said. There's an experiment you could do then where if you're like looking on a flat surface, no obstructions, like the, you know, beach to the ocean, the boat thing, that you'd be able to see further than about 3 or 4 miles with a telescope or something, that boat sailing away or that buoy. Because that's what basically a lot of science says. It's about 3 miles before the Earth's curvature kind of prevents you from seeing that boat anymore in this experiment. But you said if you put on a good pair of binoculars, you'd be able to see further than that. We'll round up. Let's just say 5 miles. You could see more than 5 miles.
Yeah, you see a lot further.
Yo, you can, there is a guy in this channel, he is called F.E. Batman. If you open his profile, he has a YouTube channel. And he has used like the super zoom camera to make something of that what you're talking about happen. So research it for 10 minutes and then tell me what do you think. It's very nice.
What's the guy's name? What's his name?
F.E. Batman.
Oh, Batman. I know him. Yeah.
Okay.
Where's his YouTube channel? I'll see it in his bio. Oh, here it is. I see it.
Yeah, you should go
Open
and
Google. Open Google Maps. Click on the distance calculator. Do the calculations for the curvature and find out if it makes sense.
What video should I watch? What's a good video?
I don't know. It's all 1 minute. So just choose one.
There's a lot here.
Yeah, there's a lot of flat Earth.
What about some of these are just random names. I don't even know. He has a
What's
video
alright,
called
bro?
Boats Going Over the Curve. Here, I'll take the honest time to actually watch this, and I'll come back in a couple minutes
Okay.
with some
That's
real
good.
thoughts.
Gotcha.
I get a mic check.
5-5. Hello.
All right, good. Oh, what's up, Clay? Good to hear you. I was listening to
to hear
that
you too,
AI
man.
chat this morning. That was hilarious.
It was indeed. You know what was even more hilarious? For some reason, I cannot go back to the chat I had and get the voice back. You know, for some reason now suddenly it says advanced voice not possible with this chat. Please create
No.
a new one.
They've
I
banned
swear
Globehead voice already.
Huh?
They've banned Globehead voice already. That was quick.
Probably, yeah. But I can try it. 1 second.
Because in all seriousness, ridicule is a powerful tool.
Yeah, I
So-
can only use standard mode. This is hilarious.
It shouldn't take long to get him back to it, though. You pretty much just said talk like a globehead, and he straight away knew what you meant, and he went into this nasally, nerdy,
Yeah.
coping, whining voice. That was hilarious. They already know what the globeheads sound like.
Probably will get it back in that state.
Did it sound like Donald C?
It sounded exactly like Donald C. Actually, that's the one person it was really going for.
That's
Like,
awesome.
the more he said, he kept saying more globehead, and it just increasingly, eventually aligned with Donald C. Yeah, we should get it to do Donald C. quotes.
I sometimes watch street preacher videos on YouTube of him like going to college towns and like really triggering people, and I came across one of a guy arguing with someone that sounded exactly like him as well. It was funny.
There's something I was thinking earlier, just generally, about the most effective way to have this discussion, broadly speaking, with new people. Because we obviously go a lot for the curvature, but the last few days I've had some where I've gone through the curvature with them, the nature of water, and I'll have them agreeing all the way. Yeah, so water is level. Yeah, level means flat. Yes. So 70% of the Earth's surface is flat water. Yes. So Earth can't be a globe. No! override at the end of it, where somehow everything they've said so far debunks the globe, but when it comes to just saying it, there's something keeping them on it. And it can only be the appeal to authority of NASA and the general consensus that's just having them think, well, even though all of what I just said is true about the water being level, there has to be something else because NASA's showing me this ball. So I think we have to remember with some of these guys, some of them it's just, you have to go to NASA. You just have to show them NASA bloopers for however long it takes until they're no longer like, I'm just going to fall back on NASA. Because otherwise, it's like you can speak to them logically about the observations and measurements all day, but they'll still find a way to revert back just to that security blanket of NASA. So I suppose this is just a general reminder not to neglect your NASA bloopers when you're trying to get through to someone. It actually made me think back. One of the first things I saw that made me be like, I really need to look into flat Earth was a random recommendation on YouTube of ISS bloopers, basically, which I'd never seen before. I'd never seen like harnesses or glitching going on in any of the ISS videos. Not that I really avidly watched them anyway, but none had been presented to me. And when they were, it was like, oh shit, okay, now I need to look into this because really, I'm just trusting what these guys have been saying. So if that's not true, if this is fake, what the hell else are they lying about? So yeah. Thought I'd put out a reminder. We need to sharpen up our little NASA GIFs and images.
That's a way better argument than water is level. I'm just saying.
Well, see, this is the thing. Technically, it's not, because whether or not NASA are saying one thing or the other, that's not changing the physical nature of what the Earth is. Water being level is a physical demonstration of what the Earth is generally doing. So technically, it's not the better argument, but the problem is we're not dealing with
Look,
people
the Globers believe that gravity keeps the water on the globe. Okay,
It's irrelevant. You don't know how to argue either.
listen.
No, let me
That's why you get muted here all the time, because you don't know how to argue either.
Listen.
Yeah, because the problem is we're not dealing with the logic when it comes to the
Listen.
Globers. Because if the Globers were just arguing logically, the water would be the thing that gets them.
I'm
So
saying
we
there
have to
is
anticipate that.
I'm saying there is an argument against your theory which you cannot disprove.
You just started saying that gravity is going to hold it to the Earth, which would then bend it, so it wouldn't be level, so irrelevant. You failed just like they do.
What theory did you think I was proposing? It's not a theory of what water physically does in reality. That's not a theory, my friend. That's what you're talking about. But really, I mean, the Globers try and dress it up like this guy here, like he believes in the globe because of some concept of gravity that he's vaguely heard about but doesn't actually know what it means properly.
You don't know.
When in reality, it's just an appeal to NASA.
You don't know if you understand enough. You cannot be sure if you understand enough to have all factors you need to calculate in. If that official story is 100% wrong, then it could not be really gravity what keeps the water afloat on the spinning ball, whatever.
You don't even know what gravity
We
is.
know for 100% fact that NASA is fake, you see. That we can definitely.
You don't know what gravity is. That's the problem.
Exactly. I don't know it, but how can I be intelligent enough to know that for sure?
You're not
You see, I
intelligent.
can.
It's called Dunning-Kruger.
No one is intelligent enough on
You're
this
an
planet.
illogical idiot, dude. It's just called Dunning-Kruger.
You sound like a cult believer. That's what a cult believer would say.
Bro, why you
I can
always
only
describing
trust. I can
people
only trust
as
that the
soon
higher
as-
ups in my cult know what I have.
Okay.
I'm supposed to believe.
Okay,
That's what the cult
calm
is,
down,
man.
brother. Calm down, brother. Why?
Hey,
every
I
time
am
someone-
very calm.
Listen. Why every time someone brings an argument against it, it's immediately cult, or it's immediately that we not talk about this topic. Like, for
What
example,
argument? You haven't brought an argument. You didn't rebut anything I said.
bro, there is a mainstream argument for why there is a mainstream argument why it looks like for us flat, and still the water is not flat at all. It is surrounding this globe.
There's a claim. There's a claim that the
Yes.
Earth is actually a
Yes.
ball, and
Yes.
it looks flat. That's a claim. It's not evidence. They have no evidence for that claim. You
Yes.
understand?
But there is people who say it is like this, right?
Oh, what's the
As
evidence?
you
Go on.
as you are saying it is not like this, there is people who are saying it is like this,
Well,
right?
what evidence do they have for that claim?
So maybe theoretically it would be possible that they have actually studied it and they have found out,
Using what
or
evidence?
I mean, bro, mainstream
None. No
science is
evidence.
not
No
arguing
evidence.
that they are not sure if there is
No
a
evidence.
curvature.
Aw,
So they don't have any
what a
evidence. So
sophist.
it's just a claim. Yeah, well, we can dismiss baseless claims.
This is a
Next.
Glover on a LARP, doing really badly at it.
I'm not laughing, dude.
Yeah, I can tell Glover logic anywhere, and you've got it.
Listen. I have sent them this guy to watch the F.A. Batman video. I think these videos are very nice. I think there is something going on, and I feel like that the videos from Batman guy are the best indicate.
Well, you
But
haven't presented anything that would indicate a ball Earth, which is the entire point.
that's the point, bro. No one who ever will join this channel is intelligent enough, and no one who ever will join this channel has studied it
There's
or has
not a question of
actually.
intelligent enough. There's just
No
is
one
no
can
evidence.
prove it.
You don't
Why
have to
you
be
You
expect?
sound
intelligent
like
to
a
Google
sophist.
Earth
Why
globe.
you expect someone to prove it when you know he cannot
We
prove
don't.
it?
We don't. We know that we know that they're not going to prove it. We know that no evidence exists because we know that the Earth is not a spinning ball in a vacuum.
I'm sorry. You can continue, guys.
Cool.
Why is this guy using so much sophistry? Like, he's
So
basically
anyway,
saying nothing.
yeah, exactly. So my point was basically that we've got people who, I guess, like this guy, will just argue for the sake of it because in the back of their heads they're saying NASA are real. NASA wouldn't lie to me.
Okay,
They tell
calm
me
down for a second. People join this channel. It's a fight between you and this guy.
it's not a fight. There's no
Both at
fight.
the end. Both
There's
at
no
the
fight.
end. Listen,
Calm
5
down,
times
man.
over.
Calm down.
No one's
Okay,
fighting. I don't know
5
why you think
seconds.
that's occurring.
5 seconds. This goes 10 minutes. Both at the end don't believe the other side. And then this other guy leaves, and then there is a 5-minute discussion in this channel where this other guy was stupid and why he didn't know and why he couldn't prove it.
What are you
It's so
talking
often,
about?
brother.
We didn't call
Listen,
anyone stupid. What are you talking about? You're just rambling to yourself.
No, you are making it up that people are coming here only to troll when they bring arguments
No,
for
no
a
one said
globe.
that either. No one said that either. Why are you Who are you talking to?
Okay, dude. Don't care.
You're talking to yourself. Chill out, bro. Stay on point or don't talk. The point was,
Bro, the point is that no
NASA.
argument
We're
will be
getting into
accepted.
NASA. Shut up, dude. Shut up, dude. Stop
Calm
interrupting me every
down,
time I
man.
start talking. The point is, NASA are worth going into just because of how ludicrous they are and because you need to cut those strings that are keeping all these globers stuck to a ball that they know has 70% level water on it.
Sorry,
Now, if you want to
say the
that,
last words
feel
again,
free.
please. I didn't understand.
So people are believing that the Earth is a ball, even though it has 70% covered in level water on the surface, because NASA is showing them images and videos and making claims about it being a ball.
I
So
know.
we need to expose to those people that NASA are faking 90% of what they put out in terms of
Yes.
videos and so that they know to think for themselves and not just mindlessly assume NASA is telling them the truth about shit.
But the people joining this channel will believe the mainstream science more than some guys
Yes,
in a Discord channel. Do you
exactly. They
understand that?
believe the mainstream. So you have to show them that the mainstream, quote unquote, the videos of NASA and the ISS, etc., are bunk, special effects. Because when that happens, then they go, I can't just rely on my mindless belief in the mainstream because that's fake. They've
Yes,
lied.
dude.
So what else have they lied about?
I agree with that. NASA is fake. That's something we can prove.
CGI.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't have NASA images and videos. You've only got that 70% level water covering the surface. So how can it be a ball?
James is back from from watching his video, so maybe he's got some questions.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was watching those videos of Batman's I don't know, Nikon zoom over the hotel. I don't know, what were you guys arguing about though?
Have you done the
I was just making the
calculations?
point. I was making the point that we need to remember to take the time to explain to new people why they can't just assume that NASA are reliable in what they've been showing them, because we present all these logical arguments, these observations, and these measurements of bodies of water being flat at distances that can't possibly be the case on a ball Earth the size they tell us. And still the Globers will find a way to just say, oh, well, gravity, which
Okay,
actually
okay.
translates to, well, I've seen images and videos from NASA that tell me it's a ball, and I trust them. So I'm saying we need to spend the time, in case the Globers aren't aware that NASA are full of shit, to show them the hours and hours of bloopers we have of them using harnesses, blue screen, green screen, chroma key, augmented reality, all kinds of shit. Projection, scale models, studios, yeah? Because then the Globers can't fall back on, well, even though 70% of the Earth's surface is 70% level water, I still believe it's a ball because I've seen these images and videos from these guys. If they no longer have that safety net, they will be forced to actually think for themselves and use their brains.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah, we were actually talking about
You
the
are
water.
right, brother. You are right.
We were actually talking
Yo,
about
what's
the
with
water.
this guy? No, sorry, for 1 second. What was the conclusion of the video you have seen?
Yeah, we were actually talking about the water. I watched the video.
Okay.
I think the biggest, I mean, to me, the biggest question, and I would even say flaw in the video, is it doesn't really. He zooms in from a boat to a like floating water hotel thing, whatever, right? Which is, it's a cool video, but it's never really discerned how far the boat from the hotel is, and you can't really say, well, it looks pretty far, so probably further than the 3 miles of curvature reclaim. It's never really measured. Like it's this totally random spot. So before I can before I can be sure it proves anything, I have to know how far the boat was from the hotel.
Yeah. That's correct.
Look, brother, wait. No, you're not
you
right.
wait, bro. You're just gonna fucking scramble it all over the place. Yeah, so yes, maybe that video that you just watched, maybe it didn't list out the distances. I don't know if it did or didn't. I've not
Yeah, it
watched
was a
it,
pretty
but we
like
already have.
raw video. It didn't really do much.
We've got. I don't know. Are you on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server?
Actually, a long time ago, I think I joined it, but I'm not in there much. But I am in it, I think. So yeah.
Well, if you scroll down to the additional resource section where you'll see it's all alphabetized A to Z, we've got channels called Long Distance Observations. We've got another channel called Laser Test, right? And in those are hours and hours of videos, and I know for sure that they've got distances, elevations above the surface, all this kind of thing included. So I'm just telling
What was it called? What was the category?
Long distance observations, so under
Long
L,
distance. Okay.
and also laser tests. And there's PDFs, documents, videos showing all this information. So take your time and sometime go through those, because the principle of what he's told you is correct. We observe over distances of water and compare it to the globe model, and we see way further than we should. So,
Which
but that's something
is
you
there a
can test
particular
yourself.
good video in here that's pinned for the long distance observations, or just watch any of them?
Yeah, just pick whichever ones. The laser tests are good, I would say. I'd say there's some good laser test ones, but just take your time and look through a bunch of them. I mean, some of them you might think, nah, I'm not convinced of this. Others you might think this one's better. Just see what you think. And also keep in mind to do this at some point yourself. Like, you don't need to get a super expensive camera. You can, just get a decent pair of binoculars or whatever you've got and test this near a body of water near you, coastline, lake. Keep that in your mind, because no one's telling you, hey, look, watch these videos and believe what you see. It's like, this is just, I mean, these are taken out in places that you can go, so you can go and check this out yourself, Unlike the videos they show us of, hey, we're going to Mars, look, oh, there's the Earth, it's a spinning ball. No one can check that out at all.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what is, I was going to watch those videos, but I did want to ask, right, the distrust, or like, you say that you're distrusting NASA, right, that they're kind of just full of bullshit. Why, the biggest question is, why would NASA want to do that? Like, why would they, what do they gain from lying about the globe?
Why would they want to convince you of a reality that they create? effectively.
Because they're
Well,
hiding something.
Well, I mean, to preface it, I'm not them, so I'm not going to tell you that what I'm saying is coming from any kind of insider knowledge, but it seems pretty clear to me that it's all about control, right? Control over your mind, where you think you are, what you think you are, why you think you're here, right? They give you these stories in terms of a Big Bang and where we are in this infinite universe, right? So that's a great deal of power to be able to tell you where you are and what you are and what your purpose might be. You're way more likely to follow what they suggest to you your purpose is and how you should live your life. And also, I would say they're trying to you from the realization that you're in a created environment.
So it's all just. I mean, if you boil it down, what you said, it's basically NASA's doing it all just, I guess, sort of for the joy of controlling you.
Well, just control in general, right? It's not just NASA. It's like this whole system that's built up around it, this apparatus, right? They benefit from having the status quo in place, right? And the status quo demands that people think they are on a random floating speck of dust in the middle of an infinite universe where the only true power on Earth is effectively the nation state governments.
Can I make a spinning,
Sure.
wobbling tilted space flame from the ever expanding void of darkness?
Right, that's it. That's what you think
Fairy
you're on.
tale.
It's like right. Imagine a slave owner back in the day, if he had the power to convince his slaves of what their environment was. And he says, "Yeah, you could run over to that fence and jump over it and keep going, but if you do, you'll just end up back where you started. You'll be at that fence over there, and you'll just be here because this is all there is. Or you can't leave for whatever other reason, right? That's like a psychological, mental prison he's creating for those slaves, potentially in the same way that they've done here, where they've defined our environment. Told us, hey, if you keep traveling in this direction, what's the point? Because you're just going to end up back where you started. But you ever done that?
Do you think there's more of Earth that's like hidden from us?
Could be.
Absolutely.
How would we know? A lot of people do, but I mean, I wouldn't claim it because I've not gone. Right? I'm just hanging out.
But okay, but ultimately, you do think that NASA's doing this environmental control of our minds, at least, right? For some gain of hiding something from us, right?
100%. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think they're trying to convince us of a purely materialist paradigm, where those people who are telling us where we are, sit at the top of that power pyramid, where in fact it's a very different situation that we're actually in, that they know about.
I just kind of want to know what you thought about why they would lie, but I'm gonna watch some of those videos, and
The difference is there's two kinds of people, or one kind of people they don't want to have, which is the people who are not running around with a void in their life, so they have found relationship and fulfillment through the love of a creator. And then there's a different kind of people they actually want, which is someone who feels empty inside, who has fears all over his lives, who can only put his trust and faith in government and people who rule them because of the first point I mentioned, fear and other things of losing stuff and also emptiness inside. Therefore, a good consumer, a capitalistic system where people buy stuff they actually don't need because they use it 3-4 times and then they put it in a corner, only works with the second kind of people I described. It doesn't work with the first kind of people who feel fulfilled, who have a relationship, who get the love and attention from the creator who made them. That's why the system is based on as to get you as far away from this and get you into the position of the second being I described.
That's crazy.
Well, I mean,
It's
the point
the truth.
being that
I think the government's pretty cool sometimes.
yeah, I mean,
You're gullible.
they're responsible for more deaths in the last couple of centuries than we can ever imagine, but sure.
Always ask yourself, why would people go to work for something that they buy that they actually don't need? a capitalistic system only works with people who have a void to fill, who are scared, who are anxious, who want to show off, who don't have no self-identity, who can only through materialization show that they are something. Buy this car, buy this house, buy this TV, buy this bullcrap that you actually don't need so you can show off your neighbor. That's how it works.
You guys
You're
are
anti-capitalism then.
Yeah, I'm also anti-capitalist. This is really cool. I like this.
Hold on.
No, you're misunderstanding. But anyway.
Let me cap that as well, because I would add that the people who have steered society, multiple societies, in the directions that they've gone and the way the system has developed, they understand very well societal psychology, and they know full well that the human being is predisposed to worship something, right? And what they've done by engineering it this way is divert that worship from what would be some kind of deity in the past with a set of rules and ways of being to the nation state government and the system and the apparatus that they operate. So with people's devotion or worship focused there, that gives them almost ultimate control over how society behaves and thinks generally. So it's a great deal of power, and it goes very deep as to why they've done this. Any other questions?
Do you think Elon Musk and SpaceX is in on this too?
Yes.
Controlled by the government.
They're government contractors.
Yeah, I think we should trust the government when they tell us good things.
Well, then you'd be very naive.
Shouldn't trust
You're
the government.
obviously ahistorical. You've already forgotten weapons of mass destruction, the destruction of the Middle East under false pretense in our lifetime.
Oh yeah, the government lies sometimes, but I think it depends.
You don't care. You don't care if it's just millions of poor brown people being blown up, as long as you get what? Roads.
What are you talking about?
So the point is,
it's confusing. I don't get
the government has done this. Well, I say the government, the people in control of this system have crafted this globe religion so that you'll be statist cucks, just like you sound like.
I have no idea what this guy's talking about.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want. That's why they've dumbed down society, so that when this is being explained to you, you either can't hear it or can't understand it.
Right.
You
Well, I
know.
trust the government sometimes. It depends on what they're saying.
Yeah. Well, you should try using your brain sometimes.
I use my brain sometimes. I worked in government, actually.
Well, that explains it. What's the best evidence the government has given you that the Earth is a spinning, tilting, wobbling space ball in an ever-expanding void of darkness?
I don't know. I'd have to ask someone. I haven't asked anyone in government that question.
So you don't know. They haven't given you any evidence.
Well, I
So
haven't
they-
asked them.
you've
Sure, if I
proven
went to
my
a guy
point.
at NASA and asked him, he'd probably have an answer.
Do you have to request the evidence nowadays?
Generally, if you
Over
want to know
the-
something, you
over
do
the
ask
request?
someone, yes.
So you've never bothered to check if there's any evidence that you live on a big giant spinning ball.
No, why would I?
There we go, folks. This is why. This is why.
Right.
This person right here.
Right.
This is why they do what they do. See, he's so demoralized in general. He hasn't even thought to think about where he's supposed to be. And this is exactly how they've trained him. This is exactly how they've educated you. So to speak.
Well, if I have any questions, I'll be sure to ask the correct government employee, and they'll be able to tell me all the answers, and I'll trust them completely.
Please keep proving my point. This is
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
So, anyone else? Anyone else who hasn't farmed out their
You haven't,
brain
like,
to a
rebutted-
third-party organization? Anyone else who hasn't just given up agency entirely and wants to think about where they live?
I have agency.
Doesn't sound like it.
Well, I don't care.
Sounds like the government has your agency.
No,
And
it
you just
depends on what
think,
I'm asking
well,
them.
I'm sure the government could tell me if I asked them laser
Yeah.
brain.
Well, you got to ask someone with expertise, right? Like if I have my car's broken, I'm going to ask a mechanic.
So you never thought to ask an expert for evidence that you live on a giant spinning ball?
No, I can ask them tomorrow if you want. I know a guy at NASA.
Yeah, go and ask them tomorrow and let us know what they say.
All right. And then what? What do I do after that? Do I trust them because they're an expert, or do I not trust them because they're the government?
I would advise critically examining the claimed evidence that they give you, if they give you any. Wouldn't that be the logical thing to do?
Yeah, I guess. But I'll probably believe them because they're pretty smart. Like if I ask them like about the geometric horizon or some bullshit like that.
You just mindlessly believe them. So you'll just mindlessly believe them. Again, you're just proving my point.
You sort of need expertise to ask the right questions. I think.
Observe the horizon.
Ask my doctor, like, what's this? And he says,
Do you need a PhD in? Do you need a PhD in horizons to be able to observe a horizon?
You need to have some background in physics, yeah.
You need to have a background in physics to observe a horizon.
No, to understand what it means, like to interpret the data.
Understand what it means to interpret. What are you even talking about, bro?
Yeah, so like, let me tell you this. Okay, so let's say I go to the doctor and I got this weird thing on my leg, right? This weird rash, and I'm like, hey, doc.
Switch off your computer. It is not
I can't finish the sentence, so I'll just stop talking.
Yeah, you're like playing Crash.
Hey, you don't even know what I'm going to say. You just assume that's wrong, so you don't let me finish.
No, you're just not paying attention. I can hear you.
I didn't even finish the sentence, so you don't even know what I'm paying attention to.
You're not. You're playing a video game.
Well, that's true. You got me there. I am playing a video game, but
yeah,
I am
so
paying
you're not thinking. So put yourself on pause, and when you actually want to have a conversation where you dedicate some brain power, let us know.
All right, tell you what. I'll turn off the video game right now. Okay. All right, the video game's off. So, how you doing, buddy? Can we talk about?
It's cap. Off means muted. You're a liar.
No, I know you got me. I'm still paying attention. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I muted my speaker. Now what's up?
Yeah, I muted my speaker. Now what's up? Yeah, you got me. No, yeah, I think if I were to go to the doctor and I like had a rash on my leg or something, and the doctor was like, "Hey, it's this disease," like I could trust him, or I could like Google it myself. But like, if I don't have a background in medicine, I might make a misdiagnosis.
Well, in this case, you're saying you haven't even went to the doctor. You haven't even bothered. You're just sitting there with no clue about what's going on. So
yeah, but like, what if I'm really convinced it's this thing because I found it on the Google, but it turned out I'm wrong and the doctor was right? Like I didn't have a background.
Yeah, then you have to go through the process of, like I said, using your brain, critically analyzing claims.
Yeah, but
because claims are not evidence. Do you understand the difference between claims and evidence?
Yeah.
Right. So
but do you agree with me that like
if I say the Earth is a ball, if I say the Earth is a ball, is that a claim or is that evidence?
Oh, it's a claim, yeah.
Okay, so if I show you an image of Earth as a ball and I say, look, Earth is a ball, is that a claim or is that evidence?
It's a claim, yeah.
Right. Okay, so when they show us the images of a ball, that's not evidence, that's a claim. How do we verify that claim to be true or false? Can we?
You have to look at the different pieces of evidence and then come to a conclusion.
Well, exactly. So this is what you said. You haven't.
Oh, I can't finish the sentence. No.
Well, I'm just finishing off. So exactly, this is the thing you.
But I didn't finish what I was saying. No, he's trying to revolt the conversation.
You're okay, bro.
I'm okay.
You already got it. You haven't looked at the evidence, and that's what you need to do.
I would look at the evidence, and then I would ask a smart person who could understand the evidence and tell me what it means.
A smart person. What's that? Who's that?
Someone who has like a background in like sciencey stuff, STEM fields. I'm more of a social science sort of guy, so I don't really know much about like geometric.
You can tell. Yeah, you'd be shocked at how many doctors run off to the Google screen, anyways, bro.
I don't know. I trust my doctor.
Yeah, you sound incredibly naive.
Okay, well,
but you missed the point of what I said.
Right. Well,
yeah, when you go to the doctor,
I said you would be surprised at how many doctors run off to a Google screen. Well, spoiler alert: there's a lot of idiot doctors out there. Welcome to the real world.
And also, you're basically just saying that what you.
I want evidence. Evidence that claim.
Hold on. I think basically what you're saying.
You're a moron.
You're a moron. That's another claim. No evidence.
Hold on. What you're basically saying is
idiot.
authority fallacy.
Can you hear me?
I can't because there's other fucking morons yelling at me.
Right.
Go ahead.
Well, what I'm saying is, you're just basically saying you're going to commit an appeal to authority fallacy, no matter what, and you're just going to say, "I'm just going to believe a guy that I think is smart."
It's not really appeal to authority fallacy. It'd be more like I don't have the information to know if I'm right or not. You know, like I can look at the evidence. I would need to look it up in a book or something.
Well, you can just go to the beach and observe the horizon.
Yeah. What does that mean to me?
All that. But you could compare it to where the globe model says the horizon should be.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you don't need a PhD for that.
I guess. And I would probably notice that that's what it is, and then I'd be like, oh, the Earth is a globe.
Well, no, you would see the horizon is much further than the globe model claims it can ever be.
I don't know. I've been to the beach a bunch of times. I've never thought that before.
Yeah, but remember, you hadn't thought about where you live to begin with. You just told us 5 minutes ago.
Oh, I know.
So
I think
now that you're actually thinking critically about it, you can question how far away that is. And what you would find is what we've all found, which is that the horizon debunks the globe.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any
Were you down at the beach with your Game Boy?
It's. I don't have a Game Boy. I have a Nintendo Switch. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Wow. So that was a perfect demonstration of exactly what I was talking about when this guy asked, why would they lie? Why would they not when you've got people like that out there who are going to believe whatever the fuck you say? So that was a perfect demonstration of what I was talking about. So that was really well timed, actually. I hope the guy who asked that question, why would they lie, just listened to all that. Was that not perfect? I mean, just as I'm saying all the things that they're doing this for, this guy comes in and demonstrates all those things.
Yeah. Dude, this shit is cringe, bro. I don't know. Like, I don't know what you
Yeah,
guys
the
are
globe is
doing,
cringe.
bro.
You're right.
No, it's just,
The globe is cringe. Spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, but you can't feel it.
Well, is
Yeah.
there any other Globers that want to argue? Because these guys.
Yeah, we've just flawless victoried all the try-hard globies. So who's next?
Hello, friends. It's fascinating.
Oh golly.
Hello.
Well, we just had a good demonstration of why they lie and why they turn the kids' brains to mush.
Brother, how
before the
long?
brains have actually formed.
How long do you think this grift is gonna go? Like believing in like a flat
Well,
Earth.
the globe grift has been going.
No,
for
flat Earth
200 years.
grift.
So since
How
the
long is this
Catholic
gonna go
Church-
on, dude?
the
Are you not
Catholic
getting
Church
tired of this?
started the grift. So the Catholic Church started the grift. I don't know if you're aware of this. You've heard of the Big Bang
They have
theory?
their own grift. They have
The
their
Big
own
Bang
grift.
theory. So that's the Catholic Church, the Big Bang theory. The globe, Copernicus, that's Catholic Church.
Copernicus to
So,
Galileo,
the grift has
yeah,
been
sure,
going for
dude. Trust me, I know a lot more than you.
1600.
But I'm just saying, bro. Like,
Okay, so you're aware.
how?
You're
Yeah,
aware of
but I'm
Christmas.
just asking you, bro. Like,
So there you go.
when is
It's
this
going on
gonna
for about
end?
400, 500 years. Well, it's already falling apart before their eyes.
Like, dude, okay, so what about why is it that flat earthers don't want to go to Antarctica? Like, why is it that they
Why don't you
when
go
it's
to
being paid?
Antarctica?
No. There's a
When
whole
did you
like
go to Antarctica,
no,
bro?
hold on. There's a whole like thing going on where people are
Yeah,
getting
why don't
paid
you
for.
go? Why don't you go?
Yeah, you
Jesus
go
Christ.
to Antarctica, please.
We are
Rachel,
aware of
go
it.
to
Stop
Antarctica.
repeating like a bot. Like every goddamn global coming in here with that shit.
Figured because he just exposed himself as
NPCs.
being
Holy shit.
the reason why they lie. He's just realized he is that reason.
All right, bro.
And now he's spazzing
I
out.
just one day you're gonna
Cool
think about
story,
all this
bro.
time
One
that
day
you've
you're gonna be
wasted.
like this. You're gonna do this, and I'm gonna be
You're
like
gonna
this.
think about this,
He
bro.
was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe it." Listen, bro. If you're gonna try and get into sociology, yeah, just run away. Little maggot.
What a. What is this? Is this like Sophist hour tonight? Like just Sophist joining and trying to use sophistry to explain something that doesn't exist? Like, I mean, how cultish do you need to be as for being in such a denial about your current state of mind? I mean, that must hurt. But props to the people who can be so sophisticated in their sophistry.
You know what's funny about that? It's funny that
Oh,
you
you come
say
back. I thought you ran
sophism.
away.
Oh,
No. I
Bobby,
just
please spare us,
I just
man.
want
It's
you
been
know
Had
it's
a
funny.
momentary freak out.
Hold on. No. So what I do, you know, hold on. Let me explain to you. You know what I do? A trick is that you leave for a little bit and then see the shit that people talk to you about you, and then rejoin.
You're
Which
already saying it
I
to
got to
you.
see it, which is
You're
hilarious.
already saying it to you. I already told you.
No,
Mad.
I already told you you're an NPC. You mindlessly believe the government. You've never even thought to question the idea that you're on a giant cartoon space ball. I already told you that. We were just saying the same thing.
okay.
We're not talking behind your
I mean,
back.
no.
We'll
Yeah,
insult
that's
you
right.
very directly to your
I mean,
face.
the thing is I know where this conversation is going to go.
Yeah, it's going to go to there's no globe evidence. You are believing
Yeah.
cartoons from the government.
Yeah.
That's it.
Can we play in it? Can we play pretend?
No, I mean
You already.
if you believe in the globe, you're already playing pretend.
Okay, fair. But can we play
No.
like pretend then? Can we
No,
like play pretend?
we play reality here. That's what we're interested in. You
Okay,
want to
but
play
let's.
pretend? You can
Well,
go and
sadly, when you
call your
have kids, you're gonna
boyfriends
have to
about
play
Elon
pretend.
Musk.
No. I don't.
Yeah, when you're going to watch your they caught it in the chopsticks. Oh, there's chopsticks now. We're so advanced. We're going to Mars. The chopsticks. Yeah, you can go and call up your little boyfriends and talk about Elon Musk all day. We don't give a shit about that.
No, I don't care about Elon
Show us
Musk.
some
To be
actual
honest.
science. Show us some actual measurements, some actual observations of reality, and we can discuss those. Yeah, that's all
Okay.
we want.
Let me finish my food. Sorry, I'm like munching here. But
All right, put
I
yourself
mean,
on
you
mute
guys
while you
enjoy.
eat then.
All right, I'll be all right.
Man, getting tired of these philosophy people, man. They just want to talk, don't want to provide anything, no proof, nothing.
Yeah, can we pretend? Can we pretend? Can we grow up, Globies, please? Right, I'm going to go on mute for a wee bit. Don't pick that up.
Just pretend for a second that the Earth is not a stationary topographical plane. Well, it is a globe because I pretend.
We need more of these conversations. This is good stuff.
So today is the hour of Pretender Clown.
Is he mumbling for himself? I can't even hear this guy.
No, I said this is good stuff. We need more of these conversations. This is good.
Your
This is good
heart
work,
to
by you guys.
heal, friend.
This is good work. You guys do good work.
I mean,
Are you
if
being
say
sarcastic or are you praising us?
No, I'm saying we need more of these conversations. This is good work on your part.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't even work yet, so, but thanks.
I also think you guys give NASA a little too much credit. I don't think they're that good.
I also
After
think
all.
that Globers mostly do not think.
True. Fuck Globers, dude.
I don't think
I
NASA
wouldn't
keeps the
go
same line
that
going on
far,
forever.
but
No, I would go that far. Actually, I would go farther. Kill Globers. How about that? Incite
okay,
violence.
how about you getting banned from this channel?
Damn.
Globers die every day.
Look at these bottom barrel shrimps speaking up.
Hey, bottom barrel shrimps. Those are tasty.
Yeah.
Bottom barrel shrimps, that's a good one. Haven't heard that one yet. My fellow shrimpsies. Any other shrimp who want to talk about the globe? I mean, some people, pay money for entertainment. I'm just in a flat earth channel listening to Globers. And it's the best entertainment that there is, period. Really sophisticated entertainment.
Hey, we got a celebrity here. Hey, Brenda.
Oh. Yes, a celebrity. She could.
This won't last long, though. What you got for us at this time?
I'm just bored.
Uh-huh.
It's Saturday afternoon, and I'm just bored.
Where are your fellow Globies then? Your friends?
You should join Hollywood, Brenda. What?
I wouldn't know where people are.
Sound lost. You sure you're in the right place?
No, I'm recovering from a cold.
Oh, all the best. I wish you all the best. I hope that you recover very soon. Having a cold is very annoying.
I think I'm on the I'm through the worst of it. I think so. It's only been a few days. And it was just coughing and sneezing and all that stuff.
But at least if it isn't fever, it's manageable, but still annoying.
No fever.
That's good. Anyways, so does anyone have some proof for spinning ball?
All right, I'm back. I finished my phone call.
Well, we don't really need to prove the spinning ball. You have the hypothesis that it's flat, which goes against the current science. So you have to provide evidence for your marginal theory.
But can I maybe correct you there real quick, because that is kind of the wrong way to see it. I don't even need to claim that water is observed level, for example, or that the Earth is a topographical plane. I just let the Earth speak for itself. So therefore, if you and me would go outside and look at the Earth, it presents itself a very distinctive way. And that is the way I'm accepting it to be. But if you then say, oh, Clay, you see all that flat level water, but actually, on a different scale, it is curving 360 degrees in every direction to form a ball in the end of the day. That is then your burden, because upon what you see, you insert a new story. That's not my burden, also not my problem.
No, that's just you begging the question and your bad epistemology, right? Because that's not science, what you were doing there. The Earth doesn't present itself to you. You interpret it.
Okay, so when you look at a glass of water or water in a bathtub, what is it presenting itself to be?
It doesn't.
What? It doesn't?
It's just water. It's just water. Your ideas about what it's doing. Yeah, it's just water. Water doesn't present itself, right?
Okay.
You're not a passive receiver.
What do you interpret it as? You see it just based on that observation of a bathtub of water at rest. What can you interpret about the surface?
Well, that would be your interpretation, right? That it's flat.
What would you interpret it as being?
I would say I don't know.
You can't get an idea about what it looks like?
Yeah.
Can't say what it looks like?
Yeah, I would measure it.
You don't want to even say it looks flat, right? You don't even want us to go near that.
I don't know, what does flat mean again? Doesn't deviate from straight? Flat means it doesn't
Yeah.
deviate from straight. So I would get something
Yeah.
straight and compare it with the surface of the water.
Before you
Right.
do that, does it look flat?
Before I do that,
It's
I
not
would
a
not
gotcha.
have. It actually is. Before I do that,
Isn't.
I would not know.
It's just demonstrating how fearful you are of even admitting that liquid looks
Right.
flat. The surface of liquid looks
Right.
flat.
Yeah.
It's
I don't come to
gotcha.
Yeah, see what
It's an
you're doing.
expose.
See what you're doing isn't science. You're just presupposing.
Not yet. Not yet.
Right?
E-
I'm
even
making
if it's
observations.
even if it's even a scientific inquiry.
I make an observation. I form a hypothesis. Hypothesis
Okay.
is it might be
The
flat.
observation. What's the observation?
That I see the surface of the water.
See the surface of the water? No shit,
Yeah.
Sherlock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
And
might
what does
not.
it
I
look
won't.
like? What does it look like?
The process of science is about not coming to premature conclusions, which is exactly what flat earthers do. Flat earthers come to a conclusion and then look for confirmation bias for their conclusion.
can't even
That's the
bring
opposite
yourself
of how
to
you
say
do
it.
science. It's not science, it's religion.
And you can't even say the word. It just shows how fragile and cowardly you are. This is amazing.
No, it shows
Yeah.
my
It shows a
honesty.
deep-seated psychological aversion to a bath full of water.
Yeah,
So you would
to
look
my
at that and try and pull out some kind of tool before you would just say, yeah, look flat. Like everyone knows. You're just trying to pervert reality for some reason.
Am I?
Yes, yes you are, which is why you're terrified
How do
to
you know?
say what everyone already knows when they look at a bath full of water.
But they don't.
And
That's the point.
if you were not just disingenuous, dishonest, you would readily admit what you see instead of fucking around as much as you are with T-Dog.
Except I claim that I don't know. You claim to know,
Yes.
but you don't do.
So you
but
you don't know. You don't know what a bathtub full of water looks like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, see, because it's a psychological, I don't know,
That's
malignancy
science,
that you've
dude.
got.
This is
dilemma.
I'm committed. I'm committed to truth and to science. You're not.
Committed to truth. You can't address a bathtub full of water. You are as far away from truth as you could ever possibly be.
You're the opposite of.
How so? How did you get to the truth?
You just go for dishonesty and bullshit. So yeah, you just Let's have a new person on. Mr. C. What's up, Mr. C?
I have nothing to say. I'm sorry.
Nothing to say. You're on the wrong platform, my friend. So I suppose asking for some globe evidence would be too much.
The observation is the only description is I see the surface of the water. That's the only description in the observation.
How
What?
dishonest they are.
So, I will advise Brenda to not call us morons, because the moron is the one who claimed that he will use science. So, he can't just cite what he sees. So you see the surface of water, you are scared to see that you see the surface of water being flat. So how can you rely on science if you can't rely on yourself when you see a number? You don't see what you see. You don't know what you see, because you can't describe it. If you see a cube, you want to be able to describe the surface of that cube. If you see a sphere, you want to be able to describe the surface of that sphere. If you see anything, you want to be able to describe it. So how can you use science? If you
I
can,
think you're one of the stupidest persons I've ever fucking heard. Bro, you're saying like, I only see this, so this is the truth. Bro, get alive.
No, it's like looking at a dog. It's like looking at a dog and going, I see a creature. Right? Okay, what's it look like? Well, I don't know. It's just a creature. Describe it. What's it like? Does it have any particular specific features? No, I don't know yet. I must measure it.
Sounded very triggered when you came.
But still, they claim those things in the sky being spherical. Now they know what they see.
Coppenrath, if we are very dumb, could you just present the globe proof for us? Or can you only do triggered outbursts?
You know, something like the internet. You can Google stuff like that. You know?
What's the best evidence on the internet?
Like, do you know we have like space stations flying around, you know?
Space stations
around
flying
the
around.
Earth.
Okay, could you show us? What's the best evidence for that?
Oh, you can literally see the fucking space station on the sky if you look up.
Well, that's another claim. You see, this is what I was talking
it's
about
a
earlier.
claim.
The difference
Did
between
you ever
claim
fly?
and
Did you ever fly?
evidence. A claim, not a plane.
Yeah, did you ever fly a plane?
Not
Yes?
fly planes.
You
I've
know
been in
what
a
we
plane.
call
yeah.
You know
Do you
what
fly
we call
planes?
people like him in Germany? Lächerlich.
Ja, richtig, Hurensohn. So. So, mein Gott.
So you don't have any evidence for the globe. You just have planes.
Bro, you know the navigation systems in a fucking airplane work by calculating the curvature of the fucking Earth, you know?
Do you know that pilots treat the Earth as flat and motionless?
My dad is
Hey,
actually
Clay.
flying.
Hey, why have you made an account with your AI?
AI? What?
This is your doing, isn't it? I'm sorry. It's just I'm just pointing out the familiarity with this guy and your AI program, man.
Yeah, this is
This is
a
slightly
AI,
different
man.
accent. This is the German version, is it?
Unfortunately, it isn't. Unfortunately, it isn't. But you know, he's just spewing out the script. You know, the script he has been indoctrinated with. But it's not his fault.
You know, every time I go to school and I say something like that, it's fluff, I get bad grades and I don't even know why, you know?
Oh, there
It's
you go.
an
That's
amazing
just
argument.
indoctrination.
Go on.
Okay, so
You know,
pilots
because
treat the Earth as flat.
there's a
Okay,
high
so,
society, you know, and they indoctrinate all the stuff into our brains. And
Okay,
this
bro,
is
stop
actually
coping.
the
Stop
reason.
coping. We're looking for evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball. Remember, you said pilots. Well, pilots treat the Earth as flat. So what
No,
else have you got?
no, that's
Yep,
just fucking
yep.
wrong.
No, it's
How do
true.
you think? How do you think Japan and America went to war?
Do you
How do you think?
think? Do you think the pilots are
How do you
dipping
think
their
they
nose
battled
down
each
that
other on the sea?
curve
Do you think like they drove all around fucking Africa and stuff like that?
over a flat Earth?
Ships and planes, dummy.
Yeah, what's confusing you? So is that it? Is that your argument?
What?
You think so? Your argument is that you think pilots treat the Earth as a ball when actually they don't. That's your whole argument.
Huh? But they do. Like, if you, where are you from? Where are you from?
Look in the pilots' manuals. Look how they're trained to
Oh,
fly.
there is
They're
no
told to
fucking
treat it
such
flat
thing
and
as a
motionless.
pilot's manual.
They are told not to account for curvature and
So you
not to
think?
account for any motion.
So you think because their map is like flat that the Earth is also flat?
They fly horizontal.
Every map is flat.
Yeah, no shit.
They fly horizontal.
If you want to utilize, if you want to utilize a map logically on Earth, you're always going to zoom in until it's a flat-based grid system. Then you can actually use it logically to navigate the Earth.
There's also a thing like globus.
Yeah,
you
you
know?
will never use a toy globe, and if you want to have a toy globe, you wrap a
I
flat
do.
map around a toy globe.
In the first page of the flight
Does the
dynamics.
brain already hurt?
It's already broke.
Yeah,
the
it's
first
already
page-
broken.
In the first page,
Alright,
Flight
next.
Dynamics system summary, you will find that you will have to treat the Earth. In the first page, they show you that
You know
you
what the
have to
model
treat
is? You know a model?
that as non and stationary. That's in the first page in the Flight Dynamics summary, and I can show you the full PDF.
Yeah, show it. Show me. Show me a pilot saying the Earth is flat.
Okay.
You could do that too. But
Oh yeah, sure. I have a
Yeah,
great
yeah.
video.
this is the level of your thinking. You need to hear someone say something, and then you
Oh
believe
yeah,
it.
you're so fucking smart sitting in your mom's
That's
bed.
the level
So
that you're going
yeah,
to.
yeah.
You're asking
No,
for.
you're not part of the
No problem.
system, you
This
know.
person saying it, and I'll
He's
believe it.
spiraling.
Yeah, he is
Spiraling
spiraling.
down the drain.
He was
Another one.
spiral on arrival.
Anyways, have fun with this video while you're spiraling and having a laugh with your friend in the
Your
background.
dad collecting tickets at the ticket booth to get on planes doesn't make him a pilot.
Bro, my father. My father's dead.
Alright. That's enough from this
You know, he jumped from the edge.
Well, very good, boys. You embarrassed the globe sufficiently. Any other globies want to jump in and save it? Because it's been a train wreck for about an hour. About
By
you,
the way,
Raiden, I heard you
Koppenrad und
chime in.
Miso schmeckt nicht gut. Just so you know, I said the cake. Its name doesn't taste good.
Well, he left, so must have hit the mark.
Yep.
I see Nuckin Futz has joined us. One of the frequent globers here. What's up, Nuckin Futz?
Just out for my afternoon walk. How are you doing?
All good, all good. Have you found anything new for the globe?
Oh, I think there's plenty. I don't believe anybody's doing anything new for the globe.
Okay. What's the best one for the globe?
You know, I have to say that, in my opinion, the best argument for the globe is just the overwhelming number of independent observations and proofs. When combined, make the compelling case.
Observations of what?
Phenomenon that could only happen on a globe and could not happen on a flat Earth.
Like what?
Like cyclones never cross the equator. That's a good one.
Is that true?
That is true.
How'd you know that? You track all the cyclones?
According to the history of all cyclones on record, not
And
one
you've checked all those?
not one has ever crossed the equator.
And you've checked all those records?
Yeah. You can look up the
Really?
recorded history of cyclones.
So how many cyclones have been recorded?
A couple hundred, I think.
Just a couple hundred?
Yeah, recorded to the
history?
point where we were able to track their path, their rotation, and that kind of thing. Yeah.
And you went through them all?
Well, I mean, the statistical data and the references are easily available to anybody. You can just do a quick Google search.
And you did that? You
Yes, I did that. Yeah.
How long did it take you to go through them all?
Oh gosh, I mean, the article was only about 30 minutes.
Oh, right. So you just read an article that claimed this.
Well, yes, and it appealed to the statistical analysis and records that have been kept over the last 150 years, I think it was.
Well, they claimed to appeal to those records, but you didn't check the records, so you wouldn't know if that's true or not.
Well, so I'm of the mind that one does not need to do literally everything themselves in order to have knowledge.
But if it's your best argument, you would think that you would have.
Well, remember, I said my best argument was the number of independent observations that could not occur on a flat Earth, and yet all occur on a globe Earth.
Well, yeah, and I asked you for an example, and you've just told us this, which is your interpretation of a claim, not evidence of a phenomenon that only exists on globe Earth.
Oh, it's not a claim, it's factual. Cyclones have never crossed the equator.
You would know that because you said it was an article you read where they claimed to rely on data that you have even checked yourself.
So
you just
that's one.
You just accepted a claim, right? So that's one that doesn't prove anything. What's the other?
Oh, I'm not trying to prove anything. You asked me why I believe the Earth is a globe, and I'm giving you the reason.
Yeah, okay. When well, I'm just saying that wouldn't prove it, but okay.
So another one in the category of cyclones. Cyclones north of the equator always rotate counterclockwise, and south of the equator always rotate clockwise, which is very consistent with the Coriolis effect.
Would this be the same as the other argument where you've heard that claimed, but you wouldn't actually know that because you've not seen it and you've not actually looked at the claimed data that shows it?
Well, so like I said before, we don't have to observe everything firsthand in order to consider it knowledge, right? We as a human race.
No, don't say we, because I
can work together.
You can't
to
call
collect
something that you've never experienced knowledge. No, I disagree with that. You can't say you have knowledge of something that you've never experienced. You can say you believe it, but you can't say you have knowledge of it.
I see. So you don't know that New Zealand exists?
Well, there's a difference because there's, a potential body of people who can go and verify something like the existence of New Zealand. I could theoretically go to New Zealand and book a flight for it. But when you're making a sweeping statement about quote unquote every cyclone, that presumes knowledge of what every cyclone has done, which obviously you don't have because you've probably seen maybe a handful in your life if you're lucky.
Well, wait a minute.
You're relying on data that you're claiming other people have went on.
Be consistent. You just said that you know New Zealand exists because other people are there, and you could go there. Well, in recorded history, people have observed cyclones.
But saying going to a place and whether or not it exists is a very different claim from saying this particular phenomena happens all the time in a very specific way. That's a larger claim that you wouldn't have evidence for.
So special pleading. Got it.
No, just you don't have the evidence for what you're claiming. You just said you read an article where people claimed that they went through data and made this observation.
Well, people who claim to be in New Zealand, but that doesn't mean that New Zealand.
So you don't have to believe in New Zealand. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out the stupidity of your argument there. But we can keep going.
You can.
Here's another one.
New Zealand. You can't demonstrate your claim.
The visibility of certain stars seems to depend on where you are in relation to the equator. That's something that you and I can observe directly.
What do you mean? Like where you are on Earth, you'll see certain stars?
That's right. You cannot see Polaris if you're south of the equator. And so I want to know,
what will that tell you?
Given these multiple phenomenon that seem to care about where the equator is, what influence does the equator have on a flat Earth? Can you explain that to me?
No, I'm not talking about an equator on a flat Earth. I'm listening to what you said about the stars' apparent visibility. So what does that tell you?
Again, I'm just talking about observations here. I have several independent observations. I have several independent observations that seem to be influenced by the location of the equator. Now, on a globe, the equator has a very pronounced physical influence on these things. But on a flat Earth, the equator is just an imaginary line. It has no physical bearing.
You haven't got to a globe yet, though. So I'm asking, how does this observation tell you that you live on a globe?
Again, my whole argument is that there are several independent observed
Right, but so
phenomena
far none of these have told you the Earth's a ball.
that care about where the equator is.
Right, so it's not
Now,
about Earth being a ball.
so if this phenomena is occurring on a flat Earth, then the equator on a flat Earth must have some sort of physical influence over these phenomena, and I would like to know what that is.
If you say so, I'm not claiming anything about the equator on a flat Earth.
Okay, well, you're going to have to.
Waiting for no. I don't have to claim anything. I don't know why you presume to tell me what I have to claim. I've
Well,
listened
if you
to your
believe the Earth is
claim
flat, then you're going to have to
about.
explain
No, I
why these
observed
things
an
care
experience
about
in
the
measuring the
phenomenon.
Earth to be flat. I mean, it's just what the Earth is doing. I'm not trying to reject what the Earth is observably showing. That would be on you. But
Well,
you're saying
so-
that this observation has made you think that the Earth is a ball. You've just said three things, none of which you've tied to Earth being a ball. So now we're on your third one, the apparent
there's another one.
visibility of stars.
Another
How does
one.
that tell you Earth is a ball? Okay, so
Another
we're
one.
on number 4.
Well, number
All
4,
right.
your weight seems to depend on where you are in relation to the equator. It's another odd one.
That's a claim. You got
No,
any evidence for that?
that's true. Oh yeah, you
That's
can
a
weigh yourself.
lie. That is a complete lie.
You can weigh
That's all this
yourself.
guy does is lie.
You can weigh yourself on the
He's
equator,
on line
and
number
you can
4.
fly to Alaska and weigh yourself again, and you will
Okay,
weigh
so is that
more in
what you
Alaska.
did? Is that what you did?
I've done that, yeah. Several other people have done it
You
too.
have not ever done that. You're a liar. All Glovers can do is just make up shit and lie.
It's hilarious.
What was the difference of weight? How much did you weigh in Alaska and how much did you weigh in the equator?
It was only about 0.5%, and it wasn't my weight, it was the weight of my luggage.
Half a percent. We don't weigh things in
Which, hold on.
percentages.
Couldn't that just be water weight? You just drank a little bit more water that day?
No. It wasn't
Yeah.
my...
It could also be that his scale's not calibrated the same anymore. It could be
It
so
wasn't
many
my-
things. No, he's trying to say it's the curvature of space time.
It wasn't my weight, it was the weight of my luggage, and it was weighed just before I left, and then right when I landed.
Who weighted it?
The airport employees.
Right. So could it be the calibration of the actual the weighting mechanism?
I suppose you could
Airport
claim that.
scales are not calibrated like that. They're just they're calibrated to be heavy so they can collect more money.
This is a very consistent phenomenon that many people have observed directly.
It's a lie.
And-
You're a liar.
If this was so,
It has an explanation.
It
If
can't
this
be.
was
It
so,
can't be that the scales
Rational
are
explanation.
calibrated.
if this was so,
can't
I
be
would
that.
take gold, buy it where it weight less, and sell it where it weight more, and make a hell of a lot of money.
Yeah, it can't.
Yes,
it can't
you could technically do that.
Scales are calibrated slightly.
No,
different
you can't.
because the Earth is a spinning ball and the space time is getting warped differently at different bits. Must be that.
So another one, if you want to move on to number 5, the
Yeah, so
rotational
number 4
direction.
doesn't tell you anything
No,
either.
okay, go ahead.
The rotational direction of the stars overhead seem to care whether you're on the south side or the north side of the
Seem to
equator.
care. You keep saying
Yeah.
seem to care. That's a very
Wait.
odd thing to say, that a natural phenomena seems to care. What does that mean? It doesn't care. What are you talking
Wait,
about?
but would you hear what he said? He said the rotation of the. I thought the Earth was rotating, not the sky, dude.
The rotational direction of the stars overhead.
Okay, so
will
you're
be
saying the stars
counterclockwise.
appear to. Okay, so you're saying the stars appear to rotate.
Yes, they appear to rotate. That's right.
Okay, how would that be an argument for the globe?
Earth is a globe that is rotating.
Oh no, but you just said the stars are observing to rotate, not the globe.
They appear to rotate. You know about relative motion, right?
Right. So how is this an argument? Surely this is an argument for the stars rotating.
No.
Well,
No.
that's what you just said. You observed. You
I
you
said we
the stars
observed.
rotating.
So when you're in a car traveling 70 miles an hour,
No. We're talking about the
is
stars
the
rotating.
ground outside moving 70
No, let's
miles
not
an
go
hour
into the
past you?
car. Let's keep with the stars. You see the stars rotating. How is that not an argument for the stars rotating?
Right. So then there are 2 explanations for that. One, the stars themselves are rotating around the Earth, which would
Which is
mean
what
they're
you see.
traveling. Which would
So
mean
that's
they are
the only
traveling.
thing you see.
Are you going to let me finish? Which would
Yeah,
mean
go
that they are traveling faster than the speed of light. Or
on.
the
Wait.
second
How do you know
explanation
that?
is
Where
the
did you
Earth
get that?
that we are standing on is rotating, and that causes the appearance of the stars rotating overhead.
Right. So how do you get to it's not what it looks like, the stars rotating, it's actually the ground rotating? Because so far you just talked about the stars rotating.
Well, remember, my focus is on the directional rotation.
So if your focus is on the stars rotating, then it's not evidence for the ground moving.
My focus is on the directional rotation. Are they moving counterclockwise or clockwise?
They're the thing moving, yeah?
They appear to be rotating counterclockwise if you're above the equator,
that's not a globe argument.
and clockwise if you're below the equator.
So how's that a globe argument?
Well, if you're on a spinning ball, that makes perfect sense.
Well, you just said it could be either.
That's right. It could be either. And then we
So
rule
it's not a
out.
globe argument then.
And then we rule out the flat stationary Earth.
Well, how did you do that?
Gyroscopes is a good one. Also, the stars.
Right, so are you going on to number 6 now?
No, you asked me a question. How did I rule out the flat Earth? And I'm giving you an answer.
I thought number 5, this was supposed to be, this will show you that the Earth's a ball, but you just said it works on both.
Wow. Okay. Do you really need like a relative motion 101 lesson here, or do you understand?
No, you just said it could work on both. So that's not a globe argument.
Okay. And then I said, if it can work on both, and then we can rule out one side, then that means the other side is true.
And this is when you're going on to number 6. All right. You're going to rule out the flat Earth with this one.
And again,
so it has to be a globe.
You keep trying to straw man me. My original point here was not just one particular observation. It's the number of different independent observations.
None of these, even together, have shown that it's a globe. Each one of them has not shown that it's a globe. So how could all of them together add up to globe when not one of them does?
Each one of them makes perfect sense on a spheroid spinning Earth. And each one of them is not explainable.
It's not about what in your mind makes sense. That's not evidence. You subjectively saying it makes sense to me because I heard the claim and I repeated it is not evidence. We asked for evidence.
You asked me why I believe the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, meaning what evidence do you have that the Earth is a globe? And so far, you haven't given us any.
Well,
you're on to number 6.
I've given you 5 different observations that seem to be influenced by the location of the equator. And that makes perfect sense if the Earth is a spinning spheroid.
No.
And it makes no sense.
That's not what you just gave us 5
You cannot explain it if the Earth
the stars move.
They appear to rotate.
Yeah. So there you go. The Earth doesn't, does it?
Okay, so you do need a relative motion 101. That's what I'm gathering here. You don't understand relative motion?
This is where you justify that the stars appear to be moving and the Earth doesn't, and claim the opposite.
Okay, so
it's okay. We don't need it. Let's go to number 6.
Let me ask you a question. If you see a plane moving in the sky, are you moving or the plane is?
This is a question for the Flatzer. He would insist that the plane is moving, right?
Right. So
he asked you. He asked you. Don't say someone else would say. He asked you.
I thought he was asking you. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, I'm asking you. If you're sitting right there in your front porch, looking at the sky, and you see that plane just flying above you.
Yep.
What's moving, you or the plane?
It's relative.
It's relative? So you sitting on your porch, you're saying that looking at that plane in the sky, it could be you there, you're moving.
So are you familiar with relativity?
Again, I'm asking you. That's what I'm familiar.
This is why I didn't want to get bogged down in this, because this is what he'll do. He will rationalize this nonsense to himself for hours. We don't need to. We don't need to. We know that you have no evidence that the Earth is all relative. So you're going to say, yes.
Yeah, you're going to a theory, not reality. I want you to go to reality. I want you to go to reality. You're sitting down on your porch, and you see a plane fly above your head. Are you moving, or is it the plane that's moving?
We're both moving.
No. We're both moving.
Relative to the Earth, we are both moving.
All right, so technically, if I go up to you, so technically, since everything is relative to you, if I go up to you and slap you in the face, you technically hit my hand.
Correct.
Wow.
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 I want you as a jury.
All the lawsuits. Now we can reverse everything. Everybody's running. Bulls are running in the cars, and houses
tells
are
me
running
that you
in the
don't
cars.
understand basic relativity, which is fine.
Wow, this is insane. Amazing. And he's going to try and say that that makes him intelligent for saying that. That's amazing.
So yes, Albert Einstein.
If I
So you
ever
don't
get charged for murder,
understand how
if I ever get charged for murder, I want to look for everybody that believes in relativity. Then they don't believe in relativity, you cannot be in my jury.
how the space time
It
of
just
my
headbutted
face
the
makes your hand warp into my face and my face warp into your hand. 200 IQ.
So I understand. Relativity is not a simple subject. They really only
Yeah, it's for
start to
simple
teach it in
people.
high school.
It's for simple people who
And you
can't
guys clearly didn't make it to
handle
high school,
reality.
right?
You can't
Oh.
handle the stars rotating, bro. Listen, you've just tried to rationalize away the stars moving by saying that your face is hitting a guy's hand who slapped you. That's how brick
No,
you
I
are.
didn't say that.
Yes, you
I
did.
didn't say that.
You just said
No,
that.
somebody
You
else
just said that.
Somebody else said that. I just said you have a correct interpretation of relativity by that analogy.
You said correct. You said correct. He said, "If I slap you in the face, is that your face hitting my hand?" And you said correct.
That's right. Albert Einstein proved
Yeah.
it.
See, you're totally bricked. What did Einstein say? Since you're such a big fan and you've decided to abandon reality in favor of this man's wisdom, what did he say? Quote.
Oh, Einstein said a lot of things.
Well, quote the bit where he's explaining what you're saying right now.
Well,
about how your face could hit his hand.
Sure. So originally there was Newtonian relativity. Newton was the one who first came up with this idea.
Is this what
That all
Einstein
motion
said? I don't need like a long rambling guess. You
I'm sorry, I
believe this
thought you were
guy?
seeking education.
Yeah, not from you, from this guy that you've raised up to deity status to make you abandon all faculty and reason and say that your face hits a guy's hand when he hits you. So
Did
what
I
did
ever
he
say
say?
Einstein was
Since
God?
you worship this man so great.
Did I ever say I worship Einstein?
Yes, you've just explained to us how you worship him by abandoning your reason and citing this man as your reason for doing so.
I see. So by claiming that I said things I've never said, are you being honest or dishonest? What do you think?
Over it, and you agreed that's what you said. You said correct.
I never said I worshipped Einstein. I never said he was a god. Are you going to correct those statements, or am I supposed to just let you lie
I didn't
about
say
me?
you said that. That's just obvious. We just listened to your reasoning and behavior, and it's obvious that you hear this guy.
Right. Well, Newton was the first one to really figure out that all motion is relative, meaning if I am traveling 70 miles an hour along the ground, all math and physics equations will work the exact same way if I consider myself standing still and the ground is moving 70 miles an hour backward.
What experiment did he do?
Newton? Are you asking about Newton?
You just said he was the first one to figure this out.
Yeah, he was.
What experiment did he do?
I'm not familiar with that.
So what are you talking about? Why did you make the claim?
Well, it's called Newtonian relativity, and it's taught in every physics class ever.
But they don't tell you what was done to even demonstrate it or prove it.
Not in Newton's case, no, because it's quite obvious.
So why did you believe it then?
Because it's quite obvious.
What is?
That motion is relative. How many times do I have to say it?
So what did he figure out exactly? He just made this claim.
He figured out that if you are traveling in one direction at some speed x, and then you decided to travel in the opposite axis, or in the other axis, at some speed y, you would not change your speed in the x direction just because you increase your speed in the y direction.
Wow. Listen to how far away you are from providing some globe evidence.
Yeah, can I get in here?
Oh, okay, so you want to go back to the globe now?
Hang on. May I get in here quickly?
Sure.
Sir,
please.
Here's the problem, okay? I won't take it over there, but I just want to point something out, right? What this guy's describing here, okay, about like relative motion, sir, it's like we all get it, okay? if I'm standing still and someone's walking away, it's the same thing as if they're standing still and I'm walking the opposite direction, right? If I have 1 and I subtract 1, I get 0. If I have -1 and I add 1, I get 0. Okay, we all fucking get it. We're not like grade 4. Okay. Well, the problem here is you asserting. Hang on.
The other people in this room don't seem to get it.
Hang on. I'm not finished. The problem here, and it's understood that this can apply to physics and shit. I have a ball running, whatever the fuck. Okay, it's understood. The concept is understood. The problem here is you mapping that into this context and justifying the use of that in this context. Okay, you have to provide some sort of substance, okay, to back your justification of why this applies here in the way that it does. This is where you're falling flat. You're saying, oh shit, okay, well, because we know this scenario can be this way, and I choose that it is this one way in this context because reasons, okay, but you don't have any backing for that. Now, you're right that theoretically, it can be presumed to be either or, but you going ahead and saying, oh, it's this one way because of stuff, you're not substantiating it. Okay, like
so stupid.
Yeah, hang on. Hang on. Let me finish. It is understood that even Einstein said something of the effect that just by looking at the stars, I don't have the quote on me. I could find it if you need it, but it was something to the effect of just by observing the celestial bodies behave the way they do, one can interpret it as either way, that they're moving or we're moving, but that them alone, okay, you can't. So people come in here and saying, "Oh, we see the stars moving." It's like you're going against what Einstein said. Yet in other areas, you claim, or you claim to back him because he says other things. Like,
So,
you got to choose them. Go ahead.
Okay. So we observe the stars rotating, which means, according to Einstein and Newton, there are two explanations. Either the ground is moving, or the stars are moving. Right? Do you agree with that?
Understood. That's what I just said.
Okay, great. Now, if the Earth is flat, and everybody on Earth is looking up at the stars rotating overhead, there is no possible way that the stars could rotate counterclockwise on one half of the world and clockwise on the other half.
All right, let's get into that. Okay, so when you say counterclockwise or clockwise, where are you facing? Like, counterclockwise is a relative thing, right? Like these things, are we both on the same page? Hang on. Are we both on the same page that the stars are moving from, was it west to east or east to west?
We're talking about rotational direction. So it's either clockwise or counterclockwise. That's it.
West to east or east to west?
That's irrelevant.
So it is relevant because if your body is facing north and you look up and you see the stars move in one direction, if you turn around and you're facing south and you look up, they're going to be going from your left to right versus right to left.
Okay, let's go with this. All right. So I'm standing in a room right now, and I look up at the ceiling fan overhead, and it is spinning counterclockwise. Now, you tell me what direction I need to face in order to make that change direction.
The problem is, sir, you see the direct center of that. So we don't all see the center star.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, so if you face into the direct center of a ceiling fan and it appears to be going left to right, all you have to do is turn around, face away from that direct center. It's going to appear to go right to left. There you go. Basic spatial awareness. That's how you be a Glober, I guess. Just not understand relative directions.
Clockwise or counterclockwise. So you can make your fan change spinning direction just by looking at it differently?
Sir, check this out. Your analogy is more akin to this. Let's say, okay, you have a ceiling fan. It's above you, okay? And let's say you're not standing directly under the ceiling fan center point. You're offset by 2 feet or whatever. You look up at the ceiling fan. You see one of the wings of the fan, one of the blades, okay? You're looking up at the blade, and it is moving left to right. But if you turn around 180 degrees, the blade itself is moving from right to left.
Clockwise or counterclockwise?
No, but this is the problem. Your counterclockwise horse shit, okay, it's all relative to you. This is the problem. No, your argument is horseshit because you're using a term that's a relative term, that is discounting the importance of your relative position and the direction that you're facing.
If it is a relative term, then that means I should be able to move somewhere else in the room and see the fan spin the opposite direction.
Yeah, you can, and you just ignored that already. So there's no need for us to have to repeat that because we've already done that for you. So how about this? Your claim is that once we get to the so-called southern hemisphere, then everything's going clockwise?
That's correct.
Okay, so back up, face Polaris, keep going, and just show me the point where the sky flips around. Thanks.
As soon as you cross the equator, you can no longer see Polaris.
Yeah, I know, that's your claim, idiot. Now you're going to show us. Your claim is that it flips around. Yeah, I'm not talking about seeing Polaris. Your claim is that the motion flips around once you get past the equator. Just show it.
That's right.
Show it.
Fly to Australia and see it for yourself.
No, you do it. This is your claim. You're going to be facing north. You're going to be facing towards Polaris. You're going to back up, cross the equator. You're going to show us that the sky flips around. Since we've already tried to help you and it didn't work.
That's how I know you guys are honest in these conversations, because you're asking me.
Well, while he's trying to
only be
find
observed based on where you're standing on the Earth. I'm in the northern hemisphere right now, so the stars are rotating counterclockwise above me.
So
no, they're not.
Number 6. Number 6 was basically, I don't know if the ground is moving. Okay, what's number 7?
So every time that I give you an observation, a direct observation, you create red herrings, you change what I say, and then you say it's invalid because whatever reasons. And I started this whole conversation by saying the reason why I believe the Earth is a globe is not any one individual observation. It is the collection of all of them that make perfect sense.
A collection of observations which do nothing to show it's a globe. Yeah, cool. What's number 7?
They make perfect sense if the Earth is a globe, and they are unexplainable.
None of them showed it. None of them showed it, though. So what's number 7? See, let's see if this one does.
Well, I mean, I don't see a point in continuing.
Yeah, I might as well tap out.
You guys aren't very honest.
Number 7. You want to give it a try?
You guys aren't very honest. And it's 1 versus 4, and you guys are interrupting me. And
but you've got the entire weight of NASA behind you, and all the governments and all the consensus, right? So surely 4 people in here versus, what is it, 8 billion people and billions and trillions of dollars. Surely you can come up with something.
At this point in this discussion, I want to ask you, how does the equator influence what we observe on a flat Earth? Go.
NPC reset.
Hey, I've been interrogated for the last 20 minutes. Now it's your turn. Explain how these things happen on a flat Earth. Go.
Well, I'm not really making any claims about them. I was just listening to you make claims and asking you questions about your claims.
So your position is, nuh-uh, that doesn't make sense, and nuh-uh, and you cannot back up your own claim whatsoever.
Well, I didn't make a claim yet. I just asked you about your claims and showed you why they don't actually show you that it's a ball.
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
No.
Oh, you don't?
No, I
okay, well, welcome to Globe Earth.
Measure it. No, it's not a belief. It's an experience. The same one you've got. You don't believe it. You experience it. You believe the opposite.
Oh, I don't experience a flat Earth either.
Well, yeah, you do. You don't. You just said you can't feel it moving. You can't observe curvature. So yeah, you do.
So we have methods for detecting its motion, like gyroscopes, Foucault's pendulum. We have methods for demonstrating
relative. Now it's actually just one way.
We have direct observations of a multiple phenomenon that seems to care about where the equator is.
I thought it was all relative.
We have over 1,000 satellites orbiting the Earth right now.
It was all relative.
That your phone uses in order to work.
It was all relative.
I said motion is relative.
So how can you say you know its motion now when it was relative before?
Gyroscopes detect angular velocity. Do you know this?
Relative for gyroscopes.
So gyroscopes measure angular velocity with respect to an inertial reference frame. So if you put a gyroscope on the ground, it detects the Earth spinning at 15 degrees per hour. Every gyroscope does this.
You sure?
I am sure. And I posted several links. I posted several links earlier today.
You couldn't post a citation earlier today.
And then that guy right there just said, "What's the citation?" Because he can't even be bothered to click a link.
But you couldn't be bothered to click it because you couldn't quote anything from it. You just elephant hurled links that you frantically Googled.
Yeah, so that tells me you're not honest at all. Like, you don't actually want to know the truth.
You're not. Yeah, I'm not honest because you frantically Google a bunch of links that you haven't read and don't know what's in them. That means I'm dishonest. Well, I mean, you're guilty of the same thing you're accusing me of. You never read your shit, and it was your shit. So I think that makes you the more dishonest one.
Oh, I read them. I just couldn't quote them to you by memory.
Right, so you couldn't provide a quote from it, from whatever the proof is supposed to be. But you read it. Yeah, trust me.
One of the quotes was, "A gyroscope placed on the ground will detect Earth spinning at 15 degrees per hour."
Well, that's just the claim again, dummy.
Yeah, so you're like,
This is why I keep
you're not
going on
even
about
worth
the
talking
difference
to.
between claims and evidence. You guys really don't know the difference.
A gyroscope measuring 15 degrees per hour is evidence
Of what?
that the Earth is spinning at 15 degrees per hour.
How do you know that that's the cause, if it's even happening?
That's how gyroscopes are built. It's basic physics. Do you understand physics?
It's basic physics is not an explanation as to how you know that that's the cause.
We build gyroscopes to detect angular velocity. That's exactly what they do. They don't do anything else. So when we put it on the ground and it detects 15 degrees per hour, it is detecting that the Earth is spinning at 15 degrees per hour.
No, you
It's not
can't look
claim.
at the gyroscope in motion
That
and
is a
say,
measurement.
I know that that motion is caused by a motion of the Earth that you can't detect.
Yeah, you said it was
Nothing
relative.
relative.
So the Earth is the inertial reference frame, and rotation against that frame is what is being detected.
Uh-oh, the Earth's inertial, so it's not accelerating.
Oh my God. We have to
So
go
it's
back
not
to
rotating.
we have to go back to relativity 101, I guess.
No, you have to go back to reference frames 101. You just said it's inertial. That means it's not accelerating. That means it's not rotating. Oops.
You do understand that for every type of motion out there, there is a rest frame, right? It's called a reference frame. Do you understand that?
Way ahead of you.
Say yes or no. Do you understand that?
It doesn't matter. It's already been game over. You just gave the game away. You shot yourself in the foot. You just told us that it's not accelerating, which it would have to be spinning around. The non-inertial would be the spinning one. So whatever you're trying to do now, it's kind of pointless. That's right. Go on, Moot.
There's just not much else to say, really. I mean, you guys are.
I know. You told us the Earth's an inertial reference frame. I know. Game over.
You want to direct
You cooked yourself.
You want to accept observations, and you won't even defend your own claim. You just want to sit there and interrogate and say no.
Now he's pouting. Stop being such a poor sport.
Oh, here's another one. The 24-hour sun is observed.
Another one to add to that pile of nothing?
Well, you call it nothing because you don't know much. But everybody else...
You haven't had a single globe proof or evidence in any of the things you've brought up, so another nothing burger?
Well, trying to prove something to a pigeon is not going to indicate whether the information is factual or not. A pigeon is a pigeon.
So now, ad homs, is that number 8? Just start insulting somebody once they dismantle your, quote, evidence?
Well, the 24-hour sun should be impossible on a flat Earth, and yet it is
they're still going down to check whether it's observed or not, and if it is, it doesn't matter.
Right, you're already hedging.
No.
The funny thing is, there isn't a single glober out there that is worried that the 24-hour sun won't be observed. Nobody is preparing for
Nobody
that.
cares here about that because it has nothing to do with the surface. You know what a 24-hour sun will prove?
It'll prove that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Bzz, wrong. It won't do that at all. It'll just prove that the sun was above the horizon from your vantage point for 24 hours. That's it. It won't prove your interpretation that it's because of a spinning ball. Not even close.
And how far away is that sun, by the way?
I've heard of this. Well done.
How far away is the sun?
Who cares?
I care.
Go
You
find
don't?
out.
You don't?
Go chase it.
You can use standard trigonometry to calculate it. Why haven't you done
You can't. It's an apparent position. It would have to be a fixed actual position. You're just trying to triangulate to an apparent position. Go try. Why don't you give me the trigonometry for the distance to a rainbow, dummy?
You can calculate the apparent position of the sun.
Yeah, if it's an apparent phenomenon, then you're never going to get an actual position. And if that apparent phenomenon is relative to the observer, you like that word relative, then you're really not going to get a coherent result. And everybody knows that you can't do this for these reasons, except for you. You keep trying.
Yeah, distance is relative to both points. That I agree with. But the distance.
Do you have any globe evidence, though? Like, I mean, you're talking about seeing the sun for 24 hours. What about anything like related to the surface of Earth? Anything that shows it's a globe?
Well, I mean, you've already established that nothing, not even direct observation or measurement, will convince you to drop this ridiculous claim that the Earth is flat. So I don't have
This is where you're wrong, sir.
particular standard
Sir, this is,
as
sir,
the
this
standard.
Sir, this is where you're dead wrong. Okay, I'll tell you one thing. One thing that I expect, okay, in terms of measurement, is direct measurement of Earth curvature. Not inferences, not guesswork. Yeah, okay. So can you demonstrate Earth curvature and how?
I can show you the measurement.
How, sir?
I will post it in the chat.
Can you describe it?
I did the math for this too. There it is.
Okay, so is this a calculation or is this a measurement, sir?
This is a measurement
Of what?
of Earth's curvature.
And how?
Again, I posted it in the chat. Go look.
Let's check it out.
It's a reference to the famous Bedford level experiment.
Let's check it out.
And I can walk you through it if you would like some narration.
Sounds like another spherical excess fishing expedition, but go ahead. We'd love to hear the explanation on it.
Cool. In the UK, there's a river called the Bedford River, and it is about 6 miles long. And a gentleman stood up.
Is this the only one that curves? Is it just this one?
Oh, this was just a great location because the river maintains a steady flow of water, and it does not delineate throughout the entire 6 miles.
So what's happening in Santa Barbara and off the coast of England, the Rampion Farm, all these different places? How come they don't curve? Pontchartrain, how come none of those curve? Is this just the one spot where it's a globe?
Sorry, did you want to hear the rest of the experiment or no?
Well, I've heard it like 20 times already. It's not an experiment. It's a guy observing something and just declaring his conclusion. But okay, yeah, Mick, you asked, so I'll let you listen.
Yeah,
This location is very good for this measurement is
Here's the
because,
thing,
as I said, the water level is very stable, and therefore when you put these 6-foot poles in the ground, when each of them goes exactly 6 feet over the surface of the water, you can trust that those are uniform.
Okay, so sir, how do we reconcile this against all the other observations that were done that claim to the contrary?
You're going to have to give me some observations to the contrary.
Okay, someone want to whip out the black swan? I don't have it on hand.
Yes.
Thank
The
you,
black
sir.
swan didn't measure curvature.
You're right, it did not.
That's just a video.
Yeah,
You're right. You're right.
got it. You finally said something true by accident.
Yeah, if you're going to counter the Bedford experiment, which was a direct measurement of curvature, you're going to have to provide a direct measurement of flatness.
Well, if it's spherical curvature and we didn't see, it wasn't a measurement. It was just somebody not seeing something.
Exactly, it wasn't a measurement. Now,
Yeah, Bedford wasn't a measurement either.
the cool
Yes,
thing
sir.
about
What
Bedford
the
level
black
experiment
here's
that-
the thing, sir. What the black swan does is it nullifies the supposed curvature rate claimed and calculated by those who say it's a ball, right, of 8 inches per mile squared, assuming using the parabolic approximation. Okay, suggesting that we would see a physical limitation at 1 foot observer height, right, at about 1.2 miles. Okay, but when we see beyond that, okay, that's evidence to suggest that there's something wrong with that calculation or that figure, right?
So-
and what you're suggesting here, what your thing is doing here, okay, if I'm reading correctly, is it implies that there is curvature, right, supposedly, but it doesn't give the actual curvature rate.
Here, the Bedford level experiment went into the experiment without an assumption on the shape of the Earth. He set up those 3 poles so that they were each exactly 6 feet above sea level, water level.
Okay, yeah, got it. You've said this 1,000 times. So those poles are dropping over a curve then?
Hang on, let me finish.
Those poles are dropping over a curve. Can you just finish by saying yes or no?
If the Earth was flat,
Okay, can you just finish by saying yes or no?
Okay, you're going to just steamroll me again?
Yeah, I just want to know if the poles are dropping over a curve according to you.
We haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, well, get there right now or else I'm just going to cut you off.
Follow along with me. Each pole rises 6 feet over the surface of the
All right, game over. Sorry, I gave you a chance. Can't even make his claim. Wasn't he saying that we're too cowardly to make a claim or something like that a few minutes ago? Are the poles going over a curve, yes or no? Let's give him another chance. Too scared, can't answer.
This is an experiment.
Okay, Mick, out of respect for this conversation you started, I'll let you have it, but just look at this.
No, I'm pretty much done, man. You guys take it over. I'm sick of this shit.
So, those 3 poles are in the river.
Okay, then I don't mind just bulldozing them then, if you're done. So, okay, those poles, are they going over a curve of Earth?
We haven't gotten there yet.
So let's get there right now. Those poles, do they appear to drop because they're going down, the Earth is going down and away from you because it's a sphere with curvature all over its surface? Is that it?
The line of sight established between poles 1 and 3?
Yeah, okay. So the question was just, are the poles going down over a curve of this globe that we're supposedly on? Yeah?
Right, please let me just finish my sentence.
Yeah, so please just answer yes or no, and then you get to talk again.
Yes.
Okay. Well, if they are, then that would then put the horizon distance geometrically at 1.2 miles in that picture that we posted, because that's how the Earth is curving away from you, if it is what's going on, as you're claiming it is by this Bedford thing. What happened?
Do I get to talk now?
Are you going to answer that question?
You said if I answered yes or no, I would get to talk.
Yeah, that makes it a geometric obstacle, the one that we should have seen at 1.2 miles in that picture that we posted. That's not.
I'm talking about the experiment.
Yeah. Okay. So is that the only? So is that all right? So that's the only place on Earth that curves, I guess. The rest of it's not curving. Just that one river. Is that it? Or
so, if the Earth was flat, then line of sight should be establishable across all 3 poles. However, that was not the case.
was there a geometric horizon blocking your line of sight?
Instead, line of sight was established on 1 and 3, and then in order to achieve the height of the second pole, the theodolite doing this measurement had to be raised by 0.027 degrees.
Was it raised up over a geometric horizon?
The theodolite was just raised up. You know how theodolite works?
So you can see over a geometric horizon, right?
In this particular experiment, the top of the 3rd pole was right at the horizon because it was 6 feet high, and the pole was 6 miles away.
Oh, okay. So that's the geometric horizon then.
Pretty close to it, yeah.
Okay.
How about this, Heretic? Let's take a different approach, right? So does anybody have that photo of those, not the windmills, but the poles of those what were they, windmills or other?
Yep.
Yeah, right. This goes in direct contrast with what you're saying, sir, because these were, what were they, six poles, okay? A section of them was painted yellow, right? About 3 feet or 6 feet of them, of the pole, and then the rest was white, right? And they were spread out over 3 kilometers each. There's 6 of them, or something to that effect, and they all line up in a line of sight. Okay, so do you mean to claim, sir, that this would have been the result of, for example, something like refraction?
So, let me just...
It's a yes or no question here. So, once you see the photo, I'll let you see the photo. Whoever has it can post it first.
Poles 1 and 3, a line of sight was established across poles 1 and 3. Now, if the Earth was flat...
Yeah, so how come that geometric horizon isn't seen here in the picture that he just posted?
You're not letting me finish my thing here, right? If it's posted in the chat, I'd like you to take a look at that, okay, and perhaps make a claim as to what's going on here, because it goes in direct contrast with what you're saying.
All I'm talking about is the Bedford experiment. Why do you keep trying to change
and here's the problem, right? What you're saying, okay, goes in direct contrast with what we're saying, because we have something that's saying, oh, well, there's something wrong with that experiment because we have something that goes against it. So can you address this, please?
I don't know anything about your picture. I'm talking about the Bedford experiment, which is documented and repeated.
And that's fine. So here's the thing. We have something that is not repeated. Or, excuse me, it's not repeating what you're claiming it is. So so here's the problem, sir. How do we reconcile these? Because you say one thing, we say another thing. Well, there you go. So my point here, okay, is that your thing is not ironclad, and you can say the same thing about ours. You can say the same thing about ours is not ironclad.
The Bedford experiment has been done hundreds of times by various people.
Okay, so that's fine. So how do you reconcile this with that? That's the whole point of the talk. Can you take a look in the chat? Can you take a look in the chat, please?
Okay, there are a lot of pictures. Which one should I look at?
Okay, you see the one posted by Radwin? No things above it. They're basically the same thing, but in still form. Okay.
How far away are those poles?
They say in Anti-Globalist DJ, he puts them out. 8.4, 8.8, 9.3, 9.8, 10.3.
How far away are they from each other?
From the first one to the last one, 8.4 to 11.2. That's just under. That's just under 3 miles.
And how tall are they?
From the line, from the observer, 8.4 and 11.2.
Over the surface of the water.
Doesn't matter how far they are or how high they are. What matters is where the horizon is. No, what matters is you're not going to get out of this. Sorry. Yeah, I know you think that you're going to bulldoze your way through the rebuttal, but it does not matter how tall they are, because we're concerned with the distance to the horizon, which if that's the geometric obstacle blocking things in your fuckwit so-called experiment, that would have to be at this geometric distance. We know by the demarcation of that furthest wind turbine, which we know to be at 11.2 miles, that the horizon's further than that because it's behind it, and that's all we're concerned with. We don't care how high they are. Horizon can't be blocking it, it's behind it.
How do you know it's 11.2 miles?
Google.
Oh, you Googled it, so you didn't check this for yourself.
Yo, people, speculation Sunday is on. Can we talk about the Illuminati? I'm just asking.
Rather hypocritical.
You can get banned.
Hey, it's 12:01. It's Sunday.
Yeah, see ya.
So the great thing about the Bedford experiment...
flat earthers are fucking bitches. You guys are all fucking faggots. I swear to God.
The great thing about the Bedford experiment...
Rejection noted.
It did not take a position on the shape of the Earth when it was set up. It disproved the flat Earth, and then proved a curving Earth.
No, it didn't, sir. Let me ask you something. Right, in the Bedford level experiment, okay, do they account what variables do they account for?
There were no variables to account for. It was direct line of sight.
No variables to account for.
No,
really? Not humidity, not temperature. No presumed or anticipated gradient of any of these variables across the entire 6 mile or 6 kilometer or 9 kilometer, whatever the fuck distance? Right, so how do we know that? So how do we know that? Oh, it's just not. It's not just a refraction. I claim refraction, sir. Prove me wrong.
The poles were raised to an adequate height in order to neutralize the effects of these variables that you're claiming have somewhat.
Oh, really? Okay. How do you know that, sir? How do you know these variables? How do you know what these variables were that were actually neutralized?
Because the very first version of it was done with sticks 8 inches over the water.
That doesn't say anything.
So the sticks are going over the horizon like boats do?
Fucking stupid. My God.
They got some
so sticks are going over the horizon like boats do?
Nuckin' Futz, your name is perfectly applicable to you, sir. I yield.
Yeah.
So the sticks are going over the horizon like boats do, right?
The Bedford experiment has been repeated by school children.
No, it hasn't. We just repeated again that it's not. It hasn't shown what you claim it does. That's what's been repeated.
So I would like to know, if the Earth was flat, why weren't all 3 of those poles in direct line of sight?
That's your problem to figure out because, I mean, you're saying that they're going over the horizon, right? Yeah.
So you say...
So that's a geometric horizon. Yeah, so that's a geometric horizon. And we can repeat this. We can demonstrate that it's not that, which is what you're saying it is. Yeah, we can repeat that all day long, all weekend long. We'll be here all week.
And they clearly know more than you do.
Oh, do they? What do they know? What do you know that they know that I don't know?
They just sent you an observation with 6 poles, 6 wind turbines that are not creating that arc that you drawn in your paper.
Yeah, nothing's going over the horizon, little buddy. Sorry.
That's
way far off. Yeah, see, that's a nice. Yeah, okay. I rest my case. If that's how ridiculous you're going to get now, then that's good. That works for me.
Occasionally, I just like to throw your responses back.
I've never said that to you. I've never said that to you. You're just losing your mind. You've been losing it for months now. This VC has absolutely destroyed your mind. I don't know how good it was to begin with, but it's bad now. That's for sure.
Well, you're entitled to your opinion, of course. I mean, I am in the flat Earth room.
Spiraling. It's not an opinion. It's an observation. Demonstrated fact. I've seen you losing it. That's not an experiment. It's actually a claimed measurement. You don't even know what these words mean that you're trying to use. And also, you're claiming that you measured a curvature drop. That would then mean that those poles are going over the horizon like boats do. We already showed that the horizon's not a physical obstruction caused by Earth curve, that things go over like that. So cool optical phenomenon. Stamp your feet about it. It's not the curve. Sorry.
Yeah, and keep in mind that all this stemmed from when I asked, what's the measured curvature rate? And he says this. Okay, well, what curvature rate can we take away from this?
Well, this isn't precise, but it's roughly...
No curvature rate that we can take away from this, right?
It's roughly 8 inches per mile squared.
Is that... Okay, hang on. Oh, hold on. Is that figure derived from this experiment itself, or is that something else that we calculate and then try and superimpose onto this to see if they cross correlate?
The 8 inches per mile squared was derived from Eratosthenes measurements.
Thank you very much. I'm very aware of this. And guess what? That is not a measurement. That is a calculation. Okay, so what we're trying to do here is find something that we can actually validate the claim from Eratosthenes in the real world. And you presented this Bedford level experiment, so I'm asking you, what curvature rate do we get from this observation here? Because we want to see if they match.
The middle pole was raised by 1.8 feet.
Can you answer my question, please? We don't need to go through it unless you actually have an answer at the end of it that you can start with, that we can backtrack.
1.8 meters. That was the measurement. The middle pole was higher by 1.8 meters.
So what's the curvature rate? So what is the curvature rate that we can derive from this for the 5th fucking time?
I don't understand the question.
Man. You don't understand the question? Then why didn't you say that in the first fucking place when I asked you what a very poignant question? what the curvature rate is and what measurement or observation or experiment can we do to get a measured curvature rate. Why didn't you say that you didn't understand the fucking question then before you brought us down this goddamn rabbit hole, only for us to find out that you don't have any fucking thing at the end of the rabbit hole to answer my goddamn fucking question?
You asked me about the drop over distance rate, and I told you that.
Sir, do you remember my question? Do you remember the question I started with? Sir, do you remember the question I asked you in the first place? I hope you do, because I repeated it about 5 fucking times.
You asked for validation of Eratosthenes' drop over distance calculation.
I didn't.
What is the curvature rate? You know that there's different curvature rates, right?
Yeah,
there's different curvature rates.
But
what is the curvature rate that can be derived from this so-called experiment? Go.
Take it away.
The experiment was not to calculate drop over distance.
Then why did you? I fucking asked you for a measured curvature rate, and then you said Bedford level experiment.
Oh, experiment? Measured curvature.
Oh, so it must have measured the drop rate then.
Not the focus of the experiment.
It must have measured a drop rate then if it measured curvature, yeah?
Since I posted the Bedford level long shot of the P900, can you point in that image where the curve is at?
Thanks.
So the Bedford level experiment was focused.
So you don't know how to answer a goddamn question. Okay, you understand the questions that are being asked of you. You're waffling around trying to pitch numbers and concepts up in the air to try and confuse the goddamn room, okay, to make it look like you know what you're fucking talking about. But you obviously don't, because 3 people now, probably 4 implicitly, have asked you for this, and you keep repeating the same answer, which is 180 degrees away from what we're fucking asking you. What is your goddamn problem?
This clown thinks that poles go over the horizon. That's his problem.
My problem is that you keep wanting me to say that Bedford set out to measure drop over distance, and that's not.
You know why I'm asking you?
Okay, there's your concession, Mick. There we go. He just said he didn't measure it.
Do you know why I'm pressing you on this? Because I asked you this very clear and concise question about 10-15 minutes ago, and this was your immediate response: Bedford level experiment. And we walked through it, and only to find out at the end that this thing does not answer my question. This is why I'm frustrated. So now, if we do decide to continue down this, can you provide something else that actually does answer the question, please?
Maybe this is just a semantic difference. Do you agree that there is
not a semantic difference, sir? You are misinterpreting. You are deliberately omitting some terms in my question.
I'm trying to reach across the aisle here.
No, you're not, sir.
Let me try to reach across the aisle. Do you agree?
I don't give a shit about your reaching. I don't want your fucking hand near me. Okay? Answer the goddamn question. Do you have any measurement of Earth curvature? Not calculation, not inference, direct goddamn measurement. Yes or no?
Curvature? Yes. Of curvature, yes.
Curvature rate.
Drop over distance? No, that's a calculation.
No, you can measure that, sir, if it were there.
Okay, how would you measure it?
Here's the thing. We can calculate that, assuming the ball, assuming we're living on a ball, assuming the light is coming in parallel lines. Go back to Eratosthenes, right? Those were his 2 assumptions, and they plugged in some other numbers that he figured out, that he measured. Right, height of or length of the shadow and depth of the fucking well or whatnot. Plug these in with the other 2 assumptions, okay? And the reason why he used those assumptions because he had an underlying philosophical reasoning behind why they should be appropriate, which is the whole goddamn thing in question, in contention, okay? And he came to that figure. And then other people who are trying to refine that, okay? They've basically had the same assumption and then used more precise tooling to get the variables or to get the figures for the variables that they actually can measure, and then just whittled it down, all the while maintaining the other assumptions. So, can we get to something that does not use any assumptions to validate the whole thing, the premise in the first place?
So it sounds to me like what you want is like a measuring tape that can determine curvature in some form of units. Is that what you're looking for?
I didn't say measuring tape. You can probably be a lot more sophisticated than that.
Well, you want a measurement that's not a calculation, right?
Thank you, sir. Can you get that, please?
Yeah, so what would that look like?
I don't know. It's your problem. Do you have any sort of conception of what could be done? And why wasn't it done?
So you asked me a question that you don't even know how you would go about answering, and it's my problem.
I have some ideas, but can you be creative? Do you know anyone who was creative enough to actually come up with it?
The Earth is too large to do a direct measurement of that. It has to be a calculation.
Are you sure about that? Why so? How so?
Because the Earth is very large.
Let's start with this, right? If we assume, right, given Eratosthenes and whatnot, that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile square. Okay. Do we have anything that can be precise enough within a 95 percentile a 5% plus or minus error rate or whatever that we can use over 1 mile to try and get 8, and then over a second mile if it's of higher enough quality to get the next one, which is what 2 square 8 times 4 is 32.
So
8, 32, then etc. Do we have anything to confirm that?
In order to do your direct measurement with no calculation, one would have to build a multiple mile long structure that could float on the ocean and then be turned on its side.
Sort of, real quick, before, like, it's sort of like what he's doing is like you ask, like, okay, well, how tall? I have. Let's see. Okay, I measured my height. Okay, how tall are you? Oh, I didn't measure that. Anyway.
All right. Well, I was actually going to ask.
What about this, right?
I was actually going to ask. One second,
go ahead,
Mick, can I just get in quick?
Please.
I was going to ask. When you say that Earth is too large to measure the curvature at that over such a distance, right? Is that you admitting that when they do try and measure it, they don't measure the curvature?
That is me saying that if you take out all calculation from this attempt, then you would have to build a structure that would be at least a mile long and float on the ocean that you could then manipulate.
Okay. I'm asking about the measurements over the short distances. So they obviously went to measure. They realised they can't measure it over a short distance, did they? By trying to measure it.
8 inches for an entire mile of length. That's very small. That's really small. Really small.
Yeah. So you keep saying they measured the curve, then we ask you, what's the drop rate? What curve did they measure? How much? You go, they didn't measure that. So they didn't measure it.
Yeah, that's basically what you're saying. So you're basically, in more words than one, or 2 or 3, saying they didn't actually do it. Because what you could have probably done is say, oh shit, maybe a mile is too long, so let's go half a mile. Oh, what would we expect there? Oh, 8 inches times, half a mile squared, so 8 times a quarter. Oh, 2. Oh shit, maybe we can get 2 inches off there. Do we know anyone or anywhere off the coast that has a half mile distance from one to the other? Let's get something at sea level and try and get 2 inches. Maybe that could have been sufficient. Why not?
Florida beaches. It's one coastline. Try that.
Yeah, this is fucking pathetic, sir. The reason why this is pathetic is because you're basically trying to say that they didn't do it without actually saying they didn't do it, and you have no fucking idea whether they did or not, but you're making the claim that they did, but it wasn't sufficient. Okay, you're talking outside both sides of your fucking mouth. Okay?
For sure he is.
Here,
and it's fucking sick.
Somebody measured something.
Right? Because at the Bedford level experiment, they raised the angular altitude of that theodolite by 0.0217 degrees in order to establish a line of sight with the second pole. Now, based on that direct measurement, one would still have to do a calculation to determine drop over distance. And you will not accept the calculation.
All right, so you didn't measure drop over distance. There's the full concession. Thank you.
See, you refuse to accept that trigonometry is valid.
It's just inference, interpretation, and calculation. You do not have the measurement that you initially claimed that you had. We already knew that you were a liar. Thanks for confirming this again.
Exactly. Like you will not accept trigonometry as a part of a
No,
measurement.
you said you had a measurement, and now you yourself are conceding that you don't.
Did he say that the Bedford level is 10 miles long? How long is that?
It was 6 miles long.
6 miles? Yeah, theodolites are only good up to really about a mile. They'll say 3 at the max.
No, they're not. Theodolites are good as far as you can see.
Dude, no. I've already been through this. There's a distance you can use them at to be accurate. You're wrong.
Theodolites work as far as you can see, dude. They don't have a max range.
That's incorrect.
Okay.
Yeah. What about cumulative error? What about instrument error? What about the error?
Tell you what, go find yourself a theodolite that is in operation right now that has a
They
max
don't
range
use
as part of its
theodolite measurements to do highways. Did you know that?
Find me a theodolite that includes a max range in its parameters.
Want Jesse's? I think I might still have it. Hold on.
Yeah, go find it.
Yeah, they have recommended ranges for a reason, man. Doesn't mean you
They have
can't see
recommended ranges.
further, but they have recommended ranges. They also need to be calibrated often. You would probably need to validate that whatever theodolite was used actually calibrated as well.
Which is why the fact that this experiment has been done hundreds of times over the last century by a variety of people confirms
Also,
that none of these.
all of the other observations that absolutely throw it under the bus, completely destroy it. You can see the horizon
That's
10, 20, 30 times further away than we should. You just say refraction. But this one, you don't even account for refraction. You just kind of go with it, right?
Refraction and height of the observer are the two things that flurfers always leave out in their I shouldn't be able to see this claim.
Do you hear people in here calling you a globetard? Why you're throwing out derogatory
I said flurfer. And yes,
well, I just call you, refer to you as a globetard, do I? No one's doing that, man. Don't be childish.
Are you serious? You've never heard people in here?
Yeah, I'm serious. No, dude, don't do that. No one in here is doing that to you. Yeah. Look, man, and anyone can tell that you're just saying it to be rude, man. And look, it's just absolutely ridiculous the way that you're acting in here.
Okay. Then I'll head out.
Anybody in here?
Yeah, a whole bunch.
I thought my stuff wasn't working. I see a bunch of people in here, but someone's muted.
He fizzled out.
Is that Radwin?
Yes.
Bro, I haven't heard you in shit. Where you been? Busy?
Yeah, working.
Oh. It's been what, a month? 2 months?
No, about a month. And it's going to get even worse soon. So, taking advantage of this while I can.
Yeah, get in whenever you can, man. Don't be a stranger. Too much. Anyway, Alexander, whatever his name is muted. Was he,
Oh, he wants to talk about other things. Here, you can unmute him now. There you go.
No, it's good. It's good. You can open a topic.
Yeah, the topic. The topic is your scientific acumen. How about that?
I don't understand. I don't even understand the question. Then
Oh God. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
my scientific argument. Is that the question? Did I understand it correctly?
No. Do you think the Earth is a globe?
Well, I don't believe anything than people who tell me the Earth is the globe what they are saying. So I'm definitely not sure.
Okay. So what do you think the Earth is?
It doesn't matter so much for me, honestly.
Well, it does in the context of this room. We want to know what you think the Earth is.
Yeah, but just to push me in a corner, you know what I mean?
I hear you, but it's not about pushing you in a corner. It's about understanding
Obviously.
your point of view. Understanding
No,
your
it's
point of view.
No.
If we don't understand what you think about the Earth, then we can't have a conversation about any topic about physics or science or anything, because you don't have in your head you don't know what the Earth is.
What do you think about the Earth?
It's irrelevant. I'm asking this gentleman.
See, this is a part of the strategy. They want you to take a position so they can.
Okay, so you're saying that the guy should escape not having a position, and then I should? What do you think,
No.
sir?
I just wanted to point you to the irony.
Listen.
Calm
down.
Now I'm going to shut you up because I'm not talking to you anymore. You had your chance. All right, so talking to the other numpty that just chimed in. Do you think it's great that I give him my position versus him not giving me his? Do you think that's fair, sir? Yeah?
I found it ironic that you just accosted
You
him
didn't answer me.
for
You did
not
not
taking
answer
a
my
position when
Sir.
you yourself won't take one.
Yeah, so if that doesn't matter though, because I
It
asked
does
him a
matter.
question. I asked him a question. He did not want to respond. Therefore, I need to give him mine. That's called entitlement. You guys feel entitled to come in here and ask for things, yet you don't want to answer any questions. You're
did
big
answer
entitled babies. No, he didn't. He didn't say what he said is not relevant. That he didn't want to answer. Did you hear him? Did he give me an answer? Otherwise, I wouldn't be pressing him.
I heard.
What did he say? What did he say? What was his position? What was his worldview of the Earth being whatever he thinks it is?
He didn't give an answer. He was being an asshole.
Yeah, there you go. So for anybody else that's listening, that's exactly why I was pressing him. Now, if I just stop asking him because he only wants to hear my position, or like you advocating for him, then I've given up asking him questions, and now he's entitled to do whatever he wants. That's not what's going to happen in this room. If he wants to be an entitled baby, he can do that in another room, not here. He can ask me a question, that's fine, but he needs to answer mine. That's fair. Yeah?
And start fresh with me. What do you
I don't
believe
want to
about the
talk
Earth?
to you. I
Okay.
don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to him. The original conversation was with that guy. Now, if he could answer for the question, I would be appreciated. But I don't need lawyers coming in here telling me that he needs to do this and that. You can have a seat and let me talk to him, right? Right. All right. Now that we got that out of the way,
Bro,
Alright, so there
listen,
you go.
I have given you an answer, okay?
Let's
The
do it again
answer is
because
the
I didn't
only
hear.
reason you
Go
asked
ahead.
me this question is to push me into a corner. My answer was clear. I don't give a shit in any case, honestly, what's the Earth, what's the shape on what I'm standing on it.
All right, so then you don't have a position of
I
what.
think we are being farmed. Okay, if this farm is flat or not, doesn't give a shit, brother.
I get what you're saying, man. Like I understand that position, but the problem is the worldview that people think that they live on a specific type of Earth, right? Whatever it is, you have to be able to hold a position to say that physics work on this type of Earth. Now, if you can't tell me what that is, then everything else about the Earth, anything that precedes that, won't be able to be followed.
I listen, I am a worker, right? I don't have a telescope. I don't have any self-proven knowledge. The only knowledge I have, right, is that they people who tell us the Earth is round, that they are lying in any other case.
Well, you got a point, but like what I'm asking though is from your perspective, if you actually think or advocate for a position like what you've been told. So they could be lying to you, but do you think that it's that? Because even if it's a lie, people still believe it. That doesn't change the fact that people still believe in the lie.
Do you agree there is a possibility that we live in a matrix?
Oh, simulation, huh? All right.
Do you think there is a possibility? I'm just asking.
Yeah, you can't put listen, if you get in a traumatizing accident, you can't put another quarter in the machine and then start over again. That's not how this works.
Y'all really think the Earth is flat?
I'm just saying, I'm just saying, but Chondi Rockefeller had like 6 heart transplantations. So
Yeah, Alexander,
I'm just saying they can do that. You cannot do that, but they.
Hey, hang tight, man. You might want to talk to somebody else about those conversations later. Let me talk to this new guy. Sir, what did you say? What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Can you repeat your question?
He left.
Go ahead, repeat your question, sir. I didn't hear you. I was talking to this guy.
He left.
Oh, shit. Well,
he said, that's all that.
That guy didn't have a position, so that's fine. He can talk about Illuminati and, Masons and Bilderberg and all that shit later in another context, not this one. Because currently, right now, we do have some people in here that want to talk about whether or not the Earth is a globe, and I think that's important.
Okay, brother, please present to me, if you are willing to, okay, all your best evidence why the Earth is flat.
Well, I always bring up 3 points, right? The Earth is flat, observably, measurably, and practically used. These 3 points stand to reason as the position that we would have for advocating for a flat Earth, right? So, observably, the Earth does not look like it's curving anywhere. So, it's a topographical planar surface, right? A land topography.
The curvature, the Earth is measured flat, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Then next, please. Just that I understand it correctly.
Yeah, but that was the second point. The first point was that it's observed. It's observed that way.
Yes. Okay. It looks straight. Yeah. It looks.
Yeah.
straight.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Let's just take, for example, a localized position, right? Like you going somewhere and seeing for miles and miles. I don't know what that would look like in your region, but if you go to a place where there's enough area where you could see far off in the distance, it doesn't look like it's like a ball. It looks like a planar topographical surface.
Yeah.
Does that sound like what it looks locally, right?
It looks flat. It looks flat. It looks flat. Okay.
Okay, right. So observation, that checks the box for observation. Now measurement, of course, we understand we're going to have to figure out how to measure the surface of the Earth from a reference. Now, what are we referencing when we measure the surface of the Earth? Like for example, surveying. What type of measurements can we use for surveying?
So the question was, how was the Earth measured, right?
Yes, of course.
I understand.
Yeah,
What's the next argument? What's the third argument then?
Well, we'll get into that later. The third argument is practical use. How is the surface of the Earth navigated across? Now, you could say that people think that the Earth is a globe, but practically they travel over the surface as if it were a flat a flat topographical plane.
So what we see,
land,
what we, what I just have a question. What we see is just a perspective, right? So that's a surreality of perspective, right?
What do you mean, for observation or for?
Yes, for observation. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
But when it concerns practical use, because remember, I got 3 categories that I have. So observation, measurement, and practical use. So practical use is like when a pilot gets inside of his cockpit of his plane, he's going to navigate across the surface of the Earth as if it were a flat and stationary plane. The Earth is not moving, and he's going to utilize the Earth as if it were a planar surface.
Yeah.
When he's considering how he's going to negotiate his flight path, right? So his flight path on his chart, it could look like a specific path, but he's going to navigate across the surface at cruising altitude as if it were a planar surface.
Okay, I have a question to that. Okay.
Huh?
Do you agree that there is scientists on this earth, and I don't believe them personally? Do you agree that there is a scientific explanation for that on the mainstream narrative?
For what? Flying over the surface of the Earth and treating it like flat and stationary?
Yeah.
There's explanations, and we know them.
Okay.
There's explanations.
So, can you disprove this explanation then?
Yes.
Because you are always asking in here, can you prove this explanation? So I ask you, can you?
Of course.
Okay, then
That's not a
disprove it,
problem.
please.
That's not a problem. I think that
As long as you listen and not interrupt this time as he reaches.
Okay, then one sentence. I shut up. I promise.
The first 2 questions you asked, so as long as you let him conclude this time.
I agree with Flat Earth Ranger. Yeah, if you let me finish, then you can hear the answer. But I think you're anxious.
Okay. No. You can continue. I shut up.
All right. So according to one of the explanations is that when flight paths are made for traveling over the surface, for like anybody that's a pilot, they're going to make their plans. Their plans are... You got some background noise, Alexander. You might want to mute your mic.
Sorry, dude. That was my lighter.
So, pilots, they want to make their flight plans using the idea that they're going to use these arcs over the like a world map. They're from point A to point B, wherever distance they're going to travel, they're going to use an arc. So when they do that, they're actually going to be traveling over the surface, but they're using their flight plan to tell them where they're going to be traveling from point A to point B. Now, that's not to say that whenever they're on their heading, they're going to change course. There's a lot of headings that they take during the path of their flight. And most of this is not covered in the flight plan. It's just a flight plan is just telling them how they're going to travel from point A to point B. But the actual flight itself is going to take a lot much more involved. There's a lot more involved when they're traveling from point A to point B, specifically in different type of headings that they're going to have while in the course of their flight.
Can I ask a question to that?
Okay.
So every military pilot, every civil pilot on this earth knows for 100% the Earth is flat and is part of the conspiracy. Is that what you are?
Yeah, I would say it like this.
Like 100% of all of them.
Yes. I would say it like this. Okay, so it would be correct. I would say they can think of the Earth as a globe, but they don't travel over the surface of the Earth as a globe. They travel over the surface as if it were flat and stationary. So then the answer would be that every pilot travels over the surface, navigating the Earth as if it were flat and stationary. So yes, they do.
There is no difference at all in the argument, right?
Probably wasn't listening.
It's not debunked because there is no difference in result if it was a flat or a globe, right?
Through your explanation, he probably wasn't listening, so it was very rude of him, very childish.
I'm listening all the time. Why are you interrupting? Are you crazy? Bro, people should stop drinking in here, honestly. Not gonna lie.
He doesn't. I don't think he's drinking right now.
Yeah, I'm just sitting outside, at my family's house. Yeah, are you assuming things? Like
you're just rambling now, brother. You're just rambling. The question was not a
reasonable grown up. That's all I'm asking. Just be reasonable.
Yeah, I am grown up enough.
All right. Yeah. Nevertheless, they think about the Earth as they travel over it as a globe, but they're traveling over the surface as if it were flat and stationary. So for practical purposes, that was the third point that I told you. They're going to treat it